The events of our story begin in one of the schools of the town. During a bright day, all began. The first thing a guy named Michael does is sit in a class at school, but his calm is abruptly interrupted because a piece of gum flies into him from behind. As it turns out, it's not gum, it's an eraser, as a guy named Edward is behind this kid laughing and yelling about how he's an accidental hit. Edward says he wanted to throw at whoever is sitting in front of him, but the young man says no one is sitting in front of him. However, while Yonosha was talking, the kid behind him started throwing more small erasers at him. He asks him to stop doing that. He starts talking now about how someone didn't hear the phrase of the guy with the long hair. Immediately afterward, Edward gets up and starts walking towards Michael, insulting him and asking him what he said. At one point, he freaked out quite a bit and started talking about how he just asked him not to throw the eraser at him, and the guy with the short hair started clenching his fist. Right after Edward started punching the guy's face, the guy started apologizing harshly, and the first guy grabbed him by the hair. Edward starts beating him harder and talking about how if he asks not to be beaten, he won't comply. He adds sharply and angrily that a loser like this he shouldn't something to say, and that's all their classmates are looking at. A guy with short hair is abruptly approached by what appears to be his friend, who tells him that the teacher is on his way. In the moment, a teacher walks into the classroom and abruptly stops and starts looking directly at the offender and the one being offended. The teacher calmly walks up to the blackboard and starts to say something, adding that everyone should stop making noise and take their seats now. Edward obeys the teacher with a smile and immediately starts to walk away. To the guy who was being abused, this comes as a sharp surprise. Michael tearfully begins to realize the fact that the teacher absolutely does not care about any of this, and he took it all as a complete joke. His abuser keeps laughing. He takes a leaf and writes something on it, and asks everyone to pass that leaf forward to that guy through everyone. So they do. A few people later, they stick this leaf on the back of this very guy, and there are different insults written on the leaf. The boy sits still and doesn't understand what's going on. He's very upset, especially that he has no one to tell everyone about it and no one to talk to. The teacher states that today is the 14th day and tells the 14th student to read today. Meanwhile, Young sits at his desk, realizing that no one is going to help him anymore, and he's basically all alone all this time. A kid named Jones walks by Michael and asks if anyone in this class has a smoke. Edward what he has and offers to go out for a smoke together, but Jones turns his attention to the one who has been wronged. Jones notices that this guy below has a sign-up sheet, and he starts saying that it's not junior high school after all, and it's not funny. Jones tore off the sheet and began to ask to find out who had written it, and knew immediately. Edward says with a smile that this guy has no parents and laughs. This all makes the one who asked for a cigarette very angry. Edward immediately notices the change in his face and begins to say that he didn't mean it. Immediately afterward, Jones punches with tremendous force right in the face of our hero's abuser. Edward falls to the floor and immediately starts screaming in pain, and the other starts kicking him. Jones continues to beat up the guy who just bullied Michael right in front of him. Jones keeps hitting him and talking about how he's not going to play in games. He's not going to play jokes. The guy who's been abused looks on in shock. Trailing off, Jones says that has Edward come to think of himself as Ilgen and is now so smart. Billy adds that Jake can't mess with him. Some time passes. Our hero Michael talks about how he has decided to become stronger and looks in the mirror. Not long ago, he was beaten at school. He looked in the mirror, into his eyes, and began to vow to himself that he would become stronger and be stronger than anyone else. Time flew forward further, and things changed little by little. Our hero Michael continued to exercise, doing push-ups. He would run in the streets in the mornings, and at the end of the day, he would continue his exercises by watching boxing on TV and repeating the punches from there. Others began to notice that he began to gain weight, and also afterward he immediately ran to do his push-ups, then improved his body every day. Time went forward, and our hero Michael only gave more time to training. He even began to read books on the time of push-ups. Afterward, our hero started going to school again, and everyone around him marveled at seeing him and the change he had undergone. In addition to his strength, our hero Michael has also become many times stronger. It all began to notice people around him. They say how handsome he is. Our story begins to tell us about a new school problem, the Ilgens, who think they are stronger than the teachers and don't obey. However, even among them there are problems, because for every such Ilgen, there is another Ilgen who will be stronger. A certain girl is presenting to the people in the audience a project called Ilgin Manages Ilgin, and that's their main topic today. This girl says that the goal of their project is to find the strongest Ilgin of all and eliminate him. Some men in the audience began to oppose such an idea. They said that controlling violence by other violence is a crazy idea. However, the chairman of the whole thing started saying that it was a fun project and very interesting, which caused some people to be perplexed. The events of our story take us to a kid with glasses who is reading a book realizing he can't concentrate on it properly. His complaints are noticed by an older man nearby, who says the new teenagers have no stamina at all and tells him how strong he was. Charlie, who works at the store, listens to this, but he realizes to himself that this is some kind of complete nonsense and he's tired of it. The events of the story show us an interesting situation. Two strong men start taking money from the weaker one right on the street. This younger guy talks about telling his mom everything. The older guys laugh at him, telling him to cry some more. However, the oldest apparently of them asks to end it all and sends one of them to buy him cigarettes. The man grabs the salesman rather abruptly and roughly. He informs him that he is coming with them now. As it happens, she wraps her arm around his hand and starts walking right along with him down the street towards the store. The events of the story go back to the store. The elderly old man turns to the guy with glasses and says he'll step back into the stockroom. The guy says he understands. Meanwhile, the same couple with a guy and a girl hooligans approach the store and ask for 2 packs of cigarettes to give them. However, Ron, a store clerk with glasses, immediately realizes that they both look like high school students. Isn't it okay for them to sell? Ron asks the guy in the watch for his passport to prove his age, but he says he left it at home and asks urgently for cigarettes. Ron talks about how he can't sell cigarettes without a passport. The girl standing next to the guy in the watch asks why Ron is so serious. The man in the watch starts telling the girl about how they just needed to come in here back when the old man was here, not salesman Ron, and that's it. Immediately afterward, Charlie began throwing money at the cash register and telling the clerk, Ron, to speed up his actions. Salesman Ron says he still needs their passport, but the man ignores their requests and starts taking alcohol. His girlfriend starts to turn to him and ask why they are buying more alcohol for, but he says he feels like it. Trailing off, he turns sharply to Ron the salesman with the ominous aura and asks him if he hasn't realized what he needs to do. Unosha abruptly grabs Ron the salesman, asking what's wrong with him and if he really wants Unosha to beat him up immediately. From around the corner, the same old man who was selling them cigarettes earlier is looking at all this. He realizes that the situation is extremely bad for them. He decides to dramatically intervene in the situation and starts asking the salesman Ron and that guy to solve their problems outside instead of in here. The salesman Ron looks at all this with great surprise. He expected the old man to be supportive and he just suggests they go outside. In the end, this big guy in a watch takes Ron around the corner and starts hitting him with questions on the street. Even after that, he threatens Ron very aggressively, saying that just because he's on the street doesn't mean he's completely safe. However, Ron calmly and without excitement asks him to let him go, and turning to the guy talks about giving him 3 seconds to do so. The girl of the man standing next to laugh, saying that who puts time to whom else, and they are not in the movie after all. Salesman Ron starts doing a countdown to 3. This really pisses off the guy in the watch. He swings for a punch at Ron. However, the event of the story moves forward, and this guy's girlfriend tries to bring him to his senses after the blow. The man who attacked Ron comes to his senses and asks his girlfriend who he is. She is shocked that he has forgotten everything and remembers nothing. The one in turn is in wild shock. He did not expect that he will put up on his feet this blow, and he himself will be lying unconscious after that. He talks about how he hasn't even started fighting seriously. The man next to him quietly whispers to his girlfriend about calling all their guys over here. The girl is shocked and says that she didn't hear the request. And the man screams and starts repeating it over and over again for her to bring all his friends right here. He hears all the stuff that's going on and grabs this guy by his shirt and asks how old he is, where he's from. The young man tries to remove Ron's hand and asks how old he is, but he only starts to squeeze his body with great force again. While on the floor, practically pissed off, he abruptly starts talking about how he's all 18 years old and a normal person. The young man starts talking about how he's in terrible pain and he's going to die, but Ron tells him not to worry, saying that if he comes again, he'll kill him. By this point, all the other friends of the very guy in the watch come up to the store and start looking at Ron. Ron looks at all of this guy's friends and talks about how he has a lot of them and asks if everyone is here yet. The biggest fat one of them starts looking at Ron and asking him what's going on here and what's being done by the other. Ron is shocked to see a crowd of high school students standing in front of him. He thought to the end that this guy's relatives in the watch were here. Hugest guy says he's high school, don't know who Ron is, now he's going to teach him polite manners. However, this does not happen. Vedeno wears the kick first and gets right to the head of the case, very much the momentum of the kick. This guy's head is really starting to hurt, his drooling teeth are coming out of his mouth, and he's in the wildest shock, like he's losing knowledge right now. The guy's girlfriend is in shock. She can't believe that one of the strongest guys among them just passed out from one hit of damage. Ron turns to everyone and says that he doesn't have time to linger here and asks everyone to get right into the fight. These guys are in wild shock, they didn't expect such a confrontation, and immediately start walking straight to the people getting ready to beat him up. One strong guy among them immediately raises his energized fist and talks about how he's about to deliver a crushing blow. However, what is expected, Ron overtakes and carries the punch first, right after which another guy climbs in. Ron realizes that they are all very slow, start flying at them himself, jumping on them and beating them right in real time, throwing big punches. And the fight just keeps getting more and more interesting as Ron throws a couple punches. The same guy now realizes the whole situation and sees the bottle immediately. I grab it and realize I'm about to throw a punch at Ron. However, Ron is not a bad guy and immediately sees that he is going to be hit from behind with a bottle in his hands and immediately realizes what he has to do. He tries to say something else but doesn't have time because Ron lands a crushing blow right in the body, right after which he falls down. Ron starts to look at the last guy left among the others and asks him why he doesn't go to fight him, doesn't he want to? However, the last guy looks at Ron with shock. It's like he senses some familiarity in him. Looking directly at Ron, the boy asks if Ron is the same Michael he went to school with a long time ago. The very girl next to her is very surprised to hear Michael's name. She just turns her head sharply around in shock. The girl, along with this guy, immediately in her head presents the image of the very Michael who was strong, invincible, and crushing. Young says that when their Michael was with one of the strongest in the school, but now in front of him is a much weaker man than that. The young man realizes that it is the same Michael in front of them, and immediately starts bowing and apologizing for his behavior, saying he will not tell anyone. Michael in turn guesses and grabs his head and asks him if he is ashamed of his boorish behavior outside the store. Michael asks what to do about the rest of his friends, and he tells Michael not to worry, he'll deal with them himself at the hospital. Right after that, the remaining guy starts waking us up, talking about how they didn't ask anything and just stopped what they were doing. Michael gets the clock guy on all fours and sits on top of him, and his girlfriend raises her hands in front of Michael. Michael tells his adversary that if he ever comes to the store again, he'll just kill you next time. While Michael was having various conversations with them, as it appeared that someone from behind was watching them intently the whole time that was going on. Some time passes from then on, and Michael goes back to the store through the streets in the city. On his way, Michael meets some girl in glasses and a strict suit who looks at him but doesn't pay any attention to her and goes on his way. However, she all turns, stops Michael and corrects her glasses, saying that they need to talk about something urgently. Michael talks about how they have nothing to talk about, however she disagrees with him. Michael sees her holding out a piece of paper to him. Michael starts looking at her business card, sees that it is the business card of the director of the Golden Dragon Educational Foundation. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the chairman asking if Michael has already met and how he feels about the foundation's offer. The events of the story move forward, and Michael is standing right outside his school, saying that he can't believe he is here again. Michael adjusts his tie and talks about how he didn't even think about being here in his 20s. Michael recalls his conversation with the very woman who explained to him the idea of the main project system, Ilgen. She in turn talks about how Michael's abilities really appeal to her, and that means that her project could work out. However, Michael didn't like the idea much at the time. He didn't understand why the foundation was doing such silly things instead of real work. Then this girl started threatening Michael and his past. Knowing he was in a bad situation, then she started pressuring him. The decision to press Michael proved to be the right one right after he accepted the job and asked what should he do. When Michael arrived at school, everyone was once again shocked at how handsome he was, and they discussed who he was and where he came from. The high school president accompanied Michael all the way around, dispersing all the other classmates in his driveway. Walk into their classroom, the president of the high school announced to all that a new exchange student, Michael, had already arrived at their door. One of the class bullies started asking the school president to leave, and started talking about how he didn't care at all about who arrived there or why. Together with some girl in the class, they discuss where the guy they've been hurting all the time has gone, and speculate on what might have happened. One of the teachers enters the classroom and introduces Michael, a new student in their class who has supposedly arrived as an exchange student. The girls in the class were immediately shocked when they saw him. They just could not believe their eyes, and already imagined how they could meet. The girls in the class laughed at this, because they had seen the girls in the class start to put on makeup at the mere sight of Michael. While not everyone was feeling kindly, one of them was already imagining how he could stuff Michael's face right now. Michael, meanwhile, sat down at his desk and immediately began to get to know that new classmate named George. George immediately began to explain to Michael that most likely his school was very different from the one he was in now, and the rules were different. George and Michael start discussing his eyesight, at which point the guy who wants to beat up Michael is standing behind him. The first thing the big guy does is throw a huge punch right at Michael's new friend George with tremendous force. Michael, of course, took notice immediately and watched this guy in spite of the rest of the action. The big guy starts looking at Michael and asking how they became friends, and immediately asks him to go to the cafeteria to get him a hot dog. Michael realizes where this is going and how it could end up for him, so he has to strategize his actions. The thug is retained by Michael's deskmate and immediately talks about how he will now also be carrying hot dogs and bread. George starts talking about how he can't do that because he still has a lot of classes and tests to do. Hearing such words, George Grom began to pretend that they bothered him very much, and now he didn't even know what to do. However, this turned out not to be true at all, because after a second, the bulky woman said to close her eyes and get ready. Immediately after everyone in the class closed their eyes, this bulky man was left to knock George down and hit him one time. Michael watched all this and did not understand how he should act in this situation. He just watched and analyzed. That girl then gave the Jersey a huge set of rules that he must not break. Then she explained that the operation was secret, like the Foundation itself, and Michael asked her if she was going to school herself now. She stared at Michael while he explained to her about how school was now a whole animal world where only one lion would win. Hearing such words from Michael, she turned to him and asked if he could be a lion for them who would win under these conditions. Returning to reality, Michael realizes that he should act by the rules and no other way. In the moment, the very same guy turns to him and asks him why he's so new still hasn't closed his eyes. The same Gramila continues to harass Georgie, and George suggests that Michael go with him to the cafeteria to get a hot dog for the Gramila. However, our hero Michael replies that he himself can do what he needs Michael for in the dining room. Immediately afterward, the bulky man asks not to ask any more unnecessary questions at all and goes to the dining room to get his food. Michael stands up abruptly and turns to the bully and says that if he wants him to go to the cafeteria, he should give him money. The bully is silent, so Michael asks VO again, but he just stands there bewildered and does not understand how to answer him. Immediately after which, the thug sharply grabs his head with his t-shirt and asks him if he has accidentally lost his mind. The bully turns to Michael and tells him that he's not going to give him any money and to never point fingers at him again. Gromila asks his mother if his parents don't have any money at this point, and Maya realizes that he has already crossed the border. Michael finally decides to act, then immediately delivers a punch with his hand right into the body of the thug. The thug is in a wild terror. He just does not understand what just happened and immediately begins to spit his drool. However, Michael doesn't let him do even that and immediately slams his fist right into the face of this Riddler. Everyone around them is in wild shock. They just don't understand what's going on and why one of the strongest among them is now being defeated by a newcomer. Michael rises above and prepares to strike again. He realizes that in a school where everyone operates without law, there can be no rules. Watching all this is the same girl who came in with the guy in the watch. She's also in wild shock. The power of the new student Michael also sees, and the same guy who is always bullying everyone. He is also in a fierce shock. That same thug is lying on the ground, completely knocked down, and Michael fixes his hair and says he crossed the line himself. The guy with the blonde hair talks about how that can't be, and at that moment our hero heads straight for him. Between them begins to start a fight. Guy with blonde hair attacks first, but our hero of the next moment is behind his back. Immediately after that, our hero Michael sharply strikes with his strength right in the stomach of the guy with blonde hair, then crush him. Michael prepares for the next blow, however Young asks him to stop saying that he has a very bad stomachache. The one who regains consciousness attacks Michael from behind, holding a chair in his hands. Michael is even a little happy about this action because he adjusts his jacket and realizes that he hasn't had this much fun in a long time. Immediately afterward, Michael delivers another devastating blow right to the face of the big man, sending him to rest in the air. Michael stands beside his two classmates whom he defeated and realizes that it would be wonderful if you were always. Immediately afterward, Michael turns to the bully and tells him to go and buy the food he wanted to eat from the cafeteria. However, the bulky man resists. He talks about how Michael dare not order him around even though he hasn't defeated him yet. Michael starts to ask him what it's about, and he immediately replies that he's not in charge yet. The bully threatens that he's coming, and a guy named Richard walks into the classroom. Our hero Michael immediately starts looking at him and asking if this is the most important Richard here. Richard immediately starts going to our hero Mike and asking him if he just came here and immediately caused mayhem. Watching Michael from his guise, Richard can't believe that Michael single-handedly righted the two of them and went without a scratch. The bully and the guy start to leave, and Richard goes to Michael and tells him that they should get to know each other now. Richard looks at the entire class, asking about who is going to fight here, and if everyone here is dramatically afraid of the new guy. Our hero doesn't believe Richard's words that he's not going to get hurt here, because he immediately notices that Richard is standing in a fighting stance. Continuing to look at him, Michael realizes that although Richard is skinny, he is in a fighting stance and could launch an attack at any moment. Watching all this realizes that although the newcomers are strong, Michael is very professional. Immediately after that, Led turns to one of his classmates and asks him to bring him some popcorn, saying that it's about to get hot. However, his classmate refuses and Rattled start making pathos, Navatel start threatening him. But in a moment, our hero Michael abruptly turns away and looks at the bully, causing him to worry and cancel his ideas. This whole situation is also noticed by Richard Ord, who is surprised that the children in this class are no longer afraid of the bully. Richard turned to Michael, noting that it was rude not to introduce himself, and identifying himself as Richard, asked to know the name of his interlocutor. In the moment, Michael wants to say his name, but in the next second, he notices that Richard's attack is already heading in his direction. Our hero Michael sees perfectly well you realize that Richard's attack has almost come right to him and will touch him soon. But in the next instant, our hero notices that Richard's attack is coming from below straight up with his foot into our hero. Immediately afterward, our hero remembers how in his school days he was beaten right on this point, and it was eerily unpleasant. Realizing all this, our hero makes a strong decision. He puts both of his hands down in order to hold up Richard's leg. However, Richard shouts different insults, after which he attacks our hero Michael directly in the face. The bulky guy and the guy who always insults everyone immediately started shouting that Richard is very cool and will easily beat Michael now. The fight between Richard and Michael was still going on, and Michael realized that he had to do something because Richard was taunting him. In the moment, Michael does a little tripping for Richard, which distracts his attention, and then immediately grabs him by the shirt. In the very next instant, without any punches, Michael simply picks up and tosses Richard aside like a pathetic toy. Even though Michael got hit, Richard's mutual punching showed that he's not as easy an opponent as those two guys. Richard is clearly surprised at the strength of the new kid in Michael's class, so he says he's pretty good here and stands up. Meanwhile, the guy who always hurts everyone and the bully are discussing the fact that Richard's technique didn't work the first time, which is very strange. Richard, meanwhile, gets to his feet and they start talking about how this was just a warning, and now he's going to start fighting in earnest. However, the hero Michael makes the most indifferent appearance possible, saying that he is already waiting for this moment. In the moment, Richard opens a piece of iron locker standing next to him and launches it straight at Michael at tremendous speed. Michael manages to dodge such an attack, but he is still in shock at the fact that Richard has started to play far from the rules of martial arts. Richard in turn doesn't answer anything to Michael, he just starts pouncing on him again with punches in his fists. The locker trick didn't divert Michael's attention, then he launched attack after attack. However, Michael wasn't so easy, he dodged everything. Richard is about to launch a huge attack, however, at that moment someone's voice appears and distracts him by shouting that it is his opponent. Michael and Richard turn around and look at their classmate, who just shouted that phrase and got everyone's attention. However, this is all indicated to be a ploy by Richard, and immediately afterwards he starts launching attacks on Mike from the back. Michael manages to stop one of his attacks, and he immediately launches the next one, and at that moment Michael realizes that he is also strong. At this point, Michael finally raises his fist and says that since things are going this way, then he's going to finish this fight. Immediately afterward, Michaela is warned by a tremendous blow right in Richard's eyes and face, then causes a stream of blood to flow. Richard shockingly falls right down to Michael's feet, and he stands in a fighting stance over him from above, feeling like a winner. Looking down, Michael can't understand what's wrong with them all, because he doesn't want to fight them. But they are climbing up. Most of all shocked with this situation, Thug and the guy with blonde hair, because they were not expecting this. Also shocked are their common classmates who are filming it on their phones and are frightened by everything that happens at that moment. Michael starts to leave and while walking asks the bulky man to take Richard to the nurse's station to get him some help. At that moment, the bulky guy and the guy with blonde hair stand in shock. They don't know what to do, realizing that they have lost. Meanwhile, the teachers of this school happens to be a singer who, for unknown reasons, is very delayed. This is all being watched by the very girl who invited Michael. She realizes that she is waiting for the moment when he will prove himself. Michael's classmate observes this woman who belongs to the members of the foundation. She immediately notices something amiss. However, she is approached by her friend, who informs her that she has picked up all the things she needs and they can head to class. This girl, along with her friend, are about to leave. However, she still doesn't realize something a woman is doing their school. Meanwhile, the events of our story show Michael standing up and teaching someone that school is about learning, not bullshit. And to be more precise, he teaches it to Richard, a guy with blonde hair and the same bulky guy who are quietly standing there listening. Michael approaches each of them and talks about how he could be their friend, or he could be the devil, so he gives them a choice. In the moment, Michael turns to the Riddler and tells him about never sending anyone to get his food in the dining room again. Michael threatens him, saying that if he ever sees such a thing again, they will obviously have to be unhealthy. The thug is shocked. Right after Michael addresses the entire class, saying that if these three tease them, they can tell Michael about it. With a very creepy aura of mind, saying that if he finds out, he'll break their bodies apart and assemble new people. All of Michael's classmates listen intently to this, especially George, who is shocked at how good and evil Michael is at the same time. Meanwhile, it turns out that some of Michael's classmates recorded his fight with Richard on their phones and started watching. This video is being watched by people from high school. They are talking about how Michael was probably just lucky. Watching the video time after time, they hilarious that Richard went back to kickboxing after this fight. They discuss how Richard makes a terrible boss, and their real leader is many times cooler and stronger than him. One of the guys gets up throwing off his jacket and talking about how he needs to stretch, asking where his punching bag is. He follows immediately and walks quickly over to one of his guys and tells him that today that sack will be him. The guy is shocked. The young man doesn't even have time to say anything for or against before a massive punch from this guy's fist immediately flies into him. The young man is very strong, his name is Daniel, and he delivers a huge blow to one of his subordinates. He follows up after beating his man by turning to them and asking them to bring him someone to train before meeting the new guy. Meanwhile, our hero Michael has started the second day in this school. He sits at the desk in class and listens to the teacher. Sitting in class, Michael ponders whether he should have agreed to this whole project, because it's a very strange proposal. Time moved inexorably forward and the lesson came to an end. The teacher announced this by asking everyone to clean up before leaving. Our hero Michael asks his classmate for the opportunity to rewrite his outline from this class. Go into the dialogue. Here's the voice of a bulky man who says that he is very hungry and right now would eat something. These words hear our hero Michael and immediately pay attention to him, then greatly frightens him. The same guy with the blonde hair turned rattles and talks about going and getting it himself. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy himself uses one of his classmates to ride him around the classroom. Gromila starts complaining to the light guy, saying that with Michael's arrival, the school has turned into some kind of hell. The thug, along with a blonde-haired guy, starts asking a sleeping Richard on the desk to deal with Michael. Their classmate addresses them, saying that they have been looking very low lately. Immediately afterward, this classmate is sent to the Jersey and talks about how he's a very cool fighter and she's impressed. She starts suggesting that Michael take martial arts classes with her and also go out to lunch if he's okay with it. Richard and the rest of his classmates look at this and realize that this girl is trying to replace Michael's attention for her own purposes. Michael starts asking her what kind of art she's talking about and if there's a gym nearby. This girl is more than happy to say that everything is right, and if Michael wants, she can teach him something else as well. Instead of answering the question, however, Michael keeps waving his head to the side as if trying to see something. This girl realizes that Michaela is looking at something, turns around, and realizes that all this time he has been looking at the board. She realizes with a little trepidation that she's more of a hindrance to him than a help, since he's trying to do his homework. In the moment, Michael turns to her and asks what she was just talking about because he didn't hear anything because he was busy. This classmate is very upset by this. She says nothing important from a sad look, begins to withdraw. She walks by Richard and the others and says that they could also do with studying instead of being slackers. In the moment, Richard looks at Michael and begins to realize that after his victory, he is in fact the head of the first class. And this means that if Michael loses the head of the second and third class, then Richard will automatically return to the role of chief. However, the same classmate dispels his thoughts. She says that with his current skills, he will not be able to do anything to them at all. However, Richard want to think about the fact that the head of the second and third grade may lose and Michael Thunderbird next to reassure him. At the moment Mason enters their class, he is one of the heads of the class, and very strong he asks Richard how it feels to be here. After hearing such a strange question from Mason, Richard's classmates begin to suspect that Mason is just bitching. Mason starts to walk into the classroom and asks Richard if he got any sleep in the time he was out. The bully begins to verbally intercede for Richard, but the latter in turn asks him to calm down. Richard starts to get up and tell my son that they're worth to be blunt about his intentions to fight here and now. Immediately afterward, Richard gets up and goes to Mason and talks about how he'd love to run into him again. Mason is worried, but makes a very menacing appearance and says that Richard is too weak to fight him. Richard asks Mason to shut up if he doesn't want to be headless, but Mason doesn't like such threats. Michael enters the dialogue and asks them both to shut up, saying that because of them he can't study properly. Richard agrees with Michael, but he says that he needs to study too. Mason turns his attention sharply to Mike, talk about being the newbie strongman. Mason starts walking right towards Michael, saying he's about to beat him easily, and laughs at Richard. Gromila starts talking harshly about how he'd rather cheer for Mike than Mason, and Richard agrees with him. Mason, along with his friend, walks right up to Michael and starts talking about how the video made him look so different. Mason's friend thinks Michael looks like a nerd, but Mason thinks Michael looks worse than any dog. Raising an ominous aura behind him, Mason begins to tell Michael to get his face up and look at him urgently. Mason's friend talks about how Michael is simply scared, because of this he can't say anything, and Mason laughs it off. Mason begins to reach out to Mile, trying to interrupt his study by taking his hand off his notebook. Michael then abruptly grabs Mason's hand and begins to break his fingers, causing him great pain, shocking him. Mason starts crying hard from the fact that it's like his fingers are being broken all at once now, and he's clearly in a lot of pain. Michael holds up Mason's hand, saying that he needs to finish before the end of the break, and if he doesn't want to lose his fingers, he needs to leave. Mason abruptly starts yelling about how everything is fine and fine, he's figured it out, and will also stand by Mike's side. Michael turns to Mason and talks about how he doesn't need an apology, and Mason should just get out of here faster. In the moment, Mason initially walks away, but afterward abruptly turns around and starts yelling that he doesn't care and strikes Michael. However, to our hero's great fortune, and to Mason's dismay, his blow was easily stopped with a single movement from Mail. Michael followed up with a single blow with his palm, and it was more than enough to send Mason flying. Mason's friend stands by his friend with shock, realizing that he has apparently passed out from Michael's one punch. In the moment, Michael turns to Mason's friend, asking him about Mason being the head of the second class. Right after Michael tells Mason's friend to take his body and get out of here, and if they come back again, he'll kill them. They start to leave. Our hero, Michael, sits bewildered by the fact that just that he has dealt with the head of the second class. No less big shocks it, and classmates of our hero Michael, they also did not expect that it will be so fast. After seeing all this, the thug decides that it is better to postpone revenge on Michael, because he is really very strong. The blonde-haired guy is talking about how he'd really rather do his studying, and at that moment someone walks into the classroom from behind. This someone turns out to be Daniel along with his friends. They immediately start laughing with Richard. The bully starts talking about how it's not really, and they're there in line in front of their class, and immediately asks why he came. However, Daniel talks about how he absolutely doesn't care, and a friend tells Daniel to sit in silence. This angers the bully a lot. He talks about how if they come up, he'll just punch them all. But Daniel in turn goes to our hero Michael's desk and with his friends surrounds him. At this moment, our hero Michael realizes that in all likelihood, he will not be able to finish writing his outline now and will have to continue later. Daniel approaches Michael's classmate, asking him to leave, saying he needs to talk to Michael without him. Daniel looks at Mike and talks about the fact that is he really going to learn even at a moment like this, and asks him about the fact that is he immortal? One of Daniel's boyfriends says he's definitely got the face of Michael, and the other asks him not to compliment him. Daniel turns to our hero Michael, talk about being the head of the 3rd grade, and notices Michael's strength. Michael sharply removes his glasses, turns to Daniel, and talks about how he would talk faster since he doesn't have a lot of time. Daniel didn't expect such a harsh response from Michael. He looked at him with battle wish, and started talking about how strong he was. Michael starts talking about how if Daniel was as strong as he says he is, he wouldn't always be dragging his friends around with him. Daniel talks about how this dialogue is fun for him, and how Michael doesn't seem as dumb as he thought he was. Danielle gets up and starts to leave, talking about not seeing Michael after school. As they leave, Danielle talks about how Michael better warm up before their meeting because he's not as weak as Richard. Immediately after these words, Danielle along with her friends begin to leave. Michael watches and trails off and doesn't understand why they've all been so clingy since the first day of school. Michael's classmate says he's in trouble because Daniel is the strongest, but the blonde guy says Michael is stronger. The dialogue is heard by Richard, who stands up and says he won't let the new guy lose, meaning Michael. Richard starts to walk forward his classmates and is biased to ask about where he's headed so fast. The same classmate who has a crush on Michael talks about wanting to go to see him with Richard. Richard approaches Michael and asks for permission to sit next to him, but Michael refuses. However, Richard does not pay attention to his words at all and just silently sits down and starts talking about how cool Daniel is. Richard talks about Daniel practicing strong martial arts. However, our hero Michael replies to him that he doesn't care. However, Richard says that he is well-intentioned and wants to share the information he knows to help Michael. The guys in the class are shocked to hear such a phrase from Richard. They did not expect him to help our hero. Michael is surprised in the moment and he turns to Richard and asks if he really wants to help him. Michael asks Richard what's on Richard's mind. Richard immediately replies that he'll tell Mike how to beat Daniel. However, this all doesn't make Michael feel the best, so he tells Richard that he shouldn't talk. Richard, of his turn, doesn't listen to Mike. He immediately starts talking about how Daniel has been boxing since high school. However, following this, Richard begins to bring up Daniel, saying that the true reasons why he is boxing are quite different. Richard explains that through boxing, Daniel simply finds his opponents and punching bags on a daily basis. Meanwhile, Daniel complains to his classmate that only 3 people showed up today, not 4 like he wanted. It is with shock and great excitement, and Daniel's classmates are talking about the fact that the 4th is now in the hospital. Daniel says he's not really there because of him, but classmates claim he just tripped on a rock. Daniel angrily says that because of his hospitalization, this classmate pro will miss precious boxing classes. Trailing off, Daniel says that so-and-so will only be 3 against him tonight and offers to start right away. He starts looking at his terrified classmates and asking them to fight at full strength, saying that if he does, he will be bored. He makes a stand and declares that if they don't fight at full strength, it will be worse for them. Followed by Daniel giving the start command and his classmates frightened start trying to hit him with their fists. Seconds after it all started, the first classmate was knocked out with a single punch. Seeing this, the others feared Daniel more and more, but still did not retreat because of even more fear. Daniel, in turn, easily cultivated the Thou So and applied his directly into their bodies with great ease. Literally, with one punch, Daniel goes for a classmate knockout and asks him why he didn't punch normally. He falls unconscious, and only one classmate remains, whom Daniel has not yet hit, standing there trembling with fear. Daniel's very complex aura turns to him and tells him to continue the fight faster and use force. This classmate is in wild fear. He closes his eyes and tries to land a swift punch right in Daniel's face. It doesn't work, and the very next second he gets hit in the face with tremendous power. Daniel keeps beating him up and talking about how he needs to at least learn how to dodge punches and only then punch him. At the moment Daniel turns around, they notice the rest of the class watching their fight. He doesn't like that. Meanwhile, the first 2 classmates have already regained consciousness and are beginning to get back on their feet at Daniel's behest. Daniel starts talking about how he's tired of beating them with little power, and now he wants to end things very quickly. He turns to them and talks about how they are sure to get to the hospital today. These two guys are wildly terrified. Meanwhile, the events of our story moves to our hero Michael, who is in the dining room, where and there he is not neglected. Our hero Michael gets his today's tray of food, which looks very appetizing to him. He starts eating, saying that he hasn't eaten school food for a long time, and he misses it quite a lot because it's delicious. The girls in the cafeteria are discussing how handsome and attractive Michael is. They are shocked by this, and the fact that he is new. They in turn also look at Michael. They are shocked that he was able to defeat the first and second class captains. They discuss the fact that Michael beat them with one punch. However, one of them says that there is still a fight with Daniel ahead. One of the heads of the lower classes says that time will still tell, because we have to wait for their fight. Michael is approached by his classmate with an offer to eat together, says that he eats all alone, although George is sitting next to him. Immediately afterward, the very same guys, Richard the blonde-haired and Thug, sit down on the other side of the table. Noticing the people who are sitting in the dining room, they are shocked to see Richard and his men sitting with Michael. One of the heads of the other classes, apparently 8th grade, says that if it's about Michael's attractiveness, he'll win easily. Richard asks Michael to eat more, reminding him that Daniel is a very difficult opponent, but Michael declares that he doesn't need advice. Michael tells Richard that he told him that he once defeated Daniele, so why he is worried now is unclear to Michael. Richard talks about how there is one problem their Daniel fight then would never have been finished. In his head, Richard begins to remember that day and everything, as it was remembering Daniel beating him non-stop. Daniel looked him straight in the face and mocked him, saying that Richard was definitely feeling like a loser now. These words were a big hit to Richard every time. He tried to throw punches right under Daniel, but they were all missed. That day, Daniel easily dodged all of Richard's attacks, and immediately afterward, he struck his own with great power. That day, Richard realized that he had no chance of beating Daniel, so he used his trick and pinned him against the wall. Michael, in a huge shock, began to realize what Richard was getting at, and began to ask if he had done what Michael was thinking. Michael turned out to be right. That day, Richard used a dirty friend and hit Daniel between the legs. Richard talks about Daniel, then admitting defeat, and for him to stop, however, he now completely denies the incident. Eating rice. Michael asks Richard if he really hoped that everyone would recognize such a victory, a messy victory. To summarize, Richard tells Michael that Daniel is very good at dodging any attacks, equally good at inflicting his own. Richard talks about how he wants to get back at Daniel this way, and using tonight's fight between Michael and Daniel. Meanwhile, Daniel's friends are walking straight through the dining room, discussing the fact that the place is angrier than usual today, probably because of the fight. One of Daniel's classmates walks right by Mike and accidentally throws him, something in his food. Immediately afterwards, with a very snide face, he starts saying that he didn't mean to do that at all and starts apologizing. Adds that he did it by accident. And Michael talks about how it clearly doesn't look like an accident, and he says it with an angry face. Daniel's classmate says he just doesn't like squid, so he threw it to Michael. Michael's classmate is shocked. With a smile on his face, Daniel's classmate asks Michael not to wind up talking about how he's already apologized for that after all. They begin to walk further behind Michael's back in parallel, bantering with him and laughing from what just happened. In the moment, Michael gets up and grabs this guy's hand, talk about how it's not a squid at all, but just bell roots from the street. A conflict begins to brew between them, all of which is noticed by the other people in the dining room. And watch this shoop. The girls can't make up their minds, but still side though the guys are bullies. But many of them have very cute faces, they say. Two other older guys who are in the dining room notice this clash and realize that a fight is probably imminent. Raising a rather angry aura around me, Michael once again asks where is the dried squid that Young was talking about. The young man with a very frightened face says that this is a complete trifle. After all, he has already apologized several times. Why make a conflict? Michael starts squeezing his hand with great force and harder, saying that does that really sound like an apology? The rather wild and angry look Michael looks at him suggests that it is he, not the boy, who will be accepting the apology here. However, at one point Michael gets a message on his phone, after which he asks this guy to wait for a while and decides to answer it himself. It was a message from his supervisor, the one on the project, asking if he was free after school and if everything was going well. He recalls that the payment for participating in this project will pay for college tuition for the entire time, which is something he is very excited about. Then also she familiarized him with many rules and restrictions, saying that leadership too has its limit of influence in school. She explained to him that if the existence of the project was jeopardized, then of course his prize itself would also be jeopardized. And the worst part is, if he does, he'll go back to his old life as a supermarket clerk. Reading her messages now, our hero Michaela is well aware that she is most likely hinting at him focusing on the building. So Michael lets go of this guy's hand and lets it go, realizing that he doesn't need the extra trouble right now. Send your hair, Michaela decides that it's not worth getting carried away with her rights, but rather following the rules of the project to get what she wants. Looking at his classmates he has already fought, Michael realizes that he has done too much in the first day. The older ones immediately notice the change because they expected a fight, and Michael didn't do it. Michael starts to leave, and Richard tells him that he hasn't had time to teach him the technique against Daniel yet, but Michael says he doesn't need to. Michael walks around, and our guys notice that his mood has changed drastically after reading the message, and it's very strange. Walking through the schoolyard, Michael reflects on the fact that he caught a glimpse of himself on the first day he got here, which could reflect badly on him. He realizes that he should behave in a good way, however, at the moment he notices the very same guys from the canteen. Immediately grabs him, asks him where he goes, talking about how his only mistake in life was what he did in the cafeteria today. This kid starts talking about the fact that their vocal rules of their school, Michael can't touch members of other classes. The young man mentions that in order to touch him, you must first defeat Daniel. Our hero is shocked by such rules. He says that it's a very old tradition, and it's best not to break it, and Michael suggests that they get out of here because there are so many people around. The young man doesn't agree very much and wants to go out with Michael, but Michael says he'll hit him right there if he doesn't. Immediately afterward, they go to a secluded spot where Michael starts beating the guy up. Michael declares that it's more pleasant to be in silence, and the guy threatens to make Michael regret his actions. In the moment, Michaela turns around and asks the guy to call his boss, and I mean Daniel, which gives the guy a shock. Michael talks about how he's going to beat Daniel in order to beat up his classmates whenever he feels like it according to their tradition. However, Young talks about how he doubts Daniel can come now because he's most likely with his punching bags right now. Michael turns to the guy and asks him what kind of pairs he's talking about. Is that what he calls the people he fights with? This kid talks about how everything is right, and it's all happening right in the office. Michael is very surprised by this news. Michael begins to stretch his arms and talk about how he will not allow this Daniel to continue such acts by his classmates. Michael starts walking around the school looking for the door to 3rd grade, and apparently finds the very one he needs at that moment. Looking through the glass in the door, our hero immediately notices that there is some kind of fight going on between someone right in the school. Daniel notices that someone is standing behind the door, and he looks at the door, sweating, and asks who is standing behind it. One of the guys before Daniel opens the doors to watch and immediately sees Michael, asking him to step back. Danielle sees our hero Michael and immediately approaches him, talking about how they promised to meet after school. Michael, however, is not looking at Daniel at all at his classmates, who he is beating up right now. Daniel asks Michael what he's here for. Is he really here to get into a fight right now? Without waiting for an answer, Danielle orders all of her pairs to leave the place right now, and they barely walk through the school. Danielle grabs one of them and talks about how what's more training to not act like a nearly dead body. Danielle turns to one of them and asks if he's trying to pretend like he's in a lot of pain. He says no way. Danielle talks about how everything is right and that they are only beaten up because they are very weak and can't do anything. Michael turns his attention to the entire class. Daniel realizes that they are all standing there in complete shock and 100% have seen this many times before. Our hero Michael immediately begins to worry because he remembers that when he was young, he was also beaten like these guys. However, Michael then had the strength to train and become stronger to get revenge on whoever was beating him. Tam also recalls that once there was a guy who defended him, and it is to him that he is very grateful. Such strong memories give our hero about a huge boost of energy to fight the steals right here and now. At this point, Michael gets into a more or less fighting pose right in front of Daniel and his men. In the moment, Michael turns to Daniel and talks about stopping pretending to be strong because he can beat up his classmates. Our hero Michael suggests that Daniel try to touch someone who is stronger than him. Daniel asks if Michael means himself. However, in a moment, our hero points to a huge guy standing near Daniel talk about trying to beat him. The young man asks Michael if he really means him. Michael says that's right, he is, because he is such a huge big guy. Of course, this really pisses this guy off. He immediately starts flying at Michael with attacks right in his face. However, his grand plan completely failed because our hero Michael immediately stopped his attack before it even hit him. Immediately afterward, Michael abruptly grabs him by his clothes and immediately begins to throw him back with a sharp movement of his arm. And after his all abruptly runs up to him and prepares already to strike him directly in the face with great force. And so it happens in a second. Our hero Michael boldly strikes a blow right in his face, throwing him once again to the side, only already from the blow. The young man falls to the ground almost unconscious and lies covered in blood while Michael stands over him and just keeps quiet. All the guys around are standing around in great shock. They are discussing how strong Michael is and how much his punch penetrated this man's body. Michael answers them all about how he certainly has martial arts skills, but this man turns out to be much less strong than Michael thought. Pick up a very sinister aura. Michael abruptly turns around, starts looking at Daniel and asks him what he should do now. Daniel looks at our hero Michael and can't answer anything, and Michael asks how many pairs he still has to beat. Daniel looks at Michael and realizes that here is going to be as easy an opponent as he thought it would be by easily defeating such a big guy. Danny to watch his head and talk about how Michael seems to be a very interesting specimen and knows how to hook his attention to himself. Apparently from Daniel also has some sort of plan himself. He gives orders to his classmates to move their desks. Immediately afterward, this is what happens all together. The classmates start moving all the parties among themselves at Daniel's behest. Michael looks at all of this and realizes that all appearances are that he is trying to maximize the territory of their fight because he is a boxer. Meanwhile, the same guy from the street comes to his senses along with his friend, starts walking to class, expecting Daniel and Michael's fight. The oldest massive guys start talking about how they should also go there and see what happens. Meanwhile, Richard and his friends are sitting in the dining room discussing how much ice cream has started to sell to little ones. At this point, another classmate picks up and yells to the entire cafeteria about being tied between Daniel and Michael right now in class. Danielle, the blonde-haired guy, and Thunderbolt are just shocked. They decide to go there to see it right now. They quickly walked up to the 3rd grade and can't believe what's happening now, the sight of Daniel Michael about to fight after school. They see Daniel has already adopted a fighting pose, begins to reflect on the fact that most likely now only a warm-up is taking place. Daniel looks at Michael and reflects on the fact that he was able to defeat Richard, but is unlikely to be able to defeat himself. Danny starts the fight to test what Michael is capable of, and starts by shortening the distance between them. And right after that, he begins to launch attack after attack, but they are all unsuccessful. Michael simply dodges each one. Daniel begins to launch attack after attack, noticing that Michael's code is faster than he is because he dodges the attacks. Making more attack after attack begins to mask the fact that Michael is gradually coming closer and closer to him. Daniel thinks over what Michael wants to put through the punches, however, in the moment notices that Michael is starting to attack. However, surprisingly, Daniel manages to dodge this attack. Daniel appreciates Michael's cleverness. Daniel begins to analyze Michael's actions, realizing that he had well thought out here tactics before the fight. Daniel realizes that Michael is well trained, and he should move just as well. He begins to use his power. Daniel tries a tilt-a-whirl attack once again, making sure Michael is incredibly quick to lead right back up. The fight continues with attacks, but not one of them is successful and does not hit Michael. For all this is watching Richard is worried about Michael because he realizes that there are no options to counterattack. But apparently Michael doesn't think so because the next moment he is already preparing an attack stubbornly in Daniel's face. Daniel is weak at dodging such an attack, and all he can do is just try to block it. In the moment, Daniel feels the full force of Michael's power barely holding back his attack from hitting him himself. Michael realizes that he has succeeded, because although Daniel has put a block on him, he has done a very serious job on him. Richard and the guys also notice it, and they are also shocked, because they did not expect Michael to be able to attack Daniel in the face. Michael also realizes that Daniel is not so weak because he was able to defend himself against such attacks, which is not a bad thing. Daniel begins to realize what Michael is and realizes that it still won't be easy for him after something like this. Daniel realizes that to win, he has to take a dominant role in the fight, so he starts attacking. Michael notices this not so decides to attack, so they give that roll to Daniel on that his turn dodges. Daniel realizes that he has now got a perfectly good chance to attack, however. At this point, Michael wears an attack from the bottom of his legs. Daniel is having a very hard time with this attack with critical damage. He can barely stand on his feet. In a huge outburst of anger and rage, Daniel begins to attack our hero Michael with tremendous force. Michael realizes that Daniel is losing his cool and delivers another kick to his legs that was equally weak as well. This is all noticed by the older guys, who are wildly shocked at what's going on because now it's hard for Daniel to resist. Danny starts to bend over and hold onto his leg, as it's very hard for him to stand still after those punches from Michael. However, Michael follows up by yelling at Daniel to get up and not dare to just lie on the floor like that, but to continue the fight with him. Daniel starts to get to his feet and tells our hero that does he really have time for manners at a time like this. However, as soon as Daniel started trying to get up, our hero immediately kicked him again on the legs, saying they're faster to get up again. Richard and the rest of Michael's classmates are just shocked. They didn't expect him to be so cruel to Daniel. Michael looks at Daniel and tells him that his legs are shaking and he should not continue fighting him. Barely on his feet, Daniel begins to say that Michael is overconfident and states it as if the fight is over. Our heroes take it as a compliment though, thanking Daniel for it and giving him another leg kick. Daniel is in a huge shock. He just can't understand why our hero keeps hitting the same spot. The next moment after that immediately put up a defense because Michael started throwing punches right to his face. However, it turned out to be a huge trap because the next moment a blow to Daniele's face came from the other side. And moments after that happened, a leg kick from Michael on the bottom immediately started coming in. Daniel has no time to realize what has happened and immediately receives a blow from which he falls. This is noticed by their mutual classmates of both classes. They are simply shocked at what they are now seeing before their eyes. With this reception also shocked Richard and the blonde guy. They just didn't expect the fact that Michael would be so strong in this fight. The older guys are also shocked because Michael kicked Daniel's legs more than 4 times at one point, and then it's hard to stay on his feet. Daniel himself, meanwhile, is practically on his feet. He can't stand up and he's having a very hard time. However, it turns out that all this time they were being watched by a camera in the classroom that was filming the whole thing and transmitting it somewhere. Some man watching it all through the camera talks about how the spectacle is one of the most enjoyable things, especially the fighting. As he continues to watch, he talks about how the more blood, the more interesting it becomes to watch these schoolboys fight. Meanwhile, our hero's adversary Daniel is shocked to find that his leg is numb and he has a hard time moving. It's all a shock as I continue to watch Michael and Daniel's classmates. They didn't expect this outcome from this fight. The older guys are debating whether Daniel can stand up, and even if he can, will he continue to fight Michael? The oldest guy talks about how you're not all boxer, and his legs are his vulnerable part. It's the older guy comparing fists to bullets, talk about always going with the gun-shaped legs that will fire them. With this example, he explains the fact that having a strong slug form his arms, he cannot use them because of his mangled legs. And it turns out to be the terrible truth, because right at this moment, Daniel is trying to get back on his feet, which is very difficult for him to do. Young talks about how Michael has rendered Daniel helpless, but Daniel talks about how he can still keep fighting and tries to get up. Michael gets into a fighting stance and asks Daniel if he's sure he's going to continue fighting him. Daniel says yes, after which Michael sharply punches right into his body again with a single punch. Daniel realizes that this whole fight is one huge embarrassment for him. He can barely stand on his feet and tries to defend himself again and again. Daniel realizes that he can't stand normally on his feet in order to dodge, so he decides to try to fight back with his weight. Daniel ponders this option. He immediately receives more blows straight to his body from our hero Michael. Each new blow becomes more and more critical to him. At moments, he feels himself beginning to lose consciousness. The older guys continue to analyze the fight, noticing Michael trying to move into Daniel's space to strike. In the moment, Michael manages to execute his plan because he presses Daniel tightly against the wall, then limits his space. Daniel realizes that he urgently needs to move away from the wall. However, Michael continues to attack at this point. Daniel tries to fend them off, but it's hard for him to do anything. In the moment, Daniel does make one attack, but Michael once again easily dodges it. Immediately afterward, Michael delivers a critical strong attack straight into Daniel's body with tremendous force into his ribs. This becomes a critical blow for Daniel. He screams in pain and chokes back his tears. At one point, Daniel starts to lose his breath, and Michael gets him over and over again, which becomes a huge obstacle for Daniel. Daniel contemplates what he should do, however this moment Michael throws several more punches right to Daniel's face. Daniel is already on edge, momentarily unconscious, but still trying to hold back from Michael. Richard starts talking about how this is the end of Daniel at the wall, missing too many punches to his body. Richard talks about how Daniel has no choice but to just block Michael's punches, which Daniel does. The blonde guy and the thug are in wild shock. They can't believe that Daniel has no choice but to take the blows. They start talking about Daniel turning into the same pear molder he turned others into. At this point this week, I'm starting to remember how he used to box and beat the punching bag and side to side. Daniel's coach was shocked. He was telling the other guys that Daniel was not interested in his boxing career at all. During his workouts, Daniel always had a friend, and one day here came to the training room which Daniel was happy about. After class, and they usually exchanged temporary tattoos that they glued to each other's bodies. In the moment, Daniel tells his coach that it's time for him to go home. Before leaving, the teacher asks Daniel if he is randomly beating up children at school and using his power. Without waiting for an answer, the teacher asks Daniel to use his power only in the ring against real opponents. However, everything turned out to be different when Daniel came to school and was scared of his classmates. Each time he wore more and more critically, the blows to them only got harder each day. Hitting his classmates, Daniele felt a sense of power that the punching bag did not give him because during training. Beating up one classmate after another, he beckoned more and more to join him, continuing to beat the others more and more. At some point they started lining up, and Daniel realized that he didn't need any competition at all because he had a lot of opponents. Daniel's friend was on his side the whole time, even telling him which of the guys were weaker and which were stronger so that Daniel could hit harder. Daniel's friend all but laughed the whole time, saying that it probably hurt a lot to be a pair and was glad he wasn't in their shoes. Today, however, the situation for Daniel came back in a very different way, and the punching bag was himself. Now Daniel's friend is in great horror because before his eyes, his strong friend has become a weakling and a disgrace in the eyes of others. Our hero Michael used his date as a punching bag. Doing this on purpose demonstrates the way he acted towards others. Daniel's turn was already practically nothing. He couldn't even dodge the blows that came at him. And in the moment that was the end of it, as Daniel just passed out after a dozen hard punches from Michael. He fell to the floor and tried to breathe, but even that was difficult. He could not adequately come to his senses. He tried to say something, but could not say anything in his thoughts. He only repeated that he could not win this time, and it was a huge shame. Daniel looked at our hero Michael through his eyes and realized he couldn't beat him. In the moment, our hero Michael turns to Daniel and says he's only giving him 10 seconds to get back into the pear pose. Daniel of his turn just stares at Michael with drawn eyes, not understanding why exactly he's in that spot. Daniel tries to look away and angrily remembers Michael's face, but he can't calm down. The guys start to notice that Daniel can't get to his feet. They also notice that he is very scared. All of this is watched by Daniel's friend, who realizes the truth and knows everything that has happened to Daniel before. One day when they were out for a walk, he asked Daniel why he wasn't competing. Daniel said there were too many problems. After coming to school with him, did not select the guys who today Daniel would beat up once again for getting the new and finding the old. He beat the guys up one by one and asked them to at least try to show their strength. Daniel turned to his friend and started asking him how his new tattoos were. He started saying that Daniel looked like a Yakuza member. At this point, Daniel's friend realized the real reason. Daniel had just been afraid of losing at competitions all his life, so he wasn't there. In the moment, Daniel's friend barges into his fight with Michael and talks about stopping, and they've already lost. However, Michael turns to Daniel and asks him to recognize it himself, not through his friend. Daniel has a hard time admitting it. He can't say anything and only remains silent with his lips pressed together. In the moment, he abruptly says that he lost after all and suggests that it's over, then causes his classmates to go to shul by saying such a thing. Daniel kneels right in front of our hero Michael, and Michael says he's just laughing at the whole thing. Michael starts talking about how Daniel isn't even fit as a punching bag, saying this fight was a laughing stock. Daniel's classmates look at his loss and realize that Michael is now one of the school's strongest. Michael leaves alone. Daniel's classmates begin to contemplate whether or not they have been freed from their role as a punching bag. The departing Michael is watched by Richard and the thug. They are also shocked at how strong Michael is. The older guys are also whispering amongst themselves and discussing how strong Michael is. In a moment walking out of class, Michael meets some guy who sharply turns his attention to our hero. The young man asks Michael why he is hanging around 3rd grade rather than challenging Daniel. However, afterward, Young looks into the classroom and notices the fact that Daniel is lying beaten on the floor after Michael leaves. I don't believe what he just imagined. He runs closer to the classroom and just can't believe his eyes as he sees it. He starts looking at Michael and Michael looks at him. Michael asks if he wants to tell him something. The young man is shocked to say that he didn't mean anything by it, and immediately tries to get away from Michael, realize his power. The young man tries to enter the classroom, but from there, Michael's classmates come out and ask him to get out of the way. Daniel's classmates notice that Richard and the rest of Michael's classmates have become arrogant having such a friend. Daniel's classmates start running up to him and asking him forever if he needs help. Daniel in turn only very rudely looks at them all with a huge, dark, evil aura. One of Daniel's friends yells at his classmates and asks why they are all people just looking at all this. Daniel starts to tear up with anger. He says that he will never leave it all alone and will get revenge sooner or later. Meanwhile, members of the Foundation responsible for the operation are watching the whole thing through cameras. The very chairman starts talking about how Michael is very good for the job since he's pretty cold-blooded. The chairman's words are noticed by the very girl who found Michael. She is glad that the chairman liked her idea. However, at a point the chairman starts talking about getting rid of the rules, which really alarms her. The girl starts talking to the chairman about how there's no idea what Michael has done in the past. However, he only asks her not to be so noisy and tells him that it doesn't matter at all. She is shocked by this. She can't believe what she is hearing because she didn't expect this from the chairman. The chairman starts smoking a cigarette and explains the fact that if anything happens, they can just settle things. The chairman recalls Michael. He talks about how he is just a cat that catches nothing more. Looking at the manager, the chairman says that they still have plenty of rats and let him get on with his business. Meanwhile, the events of the story moves to school, where everyone around them is discussing what Daniel has recently lost. The events of the story show us a guy named Alexander. He talks about taking everything right now, together with his classmates from the network at his desk, playing some kind of money game right now and seems to be winning. He counts the money and says that he will soon give everyone their change back and can't be happy about his victory and his winnings. One of the guys in the class is talking about the rankings coming up and he'd really like to get involved. At the moment, a guy named Jake, of huge build and very strong, starts walking into the classroom. He talks about what she heard about what happened in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, and the very head of 5th grade turns to the very guy in glasses who wants to be on the roster and talks about how he's going to take over the 6th grade. Next, he starts talking about how the new guy Michael is pretty strong, so they should make a plan. He is answered by a 6th grade queen named Fiona. She talks about getting fed up with the guy's ringleaders. She talks about telling everything above if suddenly these guys get caught, but Jake replies that they won't get caught. As they leave, Jake turns to another guy and tells him to think about the plan because they might need it. Meanwhile, outside the school, everyone is all but discussing how Michael defeated Daniel in a recent fight. Michael himself is walking there and notices that the bulky guy and the blonde guy are always walking behind him. Richard enters the dialogue and explains to Michael that that's circle fire between all the classes, and now everyone is going to start acting out what they didn't do before. Richard explains to our hero Michael that whether you like it or not, he's already engaged in a class war. Looking straight into Michael's eyes, Richard says that he doesn't know how things work in other schools, but in this one, it's clearly not going to be easy. We are walking down the path from school, and they are also discussing the fact that they can now come to the internet cafe and play games. Michael notices a car leader ahead. The one from the Foundation is quite alarmed. Michael starts talking about how he already has an appointment, and unfortunately he won't be able to make it to the internet cafe with them. However, before leaving, Michael also mentions that he wouldn't have gone to the meeting anyway because his classmates have a very low rank in the game. They are shocked. He starts to leave, and the guys discuss amongst themselves that they 100% need to get back at Michael for everything. Michaela turns out to be not the only one who noticed the supervisor's car parked outside the school. 2 girls walk by and one of them at her attention, the other asks what's wrong. This girl stands in shock and thinks to herself that this is really the car of the head of the Foundation. She doesn't understand what she is doing at school. However, in addition to the car, she also notices that newcomer Michael got in it and rode with the supervisor. This girl with brown hair is musing on the fact that this is all obviously for a reason, and it's the supervisor who is up to something. Riding in the car, Michael and his supervisor discuss everything she says about him making such a fuss already on the first day. Michael starts talking about how all he did was say hello to them, and they immediately come at him with fists. He's very worried. Michael starts scratching his underneck and talking about whether he's really going to get punished for this, and asks how severe it will be. However, the supervisor says that there will be no punishment, and overall Michael has done very well. She looks at him and talks about how due to the changes, they are going to reduce the number of rules for Michael. Michael asks what this is all about. She tells him that Michael can continue as he is now. Michael smiles and says it's great because now he won't have to hold back anymore. In the moment Michael realizes something, he turns to the supervisor and asks how she even knows all that happened. However, she averts her gaze, correcting her glasses, and talking about how she can't tell it now. Michael begins to ponder whether he is being followed or whether his deskmate is simply a spy. However, he thinks these thoughts are absurd and says that it's more likely that it's just a rumor that has spread around the school. Meanwhile, they pull up to some apartment complex and she tells Michael to get out. Michael asks where they are, but she just silently leads him upstairs and opens a door somewhere. Divorces him to a very nice and expensive apartment, saying that now he will live here. He asks if this is true. Michael starts talking about how he just has a hard time believing that he now lives in a house with the coolest couch. However, Michael feels as if someone has used the couch and the rest of the house before him. At this point, the supervisor hears what Michael is saying and informs him that she used to live here. Michael starts talking about how absurd it is and how they can live together in this apartment. The supervisor comes to a shock when she hears Michael say that of course they won't be living together. Michael realizes what he is so completely delusional and begins to awkwardly apologize. The supervisor starts talking about how the school foundation was very pleased with what Michael did, so they decided to lift the restrictions. The head starts talking about how the power of the foundation extends only to the school, of course, but the teachers don't know about it. She looks at Michael and says that of course they will help him, but if he goes too far, there will be no help. The supervisor also leaves Michael a credit card, saying that he can use it for everyday tasks. She starts to walk away and talks about how Michael is still worth adapting to and also wishes him luck. Michael is relatively disgruntled, saying that everyone understood on his thoughts, realized that he will stick to his tactics. Meanwhile, the supervisor goes just a couple floors below and walks into one of the rooms in this apartment complex. Michael, meanwhile, sits in his apartment in front of the TV on the couch and thinks about something. The very room that the supervisor went into is a fully equipped surveillance room with many televisions in it. Michael talks about how he slept on the floor his whole life, and now he's comfortable, and it even makes his back hurt. He is already in school and almost fell asleep right as he was walking, but he was abruptly awakened by the teacher's voice in front of him. The teacher starts yelling about the fact that he's talking to Michael means he has to close his eyes right as he's talking. This teacher starts talking about how Michael has been beating up other kids since day one, and his parents should along more time with him. Michaela won't fight anyone else. Michael talks about how of course he won't. The teacher says that Michael should obey him and his parents, but these words make Michael very angry. This dialogue is watched by some girl who listens attentively as the teacher scolds our hero. She goes to another teacher who starts to praise her, saying that she is the first in the school in terms of grades. Her name is Jessica. The teacher tells her that the school has high expectations of her and asks if she will fail. She says no. However, she has a hard time concentrating on her dialogue. She keeps getting distracted, looking up to Michael and the other teacher. Eventually, Michael and the teacher agree that Michael will try not to touch the other students, and she is still watching. Jessica begins to think about what could go next because newcomer Michael is quite dangerous to the class and the school as a whole. Meanwhile, Jake takes a photo of Fiona at her own request, asking why she is covering her face in the photo. She asks for silence and no questions, and at that moment someone from behind calls out to Jake, diverting his attention. These guys start asking Jack if he knows why Danielle isn't coming to school. Jake tells them to just leave Danielle alone, but they wonder what Jake will do with Michael. Jack says he doesn't care much about it because I'm as childish as possible for him. The very same friend of Daniel's starts talking about how something else might happen in this case. Another high-powered guy enters the dialogue and talks about what exactly does Daniel's friend have in mind. Seeing the way Daniel's friend immediately starts saying that he didn't mean anything by it and is just trying to get away. The young man continues to sit on his phone or wide beckons his friend Daniel to come over very sharply. Daniel's friend immediately starts going up to this guy and talking about how he didn't mean what he thought at all, but he just listens silently. Alone at one point alone delivers a huge fist punch right in the face of Daniel's friend with tremendous force. Daniel's friend is in a wild shock. He starts bleeding and does not fully understand what is happening. Immediately afterward, the young powerful once again begins to beckon to his friend Daniel. And immediately after that, they hit his face 10 times with tremendous force, which turns his face into a crumple. He then stops doing so and asks his friend Daniel to watch his language in the future when he suggests and says something like that. He asks everyone to leave, saying that he takes care of everything himself and they shouldn't meddle with it. They immediately start walking away, sweating and eating when the young man starts hitting them again. They just stare at his trail. When they leave the class, they discuss that they already want to drop out or leave this school because it's getting worse and worse every day. Jake turns to this strong guy and talks about how he's as charismatic as ever. He's just saying that it's all true and the kids are just entertaining with their fights they shouldn't pay attention to. However, Jake suggests that they can't ignore the situation and maybe they should act, but just slowly. However, this strong guy does not answer him, only tells him that now popular games are auto-transfer games. Jack talks about how he doesn't know what he's talking about, but agrees, saying he's playing games. The young man who tells Jake everything asks him if he knows why car battles are so popular. Without waiting for an answer from Jack, the guy talks about how there is simply nothing to do in them. Meanwhile, our hero Michaela is sitting in her class and abruptly pays attention to something and intently starts looking away. He abruptly turns his attention to his classmate George, who has abruptly started wearing glasses. This greatly embarrasses Michael. Michael abruptly turns away from his classmate and asks him if he happens to have a camera in his glasses, asking a direct question. George asks what kind of camera Michael is talking about. Michael says the hidden camera that is most often shown in movies. Michael realizes that George is too intimidated by the question and asks to skip it by asking why he started wearing glasses. However, George hesitantly replies to our hero Michael that he's actually been wearing them all his life and before. George recalled that he used to have a guy in his class who also wore glasses, and he used to get hung up on those glasses by a lock and bullied. This was something that the bigwig used to do, and George once brought it to his attention when he saw the bigwig laughing at the goggles. At that moment, George realized that in order to avoid getting rattled, and he should take off his glasses not to show them anymore. However, now he tells our hero Michael about what became the moment he appeared. The thug is no longer so formidable. The hero Michael starts to look at the bulky guy and ask if he really did it, which scares the bulky guy pretty badly, who gobbles. Gromila realizes that now he can take a swipe at our hero and suggests that the bright guy go for a walk. He gets up and starts telling Caramel that he asked him not to eat bread in his presence because it reminds him of yesterday. Michael decided not to beat up the Fed to punish them with physical exercise, after which the thug took a lying down position. At this point, George just sat silently and corrected his glasses a few times, running his hand over them. Seeing this, Michael tensed up because he thought again about the fact that George's glasses contained a camera through which he was being watched. A little worried, Michael turns to George again and asks him why he's adjusting his glasses so strangely. George replies, however, that he just hasn't worn his glasses in a long time, which is why Michael looks at him so strangely. Meanwhile, some guy came to the door of the classroom where Michael is and looked through the glass. From the same side, the very girl Jessica came up and also started looking at our hero's new Michael. Along with this guy, Jessica stood and just watched our hero Michael while analyzing his behavior and thinking about who he was. However, at one point, Jessica accidentally grazes the guy standing in front of her and starts apologizing to the guy in front of her. He walks forward and looking at him, and Michael thinks about the fact that they are not just bandits, but unusual people. A moment, Michael abruptly turns away and looks at this guy, and the guy starts to walk away from the door, picks up that Michael is paying attention to him. In the moment, Jessica is walking through the school, and her classmate approaches her, asking if she's just entering her first class. A classmate starts talking about how a lot of girls go there now to see the new Michael. Jessica realizes that I'm so self-suspicious of this. Even though she didn't do it, she's starting to get worried. It's a classmate talking about how it's okay she understands and doesn't discuss Jessica for it, but Jessica is still embarrassed. She starts to pretend like she was really looking at him like he's handsome, but she was really just watching him. Meanwhile, it's evening. Michael starts to leave the school from Jessica's back, watching the stream he's leaving. The same classmate comes up behind Jessica and starts telling her absolutely every piece of information about Michael, right down to where he lives. Jessica is startled by how much information her classmate has about Michael and doesn't understand why she has so much information. In the moment, Jessica changes clothes and starts following Michael, watching where and how he goes. She realizes that apparently she has also become a stalker, but she can't figure out where Michael is going. Behind him, her biggest question is how Michael is related to that girl principal and what he's doing at their school. The moment the story takes place shows the very guy who was following Michael talking to someone. With Jack, Jay asks him to go and deal with Michael and take the couple and his friends with him. This guy's friends start telling Jake that this is not a problem for them at all, however, why would they do it? Jack starts talking about how these guys have been threatening since middle school to be the strongest, and now it's time to prove themselves. Jake starts talking about how if they don't all stand Canela in a situation with newcomer Michael, then one day he will beat them. Looking at them all and asking them to end it all the nobles about, he would watch from the sidelines. To one of these guys and ask them to call him and tell him everything as soon as they're done with Michael. Petya guys start to judge what they will do, because for them, it is a complete opportunity to raise their status. They notice that right next to them is Michael, the one they started hunting. In the moment, the oldest of them in the white t-shirt starts walking behind Michael and asking everyone to follow him. Michael notices all too well that a crowd has formed behind him and is following him. Michael abruptly changes the trajectory of his hike and rounds the first corner, preparing to put his plan into action. However, these guys aren't going to let Michael go at all. They are still following him around every corner he takes. Jessica, who had been following Michael all this time, noticed that a crowd was following him. Jessica started running forward to keep up with them. She thinks about the fact that this crowd might be the school, and they want revenge on Michael. Jessica is noticed by one of the guys, but does not immediately realize that it is her. He only begins to suspect that she may also be following Michael. Oliver turns to Jessica, asking what she's doing one turn, pretending she's just talking on the phone. Oliver tells his guys to go ahead, and he says he'll be here for a while. Soar in a white sweater approaches Jessica and asks if she has been following him. However, she is only unsure, replies that she has not. However, Oliver immediately notices that he saw her at school today. He asks why she would follow him. However, in a moment in his head, he thinks about the fact that she just liked him because he is irresistible in his opinion. He starts to get closer to her and talks about how, if you look at it that way, she's quite the hottie. He tells her that unfortunately he's busy right now, so I guess he's working. She's not sure what kind of work he's talking about. He talks about how as soon as he's done, they can go out and get a drink together. However, Jessica starts pushing this guy around and yelling about how he's just crazy and needs to get his hands off her now. The young man becomes angry, insulting Jessica and talking about how he just doesn't understand what she even wants. Starts grabbing her clothes and talking about how she's been following him all this time because she's in love with him, it's obvious. The situation is noticed by the guys who came with him. They pay attention to him. These guys start to leave to their friend's house to check out why the screaming is coming from there. Michael also takes notice himself. By this point, Oliver is holding his eyes and insults Jessica, asking her what she's doing. The Q is standing with a pepper spray and talking about how it's disgusting when you ask it not to touch. His guy's friends come up to her and ask her what's even going on here. Oliver explains to them what happened. They look at her and ask where she came from. Jessica is very worried. She talks about how their friend himself started it first, and she didn't want to touch him at all. They start to come closer to her and talk about how they don't care if they have to. They can beat even a girl, which scares Jessica. Right behind him appears Michael, who is looking at this whole situation with a very angry look on these guys. Jessica starts to cry, but at one moment she notices Michael behind her and it makes her very happy. Michael asks them what they are doing, however they start talking about just ignoring him. Meanwhile, Oliver can't understand what's going on in his eyes. His friends start explaining to have Michael come up to him and talk to them first, which of course caused them to be surprised. Michael began to turn to them and talk about how he was aware of the fact that they had been watching him for some time. They were wondering. Michael says that he also has something he needs to do and offers to move somewhere else from here. The friends of the guy in the white sweatshirt and himself don't think long and agree to Michael's proposal. Jessica is in shock at this point. She can't understand if Michael decided to help her and save her in such a situation. Once there, Oliver and his friends notice two very strong guys ahead of them. One of them, cigarettes, looking at the guys he's on, resembles a member of the high school of Burke. The second cigarette guy turns to our guys and talks about how he hasn't seen members of this school on the street in a while. The first guy turns to them and says, "Get the fuck out of here. I'm not just a bunch of nerds. You're not just a bunch of nerds. This place is already taken." However, Oliver turns to them and talks about do they know their leaders. At one point he tells these guys that they're here at Jack's request, which gets the attention of not only these guys but also our hero. Right after that, the two guys with cigarettes start walking away. The guy in the white sweatshirt doesn't understand why they're in such an unfortunate place to run into Michael. Leaving one of these guys with cigarettes asks about Jessica being with the guy in the white sweater. He wants to answer something, but he sees Michael's look and immediately says that, no, of course she is not with him. Meanwhile, Jake and his friends are sitting in an internet cafe discussing the new guy and what's going on around him. Jack asks his friend if she's sure about the decision to send those guys against Michael, because Michael is pretty strong after all. However, Jake's friend responds that he has full confidence that if they don't succeed, they will benefit from it. He also mentions that if it does work out, it will be a big lesson in behavior for Michael at his new school. Meanwhile, the fight between Michael's boys is about to start. Jessica asks if she can get out of here already. However, Oliver turns abruptly and tells her to shut up and tells her to just watch. Michael doesn't know how he can best deal with Jessica also self-stalking him. He can't be sure she's on his side. However, Michael decides to stand up for Jessica and asks her to let her go, but Oliver disagrees with him. Oliver starts to take off his sweatshirt and talks about how he's going to save face and is about to show Michael his power. This huge guy starts telling Michael that he is only here to get beaten up, however Michael sharply disagrees with him. Our hero looks at this guy and realizes that apparently the same Jake they're always talking about is the one who sent them here. In the moment the big guy starts smoking a cigarette, our hero says that if he exhales directly into him, he can consider himself dead. Immediately after that, the big guy starts to exhale in the face of our hero. He warns him once again that he just spoke. Immediately afterwards, the hero Michael abruptly grabs the big guy right by the face, clutching his head. The big guy starts panting and tries to grab our hero's hands, but it comes out with difficulty. All this is watched by the friends of the big guy, who are just shocked by what our hero Michael is doing. Immediately afterward, Michael kicks the big guy's legs, thereby sending him to the floor with tremendous speed. The big guy lifts his head up and notices what Michael is already carrying with great force right at him with a punch. And so it goes charging his power fist. Michael, with tremendous speed, hits the big guy right in the big guy, his head. The big guy is in wild shock. For a moment he is lost in knowledge, choking back his tears and drool. Jessica is watching the whole spectacle. She just didn't expect such power from Michael that he showed. The big guy's friends are also shocked. They can't believe that Michael is so strong and defeated their friend by a counted blow. Michael looks at them and talks about how their friend didn't listen to him and asks if they want to be the next ones who won't listen to him. They don't realize that if they don't go up against Michael now, then Jake will take them down by force. So they gather their wits. They run right at Michael, deciding that they should attack all of them together, one at a time as originally planned. Approaching Michael, Michael immediately notices what's going on and realizes how he should act against guys like this. Michael sees that they are afraid and just surround him on all sides to attack at the same time, so he asks, can he strike first? Immediately after which, Michael abruptly turns around to one of the guys, however later turns around to the other and punches him right in the face. One of the guys notices this, thinking it's the perfect time to strike out at Michael, and tries to do so. However, Michael easily escapes from this blow and attacks the other guy with a speeding attack. The guy on whom one flies is just in wild shock. He doesn't even know what to do. He is shaking, standing sheep place. However, Michael is not going to spare him, and with tremendous speed delivers a punch right to his head, knocking him back against the wall. A few more guys go down after that as well, and only 2 or 3 guys stay on their feet against Michael in less than a minute. However, while they are contemplating what they should do next, Michael doesn't take a nap and delivers a leg kick right into one guy's neck. One of the guys looks at all this and talks about how Michael is just a wild nutcase and people like him can't exist. All these thoughts turn this guy on to launch an attack against Michael, and he gathers all the will in his fist trying to do it. He succeeds a little, but Michael intercepts his attack before it hits him. And right after that, they strike directly at his body from the bottom to demonstrate their strength. It's just screaming in pain and tears, and there's absolutely nothing he can do against Michael. Trailing off, Michael grabs his arm and starts hitting him directly on his body from below, hitting him harder and harder each time. Explorer decides to completely blunt his punch with his knee right into his face with tremendous speed and power. Michael looks down at him and talks about how that punch was very dangerous because he once killed a guy with a kick to the knees like that. Meanwhile, Jackson and his strongman friend sit in a computer club and play games. Jack begins to explain to his strongman friend why he lost and how he can better correct such a mistake next round. However, in a moment their dialogue is interrupted by VJ someone ringing on the phone he decides to pick up. His strongman friend picks up the phone instead and asks how their mission is going. Apparently he's getting a call from the phone of the guy in the white sweatshirt. However, in the moment, Jack's friend's face changes dramatically and he asks into the phone receiver, "Is it really all of them?" In the moment, the events of our story show a big guy running away from someone down a dark hallway in an obscure location. However, someone's huge long rubber arm from behind almost reaches him and already encompasses him right from behind, but not all the way. However, this guy saves himself by thinking that he can already see the light ahead, and now he will be able to save himself by this huge hand from behind. However, in a moment, this hand does encompass the importance of the hog from behind and begins to squeeze his body with the force. However, still trying to run forward, he tells himself that he has almost made it, and soon he will reach his goal in the form of light at the end. In the moment he manages to do so, he makes it to the light and jumps out from where he falls straight down, but with a huge grin that he rips off his hand. However, in a moment right above him appears our hero Michael with red devil eyes who wants to kill this guy. The young man is already imagining how Michael's huge hand is going to kill him right now and destroy him like a little ant. However, in the moment, he wakes up somewhere in reality on the ground, all drooling and crying on the floor. Michael is standing right there asking him if he's awake yet so soon after so many blows. The other guys who were lying near the big guy also began to realize, and they all fell from Michael's blows. Michael pads them with his legs from behind, talking about getting them all to move faster. He's just tired of waiting and standing around. Michael put them all in a line, talking about how their panty waists should snuggle up to each other. Meanwhile, the same guys who were standing there smoking cigarettes are on the phone telling someone about what happened. All this information informs Jake himself, and he says that he didn't expect Michael to handle all of them at once. Michael puts his hand on his shoulder and asks the man who sent him to him and for what purpose. Michael asks this guy about Jake, but he realizes that if he tells Jake now, he'll kill him. Michael sees that this guy isn't much of a talker, so he starts squeezing his shoulder with his hand, making him more and more painful by the second. This big guy starts to remember Jack, who is very intimidating. However, Micah on his background is just the devil in reality. Jessica is still watching all of this, and she also finds it hard to believe that Michael has single-handedly defeated everyone, and now he's also put in a lineup. Michael turns to Zvi and asks where Jessica came from and starts explaining the whole situation and history to him. Jessica, realizing that Yunosha was taking, started screaming about how the big guy didn't like him all that much, and that wasn't the reason she followed him around. Jessica starts looking at him and yelling about how she just hates the big guy, adding that he looks like a regular gorilla. She compares this guy to weeks of unwashed socks. He is very ashamed of himself, and his appearance he starts apologizing to her. All this situation is closely watched by Michael, and he is surprised by Jessica's case and how brave she is acting. Jessica starts explaining this line about how he's not a movie at all and no pretty boy, and she didn't want to follow him at all. The slicer turns her face around and says that no matter what happened in this showdown, she had no desire to get involved. Then Jessica starts to walk away silently. Michael looks after her without saying anything for the moment. She goes around one of the corners and notices that the same guys who were smoking here earlier are standing around watching all this. Meanwhile, these guys amongst themselves start discussing the fact that Jessica is pretty much a hottie. Meanwhile, our hero Michael starts taking the big guy's phone number, saying that now they will be in touch. Michael holds the big guy out of the creepy aura, saying that when he comes to school tomorrow, the big guy will have to summon Jake for him. As the time in the story moves forward, it is time for the third lesson of the next day. Michael notices that Jake hasn't shown up, and neither has the big guy. Michael pulls out his phone and sees several messages from the tweak. It says that Jake is not at school today and is unlikely to show up. Michael says that if Jake doesn't come to school, he'll go to him because he's pissed off at the mere fact that Jake exists. Immediately afterward, Michaela goes to the floor above to find the classroom where the big guy is. The big man immediately turns his attention to the fact that Michael has come in and realizes that he's going to have to act pretty decisively now. Michael immediately grabs the big guy by the shoulder and starts asking him where Jake is now. Starts yelling and trying to get out of Michael's scrum, saying that he has no idea where Jake is at the moment. All the guys in the class are paying attention to what's going on between Michael and this big guy. This is noticed also by Fiona, who approaches Michael from behind from the back and starts looking at him. The rifleman turns to our hero Michael and asks what has him so ticked off, and why is he making so much noise in their classroom. Trailing off, she also turns to the big guy, telling him about why he's just putting up with this and asking him to get rid of Michael. In the moment, Phil grabs Michael by his clothes and talks about how he's not the same student who last time transferred and is causing trouble. In the moment, Michaela turns to her and asks her what she needs and asks her not to worry about something. However, in the moment he interrupts. But interrupted by a sharp blow received in the face from the same Fiona came to our hero very hard. Fiona turns to him and tells him that Michael should be nicer to her because he has no idea who she is in this class. Michael looks for candles on the floor and asks Fiona what she will do in case the glasses break now. Fiona tells Michael that he doesn't know anything about this school fixing his hair, and Mike notices that I'm wearing glasses, not the same as before. At one point, she starts asking him if Mike doesn't know any chapters of the school. Michael starts to answer her. However, in the moment she sees Michael without his glasses, and pay attention to the fact that he's insanely handsome without them, she has a hard time containing her emotions. In the moment, Michael looks at Fiona's classmates and asks what she even has to do with him and all this history. And in the moment Michaela turns her head sharply, I notice her classmates start fighting amongst themselves. Jake's friend walks up to the big guy and starts beating him up by grabbing his hair and pulling his face. Immediately after that, the big guy starts flying into the big guy, and a few more hard punches from Jake's friend with tremendous power speed. Jack's friend non-stop continues to beat the big guy non-stop on his punches knees second by second time after time. Well, it all draws attention to the hero Michael. He cannot understand why suddenly between them there was an outburst and started a fight. In the moment the big guy mentions the name of the man who beats him, it turns out to be Jake, which our heroes pay attention to. In the moment, Jake turns to Michael, looks at him and says he heard about him looking for him. Michael starts to face him and talks about how yes, he has been looking for him for some time now and is very glad he found him just now. All this is noticed by their classmates who are shocked at the situation. I'm afraid to imagine what could happen now. Meanwhile, our heroes recall their dialogues with the fund manager who talked about them relaxing the rules. Jake starts telling our hero that he's only recently transferred, and what possible reason could he have for looking for Jake? He asks, "What are you even doing here?" and Michael fixes his hair, indicating that he had his reasons after all. Immediately afterward, Michael bears down on Jake with a punch and talks about the kind of reasons he had. Jake notices this and with great surprise draws his fist forward in an attempt to stop Michael's blow. It turns out not to be Jake, but his friend who saves his friend Jake from being hit by Michael in an instant. Jake's friend barely holds back Michael's punch and suggests that they limit themselves to just talking and move right into the fight. Michael also sharply turns his attention to Jake's friend. They realize who it is. I turn to him, asks who he is. The young man introduces himself as Martin and talks about how if the matter is even that serious, you can't go to the fray. Martin tries to pull Michael's arm down, but it doesn't work at all as Michael is stronger than him. Michael notices it well. He sees that Martin's arm and his whole body is shaking and can't do anything about it. Martin notices with great shock and surprise that no matter what efforts he makes, he can't move Michael not an inch. Mars walks over to Mike, talking about having a seated body, and he asks why he's trying to put him down now. Michael is surprised by Martin's action, and Martin is surprised at how indifferent Michael is to it. Martin starts talking about how what's important now is not this about how much mayhem Michael has become at school. Meanwhile, Jake puts his arm around the big guy's neck, saying that maybe Michael is so angry about last night's incident. Jake starts to address the big guy, holding him by the hair, and talking about how he should explain himself for what he was doing. The big guy, in turn, does not have time to say anything, as he gets a sharp elbow strike from Jake right in the face with tremendous force. This is all noticed by Michael's classmates. They are wildly surprised at what is happening and do not understand why the big guy suddenly began to be beaten. Meanwhile, Jake continued to beat up the big guy, talk about how very uncomfortable he now feels. He keeps bashing the big guy, talk about how the little brat shouldn't act like he's the boss around here. Jake continues to keep up with him, and he in turn only apologizes a few times in a row, but Jake doesn't care about them. Michael is still watching this. He can't figure out if the big guy really screwed up last night or if Jake is making a scene. Jake turns around and turns to Michael and asks why he attacked them without charge, since they weren't the ones who attacked him yesterday. Rather unconfidently, he begins to say that he has no evidence for his actions at all and stands idly by. Jake wants to continue beating up the big guy, however Martin stops him saying that you've had enough of this. Martin turns to Michael and talks about how he has come to the right conclusion. They don't care about all those ranks at all. Michael grabs his head, fixes his hair, and realizes that in this atmosphere, he really can't do anything because the situation is not good. Michael turns around and says that so be it. He's going to walk out of here, but he'll remember everything. When Michael leaves, Jake turns to Martin, talk about how well he did. Martin says he was very nervous. Marsh says goodbye to Mike and talks about what he wants their battle, only that it lasted a short time. However, he immediately realized that Michael is very strong. In the moment, Jake pulls out his phone, opens his contacts, and talks about how they should do it right this time. Meanwhile, the events of the story takes a dangerous lesson in Michael's class, who sits in class and writes something off the blackboard. He reflects on the fact that the situation is absurd, because he is 100% sure that Jake is as guilty as Martin. Michael is well aware, sitting in class, that if he beats a man who didn't even try to touch him, it's a terrible thing for his reputation. Meanwhile, the teacher in history class tells us that in all wars, a pretext was always needed, even when one side was wrong. Michael begins to realize that his battle at school just needs an excuse to organize. The teacher says to break down the topic of how certain events were used to start the war. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some almost bald guy getting beaten up right outside the school. The big guy who went after Michael yesterday is also beaten up, followed by a third guy with red hair who was also involved in the incident yesterday. Jake lined them up in a row behind the school and started punching each one in the face. Even though the big guy doesn't hate Jake in his thoughts, he still apologizes to him in words. Meanwhile, Jake talks about how the new guy is a happy, unusual new guy asking everyone to be quiet, and he starts making phone calls to someone. He calls the same guy who was smoking cigarettes with his friend yesterday during the incident with Michael. The young man is at his middle school, Little Bull. He asks everyone to be a little quieter, and he starts to back off. The young man asks Jake how it ended last night, because he's pretty curious about how it turned out. However, Jake says they need the extra force because there aren't enough of their guys to deal with the new guy. Jake asks these guys to beat Michael to a pulp, and they decide to take care of the rest of the problems. The young man says that although Michael is strong, they have a lot more people, so they will take him and solve this issue. In the moment, this guy's friend comes up to him and talks about something he wanted to tell Jake over the phone. Jake asks about what he wants to say, or he starts talking about last night's girl, Jessica. A large guy standing nearby hears their dialogue and realizes what it could mean, and immediately remembers Jessica. A young man friend of the very same starts talking about how, while they're dealing with everyone else, he wants to take care of her personally. Jake agrees to bring Jessica to this guy, and the big guy hears everything from behind and realizes what's coming. Jake turns to the big guy at one point and asks if he's heard everything that just happened and understands how he should proceed. Jay talks about how their allies want them to also bring Jessica there. Big guy is shocked by this. The big guy talks about how it violates the unspoken rules of their school after all, and they can't just do that. Zdra talks about Jessica being in 9th grade. If their leader finds out about all this, he'll just leave me alone. However, Jake calmly explains to the big guy the fact that if he did, he could quietly devour the entire 9th grade. He revisits the big guy and talks about how he stopped worrying and just moved her. Meanwhile, the events of our story move Michael's class, who asks someone not to embarrass him. Watching all this are his classmates, including Richard the big guy and the blonde guy, who are wildly surprised. The blonde guy says that they should obviously get closer to Michael, however Richard thinks that such a chance may not always come. Meanwhile, Michael starts kicking this big guy, talking about how it was actually their fault yesterday, and just apologizing is weird. Watching everything that happens, Michael realizes that this big guy is just a pathetic pawn of Jack's. After which Michael says of the guy that he is free and can go. The young man immediately thanks Michael. Michael asks the big guy to apologize to Jessica, and he offers to take Michael out to eat together as an apology. Michael is wildly surprised by such a proposal. To his thoughts, he asks himself if he should do it. However, he remembers how this guy gets beaten up everywhere, and even he beats him up, and Michael starts to wake up with pity. Michael puts his arm around the guy and talks about how it's so ears don't go out to eat together. The big guy starts to thank him. Michael does the same with Jessica. He offers to buy her something to eat as an apology, to which she is surprised. She at first refuses, however, the big guy says that there is no word of intent in it at all, and here is the truth wants an apology to get. Mentions that he also called Michael, and you're the girl who's in love with him hears it all. Their dialogue and says that it's just fine, and she's totally willing to go with them if anything. However, Jessica stops her saying that you shouldn't do that, it would be very embarrassing and wrong for you. This girl with tears in her eyes and cute face starts begging Jessica to let her go there too. The dialogue is cut in by a big guy. He starts talking about how if she's not so eager, he's willing to give her friend a treat too. Jessica talks about how she still doesn't like the idea, but she'll agree to Christmas with her friend. Trace talks about how that's just fine, and then he'll come get them after class, and they talk about how he wants to come. In a moment of good health, he leaves, but realizes that he's really got it all worked out, and now there's an innocent girl with them, and it's just awful. He holds his head in the corridor and doesn't understand what he should do in this situation, because it is very dangerous. A moment a large guy walks by Michael's class notices his roommate George paying attention to him. Meanwhile, we're transported to the kids at Barenka High, and they're discussing whether or not it's worth it to interfere with another school for Jake. The ally guy named Luis says that yes, there is no way out for them, but Michael will know that Jake is responsible. However, Louis then adds, well, what will Michael know if they just stomp if easily defeated? Louis starts to key the motorcycle, saying that Michael would then just transfer to another school, and the problem would be solved. Luis, along with all of his guys, get on their motorcycles talking about how it's time for them to head out to solve this problem. Meanwhile, Michael and the big guy and Jessica and her friend go out together like they agreed to. Jesse's always looking out. They both can't figure out why their company is so weird right now. Jessica's friend can't believe that she and her friend are about to have lunch right with Michael. Talks about it being a very fast start, however Michael keeps pointing out that the place they're going is quite strange. In the moment, Michaela turns to the big guy and asks him who is calling such a place to eat such company. However, Jessica's friend intervenes in the dialogue, saying that a good restaurant often hides in places like this. The big guy turns to her and talks about how she's right, of course, and probably has a handle on this. However, she also adds something that she didn't think there were places like this in the area, but overall she is happy about it. In the moment, Michaela turns to the big guy and asks him what the name of that restaurant is, but he can't answer the question. Michael looks at him and asks why he's so worried since he was just asked for the title. In the moment, Michael turns his head away and notices the sheer number of guys and the school of bourbon right in front of him. In the moment, Michael, with a rather angry face, turns to look at the big guy and realizes what's up. The big guy falls at Michael's feet and starts apologizing, saying that he didn't really mean it at all. The big guy starts asking our hero Michael to kill him after it's all over because he really can't do anything. Jessica notices this whole scene. She starts to realize where this is going, and it's just hard to believe that the big guy would do such a thing again. Michael starts to talk about how the big guy is really scum, however he only puts his head down and talks about how sorry he is. Jessica starts talking about how this is just an indescribable situation and why he should have dragged her friend, who doesn't even know anything, into it. The very guy who liked Jessica starts talking about how it's all very cute because she's so beautifully pissed off. The same guy, Luis, is also standing and laughing with the whole situation. Talk about the big guy even kneeling down. Michael starts looking at the big guy and talking about how whatever happened here, eventually he's definitely going to kill him for this act. The very same guys in schools of Barrows start looking at Michael and talking about how this is really the guy who felled the four. The guys at the school of Buren start discussing amongst themselves that this situation is dragging them down, however they should still act. They also begin to look at our hero Michael and talk about how they're really most likely very strong, however not stronger than them. The dark-skinned guy puts his hands together and talks about how they can't learn about the Force until they attack first, which they're going to do. They look at Michael and talk about how is one of the leaders of their school really that strong, and now they're going to test it. The dark-skinned guy turns out to be squinting. He says that Michael can't see what's looking back at him, but he does. Michael says that he doesn't care where the young man looks, but if he's going to fight, he can start. The dark-skinned guy says he sat his eyes this way with the help of a secret workout that allowed him to expand his field of vision. He starts going right at Michael and talking about how no one has ever survived after seeing his eye technique. Luis watches it all. He realizes that the dark-skinned guy is overconfident in his powers, however, and Michael is invincible. Luis starts to remember the first time he fought a dark-skinned guy, and it was indeed a bit rough. Luis says something he won with his wrestling skills, however, perhaps now things would have changed. However, while not talking about it, our hero Michael had already grabbed the dark-skinned guy by the neck and started to hold him down. Luis sees this and is in shock. He doesn't realize at what point Michael managed to grab his partner as well. Luis immediately sees that our hero Michael has begun to extinguish their human with a backstabbing approach, which makes things very difficult. The dark-skinned guy started drooling. Luis can't be completely sure that he hasn't passed out yet. About how his eye technique is very infuriating and makes it impossible to realize their partner's consciousness because of it. Luis starts yelling at his dark-skinned partner to give up because he's in an advantageous position. By this point, however, the dark-skinned guy's hands are abruptly sliding down on their own uncontrollably. It's all noticed by the guys in the schools of burgers who have also come to this place. They get horrified when they see it. Michael turns to everyone and asks, did they really think that even if the dark-skinned guy surrendered, Michael would let him go? The dark-skinned guy drools and falls unconscious to the ground, and Michael starts talking about how they're all here to beat him. Michael also mentions that these guys brought in those who are completely unrelated to the situation, in the form of Jessie and her friend. Michael, with a very wild and angry look, addresses them, saying that they should be ready to go to the grave now. These guys don't care, but they think Michael is just showing off and still doesn't understand the situation he's in. They look at the whole picture and talk about how just because Michael defeated one of them doesn't mean he defeated them all at once. They start walking closer and closer, saying that there are already 9 people in front of Michael, and all of them will have to be dealt with. Michael turns to Jessica's friend and asks her to hold onto his backpack, saying that he's in them to straighten everyone out. He also asks Jessica, her friend, to step aside while he starts walking towards these guys to meet them. On the road, he points his hands in different directions and starts kneading them as if he's getting ready to throw some serious punches. Meanwhile, the boys of the School of Bourbon begin to decide what action they want to take first to round up Michael. In the moment, they all decide to act as well and start speeding straight towards Michael. Michael notices that he is surrounded on all sides and decides that the best strategy to win would be to find a wall. The closest one to himself, however, sees one of the guys in the way of one of the school's guys' burins and demolishes that throw right into the wall. Immediately afterward, Michael strikes him in the head, most likely to disable him so he's out of the way. The other guys from the school see this and start yelling at Michael, uttering various insults and humiliating him. Michael sharply lowers his hand to the nearest flower, grabs the ground, and throws it at one of the guys who is closer to him. Michael then goes to the nearest guy and starts wearing him down with punches from the bottom. The young man also strikes out on his own, but Michael easily grabs his leg and holds it in his hands. Whereupon Michael abruptly scrolls his leg and sends it flying sideways, disposing of him. Another guy enters the fight and wants to attack Michael, but he fails. Michael easily dodges. And right after he comes back, he delivers a sharp blow right to this guy's head with tremendous force. Immediately afterward, Michael jumps up and the blonde guy runs at him and immediately gets hit in the face by a nagi. Meanwhile, the big guy who brought everyone here talks about how he's just in shock at Michael's strength. He continues to watch a very epic fight of our heroes, say that he has a chance to win this fight. Michael, meanwhile, fights back and deflects blow after blow, and then throws his own punches from above, impressing everyone around him with his skills. After watching the fight some more, the big guy fully realizes that with skills like Michael's, he will become a leader in the school. The same guy who likes Jessica turns to the rest of his classmates and asks why they're standing still. They go straight to Michael, who in the meantime has already gotten rid of everyone who attacked him. Michael sees that the onslaught has begun again, and approaches at breakneck speed to meet them as well. He goes behind the back of the first guy, preparing to deliver a very powerful blow to eliminate him. And so it goes. Michael takes a punch right in the rib, and meanwhile, another guy shows up behind him who also wants to attack. Michael sends the first guy into an unconscious sleep with one punch of his hand, and prepares for the second. Here, however, he sees that the guy is pretty weak and takes him out with a single kick of his leg. Immediately afterwards, several other people who were making a new attack on Michael were left lying on the floor without realizing anything. Everyone around them just lies unconscious, and Michael stands over them without a scratch, waiting for new opponents. Michael stood up, however, not the slightest bit injured in total. He had fought against 7 people already. The guy who likes Jessica is worried, but he says it's all just a laugh. Luis turns to the guy and starts talking about how this probably isn't the first time Michael has had a fight against multiple people. Explains that when 2 of their men attacked him, Michael immediately assumed a position in which he was able to repel both of them at once. Thus, Michael's structure with which he kills the enemy of the enemy of the enemy explains that thus the one who ran up behind lost his opportunity to carry the blow from the back, and the one who ran in front lost. He also mentions that Michael took the immediate position of the wall, meaning he has combat experience. In the moment, a few more people start going at Michael and talking about how they fully recognize his power. Michael starts to notice a few more people coming right at him, and it's clearly not going to be much of a challenge. Together, they all begin to look at Michael and realize that he's not such a weak opponent, even for an entire crowd. The main guy among the new crowd stands with a bat and talks about how apparently he brought it with him for a reason, and it will come in handy. Luis turns to our hero and talks about how he fought very well, but no one said it would end there. Michael stands still. It is hard for him to imagine that so many people will be against him, however. In all likelihood, he will be ready. A voice is heard from behind, which says that Michael is not alone at all, and it turns out to be his classmate and roommate George. Michael begins to address George, however the latter interrupts him and talks about Michael being the leader of their class. Walk in, it starts to go Richard the bulky guy and the blonde guy who also came to the rescue. Richard turns to Michael and talks about how it's not so profitable to help Michael fight alone. Michael is in wild shock. He turns to the guys and asks how he knows he is right here and now in the fight. George points right at the big guy, talking about how he's the one who told them about everything that's going on here. Luis looks on, shocked, because he didn't expect Michael to get reinforcements. The big guy starts making excuses, saying that he just happened to tell everything and wasn't thinking of helping Michael at all. Luis starts yelling at the big guy at the one, is he really just messing with them like this right now? However, Luis follows up by adding that it generally doesn't matter because Jake would have gotten rid of the big guy after all. The big guy pays attention to Jessica and realizes he doesn't want to set her up for danger. He's tired of obeying orders. The abruptly large guy yells that he's not a sucker at all and will no longer take orders from Jake. The guy who likes Jessica and Lewis starts yelling about how Michael and his guys are about to die here. Richard turns to the big guy and says that since it's like this, he has to fight on their side to prove his point. Richard also looks at those who oppose him, the guys in the drill class, and realizes roughly how many people he needs to beat. Richard tries to determine the leader. He looks at the guy who likes Jessica, and Luis realizes that one of them is the leader. Richard tells his boys that they will take on everyone, and the Bika will take on the leaders. Richard then tells George that he was just watching, and he doesn't have to get into a fight. They can handle it. Lewis starts telling all the guys that Richard used to be the class leader, so he's also going to be a bit of a problem. Followed by not paying attention and health from our class, say that the one will not be the weakest opponent either. Michael turns to Richard and tells him that he is grateful for the help, but he has one question. He looks at the guys Richard brought in and talks about how he's not sure if they can handle a battle like this. Michael looks at his opponents and talks about the fact that in that case, they would each have to take on 2 people at a minimum. Richard in his turn only smiles and tells our hero that he is only in joy and they will definitely cope. Right after that, Richard throws the bag off his shoulders and starts pulling something out of it. It turns out to be an oblong bat. He says that in this situation, it is just right to help them. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy also acts. He pulls a brass knuckle from his pocket and puts it on his arm. Axe also in health, he pulls out of his bag a wrench which outpicks a fight. Richard starts talking about how the rules are quite different at the outschool, so they're going to fight pretty hard. Everyone notices that Michael is pretty much shocked, but for the moment he doesn't say anything against their ideas. One of the men of the Barenka school starts talking about something he heard earlier about Richard because they call him a red-haired criminal. However, the blonde-haired guy tells Richard that apparently he's not talking about one of his good acquaintances. Richard goes to the guy from the school, who is also standing there, and asks if he knows how to use it, and he says he does. Looking at him, Richard talks about how he doesn't and clearly won't be able to resist immediately, after which he asks to attack himself. The young man turns to Richard, saying that Richard is still a huge problem, so he will act. The young man warns Richard that he will hit hard. Richard talks about how he would only welcome such a thing. Immediately after that, he starts running straight at Richard, holding his bat in his hands, ready to strike hard. Richard can immediately see by his actions that the young rookie flyer is using the bat very incorrectly. Richard then makes the decision to put his eyes to sleep in order to remove the hug and confuse him. And after that, the record strikes right into this guy's body, hitting him in the chin, knocking him out of breath. The young man is in wild shock. Drool starts to come out of his mouth and his face tenses up very much like everything else. He falls to his knees right on the floor. Richard kicks him from above with his foot, thus embarrassing him in front of everyone. The guys from the school of Buren stand in wild shock. They did not expect that their opponent today will be so strong. Followed by Richard picking up this guy's bat and starting to walk towards the others. Talk about being ready to fight, we'll say. Amongst themselves, the boys at Bronca High start discussing the fact that Richard now has paired guns and is a big threat to them. One of the guys starts insulting Richard and saying that here without his weapon, he is not capable of anything but exaggerates his strength. However, Richard still turns to this guy and tells him that if he keeps talking, Richard will attack first. The young man obeys Richard and immediately afterwards starts attacking him, heading straight for him with a punch. However, Richard turns out not to be so easy. He immediately overtakes this guy and is at his back. Immediately after which removes this guy right near his feet vids with tremendous force, then knocks him down. Immediately afterward, Richard notices that another guy from school starts running at him with an attack to help his friend in this situation. However, here comes a big guy who knocks down this huge guy and then says he's holding his horses here. Immediately afterward, the big guy swings the wrench right over this guy's head with a demonic look. The guys at Bronca High are just shocked amongst themselves, not to discuss the fact that Michael and his new crew are just nuts. One of the guys from the school of Buren's pulls out a bottle offering to break it and use it as a weapon against them. However, in the moment, a blonde-haired guy appears and strikes right at the bottle, disposing of it as a weapon. The guy from the school of Buren's who was standing behind him starts throwing punches with his back, screaming that he should go to the other side of the world. However, he gets help from a big guy who notices all this. He punches one of the guys from the school of Buren's. The very guy who likes Jessica starts talking about how their plans aren't working out at all, and the situation is clearly dire. Michael turns to the leader and talks about being done with these people, and whether their leaders will now stand by and cry. Leaders are beginning to take off their outer garments and talk about the fact that in all likelihood they will have to seriously intervene. Lewis starts to go to Michael and talks about how someone taking out 10 people at once doesn't mean he's going to beat them too. Luis reaches out as his friend who loves Jesse and talks about how if he can't make it, he can also hook up. Luis becomes in favor of the attack, reflects on the fact that it is better not to play with Michael, and immediately think through the strategy. Luis is putting his feet up from the jumping position, talking about how the best thing for him would be to finish this fight in one go. In the moment with his body, Luis attacks Michael, and afterward Michael easily stops Luis with just an arm tackle. Luis tries to grab Michael himself, but he can't get away at all and just stares at him in horror. Michael grabs Luis by the head and he still can't realize that Michael parried all of his attacks so easily. Meanwhile, Luis's friend, the one who loves Jessica, finds himself right behind Michael's back. Michael senses his aura well and immediately begins to turn sharply to dodge the attack. Michael gets back from this guy's attack, but Luis appears from behind and wraps her arms around Michael's body. Luis begins to hold Michael and talks about how he finally easily caught the trap they had prepared. Young begins to tell Michael that when he gets in the back of an opponent, then the opponent is always finished. The youngster tells Michael once more that he is going to kill him gently, however, at the point Michael begins to snatch it out of his hands. Michael is already almost completely out of his. The young man asks where he is trying to escape so desperately. In the moment, Luis realizes he is losing control of the situation and decides to topple Michael backwards into a deflection. Our hero Michael is well aware that this is one of the most trivial moves in wrestling against an opponent, grabbing and throwing him backwards over his back. Michael realizes that he needs to act urgently and repel this attack, so he grabs the wall he's near. In the moment, Luis begins to realize that there is no way he has the strength to throw our hero Michael over his back. In the moment, Luis notices that Michael has grabbed his back, however. By this point, the hero is already landing on the ground, over the side, breaking free of the hold. However, in the moment, Luis is pushing his strength and won't let our hero get away, so simply he feels it and thinks about what better action to take. Immediately afterward, along with Luis, they start rolling around on the floor and trying to get away from each other. In the moment, Luis notices that Michael makes a move, so that Luis has given up the bottom and it will be a loss for him. Michael gets on top and starts swinging, and that's when the guy who loves Jessica comes from behind. He tries to hit Michael, but apparently our hero once again manages to dodge such an attack. But this guy still manages to confuse our hero, causing him to lose top control over Luis. Michael realizes that Luis's friend is very much in the way of the fight because they work pretty stacked against each other. Meanwhile, Louise's friend turns to Louise himself and asks if he's okay. He starts to get up and thanks his friend for helping and says he was pretty dangerous in there and they couldn't get out. Louise's friend gets into a pose and starts talking about how they'd be better off using the Bye-Bye style. Louise's friend talks about how he will attack from behind, and Louise himself will have to help him with his attacks. Immediately afterwards, another Louisa attacks with a leg kick straight at Michael's head but misses. He then does a run-up and bounces flips through the air to pick up the massiveness of the attack. Louise is watching with a disgruntled look on his face, and he can hardly believe that his friend is succeeding in keeping Michael down. Meanwhile, there's a sing-off between friend Louise and Michael in which they both put out quite a bit. Michael notices that Louise's friend's crowning blow is his leg kick-up, and it's a pretty good footnote. But the hero Michael realizes that in order to remove this blow of a friend, Louise is put to shorten the distance at this fight. However, the other Louise sees all of this and starts to immediately back away, not letting Mike cut the distance in the fight. Michael is watching him closely. His actions realize that Louise's friend is most likely actively practicing Taekwondo. Our hero Michael also notices that Louise himself is actively observing the situation and is most likely burning the moment when he should intervene. It turns out not the best situation. Our hero Michael is surrounded on both sides quite strong rivals. Louise's friend is quietly talking about how in all likelihood the plan has earned this a pretty good shot at their victory. Michael looks at one of them and talks about starting with him first, because now he understands how they work together. Michael snaps out of his seat and heads straight for Louise's friend for a pretty powerful attack. Between them is Knotted himself. Suddenly Louise again, not so easy he so attacks, and also dodges Michael's action. However, in Louis's friend's moment, one of Michael's attacks does hit, though he himself doesn't realize at which point he was hit. At this point in the battle, himself intervenes by launching attacks on Michael that Michael easily deflects. In the moment, Louise's friend realizes that for a moment he lost control of the situation, after which he got hit. Louis's friend decides he should take it easy on him, but in the meantime, Louis himself carves out more time for him. Meanwhile, a fight continues between Louise and Michael, in which neither of them is dominant yet. In the moment, our hero Michael notices Louise's attack and starts talking about how it's pretty primitive and clearly won't go away. Michael grabs Louise with his hand and begins to hold him by the neck, stopping the flow of breath. This is all noticed by his friend Louise, who starts running at Michael from behind. Get ready to help your friend. In the moment, Michael throws Louise back out and tells them that this friendship is very nasty and unpleasant. Meanwhile, Louise's friend, who has taken a break from everyone, begins to launch another attack with his foot right at Michael. Michael looks at him and realizes that he's managed to read all of this guy's skills, so now the attacks are useless. Michael is just about to attack, however, in a moment he notices that Louise's friend falls to the ground without any action. Surprising Michael quite a bit, but surprise is not the most important thing right now. Michael decides to finish him off with an overhead kick. Behind the tremendous speed, Michael prepares to strike, which his turn has almost already reached Louise's friend. Immediately after the leg kick, Michael prepares to strike with his fist, which is charged with energy and aimed directly at his friend Louise. A second after that, the punch does go through and hits with tremendous power right in the face of Louise's friend. Michael stands with a bloody fist, and Louise's friend is lying on the ground unconscious and doing nothing at this point. Michael turns to Louise himself and tells him that he is the last one and he can come up because they will be done by now. Meanwhile, our guys are watching all this. George is just shocked at how strong his classmate Michael is. Jessica's friend starts talking about how Michael is just like the savior from the movies who will always come to the rescue. Michael starts fixing his hair and talking about how he's done with this and he's ready to wait for his next opponent. Michael starts to look at Louise and talk about maybe he in turn reluctantly wants to join the fight. Michael starts walking right up to him and talking about how this needs to be finished much faster because it's a waste of time. Louise in turn tries to be and tell Michael to shut up and not talk such nonsense as he is now. Louise gets into a fighting stance but realizes that Michael is like a monster and it's almost impossible to grab the issue that way. In the moment, Louise gets off his seat and starts to run at Michael, but Michael's fist stops him abruptly near Louise's head. Immediately afterward, Michael threw a punch right at Louise's head, indicating that he was getting tired of it all. With tremendous speed, Louise is sent flying backwards by Michael's kick, which came in clearly very hard. Louise starts to fall, however Micah runs up and quickly grabs his legs, holding his body in her arms. And right after that, with tremendous force, Michael throws Louise straight into the ground, hitting his back even harder, causing more damage. Immediately afterwards, Michael takes a higher position and starts to pressure Louise from the top to gain an advantage. Michael talks about continuing the fight, and there's no point in V2 Louise simply not being strong enough, and swings his fist in for a critical strike. Michael turns to Louise and talks about how he couldn't have done it before, for his friend stopped their fight, but now things have worked out so that he can. Louis still can't believe that he and all his guys have been defeated. He looks at Michael and starts insulting him. Then Michael, with tremendous power, starts to strike straight to Louise's floor, without thinking about anything he hits with tremendous power. Then he starts throwing more punches, and so attack after attack he hits Louise directly with great power time after time. Jessica is watching all of this and is just wildly shocked at what is happening and what Michael is doing now. She can't believe it. In the moment, Michael wants to strike a tourist, however, sets his hand up and asks him to stop. Louise puts his head down and says that he admits defeat, and there is no point in continuing the fight between them. Michael tells Louise not to mess with the golden dragon and strangles him to prove his intention. Michael begins to speak softly so that his opponent stops being stubborn and accepts defeat as it should be. Michael asks if he's okay with dying for Jake, who can't help him now. Strangling Louise, Michael asks him who he thinks can interrupt the golden dragon hierarchy at this school right now. Meanwhile, between the rest of the guys, there is still a bit of a fight going on, especially between the big guy and the big guy on the team. Finished with the last one, Richard informs everyone that they are done here and that's it, and looks at Michael. Michael presses Louise's head into the floor and talks about how he never showed up in front of him again with his friends of friends of friends. Louise lies on the ground and talks about how he has figured it out perfectly and will never do it again in his life. Richard turns to Michael and asks if he's finished. Michael informs him that it's settled and they can go from here. Richard asks if Michael will just let them walk out. Michael steps on Louise's foot, talking about breaking their will. Trailing off, Richard suggests that Michael attack Jake for going to get revenge on him. Michael says it's not worth it. He's also more physically challenged and there's not much point in it. Michael turns to Richard and the others talk about how grateful he is that they came, because if it wasn't for that, he may not have survived. These guys are blushing at how surprised they are at Michael's words. They talk about how it's no big deal, they would have done it anyway. Michael also addresses George, saying he's grateful to him too, but he says that he hasn't even done anything, so he's not worth thanking. Michael turns to the big guy and asks if he doesn't have some other things to do, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. In the moment, the big guy remembers our hero's words about killing something when it's over and starts to realize what it's all about. At one point, the big guy starts crying and talking about how he hasn't even been in a relationship in his life yet, and he's already going to be killed. Michael approaches Jessica, her friend, asking if they have been hurt. In the meantime, they assure him that they are fine. However, in the moment Jessica's friend pretends to fall, Michael grabs her and asks if she's okay. She says she is now. Michael turns to her and asks why her face is so flushed and if she's sure she's okay, but she's shocked by the question. Fixing my hair, Michael talks about how he's glad it all turned out okay. He's sorry he got dragged into all this. A friend of Jessica's talks about how it's not Michael's fault, and it was all set up by the big guy. However, in a moment of dialogue, begins to intervene Jessica, who suggests that things aren't really that great. Watching Michael and the rest of the guys, she talks about how there's nothing good about solving things with your fists, and they're absolutely the same kind of bullies. Berenki lying on the ground and says that our guys are no different from them and are exactly the same. She yells at Michael and the others, talk about how resolving things this way is about as cheap and childish as possible. Trailing off, Jessica suggests to her friend to get out of here, after which they do just that, walking away. Gromala talks about how part of it is still true, however he is a little hurt. This her words blonde-haired guy is also surprised. Michael puts on his backpack and stands thinking about Jessica's words, and what they could mean. These said were most likely for a reason. Their words also hurt, and the big guy who did not expect that at the end of everything she would say just such a forward move. Meanwhile, Jessica turns to her friend and talks about how she feels sorry for her words. Maybe she just spoke too harshly. Her mind is full of thoughts. Jessica can't finally decide if Michael is important or if she doesn't care about him. Jessica turns to her friend and talks about how it's probably time for her to leave, so she suggests and walk across the street. Jessica excitedly talks about how she has to see someone today, so she'll go early. Jessica starts to leave and her friend Masha follows, saying that she wishes her the best of luck today. watching Jessica's friend reflect on Jessica's brother and how much excitement she has become about him. Jessica's friend also went home and began to reflect on the fact that although she had not had lunch today as expected, she had seen a lot of new things. Meanwhile, Michael and the guys are walking home on the way he laughs with the big guy talking about how he hasn't picked his death spot yet. The big guy, meanwhile, takes everything seriously, saying that even though he messed up, he should apologize. Michael turns to him and talks about what he wants. He is also a bad guy. However, there are people much worse than him, so don't get so worked up. Michael tells him about how those people are more responsible for those actions than the big guy himself. Meanwhile, the events take us to a hospital. Some girl sits next to a guy in a ward who breathes through a special machine. This girl turns out to be Jessica. She reflects on the fact that I absolutely don't care how awful a lot or little is in a person. She starts lying down beside this guy's bed in the hospital and talks about how her head is a mess right now. Jessica starts to remember Michael's battle with the others, talking about how are they all just taking this as and game. Meanwhile, Jake's friend is playing his game on his phone and talking about how it's just pissing him off already. At one point, he talks about already deleting this game. However, in the front, he notices the big guy and the others. He turns to them and asks where the others have gone and why they have come alone here now. In the moment, the big guy only looks at him and is very angry. He remembers Jessica's words that tear him up inside. The big guy comes closer and closer to Jack's friend, starting to get right up to his body tightly. Immediately afterwards, the big guy makes a sharp attack, but Jake's friend easily dodges it, but it was clearly unexpected. The big guy wants to make another attack, but Jake's friend again moves back sharply so as not to catch the attack with his face. After which, Jake's friend strikes first right into the big guy's body. Right after him, another guy who came in next to Big starts running at James's friend with an attack. And another guy also does it himself, and so already with his back with quite a bit of charged power in his hands. One of them manages to land a punch right on Jack's friend's body, which leaves everyone else in shock. The blow to Jake's body strikes the same from the big guy's tremendous force, hitting right in Jake's face. Jake's friend starts looking at them all, talking about how they are just crazy melly like zombies, not thinking with their heads. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to Jessica, who is still standing in the hospital with a rather sad look. At one point, Jake's friend starts running away from the big guy and the people who have gathered around him. He runs looking back, and as a result, he doesn't notice the hydrant that stood in the middle of the street and trips over it. The big guy sees all this and decides that this is a good time to make another attack right on Jack's friend. However, friend Jake had anticipated this situation and abruptly turned around to attack the big guy first. However, here he also received a counterattack with a foot right into his body. Suddenly, Jack was in wild shock with what was happening. In a moment, he got a few more tack, and altogether they disrupted his movement by plowing him to the ground against the wall near the hydrant. The big guy, along with his allies, start talking about how they'll beat easy and ask Jack's friend why he's running away. The big guy turns to Jack's very friend and starts talking about how he must hate feeling pain. The big guy looks down at him and talks about how the turn is nothing and is exhausted. Meanwhile, Jessica sits near her friend in the hospital and reflects on the fact that she has no intention of revenge because the world is not that simple. Looking at the guy, she promises that she will make those who did so pay by a very different method. The events of the story move forward to the school where everyone is already starting to discuss the fact that the big guy beat up Jack's friend. Among themselves, they start circulating a video recording of it happening where everything is clearly seen and shown. In the moment, the big guy with his new allies walks into the classroom on a huge show of pathos because he is now considered the winner. The big guy turns to his class and asks if that asshole Jake didn't come to school today, doing so with a smile. The big guy sits down at his desk and, along with his allies, begins to contemplate what he should do now. One moment, someone of large build in a jacket starts walking into the classroom and immediately draws everyone's attention. Attention is also drawn to the big guy, who is very surprised to see this man in class. This man turns out to be Michael Video, his face all the more coming to shock at what he is doing here. The big guy turns to him and asks him what brings him here at this hour and this early. Michael starts telling the big guy that he congratulates him on being the head, and now he's going to have quite a bit of fun at this honorary status. However, the big guy pretends that he doesn't like it at all and thanks Michael for the congratulations, saying that he is very pleased. Then Michael abruptly and rudely addresses him, saying that he should decide whether they should fight in the battle or he would accept defeat immediately. The big guy immediately strikes a pose and talks about how he will take defeat in one blow and asks to hit him gently. Michael agrees to his terms, and the guys standing behind him are very surprised at what is now happening in their classroom. They didn't expect this. Michael turns sharply, raises his arm up, and prepares to strike, and says he's going to make it a big deal for the big guy. Immediately after that, quite a lot of force, he hits right in the face of a big guy who all turn almost faints. Casting down on the floor, he reflects on the fact that after accepting defeat, he will have a much easier life knowing that he has no conflict with Michael. However, in the moment, he gets all conscious and realizes he should stop or he'll be flying from one hit for so long. However, it turned out to be the case that he immediately passed out and didn't fly anywhere or think about anything while he was flying. Followed by Michaela turning to the big guy's allies, asking that they get to also be hit in turn now since they're in the same gang. Grabs one of them by the shoulder and tells them that if they don't want to do it, they shouldn't be hooliganizing and making noise, but behave normally. Michael then asks if they all agree, but instead of answering, they just stand there in wild shock and stare at Michael without understanding anything. Michael starts to leave these guys discuss amongst themselves that their dream of being school bullies just got shattered. The other classmates in the class also look at Michael, realizing that he is now the de facto head of their class as well. After that, one of the guys comes up to the big guy and starts lightly hitting him in the face, saying that he regained consciousness. Michael John is eventually sent out of their class, and you're down the hallway all around just looking back at him with a look in his eyes and realizing all of his power. Back in the classroom, Michael's classmates tell him that he has conquered 4 classes in just 1 week since coming to school. They consider this a huge result and rejoice, however, in return. Michael either loses them all in a notebook to the face for them to come to their senses. The big guy turns to Michael and asks him when he will go to play computer with them, because he already has a gold rank. However, Micah in response lies sighing, saying that these guys are very much annoying, especially towards him. Michael says that to be the case, he will agree, however, suggests that we all go there together. Between themselves, they discuss what to do and of course lean towards the option of going all together. However, some of them are shy. At one point, a classmate comes up to them and talks about how she wouldn't mind going along with them, but one of the guys says she's not playing the same. She then punches him in the face for just telling everyone the truth. She was trying to hide it. Between them starts a small fight, but Michael does not care about it. He does not understand why fight for such trifles. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Jake, who can't get through to his friend. Standing next to Jake is Fiona, who talks about how maybe his friend just wants to drop out. Jack seriously starts to say that his friend is just embarrassed to come to school after losing to the big guy and his ally. Fiona points out that new student Michael is quite handsome and stylish and strong, and this one is hard to ignore. Fiona asks Jack what he's going to do about it. He talks about not knowing, yet she suspects he's just afraid. Fiona turns to Jake and talks about how he should have made an alliance, and the other guys, then they have a chance of winning. Jake starts looking around and talking about how he never even considered forming an alliance with anyone else before. However, Jack points out to Fiona that she was the one who said the uselessness of ranks and is now paying attention to her. However, in her thoughts, Fiona reflects on the fact that Michael is very handsome after all, and she wouldn't want to go up against him. Meanwhile, events move forward to the next morning in Michael's classroom, where Richard's boys walk in. They ask if the first thing Michael will be doing today is lessons. Michael says that it is. Never mind the fact that Michael is more suited for studying than playing games, and it's not a little embarrassing for Michael. Last night when they were at the computer club playing a game together discussing it, then Michael performed pretty poorly, and the guys started to question whether he was really ranked gold. With trembling hands, Michael spoke of how he simply did not want to immerse himself in the game to the end, for it was detrimental to reality. Then their classmate intervened in the dialogue and asked Michael to just ignore it all and carry on. She also lost because she didn't play very well, but she wasn't a weak player. After a few dozen more attempts, she still managed to win yesterday, much to her delight and Mike's bewilderment. At one point, some older man came up to this girl and started talking about how she was still just a high schooler. Immediately afterward, the man drew her attention to a huge sign hanging on the wall that said shotguns were prohibited. He began to address not only her, but the entire company, including Michael, saying that they would probably be chased out of here. Remember this now in reality. Michael talks about how if they hadn't kicked them out, he would have 100% shown his real skills. Michael gets up and says that he should go to another class, and the guys standing next to him are surprised and don't know what he's talking about. Michael takes off his glasses, talking about how it's no big deal, just that he has to solve one interesting moment in another class. Michael walks around the school and realizes that the main goal of the project is not just to walk around the school and scaring away different bullies, is getting harder and harder. Starts coming into the classroom and talking about in his thoughts that the main goal of the project is the image of the school. He walks into one of the classrooms and turns to someone the guys in that class ask him what brought him here. They talk about how you in class all live quiet lives. However, Mike notices the hands of one of the guys asking, is that accurate? The young man starts kneading his arms and talking about how Michael shouldn't worry because his arms have recovered, he can do the name wave. The young man starts to talk about something, but Micah abruptly slaps your hand with his own hand to cut that very wave. Lowers his head, starts asking Michael what the hell he's doing and why he's even doing all this now. Michael starts to leave and turns to say that he came to remind the guy of this in his quiet life. Walking around the school, he realizes that he has to control the bullies so that they don't become active. He notices that many have stopped coming. However, he is happy to think that after these bullies disappeared, ordinary guys became much kinder and more cheerful. Off Michael goes to 6th grade, realizing that the previous ones look pretty peaceful and nothing to worry about there. Walking into the classroom, he immediately sees some guy sharply slapping his hand on his desk with a rather harsh shout, asking everyone to be quiet. It turns out to be a big guy standing there with glasses and a book, and talking about how people are disturbing his studies and knowledge with their noise. His classmates immediately notice that as someone who has never studied, he has immediately picked up his brains dramatically, and it's strange. The young man realizes that Jessica is the best student in school, and to match her, he should also become much smarter. However, in a moment, he is approached by Fiona, who is sitting in the classroom. This rather abruptly turns his attention to her. I fix my hair, and she says that just because he's going to learn doesn't mean he has to boss others around in class. Her words calm him down quite a bit. He says that he apologizes and will try to be as quiet as he asked. However, she's only a turn fixing her hair about something, still worried, saying that she's been very nervous lately. She tries to think of an excuse for her actions when she saw Michael, because she can't accept the fact that he is very handsome. Immediately afterward, she dramatically extends her hand towards the big guy and starts fingering him, which gets his attention. He pays attention to her very abruptly and starts walking in her direction, saying that of course he's coming over now. She starts to turn to him and ask him if he remembers that time. However, the big guy doesn't understand at all what she is talking about and asks what she is talking about. She reminds him about the time Michael came to class and tells the big guy that she was acting normal that day. The big guy pretends like he's busy with a book and talks about how of course he agrees and isn't going to argue anything at all. A moment she notices that he doesn't pay any attention at all to what she says and realizes her hairbrush wants to hit him. However, he notices this and immediately says that of course not, and he listens to her carefully, and she immediately calms down after his words. However, the moment Michael walks into the classroom, and the big guy immediately sees this and starts running away, forgetting about her, she in turn also forgets about the big guy, because at the sight of Michael, violently begins to blush and come to shock. Michael starts explaining that it's to the big guy and asking him something, which is definitely the right thing to do. Michael says his final line and walks away. The big guy bows to him in tribute. Right after that, the big guy starts to come back to her and talk about submitting to Mike, but she interrupts him. She starts telling the big guy to take his glasses off his face and look at her. Right after he takes off his glasses, she abruptly stands up and starts hitting him on the back with her hairbrush, asking how dare he. He apologizes for leaving so abruptly and talks about how it was just his fault and he'll make it up to him right away. However, Fiona is thrown off her thoughts about the big guy and realizes that she's sweating Michael pretty hard. However, she starts blaming it on the big guy, saying that he caused her to sweat and her makeup to float quite a bit. Slicing then raises her hand and twitches her fingers again, and 3 more classmates from her class appear beside her, followed by her level-headed stare at the big guy and asking them all to step on him right here and now. Then they throw the big guy on the floor and start taking turns stepping on him and her, or shine at the desk and makeup. While she's putting on her makeup, she considers the fact that she needs to take action against Michael because he's acting like a boss. Trailing off, she turns to her classmates and tells them she's had enough of being the big guy and sends them off to 5th grade to get someone. It turns out to be Jake. He comes to Fiona's house, and immediately I notice a large guy lying on the floor beaten up. She turns to Jake and asks him if he remembers what she said last time. He asks what it was about. She asks him to think about it. Jake stares at her for a while, not sure what she's talking about, and then asks if she means the union. Jake turns to her and asks what she's doing all this for, and she says something about wanting to scare Michael. In the moment, Jake turns to her and tells her that if she has such intentions, she can tell her significant other. However, she makes a very innocent and cute appearance, saying that if she does this, she might die. She starts imagining in her head what she would like to have now, and see herself on the throne as an empress, with her feet, and she sees Michael thanking her for letting him use her footrest. Fiona begins to fully imagine how she will control him, and ask him to call her mistress the way she wants. Meanwhile, in reality, Fiona starts yanking Jake back and forth and talking about how she just wants to see Michael come crawling back to her. Jake starts to remember fighters from other classes and realizes that he has a pretty good relationship with them, and this could help him a lot. At this point, Jake pulls out his phone and starts talking about how he should make sure the union by others is a good idea. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some sports complex where some men are playing a special game and discussing something. One of them chains a gold chain around his neck, saying that this is the result he expected from the CEO. The guy to whom he says this replies that he is just flattering him with his compliments in this game. They continue to stand and discuss something. In a moment, some guy appears near them, very reminiscent of Michael. One of the men introduces him as a newcomer to the game. Another man asks, looking at Michael, why the Foundation decided to make him a gangster when he looks more like a model. Moment comes the very girl head of the Foundation. She turns to the CEO he is quite happy to see. She informs the director that she has brought a status report on the project so far and says it will only take a minute. She hands the tablet to the CEO and the CEO begins to examine it, saying that it is very interesting. Continues to watch the report and talk about how Michael is just something and he is very surprised at the result they achieved. Followed by the CEO talking about wanting to pay for drinks to the principal of this school. The head asks about the venue. The principal speaks sharply about the place as always with a relatively grim look. The supervisor says that she has understood everything. Immediately afterward, the CEO asks the supervisor to give the task to work harder. He will pay for all the efforts. She starts to leave and the guy standing near the CEO talks about how everything is visible and he's been having a lot of fun lately. The supervisor leaves and listens to their dialogues in parallel. The one replies that lately he would like to do something radically new. In what time we are taken to Jake, who says goodbye to everyone and asks if everyone is already gathered. Turns to the heads of the other classes who say that there are only 5 of them and there is no one to count. One of the chapters is quite worried. He says that the reason is unknown to him, of course, but he feels very uncomfortable. Another head of another class watches a video clip on his phone and talks about beating this guy up pretty badly. Another Charlie, very reminiscent of George, says that he can guess why the meeting happened. It was because of Michael. At this point, Jake approaches him saying that everything is right and he would like to get the others' opinions on Michael. Trailing off, Jake adds that he would also like to discuss the union. The bald guy immediately says he doesn't like it. Jake immediately asks why so bald guy answers that. Although he is not interested in ranks, he does not want any problems. The other guy hears this and emphatically says that apparently they are not on such good terms to make a union. Jake starts talking about how they were just scared of the new guy. However, they emphasize that it was Michael who beat up Jake's friend. Jake replies to him that it's just this one time, so it's not worth continuing, but the guy just laughs sarcastically. The bald guy suggests that Jake and that third guy have a showdown right here once, and they're so eager to work it all out. Another guy gets dragged into this discussion and talks about being willing to place bets in such a case. Jake fixes his hair and talks about how he's not going to fight. He just wants to talk to everyone about it, that's all. At this point, a guy very similar to George starts talking about how he agrees to go to the union if anything happens. However, the very guy who opposed it is talking about what he is going to do in the event of a union. However, the young man looks at Jake and suggests that before he responds, he would like to hear from Jack himself, who gathered them. Jack, meanwhile, in his thoughts, analyzes everything and comes to the conclusion that they expected Young to agree to the union. Jake looks at him and realizes that he is considered the main cog in the school, so the union is important to him in terms of strength most likely. In the moment, one of the guys he turns to Jake, asking why he's standing there silent, and he starts talking about rank. Trailing off, Jake starts talking about how the pomelo of immense power the newcomer also gained, an immense influence and power very quickly. Jake starts talking about how the system that they didn't build was very shaky, and now it's all collapsed, so they should change something, and urgently. However, the very bald man who is worried says that standing on top is normal for a man, and not worth worrying about. The bald guy starts to get up and leave, saying that he doesn't care if they organize an alliance or not, he's not going to join. Trailing off, one of the guys pulls out his phone with an open exchange and starts asking what about the money if they merge. Another big guy starts talking about how he's not willing to share the money, so he also refuses the union. The same guy who was originally against green hair says he'd rather go train than talk about it. Walking away, the green-haired guy says that if Jack has a brain, he should think about everything again, and his strategy is wrong. Jake reiterates to this guy that he will only hold back once, and he has no intention of tolerating anything, especially now. The young man holds out his finger and tells Jake to come over, and he will kill him, and it will be a very good workout for him tonight. However, the very toothy one gets into the dialogue and says that today is clearly not the best occasion to fight, and especially not now. However, the guy with green hair is quite determined. He talks about how he does not intend to tolerate anything either. The young man fixes his glasses and suggests that we put this argument aside for the moment and listen to his point of view on the whole situation. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to one of the guys who didn't agree to the union because of the cost of money. The other guy turns to him and asks what they were talking about at the meeting, but all they reply is that there was some nonsense about Michael. Immediately after the game, a young man in a black suit counts the money he just lost on his opponent. Some time passes and they play the game again, and Young again loses money, realizing that today he can't win. With a rather angry face, he starts counting the money again, but his rival says that in this case, he doesn't owe him anything. In the moment, the young man in the black suit holds out his hand and says that he has lost, so he should pay for it properly. Immediately after unclenching his fist, he spreads out the bills and says he's ready to play one more round. Another round goes by and he loses again and starts complaining that today was clearly not his enough to win. In the moment, he decides to test his grip and strikes his opponent with a stick with tremendous force, striking a blow. The one as if he loses consciousness and abruptly falls to the ground, all the classmates around in wild shock at what is happening. Immediately after the punch, the young man in the black suit starts looking at his opponent and saying that his grip will obviously be better now. Immediately after that, he starts raising his hand, smiling, yelling at this guy to sit back down and continue the game. This guy doesn't have an option to back out though, but the guy in the suit notices that he's worried. Right after that, Brooklyn decides to throw another punch, so the guy in swings sharply. His opponent in the game, and already in the fight, abruptly begins to cover his face with his hands so as not to get another sharp blow from this guy. However, the latter only stops the blow and starts laughing with his friend nearby, saying that his opponent is clearly a strong coward. Immediately afterward, Brooklyn asks him to start the game faster, and he does so at the behest of the guy in the black suit. Another round goes by, and with a huge shock, Brooklyn with black hair notices that he has lost again. His rival starts shaking and crying, saying he apologizes profusely and suggests he just forget it. Brooklyn begins to smile and says that of course he can forget it, however then all bets are off. His opponent begins to hold the money in his hands, looking at it, and not believing that it will just walk away from him now. Immediately afterward, a guy with black hair abruptly takes them all out of his hands and yells that he is obligated to give them to him. The guy with the black hair talks about how he has a hard time playing with someone who doesn't even know about the basics, however. Today he decided to sew. After that, the young man in the black suit and his friends start to leave and discuss how they are going to go to the club now. The young man stands behind him and tearfully talks about how he's already lost over $500,000 because of the guy in the black suit. At that moment, some idea comes into his head. He pulls out his phone and says that he'd rather do something right now. The events of the story take us to the 5th grade, specifically to Fiona, who addresses someone very sharply. She turns to Jake and talks about what she heard about last night's meeting. He sees her and pays attention. Trailing off, Fiona asks a classmate nearby to come out where she needs to talk to Jake one-on-one. Its classmate Neela worriedly folds her arms and talks about how she's figured it out and will leave right now and is asked not to worry. Fiona turns to Jake and asks if now is the time to flirt with someone, however he asks her to cut the crap. Jake starts talking about how there's nothing special about the union, that's why there's no advancement. Jay talks about how he has now decided to just observe, however Fiona asks him what he means by just observing. Jake think back to yesterday, that guy looks like George reminding us that donation day is coming up. Then he reminded them that their schools are a different system of gathering where the strong must come together. Then he turned to Jake and the other guy, saying that everyone had different motives and reasons, but they could gather in this place. Then Young looks like George reminded about the bald guy, and the guy in the suit is said to be quite greedy and falling for money. Then George told his plan, and mentioned that he thought the conflict would start before the fundraiser even began. After a few more children, Young has become like a leader for their alliance, but Jake doesn't care because he can take him out. Fiona turns to Jack and talks about how the bottom line is that he's just standing back and doing other people's actions, and it's very clumsy. At this point, Fiona walks away and realizes there's nothing she can do but make the first move herself. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a site where some guy on a motorcycle arrives and approaches the others. In the midst of them sits the very Brooklyn talking about how apparently he's the only one here and he's really pissed off about it. One of the guys approaches him and asks if he wants him to provide him with useful information, and he asks what it's about. This guy asks him, however, Brooklyn talks about how he doesn't have the money to pay for the information. A friend of the guy in the black suit reminds us that a general donation day is coming up and it's pretty lucrative. Right after that, the guy who just arrived starts to leave, and the others are surprised that he's leaving so quickly. A friend of the guys in the black suit turns to him and talks about how they should have raked in half of the total fee for themselves. Brooklyn says that he's going to start with the new guy, and then he's going to take care of the others so they don't get in the way. The young man in the black suit realizes that if he can praise our new Michael, he can eat 5 times. In the moment, his friend turns to him and tells him that he has just a super idea he offers to place bets. Another guy who sits with them talks about how it's going to be a lot of fun, and us excited to participate. The guy in the black suit thinks that in fact his own victory and the cash prize will depend on him, and that makes him happy. At one point, Brooklyn stands up and talks about how he wanted a trained doggy, so he's going to go this stings a couple times. However, in a moment he notices some guys in front of him who turn to look at him and ask who he is. These are some fat guys who immediately recognize this guy calling his name and look right into his eyes. From behind, everyone starts bowing and saying hello. An older guy in a suit also bends over. A black suit approaches them and asks how they are doing and says that they were going to work in an organization after school. The chubbiest guy talks about how this is all true, however, things have gotten pretty complicated since then. At one point, he brings in the guy he beat Brooklyn tonight and then beats up. In the moment, Brooklyn notices him, and I turn to him asking him what he's doing here and why he came. The young man is very anxious. It is hard for him to say anything, and he only stammers endlessly. However, the most huge guy, who is considered to be the eldest, asks that one not to worry, and not to worry anymore. The older man tells him that his brother is not the kind of man who will mix business and feelings. Brooklyn immediately realizes what's up and asks if the seniors want money for beating him. The older guy talks about how it's just business and no big deal, and you shouldn't tell him how to do things because, again, it's just business. However, at one point Brooklyn starts laughing really hard, which leaves absolutely everyone standing there in shock. He starts looking at the oldest laughing and talking about how the cake has become a regular hired hand after everything, and it's ridiculous. A friend of the guy in the black suit turns to him and asks if he's crazy and why he's saying all this. It's the older guy who starts talking about how it's all very cute and approaching the guy in the black suit. Right off the bat, the older guy starts reminding the cron suit guy that he's one of the bosses of the Black 6-6s. Right after that, this black six-pack boss grabs the guy in the black suit by the head and talks about being upset with him. Afterward, the older guy talks about how he's going to teach the guy in the black suit a little lesson and prepares to strike. Brooklyn tries to dodge, but he doesn't manage it at all, and the punch goes straight to his face. However, in the moment, the older guy notices that Brooklyn didn't even try to move his head away, but just put it up for a punch. The black-suited couple then removes one of the elders and asks him who is training someone else. The blow to one of the boss's black 6s came very hard here, just in wild shock at their anger at what was going on. Brooklyn keeps laughing and talking about how his fist doesn't hit as far because the older guy has gotten really fat. Immediately after that, Brooklyn begins to launch attack after attack, punching his body more and more. The Q can barely hold back tears, and drool comes out of his mouth once after each attack by the guys in the black suit. Immediately after that, Brooklyn grabs one of the older men and says that it is not pleasant to hit him, because he has become very weak. However, despite his words after them, he immediately throws another punch straight at his face with tremendous force. There are 2 other older guys looking at all of this, as well as the guys who came in with the offense. In the moment, the older guy, the biggest major, falls to the floor, and the guy he brought with him is shocked at what's going on. Brooklyn starts yelling about how the landing turned out soft because he was saved by a huge layer of fat. Friends of the guys in the black suit say it's better not to continue, because suddenly he's already completely crossed the line that he could. However, the bet in the black suit suggests that he was only going to be killed for some money, so he did the right thing. Next, a guy in a black suit looks at the guy who won today and talks about how he can do better with the money. The two big guys who were standing behind him realize that Brooklyn risked his life for a few pennies. Immediately after which, the one shouts that of course they are right and begins to inflict new attacks one at a time. Two other big guys are just in wild shock. They didn't expect the blows of the guy in the black suit to be so powerful. He keeps beating them up and yelling about how he'll be perfectly fine as long as he has money, and that's all it takes. However, in a moment, one of the big guys crouches down sharply and delivers a blow with his body right to the side of the guy in the black suit. Comes at him pretty hard, when so much so that he falls off his feet right to the ground. After that, he stands up and contentedly stares angrily at the one who did it as if preparing to attack him. Immediately after that, he swings his leg and starts looking straight into the face of the guy he's about to strike an irreparable blow. And so it goes. He jumps high and then stabs the guy who did it right in the head with his track. In his case, the blow is very severe, for he is thrown back and his face has significant wounds. In the moment, another big guy appears who easily wraps his arms around the guy in the black suit. A friend of the parade in a black suit shouted his name from behind and tries to come forward but is very afraid. Meanwhile, a param in a black suit tries to flip our assailant out of living his body with his hands. The guys in the black suit manages to break free of the fat man's grip and he starts to pull himself out. Right after that, he delivers a back elbow right to the head of the guy who just attacked him. Right after that, we get another crushing blow right to the head of whoever grabbed him the other day. After that, and his opponent falls to the ground without any strength, he just lies there and can't do anything after two crushing blows. This is all being looked at by the very guy who was originally brought in by the fat guys with him. He's just in wild shock at what's happening today. A guy in a black suit gets up out of a wild, angry aura and tells him about giving all the money if he doesn't want to die right there. Hearing this, the guy who lost today, he starts running away at a tremendous speed to avoid being touched as well. Brooklyn sees this all as nothing more than a game and starts running right behind him. At that moment, that main health one of the 6 black bosses appears from behind with a bat in hand. The black suit notices him, but only manages to put up a little defense, and he doesn't have time to hit back hard. You have to really hard, and Young starts swinging the bat once again, screaming about how Brooklyn is just nothing. And at that moment, another fat man low-teen black boss appears from behind and strikes straight from the back into the body. The black suit notices this and is pretty excited, ready to deliver another blow to one of the black bosses. Immediately after so-and-so, a very powerful blow is thrown into the head of one of the fat men at wild speed. There's just falling to the ground and in a black suit or what have you and looking down on it all. However, in a moment he realizes that he has lost track of the very guy who played with him at school today and tries to find him with his eyes. However, notices that she's on the court, he's not on it, suggests that Brooklyn hasn't underestimated his running ability. At this point, Brooklyn starts fixing her hair and talking about how if Juvenile doesn't come to school, there will be no answer. Friends of Friends guys in black suits say that only that they beat up real gangsters, however the one disagrees, saying that they are fakes. The events of our story take us to school the next day. George is walking down the hallway from the cafeteria with Michael. They are greeted by this hairy-haired guy and told that Michael has arrived at school very much on time. They offer to talk, but without George, Michael approaches them asking what happened to them already. In the moment, Richard turns to Michael and says he has some things to discuss and mentions Mike's words about not caring about rank. Richard mentions the fact that Michael has similarly decided to take on other classes. This greatly surprises Mike. He asks where such a question comes from. It starts to say that not only they think so, but everyone thinks so, because it is quite possible for the scenario. Michael walks over to the big guy, takes him by the shoulders, and reminds him that he asked him not to ramble on about all sorts of boundless things. However, Richard grabs Michael by the arm and tells him that this is no joke, and for a second he's already the head of 4 whole classes. In the moment, Richard turns to Michael and says that he came to the school to earn money because the payments are coming soon. Richard and the rest of the guys start explaining to Michael about the system for getting money in case he's the head of the class and glare at him. Some blonde-haired guy appears in the back of the moment talking about how Michael has a good side. The young man begins to explain to Michael on the system of getting money in case he is the head of the class and talks about operating expenses. However, he adds that at its most basic, it is simply a tribute that students pay for the protection of the class to the chapter. The young man says that Michael is new and doesn't know this system, however it has been in place for a long time and was created so that fewer people would be offended. In the moment, Michael looks at him and realizes that similar to these exact rules he was trying to tell him at the time. Afterward, he explains that the bosses of each class must expose their other underlings to certain ranks. He adds that with each new class, the amount of money received increases, because of which spending goes up. In a moment of looking at Michael, Young adds that since he is now getting paid 4 classes at once if the people who want to take him out. Richard turns to this guy and says he's grateful for the explanation, however asks what's left here. The young man talks about asking Michael to take care of the whole case, because now he's a target for many classes at once. Young offers to be Michael's defense, however, in response, Michael abruptly assures him with tremendous speed straight to the body. The young man bends his head and asks why he deserved such a blow. Michael begins to explain that the man is talking complete nonsense. In the moment, Michaela addresses Richard and the others, saying that they forgot about that money and never collected it again. However, a blonde-haired guy classmate of Michael's says that it just can't be done. Introducing the school ladder, he explains how classes one by one collect money from the lowest and pass it to the highest. Richard talks about how that actually means going to war against the whole school, and that's something even Michael can't do. Michael stands smartly, however, in his thoughts. He is well aware that, and kind of against the whole school, it really will come out for him quite not good. However, he remembers his father's leader and that the goal of the project is to eradicate all such systems, and one way or another he has to face it. After which Michael talks about then leaving first. This pretty much surprises everyone. One touch, a big guy runs up to him and asks for Michael's attention for a minute. He says he has urgent business to attend to. A big guy informs our hero Michael that someone wants to talk to him. Michael is a little surprised he doesn't feel like talking to anyone, followed by Michael's angry aura and telling the big guy that he'll kill him if he distracts him for nothing. However, in the end, Michael does agree to go ask the big guy another, or is it a trap here, says all is well. In a moment behind the school, Michael notices Fiona sitting on a bench. He immediately realizes that he is likely to meet her. At one point, Michael starts grabbing the big guy and asking if anyone really wants to die since he asked not to distract him. However, at that moment, Fiona intervenes in the dialogue and talks about Michael letting go of the big guy's hand, and turns to Mike saying that she's still kind now, but she could be much angrier than she is now. She turns to Michael again and asks if he can't hear her request to let the big guy go, and Michael only looks at her in response. She turns to Michaela and talks about how maybe the big guy deserves it, however she is the only one who can beat him. Michael turns to her and talks about how he doesn't know what's going on here, however, according to the rules they made up, he can beat him. Next thing you know, Fiona walks up to the big guy and grabs his hand and talks about how she's out of these rules. She puts the big guy's arm around her and talks about Michael not trying to act like a leader in her presence. However, Michael doesn't listen to her at all. He grabs the big guy's arm even tighter and tells him that he has no intention of giving in. With a little amazement, and she's still holding the big guy's hand and talking about how it's possible that Michael won't let him go. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some students and a guy who scolds them for becoming strong materialists. This bald guy addresses some high school kids and talks about how karma will punish them for this attitude. He gets up and addresses them, saying that he does not intend to kill anyone, however he will beat them to death. Followed by another Charlie who talks about how the students were all listening and memorizing carefully. Near them also stands, and Brooklyn. These 2 new men near him turn out to be the leaders of the group Way. In the moment, Brooklyn turns to them and asks how much he's managed to collect if they're in charge of 2nd graders. Charlie starts showing the guy in the black suit 3 fingers, hinting that they only collected 3,000. The young man in the suit takes from the top, though he is very much pleased with the amount. One is not happy that he managed to collect at least something. Immediately afterward, they start discussing amongst themselves that Brooklyn wants to kill Mike very badly. Next, Brooklyn turns to the bald guy talking about how he taught patience himself, and now they're beating up high school kids. However, the second Charlie, the second leader of the group Way, says that there is no need to worry, and they will sort everything out. The bald guy turns away and talks about how he too is having a hard time, and especially going down the path of becoming a practicing Buddhist. The young man in the black suit says that he is already thinking about conquering all the first years, but first he needs to get rid of Michael. He looks at his watch and talks about how this idea is just fine and it's clearly not worth putting off. Followed by a bald guy addressing school kids talking about how they need to tan all their hair and put away their silly dreams and desires. He looks down on them from on high and tells them that their sins are very high because of this, a great reckoning awaits them. Brooklyn enters the dialogue and says that if there's going to be a fight, he has a couple of good ideas. The bald guy suggests the guy in the black suit go get a sausage and batter, or they wonder if this one eats that kind of food. Meanwhile, Mike and Fiona are still pulling the big guy to their sides, trying to figure out who's more influential. The big guy, meanwhile, is soon passing out from how desirable he is now on both sides. It surprises him. Fiona starts to put his hands harder on hers and asks why so stubborn, turning to Michael. The big guy, meanwhile, is enjoying it all, talk about the fact that for such a thing he is ready to die already. At this point, Michael turns his attention to the big guy's face, asking what's wrong with him, and what good he sees here now. At this point, Fiona turns her attention to the fact that she has already become too attracted to the big guy. In a moment, she began to have thoughts that it was quite disgusting to her, and see next to her she didn't want him at all. Immediately after, she strikes sharply right at his neck, screaming for him to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. After which she looks down at him. Talk about how he has 3 seconds to get out of here and not come back. Hearing this, he first asks her to stop, but realizes her intentions and immediately starts running away. Running away, he is content with what he had now and feels as if he is under the ecstasy of all that has happened. In the moment, Fiona cuts in and gets close to Mike and talks about how she doesn't care about the big guy, her goals are different. In a moment, she abruptly grabs Michael and starts pushing him into a pillar, yelling, "You're the one who's evil." In the moment she is angry, however, when her face gets very close to Michael's face, she starts to blush. She flounders in her head and realizes she should face Mike, overpower her willpower, but there's no way she can do that. Michael starts talking about hearing some banging, and if there is construction work going on nearby, asks him. At a point in, Michael starts to take her hands away and talk about how he's pretty busy, and if she needs to say anything, it's worth speeding up. In the moment she addresses Michael, call him Oppo, which means a very cute address at school. Abruptly turns her head down and realizes that she just said something she clearly shouldn't have said to Michael. Michael turns to her and tells her that he understands everything and that she was just wrong, and then asks if that's it. She asks Michael to shut up while she blushes, saying that this is all very important to her. In the moment, Michael looks up at her and doesn't understand what's going on, and realizes that she doesn't know his real age. She turns to Michael and talks about how he just got to school, and doesn't know that if she asks her brother, the whole school will be against Michael. She holds Michael by his jacket and talks about trying to be gentle with him, but one word from her, and he will die. However, Michael doesn't pay attention to her words at all. He removes her hands and talks about how he now has crumpled clothes because of her. In the moment, she turns to Michael and asks what he's doing, and he restrains her hands, talk about handcuffing her. She tries to get out of his arms, but it does not work at all. She cannot realize why it happens. She tries again to lash out and talk about how Michael doesn't realize what a mistake he's making, and she can call her brother. However, Michaela abruptly turns to her and asks her to get someone here, which just makes her freak out. Michael turns to her and tells her that he's already figured it out and wants to see who she's so threatened by. She yells at Michael and tells him that he's out of his mind and that he should never date her brother. It's very dangerous for him. In the moment, Michael turns to her and asks if she has just that threatened them. She confirms it, however, says it is still dangerous. Michael holds her hand and tells her that if she doesn't call him, he'll drag her around forever, and she blushes even more. She asks to relax a little and let go of her hands a little, and this is the moment the leaders of the track group walk ahead along with a guy in a black suit. In the moment, Brooklyn points out that they have Michael, the new guy, in front of them. Momentarily, the bald guy notices that the sister of the very strong guy is near him. The bald guy turns to Michael and to Fiona, talk about how he hates to see such vulgar things in this school. Sprinkle starts talking about how school is necessary for science, but Michael interrupts and asks him sharply what the hell he's talking about. Right after Michael's question, the guy in the black suit smiles, and the guy with the earrings starts fixing his eyebrows. The man is very angry because Michael has just insulted him by calling him bald and was very rude. Michael looks at him and starts to answer, but in a moment his thoughts take a completely different direction. He recalls how he used to work in a store and his partner's first gray hairs appeared on, something noticed. Michael offered to remove them, but his partner got very angry, saying that those gray hairs were precious to him. Then his partner turned to Michael and said that Michael was just a little kid and didn't realize it yet. But Michael's dad definitely has them. Well then, Michael began to consume his glasses and talk about how he didn't know that because he had never seen him with his life. Remembering all this, Michael starts apologizing, saying that he didn't mean to insult him by calling him bald. The guy in the suit starts laughing to the point of tears, poking at Michael, and talking about how very funny and ridiculous he is, followed by hovering in a black suit, wiping tears of laughter from his face, talking about the bald guy taking his own hair. At this point, the second leader of the Path group turns to the guy in the black suit and talks about the fact that he did have afforestation. Immediately afterward, Brooklyn abruptly corrects himself with a smile on his face to loudly shout that baldness was baldness after all. Right after that, and these guys ask Michael and Fiona to get lost somewhere, Michael asks her who these guys are. Fiona introduces the bald guy as Louis and talks about how he's pretty strong. He gives Michael an angry look. Michael turns to Louis and talks about how he came here first, so he has no intention of leaving at all. Fiona starts to ask Michael what he's doing, since is he really going to challenge such strong men? In the moment, Louis abruptly turns to Michael and asks him if anyone misheard them. Overseeing everything is Brooklyn, who heard their dialogue and laughs even more, saying Michael is crazy. Right after that, Louis starts warming up and talking about how he understood Michael's mindset and is ready to respond as well. Meanwhile, Fiona calls someone calling him Oppo and asks him where he is now. Meanwhile, the second leader of the Path group asks Louis to calm down, talk about not paying attention. However, in a moment, the second leader of the Path group hears Fiona calling someone on the phone. She smiles in turn and talks about how he could really come here right now. Michael, that's all, and pay attention and ask her if she's talking about the very brother she said she was talking about. Immediately afterward, she grabs Michael and tells him that she still needs to talk to him, which means they're leaving now. The leader of the Path group tells his partner that they are still too weak to fight against Fiona's men. The second leader of the Path group talks about that with Fiona giving her brother a good word from him and a hello. One channeler takes Michael again and talks about how he can pass it on himself and she has so much more to do. Michael starts to leave with her, and these guys discuss the fact that Fiona can't be touched and because of her brother's power. The second leader of the Path group asks his partner if he's okay or not, but the latter gets very angry, makes different signs, and says it's okay. However, everything that happens makes the guy in the black suit very angry, and his main desire is to defeat Michael, and he's leaving now. There's a moment where the guy in the black suit comes off saying that he can't leave it like this. The second leader of the Path group tries to stop him and talks about asking him to leave those guys alone. In an instant, Brooklyn snaps out of his seat. He starts running straight at Michael and Fiona nearby, attacking them. A moment Michael notices this, he abruptly grabs Fiona by the waist and starts to pull her to him, realizing that here the guy is approaching. In a moment, she is very surprised. Michael grabs her in his arms and doesn't understand why the hell Brooklyn decided to attack them. That turn, of course, misses the jump, however, immediately starts aggressing on Michael again. At breakneck speed, he heads straight towards him, pulling his arm back to ready the blow he is about to deliver. Immediately afterwards, he swings a sharp kick towards Michael's face, but Michael manages to dodge this primitive attack. Immediately afterward, Michael gives a huge smack right across this guy's face with giant strength and embarrassing him in front of everyone. The guy in the black suit is quite hurt, but after getting such a blow, he gets even angrier and smiles sharply, looking directly at Michael. Michael is still very surprised. He looks at the guy in the black suit who can't understand why he didn't faint after the blow. Michael glances back a little, realizing that Fiona is right behind him. He should obviously increase the distance. The second leader of the Path group starts running towards the battle site. He is worried for the fact that Fiona might get hurt, and then her brother will intervene. Meanwhile, Michael and the guy in the black suit have a fight. Michael fights him off one by one for a while, and he is given to repel each other's attacks, but in the moment, Brooklyn strikes a crushing blow. At one point, Brooklyn laughs and turns to the Jersey and asks why he only comes back and attacks in return. Michael, meanwhile, realizes that they are not out in the open, and there is very little outside subterfuge. Meanwhile, Fiona turns to Leader 2 and tells him to leave, and she'll handle it all by herself. The black-suited man turns to T-shirt and asks what's the fun of their fight if he keeps dodging attacks. Michael watches Fiona's actions and realizes that until her brother arrives, the situation can be contained. The black suit turns to the jersey and talks about how he's heard a lot of rumors about him and would like to check them out for himself. Immediately afterwards, Michael strikes hard and sharp right at him, but he blocks the attack. The black suit gets a little worried and turns to Michael, talking about how he's pretty fast. Then Michael flies at him and starts to make more attack after attack, and now he's always dodging and fending off attacks from the guy in the black suit. Brooklyn keeps smiling and talking about how strong Michael is, and the next moment Michael's leg flies into him. This blow was very crushing for him, and he fell to the ground backwards with great speed. It doesn't bother him at all that he is now down. He immediately gets up and starts getting up to launch more attacks. He scratches his beard and talks about how it's damn strong and Michael is very good at his attacks. Michael turns to the guy in the black suit, asking if he and his arm are okay after he threw the punch. The young man begins to look at his hand and talk about how it's generally not a big deal, so he's obviously not going to worry about it. Comes a step after he removes his bandage, he notices underneath it a pretty badly swollen wound that wasn't there. He talks about how he thinks it will be okay. Michael smiles and talks about how at this point it can and will be. Michael starts taking off his jacket and his side and talking about how he's about to get more so and more power. In a moment that draws Fiona's attention to all of this, she turns to Michael and asks him why he started taking his clothes off all of a sudden. Looking at her and talking about going to take off the watch jacket, she looks at him shocked, saying she is very surprised. She turns to Michael and says that he takes off his jacket in a fairly public place, but Michael is surprised by her words. Turning away, Michael notices a crowd of schoolchildren watching him and filming the whole event on their phones. The girls are just in awe of Michael. They talk about how he is quite cute and his body is very athletic and strong. Michael realizes that he has kind of left a better way out of this situation, however, and through too much attention hinders him. In the moment, the Param in the black suit addresses Michael, talk about how she has tasted his power and is going to stop at her. He turns to Michael and talks about how the next time they meet, they will obviously not be bored, but Michael does not understand his words at all. A guy in a black suit walks briskly through a crowd of schoolgirls and asks them all to step back, so they don't stand in his way. They look at him. One of the girls says he's quite energetic, and the other says she doesn't understand why he's pushing. The second leader of the Path group turns to Michael and says that the next time they will see each other will be soon, and he cannot worry. Michael turns to him and talks about how he talks a lot, and he should see if he can even make it next time. Michael looks at him and talks about how hitting them individually tires him out quite a bit. He'd rather have them all at once. The leader of the second begins to lash out at Michael and talk about how he has no right to say those words to him here. However, the first leader of the group, a bald guy, stops him, saying that the anger is not worth it to this guy. The second group leader turns around and walks away with the first, thanking him for helping to keep his emotions in check. The bald guy walks forward and reflects on what happened, realizing that he also overreacted by not containing his emotions. Michael looks after them and can't figure out what's wrong with them. Fiona, standing behind him, abruptly turns to Michael to beckon him over. She starts holding Michael's jacket and talking about how these were second-grade leaders, and they are very dangerous, especially to Michael. Notices something holding his jacket and says that he's not afraid for them at all and shouldn't be worried. Fiona blushes again. Turning to Michael, says that second and third graders, their leaders are especially dangerous because they are very strong. However, she follows up by also thanking Michael for saving the day and telling him that he should be gentler, grabbing her waist. Michael apologizes, saying that he thought it would hurt her if he hugged her abruptly, however she doesn't consider it a hug. Michael reminds her that she called her brother, but she admits that she lied about it. She yells at Michael again and asks what the hell she's here for anyway, looking to meet her brother and prying at everyone. Michael is quite surprised by her words and starts to tell her something, but at one point she interrupts him abruptly. She tells Mike that if anyone meets her brother, she will die. She asks him not to make her worry, but mentions that she's not worried about Michael at all. Turning my head and looking at Michael, she talks about how besides her brother, there is an alliance and other guys who are also dangerous. She starts to walk away and talks about how they saved each other, and now no one owes anyone anything, and asks Michael not to go after her. Michael is surprised by her behavior. He doesn't understand why she went from threatening him to saving him and even worrying. As she leaves, she also blushes a lot, and worries about him suggests that Michael is quite annoying and makes her worry about him. Meanwhile, a guy in a black suit comes in somewhere and turns to someone asking if someone or someone else is here. This turns out to be the class of the guy in the black suit. His friend is asking what's wrong with his arm. followed by a guy in a black suit telling his friend that he likes the new guy and he's not as strong as everyone says he is. A young man in a black suit fixes his hair and says that he needs money, but he doesn't have any at the moment. He then turns to the president of his class and asks him to run up to him quickly, surprised, and starts running straight towards the guy in the black suit like he's an errand dog. Turns to him and asks about the address of a guy he knows in their class and asks him to send him his address. Immediately afterward, he asks the class president to raise money this week, but he is very surprised to hear the phrase about the fundraiser. A friend of the guy in the black suit turns to him and talks about the fundraiser, and 2 more weeks is pretty early. However, Brooklyner smiles and says that for this, he does not give such a long period of time because no money, no business. However, in the moment, the class president turns to the guy in the black suit and says that they can't make that decision on their own, can they? The class president talks about having a general meeting, but the guy in the black suit just offers to play him rock, paper, scissors instead. In the moment, Brooklyn talks about how he lost and offers to play another round of rock, paper, scissors. After which Brooklyn is on fire about finally winning, and the class president is pro that it's not a good idea to make a decision this way. One right after that phrase, a couple in a black suit bring their hands up to this guy's face, ready to do a flick and threaten him. The black suit says it wasn't about fence money. It was about not playing the flick, and asks the man to come closer to him. Then asks him to speed up, and when he comes up, she puts her hand right on his head. In the moment, a friend of a guy in a black suit talks about how his fingers are bending pretty badly, and it's disgusting in his opinion. Immediately afterward, Param Charam Suit does a report to 3, and then yells fire and hits his classmate hard with a flick. With all the classmates around watching this and the discussion of the fundraiser, they are just shocked to the core about what is going on in the classroom. That guy of his turn starts clutching his forehead and crying out in pain, and it's just some kind of snap. Meanwhile, the guy in the black suit is talking about throwing scissors into the game and demanding another round. Meanwhile, our hero Michael reacts to everything that happened to realize that with Fiona's brother, he did not meet, but saw important guys. The hero Michael also remembers that the guy in the black suit withstood him in a punch. Maybe that guy is strong, or maybe Michael loses his grip. Michael realizes that he's been resting heavily for a while. He should clearly be working on his form to maintain it. Michael puts his hands between them and talks about how no matter how much young man endures, Michael will easily smash him against the wall. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the guy who's always losing to the guy in the black suit who's always calling somewhere. He remembers that he was promised to be brought to his knees by that guy in the black suit, but now they simply don't pick up the phone. He is very surprised by this whole situation. Talk about how he just can't even go to school because of it, so he doesn't embarrass himself. The young man who loses to the black guy in the suit starts to remember that everyone at school is discussing Michael's new student. As he listens to these dialogues at school, he realizes that he can ask Michael for help, or he will become the leader of their class. A guy who's been losing forever to the guy in the black suit decides he can give the money to new guy Michael to help. Moment he decides it's a good plan, however, right behind the day his face appears the very same Brooklyn scare him. The guy who was always losing doesn't manage to ask one question, right after which the guy in the black suit grabs him by the face and squeezes him. Right after that, Brooklyn starts lowering this guy down, holding him by the head, and pressing down harder and harder. Right after that, he yells at him, "Let's go to your last stop," and starts squeezing his face, guiding the wires. However, that turn sharply shouts, "Wait a minute," and repeats twice, after which Brooklyn stops. The young man in the black suit asks him to thank God for stopping here, and he starts talking about how he made a big mistake. Brooklyn is still clutching his face and asks if it's funny because it feels like he's on a ride. Brooklyn notices that his penetration is starting to cry. She says goodbye to him and asks, "Why are you crying if it's fun?" After which the guy suits bloody licks his lips, talk about what's worth a ride again. Meanwhile, we are transported to school the next day by some kids solving a math problem. Richard explains to his classmates how to solve this problem by explaining the angle theorem in geometry. In the moment, the blonde guy simplifies himself to Richard and asks if they'd be better off not using a bat for this. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a loud shout from the big guy who yells that he won the game against Michael and George. Michael's classmate offers to give him a clue, but he doesn't even know where to start. She talks about the place where Michael promised to wrestle her, but Michael says he thinks it's about the bed in this game. George can't understand how Michael, who studies so hard, loses at such easy games. After that, a little fight breaks out between the big guy and Michael because they can't decide what to do next in the game. Richard in turn looks at it all and can't understand why the big guy even came to their class playing with Michael. Following along with the bulky man, Richard discusses whether they should try it too, something like this. However, all of this is interrupted by the guys noticing a guy in a black suit walk into the classroom. Richard, along with the bulky man, are immediately surprised at the thought of him coming to fight now against Michael. Michael's classmate also notices him and realizes that this is the same guy who is known for his ignorance. He walks over to Michael's desk and is surprised that there are no empty seats behind it, but he just wanted to talk to Michael. At one point, he turns to the big guy and talks about getting up and giving him a seat right now. The big guy asks him who he is, however asks impersonal questions just to become and walk out. The big guy looks back at Michael and everyone and realizes that if he submits now, it will be an embarrassment to him. He turns back to the guy to the dark suit, I realize, and head that he built his life brick by brick and didn't give up so easily. The big guy stands up and looking straight into the face of the guy in the black suit, says that he has no reason to leave here. The blonde guy pays attention and says he's acting so cool like Michael is going to save him. Right after that, Brooklyn starts swinging right at the big guy and the big guy tries to push him down. The big guy is very worried and anxious, however he tries to suppress these thoughts in himself so as not to give the appearance to the others. However, in the moment in the black suit, he says he's not going to fight, just play rock, paper, scissors with him. Hearing this, the big guy is surprised and starts to believe his words. It relaxes him a lot. Trailing off, the big guy loses it and talks about then actually stepping back to talk to Michael. The big guy backs off and is glad to himself that he backed off not because he's weak, but because he lost to this guy. The big guy ponders the fact that Brooklyn might not be bad, however in the moment someone from behind put a hand on his shoulder. Right after that, the big guy gets hit pretty hard in the face, which throws him off. The blow, as expected, hits Brooklyn with tremendous force right in the big guy's face from the back. Hit very hard, the big guy fell face forward right on the floor in full view of everyone, much to his embarrassment. The blonde-haired guy talks about how it was obviously very painful. Richard is also very surprised at what's going on. Brooklyn begins to sit down across from Michael at a reminder that he did promise to come back one day after all. However, Micah says that he doesn't have time at all, but the one looking at Michael informs him that he will also be very quick. In the moment, Brooklyn pulls out a book and suggests Michael play a game of dropping a coin on that book. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the second leader of the Path Group who are discussing the terms of the gym lease. In moment 2, the leader of the Path Group turns to the guy next to him, asking if he's seen what kind of techniques Michael is using. The young man does the exercises and talks about the fact that Rookie Me is talented, and in many ways he is hiding his true potential. Tracy adds that Michael's movement is very strong, and the exact second leader of the Path Group listens to this. The second leader of the track team asks this guy about the guy in the black suit here, says he's overestimating his powers. Followed by doing exercises, the young man says Brooklyn's name is Brooklyn, and he has pretty good skills as well. The young man recalls watching Brooklyn work out, who did a very strong stretch using only his head. And when he finished his exercise, Brooklyn would open a window and jump straight down from the second floor and come back whole. Watching the guy who is the leader of the second group, he tells me that Brooklyn has one problem: he is very addicted to gambling. Followed by the second leader of the track team asking this guy who's practicing if they can trust Brooklyn. He says he's not sure. The guy who trains remembers the time Brooklyn first came to the gym and defeated everyone and anyone he trained with just by strength. Thinking back to how hard and powerfully he fought and beat everyone, this guy immediately has you wondering if it's possible that Brooklyn could lose. And just in the meantime, Brooklyn loses. Michael, however, just won the coin toss game, which he is not too happy about. Brooklyn approaches Michael asking why he is so good at the coin game, however Michael is very surprised by his question. Michael, meanwhile, looked at his hand, thinking about how he used to be such a betting loser. Brooklyn starts to get angry at the fact that he's always losing and asks Michael to play another round with him at least. In the moment, Michael turns to Brooklyn and says that's enough, and offers to just pretend that Brooklyn beat him. Brooklyn starts to get mad at Michael because of this, saying that you can't win like this, it's not a win at all. However, afterward, Raylan abruptly agrees and tells Michael he to remember to show up at the appointed place on Friday. Michael in return asks Brooklyn to take care of his arm, talk about not liking to look at someone else's pain. However, in a moment behind Michael, Richard gets up behind him and turns to Brooklyn and asks him to stop for a moment. In the moment, Richard approaches Michael and asks about whether he's sure he agrees to Brooklyn's proposal so abruptly. Richard starts talking to Michael pretty vehemently about how fighting in front of second graders is a pretty strong decision. Michael recalls what Brooklyn said to him recently. He talked about calling out the sophomores as spectators in the ring. Then Richard heard it, and the blonde guy, they were greatly surprised at what Brooklyn was saying and Michael's nonchalance. Then Michael told Brooklyn that he didn't really understand what it was all for, however it was easier to bring Brooklyn along with the bald guys. At that moment, Brooklyn said that he really likes Michael, and he's as smooth and strong as he is. During this dialogue, our hero Michael was contemplating the fact that as soon as he could finish Brooklyn, he would go straight to the bald guys. Meanwhile, the events of our story come back to reality. Michael turns to the big guy lying on the floor after being punched. Michael offers him to repeat their game, but then the Q lies almost in tears, saying that he embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the loser guy was watching all of this. He watches Brooklyn walk in Michael's class and decides to go in himself. A young man walks right into Michael's classroom and addresses him. Michael asks him who he is. A young man introduces himself as Ronald and talks about how he would like Michael to beat up Brooklyn for all his deeds. Michael doesn't understand at all what this is about or where the request is coming from and asks Ronaldo what he's talking about. A classmate standing near Michael asks Ronald to be more specific rather than rambling. She turns to him and asks him to be polite to Michael and first explain the whole situation and then make requests. Young starts talking about being with the bald guys Brooklyn and using the stakes of their fights to win money. Immediately afterward, he turns to Mike and talks about how this will be the reason and why Michael may lose the upcoming fight. Michael talks about how he's not too sure he can lose, however at this point, Ronald is sweating profusely and remembering something. Like last night, Brooklyn grabbed him with his legs and held him down while he sat playing on his phone at that moment. Then holding him down with his legs and choking him harder, Brooklyn beat the money out of Ronaldo more and more. After that, together with him, they went to some bank or safe deposit box to get them from there right almost at night. While Brooklyn was thinking about how to get them, Ronald was very angry. They found it hard to believe that his money was about to leave him. Immediately afterward, Brooklyn took Ronaldo's documents and decided to loan extra money on them still, which surprised Ronaldo. Brooklyn then put his arm around Ronald and started talking about how after beating the rookie, he would win a huge betting prize and give the money away. Brooklyn said goodbye to Ronald and Gavril that everyone knows he's going to win, so he can 100% get the money back. Immediately afterward, Ronald explains this whole situation to Michael and talks about how he is just awful and he could lose all the money. Michael's classmate at this point call attention to the fact that according to Ronaldo, he wants Michael to beat Brooklyn. Immediately afterward, the classmate smiles sweetly and talks about how let's say he won, but can she then wring Ronaldo's neck? She gets angry and tries to beat Ronaldo, talk about how you have to think about your words when talking to the great Michael. Michael turns his attention to Ronaldo and asks what will he give him in return for beating Brooklyn. Together with Michael, Ronald decides that in return he will help him with his English, and Michael asks Ron and find him after class. Michael's classmate reappears and suggests to him that she should help him with his English instead of Young, but he says he shouldn't. Some time passes as our hero Michael ponders how he can best engage in battle against Brooklyn, especially outside of school. Time marches on, school lessons are over. Michael and Ronald walk down the road and learn English. Ronald suggests that Michael place bets on his own victory, but Michael talks about how he has no money at all. Afterward, Ronald brings Michael instead of where, along with Brooklyn, they borrowed money for his bets yesterday. Michael asks Ronald if they always study while walking here, and he says that sometimes they do it for good brain function. Michael asks if Ronald is so eager for Michael to borrow who money and bet on the winnings. Ronald says that would be great. Our hero Michael picks up the business card of these people and immediately notices that their name is more like a group of gangsters. Michael talks about how he's going to go up to that building first and generally wants to do it alone so Ronald can leave. The events of our story are transferred to a guy in a black suit, namely Brooklyn, who is working out on a tourniquet and discusses with someone the issue of money. Along with the two fat guys and their friend, they chat about whether everything will be okay and how the money fight will go. Pull yourself up on the bar. Brooklyn says the more risk, the more money he'll make, and he's confident. Meanwhile, Michael goes up to the very building, walks around it, and realizes that there's practically no one inside. However, at one point, some guy comes out to meet Michael and asks Michael if he's come to borrow money. Michael says that's right, and Young starts to open the door with his key, wishing someone would always lock it wrong. In the moment, Young points out that Michael looks like a schoolboy because of his uniform. He talks about how weird that is, tells that school children have been frequenting him lately, and asks Michael to come into the office, opens the door. At one point, he sits in a chair, and Michael sits across from him. First, he asks how much money Michael needs, but then he says there is a question. He turns to Michael and asks how old he is, and this question leaves Michael perplexed, for his real age is different from what the right now. At first, Michael says he is 20, but then corrects himself to say he is 17. But after he corrects himself again, he realizes he is confused. The guy who gives him the money starts complaining, saying that this is no place for fun, and he needs to know the exact age. At one point, Michael gets up and talks about how he forgot to turn off the iron at home, so he should go home, but the man stops him. The young man in the watch talks about how the weather is nice now, and nothing will happen at Michael's house, and asks why he is in a hurry. The young man once again turns to Mike and talks about how he is very suspicious of who he is. Michael tells him about coming back another time and starts to walk away. However, Michael doesn't succeed for long, because in the next moment the young man grabs Michael's arm with his hand. He asks Michael where he's going and why he's so impatient since they haven't finished talking yet. The young man starts asking Michael what gang he's from and talks about not being fooled like that. He asks why Michael came here, but Michael responds by squeezing his hand hard and he screams in pain. Michael talks about how he's repeating himself again, that he'll come back next time and now he has to go. Michael nuzzles his hand once more and talks about letting him leave this time, but not next time. Michael starts to walk away and the young man decides to throw an ashtray at him with a sharp swing. However, Michael notices this and immediately slaps his hand right on his arm, preventing him from doing so. Then Michael decides not to take it anymore and strikes hard with his hand right at the guy's head. He falls back into the chair almost unconsciously and no longer says anything to Michael, and Michael starts to walk away. Michael realizes that he hit him automatically, so there's probably no next time to come. In the moment before leaving, Michael decides to check the ledger. It's possible to find papers related to himself or friends. Flipping through various documents in the moment, Michael finds the documents of the director of the project he is involved in. However, while Michael is doing this, you start to hear voices from behind him discussing the food very actively. Michael decides to quietly get out of here and score some papers and starts heading straight for the door to make an urgent exit. However, no sooner does he open the door than two lines enter this office and look directly at Michael and into his eyes. Michael talks about the young man just sleeping and the fact that he is done with his business and starts to walk out of the office, though away from them. Well, although he hears about these guys trying to wake up that man in the watch, and they're clearly not having much of a go at it, one of them starts running out of the office and heading towards Michael, yelling about what he's done here already. Michael goes outside and sits down on a bench, realizing that he shouldn't have gone there at all. Michael looks at the weather if he knows it's pretty good, however his mood is much less cheerful. Michael Rawes is in his pockets and thinking about seeing the principal's private body at this guy's place, and also thinking about Brooklyn. At the moment, Michael pulls out his phone and starts looking at the weather on his phone, realizing that it's going to rain on Friday. He glances at his phone and realizes that this might play into his hands, or it might not, because he has a fight on Friday. The events of our story lead forward to Friday. A friend of Brooklyn's approaches him, asking if his arm is healed and how he's feeling. However, the Q only smiles, saying that it just stings a bit, and that the newcomer's attack was laughable. Brooklyn, along with Ronald and some other guys, head into the closed area of the school in the evening to prepare for something. They enter the gymnasium there. They see a few more guys in uniform who between them are setting things up for a fight. Brooklyn approaches Ronaldo, asking if he wants to have a fight here before his battle with Michael instead of a coin toss, but Ronaldo refuses. Brooklyn starts warming up and talking about how it was a joke, and it wouldn't be much fun if that one died so early. From the moment a team of second-grade bullies start going to the gym, their gang is called the Road Gang. They are led by a bald guy and get ready to watch the fight that will be between Brooklyn and Michael. When a group of these guys start walking in, some others become leaning over to them and saluting their greats. The bald guy is paying attention to the guy who has long hair and talking about how his hair is full of misery. Afterward, he walks up to a practically bald guy, our Ronald, and talks about how he's almost probably on his way. At one point, the bald guy turns to everyone and asks if the new Michael is still here. Meanwhile, the events of our story move forward, taking us to a group of some people walking forward under black umbrellas. It turns out to be Michael and his classmates. He talks about how they don't have to go along with him, but they want to support him. In the moment, Richard addresses Michael about them having his back in a difficult moment, but Michael asks what's behind his back. Richard starts talking about how Michael's opponent could be very serious, so it's best to get a gun just in case. The blonde guy starts telling Michael about Brooklyn's fighting style. However, Michael says he remembers everything himself. In the moment, Michael turns his attention to his phone and talks about how the guy has to not go without it first. However, they protest talk about how they can go, and there without Michael, he talks about needing time. The events of the story go forward. Richard and all the others come to the scene of the battle, but our newcomer Michael is not with them. The guy looks at them. He listens to their story about Michael's words. However, all do not believe it to be true. Brooklyn intervenes and says that the new guy was scared of his punches last time and now he's not going to fight. The leader of the Second Path group recognizes Richard and talks about what it is to be, and they believe him and wait a while. The blonde-haired guy talks about how they could have been antagonists to the road gang. In a moment, some people open the doors, and the blonde guy stares forward in shock and disbelief of his eyes. At that moment, the men from the Sacred faction enters the hall with their leader, who greets everyone here. A member of the Sacred group asks what they all came this far for because of one fight. The dialogue is interrupted by that smart guy from the Union. He talks about how it's hard to call Michael a regular guy. George and the big guy notice that this smart guy is also here, although he doesn't have much strength. The bald guy greets the group of holy men and then tells them to take a seat somewhere on the mats and wait for the battle to begin. However, from the traveling group says that there are no empty seats left on the chairs, so the Sacred group needs to sit on the mats. Their leader says that they do not mind, because for them there is not much difference where to sit, especially together. The leader of the Sacred group turns to everyone and asks, where is the newcomer? Who is the reason for all the fuss? Hasn't he come? This is watched by Richard and the blonde guy. They can't think of a good answer and just wait for Michael. Meanwhile, Brooklyn is busy playing betting on his phone, and apparently he's losing. It irritates him quite a lot. He is very bad at containing his emotions and controlling himself at times like this. All the other guys and quietly closed eyes sit waiting for Michael to arrive to start the battle. At this point, Brooklyn snaps. He throws the phone to the floor and yells, asking when Michael will be here already. Starts yelling obsessively about how he's about to just die of boredom if Michael doesn't arrive and the battle doesn't start right away. He tries to call the fight already, at least someone, but his friends try to hold him and his influx of emotions. The bald guy from the Path group talks about how he agrees with Brooklyn. They can't just waste time, they need some entertainment. In the moment, Brooklyn turns to Richard and asks him to come out to fight him instead of Michael, so they won't be so bored in the gym right now. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is already approaching the place. He looks at his watch and realizes he is late and under the umbrella. Richard turns to him and interjects a non-committal sentence, and the blonde-haired guy is shocked. Richard gets up and talks about how he is willing to take responsibility for his classmate Michael because of his tardiness and starts walking. However, the bald form guy says that you can't start such a fight because then Brooklyn might get tired before fighting Michael. He yells at the young man, talking about staying out of it and they'll sort it all out themselves. However, the bald form guy turns out to be very correct, and he doesn't back down from his stance, saying that this is not the way to go time after time. This is all intervened by the second leader of the Path group. He talks about how a loser battle in the form of Richard doesn't sound so bad. At that moment, the door opens and Michael walks in and asks everyone if he's a little late to their battle. The first to notice him are Richard and the blonde-haired guy, who are terribly happy to see him at such an important moment for everyone. He is immediately noticed by Brooklyn, who looks at Michael with a bloodthirsty look and is morally ready for a fight. However, instead of Michael, it turns out to be another blonde-haired guy of sturdy build who walks happily down the hall. Brooklyn gets really upset that it's not Michael, but some leftist guy who's walking around talking nonsense. The man stops near Richard and the blonde guy, asking them where their candidate Michael is. The young man begins to address everyone and offer them his services. Brooklyn recognizes this guy and talks to him about how he's the one who was in charge of the second grade not too long ago, right? He's pretty nice about getting it right and calls Brooklyn a big bug at the end. A guy named Brooklyn doesn't dare to stand for all this. He strikes sharply and knocks this guy down in an instant. He goes into a wild shock, drooling out of his mouth, and he seems to lose consciousness for a moment from the force of such a blow. Meanwhile, Brooklyn abruptly turns around, grabs him by the head, and sends him flying forward, throwing his head sharply to the side. Then Brooklyn runs forward, turns around and starts running again right at this guy. Brooklyn's friends try and stop him. The young man shouts a request to wait and not strike at him, but Brooklyn doesn't listen to his request at all and immediately kicks forward with his foot. Richard is wildly surprised and asks why this is happening and is it the norm to do this? The smart guy sitting next to him responds about the bosses being fine with it, and meanwhile the bald guy is keeping an eye on things. With bloody hands and wild anger, Brooklyn continues to attack this blonde-haired guy, needing to hit harder and harder. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some guy he's looking at pictures of the director of the foundation. Immediately afterward, the young man comes out of some room, gloomy, where lies a crowd of men broken in blood. However, the events of the story once again takes us this time to Brooklyn, which stands its adversaries in bloody hands. Brooklyn turns around despite everything, saying he still has full strength. He'd like to spend it on beating Richard. However, the moment taken in comes a guy who yells all about how they should have fought him. The bald guy pays attention. Turns out it's Michael. He goes ahead and asks who they've already beaten up before he gets there. A guy named Brooklyn is excited to see Michael. He immediately realizes who it is and starts looking in his direction. Michael is noticed with great joy, and his classmates who are happy to see him back, especially at a time like this. A very smart guy and the nearby seated leader of the sacred faction also look at Michael, glad to see him. Michael begins to walk forward and apologize to everyone for his delay, however they say he took too long. In the moment, Brooklyn looks at Michael's friends and says he's willing to have fun with them in exchange for him being late on such and such an occasion. To Michael, he talks about how if he had been a little more late, all of his friends would have ended up in the grave after all today. Michael starts to take off his jacket and asks Brooklyn if he's warmed up yet. For his part, Brooklyn says that one man is not enough for him, and Michael throws his jacket up with great pathos. Then lightning strikes forward with tremendous force, throwing off everything he sees around him, hitting several people at once. It's his classmates Richard and the blonde guy. They're wildly shocked at the sheer power Michael is showing now. It turns out to be Richard's friends. Michael talks about how he decided to have fun with them, just like Brooklyn did with his friends. Michael starts rolling up his sleeves and talking about how he, unlike Brooklyn, doesn't intend to stop there and is going forward. The guys in suits are starting to notice what is truly beginning to happen, and it's getting them pretty excited. Behind Brooklyn stands, the bald guy is the first leader of the Path group, talking about getting rid of those lying on the ground immediately. Meanwhile, Brooklyn also pathetically starts walking straight towards Michael, talk about how this was pretty expectedly fun. Immediately after that, hiding a greedy smile, Brooklyn begins to threaten Mike, saying that he will definitely not come out alive. Looking at Michael and turning to him, he talks about how none of his childhood toys are left intact, and so will Michael's bones. He gets into a wild stance and, looking at Michael, talks about the pleasure it gives him to tear someone apart. Immediately afterward, he goes berserk, throwing back a few more guys around him, saying he's going to destroy Michael. Michael's turn, or standing still and looking sternly at him, ponders what he should do now in such and such a situation. Brooklyn strikes first as expected, however Michael easily dodges it without any effort. Immediately after that, Brooklyn continues to attack, however Michael dodges again, and dodges all attacks with great ease. Brooklyn can't understand anything because he expects Michael to do this, and the shoe turns to stand behind him. At one point, Brooklyn snaps even more and yells at Michael to stop running away from him already and face this fight fairly. Brooklyn continues to launch attack after attack and time after time and yells at Michael to attack him as well. Gromila and the blonde guy are watching this situation and discussing it, not understanding what Brooklyn's tactics are in this fight. The smartest Charlie says that the point is probably Michael's tactic of analyzing the fight and using lightning-fast attacks. Young says he's seen a lot of Michael's fights already, and in each one at the beginning he just dodges and tries to understand his opponent. Thinking back on it and watching Michael every fight and how Michael analyzed all of his opponents well and successfully. Watching their fight further, young man in glasses told me that after analyzing it, Michael was throwing the strongest critical blows. That's exactly what happened now in reality, because after analyzing Michael, abruptly launches an attack right into Brooklyn's body. This attack hits him very painfully. He clenches his teeth looking at his god and realizes he is in a lot of pain. Immediately after that, Brooklyn sharply shoves Michael, but he manages to hook his foot on his leg at the end to hold on. This saves the situation, because in the next moment Michaela is right in the face of her opponent Brooklyn. And right after that, Michael unleashes a huge attack right in his face with gigantic force. Brooklyn begins to fall down briefly, even losing consciousness, barely holding back the screams of pain that had built up in his body in just 2 of Michael's punches. However, in the moment, a sudden explosion of motivation in Brooklyn's body fills his eyes with firepower and fear at the same time, which helps him. Brooklyn then abruptly jumps up, climbing to his feet with immense power, and begins to look forward. Immediately after that, moves forward, holding a huge attack of his fist, sending it straight at Michael. Brooklyn is trying very hard to hit Michael under his attack again, and it's not going to go through Michael. He missed again. First, Michael just kicks him in the leg with his foot, but then finishes him off with a brutal overhand punch. Brooklyn stands there with a broken face. He doesn't know what he should do better, and is just trying to come to his usual overthoughts from the searing pain. In the moment, the moral force backs Brooklyn up by saying that the punches are coming, and it turns out to be true, because Michael attacks again. Brooklyn dodges one of the attacks, but he has to lift his body as Michael strikes from above. It really hurts Brooklyn. He stands with big black pupils and tries to regain his senses. Michael at this time is not slumbering at all. He continues to kick straight at Brooklyn's body with tremendous power at times. In the moment, Brooklyn is thrown to the floor, but at the end, and we're still tired, manages to stay on his feet, and he's held up by his arms. Brooklyn begins to watch the floor. He reflects on how pathetic he looks now, and he lacks the strength to overpower Michael. The second leader of the Path Group watch everything. He has a hard time believing that Michael is human at all, since he is very easy to handle Brooklyn. The guys in blue uniforms discuss the fact that they don't even want to start talking for kicks, because Brooklyn doesn't even have the strength to push Michael. In the moment, Brooklyn gets up covered in blood and wipes his mouth and talks about how he is in quite a bit of pain. However, he speaks with a smile on his face. The guys in Michael's class realize that Brooklyn is also pretty strong, yet Michael is still not even injured. Michael starts warming up and talking about how Brooklyn is very good at endurance, and he appreciates that in a fight. Brooklyn at this point looks at Michael, seeing someone warming up, and asks if he's still warming up. Immediately afterward, Brooklyn yells that he also hasn't warmed up and starts running at Michael with another strong attack. Michael notices how Brooklyn is already closing in on him, preparing a pretty mass of his forces right into Michael. That act, Brooklyn carries a punch, and Michael easily dodges it and starts to go behind his back. Brooklyn stares into Mike's face, wondering if he's trying to stupefy him by going behind his back and tricking him. In the Brooklyn moment, Brooklyn is hit with an upward fist punch, but Michael dodges it again, realizing that such primitive attacks are a disgrace. Michael begins to dodge tack attack after tack attack, and Brooklyn wears harder and harder time after time, attacking Michael. Michael is still ducking and pondering the fact that it doesn't matter what Brooklyn does now, because it's useless. Michael continues to dodge over and over, thinking that the power that Brooklyn's healing blows have is worthless. Then Michael sharply punches Brooklyn right in the face, saying that the force of the blow is not important, as it is the result that counts. Immediately afterward, Michael launches a kicking attack right into Brooklyn's torso, saying that he doesn't understand how to fight at all. Michael then inflicts a few more of these, so reflecting on Brooklyn's lack of practical knowledge in heavy combat. Meanwhile, Ronald is watching all this. He is very happy because his main offender is now being beaten in front of everyone. The guys in blue suits are discussing amongst themselves that they saw something different in this fight and got a solid loss to Brooklyn. The smartest Charlie reflects on the fact that he assumed Michael's strength, however, then even he was able to surprise him. Richard reminds the blonde guy that Michael has met Brooklyn before, and now Richard has realized the nature of the meeting. Meanwhile, their fight continued, Michael sometimes dodging and sometimes counterattacking right to Brooklyn's body. Each time, Michael rolled over immediately after he threw a harder punch than he had originally prepared for. Watched Brooklyn's body movements, and began to talk about how he apparently began to understand his fighting style. Meanwhile, Michael delivers another leg kick right into Brooklyn's body with tremendous force, knocking him off his feet with just a punch. At the same time, Richard was telling the blonde-haired guy about what he could understand, and Brooklyn and Michael's failures. Richard explains to the blonde-haired guy that the coin-operated game of Cargo Brooklyn used the same strategy and style as in real combat. He wore a very hard kick right on the book on which the coins lay, tossing them higher and higher that way. That's why all of his notebooks have little air hills on them that formed because of this. Into the dialogue comes a very smart guy who in a way supports Richard's theory, saying it's a lot likely. Richard continues to watch the fight, saying that although in the coins to some extent this helped him, but in real combat, no. I remember the way Brooklyn played the coin toss. He just used power instead of precision calculation and understanding of strategy. It's always been his mistake that he makes, and now I'm asking Richard about it. Continuing to watch the fight, Richard says that throughout the entire time, Brooklyn hasn't even tried to analyze Michael's movement, just brainlessly punching. Previously, he was just always lucky because his physical strength was superior to that of his opponents. But with Michael, the situation is quite different. To his head, Richard also illustrates a situation in which huge Michael stands over poor little Brooklyn. At this point, Michael begins to remember his past, and the very guy who once saved him. It was then that the young man explained to little Michael that not only strength but also intelligence, precision, and calculation in battle have an impact. When Michael was still a schoolboy, Michael began to explain to him how to choose the position of his hand and the strength of the blow. Using the example of the coin toss game, he explained to Mike how to avoid nasty targets and strike accurately, saying that he avoided hitting the coins. Must try to aim, he told Michael, and land more accurate and harder blows in a shorter period of time. Michael and the concentration for something was shifting all his attention directly to the coins he needed to avoid hitting. Fighting now against Brooklyn, Michael remembers all the things that Guy taught him and also uses those skills in actual combat. Brooklyn, meanwhile, is pretty pissed off because he can't stand up to Michael and he hasn't thrown a single meaningful punch. In the moment, Brooklyn runs at Michael again, but at that moment, Michael again hits him with his fist right in the head, knocking him off his feet. Michael remembers it all, despite Brooklyn realizing that he's very easy as an opponent because he doesn't think with his head at all during the fight. The people of the Holy Group discuss amongst themselves how weak Brooklyn is against Michael, and yet everyone's expectations were different. A very smart Charlie also watches the fight and realizes that it only continues because of Brooklyn's tremendous stamina. This very smart guy also realizes that the cases and conclusions about Michael are also wounded because Brooklyn is just a toy to him. Meanwhile, Brooklyn is finally starting to think about the fact that more than one of the bellies never hit the target. It even scares him. Michael this moment turns to him and asks him to try harder to see he is getting very bored with this fight. Michael, turning to him, says he sees all his hate. He pours out his stamina to prolong this fight and some more. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Fiona, who is talking to someone and is very much surprised by the words she hears. She talks to Jake, who doesn't understand her surprise. He tells her that he has already heard a lot of what is going on. In the moment, Fiona shoves him, saying they were going fast, but Jake can't understand why she wants to meet new Michael so badly. This all takes place in an internet cafe. The guy sitting there talks about how he can assume that Michael likes Fiona. Because of this, she is in such a hurry. Meanwhile, the events of the story shows us another girl sitting in an internet cafe who is playing a game, loses. Pay attention to your rival friend, and he loses his memory altogether and falls over his head on the keyboard, smashes head. Pay attention, Jake, he reports that Fiona has left. This is noticed by the guys who were with them. Jake stares after Fiona and can't understand why she started acting like this and where she goes all the time abruptly. Fiona, meanwhile, is walking down the street with her finger in the air, and he's pondering the fact that Michael is just crazy because he decided to go into battle with Brooklyn. At the point, she starts to get really worried about Michael and what might happen there. Throw the umbrella, she runs forward, breaking her head. Meanwhile, the events of the story move us right to the scene of the fight, where Brooklyn once again gets punched in the face by a strong punch from Michael. Then he gets hit in the face again, only from the other side and with a stronger blow, which just confuses him. In the moment, Brooklyn realizes that things are going very badly. He stops holding his head and thinks what better to do. Brooklyn is slapping himself on the cheeks, trying to regain sober consciousness as the guys above watch the whole thing. One of the guys asks Ronaldo why Brooklyn is the way it is, and Michael is so strong. What's wrong with them all? Ronald begins to explain that when Brooklyn punches himself in the face himself, it means that he's trying out his power on himself. However, I note that Brooklyn has done this before on other people. However, when Michael is against him, he doesn't choose to touch him. Ronaldo says he's not sure of the reason for Brooklyn's action. Michael at this point looks at Brooklyn and asks if he's done playing. However, despite all this in his thoughts, Ronald is very happy for Brooklyn finally getting punched in the face with a lot of force. Meanwhile, Brooklyn himself is very angry at having never lost so badly before. He genuinely can't understand what the problem is. Momentarily, Brooklyn snaps in a fit of anger once again and starts running at Michael at breakneck speed. In just a couple moments, he is already approaching Michael and scrambles his fist backwards for her to carry the attack. Michael easily sees it right as it is being applied and immediately begins to dodge it with ease doing so. Immediately after he dodges the attack, Michael points his foot right at Brooklyn's body, starting to kick him like a dog. In an instant, Michael strikes right at Brooklyn, knocking him aside with great speed. Brooklyn falls, however, rolls over and immediately gets back on his feet, hands that all really pissed him off. Once again, he gets out of his seat and starts running at Michael, his eyes full of anger and anguish mixed with pain. Once again, approaching Michael and this time using a spinning technique, starting to turn on the spot in an impulse to strike. However, this time it's bye-bye as Michael easily passes through his attack, beating him to the ground with his leg with his foot. At this point, Brooklyn turns around sharply to strike with his fist. However, Michael does the same and easily dodges once again. Immediately afterward, he threw a punch he had been preparing for a long time straight at Brooklyn's head at breakneck speed. However, Brooklyn's physical strength saves him once again. He does not faint but decides to strike Michael back, who walks past him. Michael dodges it and immediately turns around sharply and in a flurry of punches begins to do more damage to Brooklyn. Several Michaels go directly to Brooklyn and he can't hold his ground any longer, clenching his teeth. He starts to fall down with a bloody nose. Brooklyn begins to tumble down and reflect on how insignificant he now looks in the eyes of everyone else. Michael, meanwhile, looks on and realizes that he's probably only a couple of accurate punches away from total victory. Immediately after this thought, Michaela launches a direct attack into Brooklyn's head at a tremendous speed, creating a lot of pressure for him. Brooklyn clutches his face and head in order to soften the resulting damage, however it helps just a little. When Brooklyn realizes that now is the best time to strike because Michael is completely open, he decides to do so. His fist is almost close to Michael's face, and at that moment Michael sees this attack and looks right at it. He easily faces away from his fist and strikes his own in return, thus not just repelling the attack, but making a counter-strike. In the moment, Michael's fist to blood smashing Brooklyn's face. He can't understand why his punch didn't reach Michael. Brooklyn falls to his knees and begins to spit blood directly onto the floor, because the wounds are already critical for him. He holds his head with his hands and realizes that this is just a huge shame for him, because his whole face and body is wounded and battered. In the moment Brooklyn goes into his mind, I imagine the way he's about to play the game with a book and a coin. As it happens, he strikes down with his hand in his mind, however does not hit the book at all. He gets pissed off and removes it again. But once again he misses the book with the coins. Once again, it's him realizing that he just can't hit the book he's hitting no matter how much power he hits with. He's pissed off. He keeps punching without realizing what the main problem is with all his punches. He gets wildly angry, calling himself a lowlife who can't even hit a book in front of everyone and gets wildly angry. However, at the moment of his next punch, someone's hand stops him holding his hand in the air, preventing it from hitting. It turns out to be Michael, who turns to Brooklyn and tells him that his punch is all wrong and can't be hit like that. Immediately afterward in his mind, Brooklyn notices someone's hand that holds his head, gently cradling him. Turns out it's not just in Brooklyn's mind, but in reality, and it turns out to be Michael who stabs Brooklyn in the head. The blow is not easy, as Michael simply drives Brooklyn's head straight into the ground with his forehead at great speed, smashing it to blood. Michael stands over Brooklyn's body and talks about how thanks to him, he's warmed up quite nicely for this fight. The people from the group of the Sacred Ones look at everything that is happening with great shock, although they are holding back their shock, but they have astonishment. The guys in blue suits who originally prepared the hall for the fight also stand in shock, do not understand how Brooklyn could lose. Richard and the blonde guy are also in shock. They expected Michael's victory, however they did not think it would be so brutal. Apparently only a very smart guy who has his eyes closed and just listens to everything that's going on around him is not surprised. A bald guy walks up to Michael and Brooklyn, the first leader of the Path group, and looks on as Brooklyn lies on the floor, covered in blood. In the moment, Michael turns his gaze sideways and asks everyone who is next, willing to come out against him for a fight. The events of the story takes us into someone's memories, showing a gym in which Brooklyn is sitting on the floor playing on his phone. From the moment one of the guys turns to him asking why he's sitting on his phone instead of studying like the rest of the gym, Brooklyn explains that he doesn't need to do all this. He knows everything without an instructor, and Junior points him to other people who are fighting. However, Brooklyn replies that he doesn't need any skills at all and can handle anyone in a heartbeat. Trailing off, Juvenile says he believes and asks Brooklyn what he's been doing on his phone all this time then. Brooklyn watches his phone and talks about playing at an online casino and whether it's just using his luck. The young man tells Brooklyn that because he relies only on his luck, his skills are falling by the day. Looking at Brooklyn, he also says the lineup is all the same. However, Brooklyn interrupts him, saying he doesn't understand anything about them. In the moment Brooklyn says goodbye to him, the young man turns out to be his coach, and Brooklyn gets right in front of him. Brooklyn turned to Coach talks about how he is king among rookies and can offer to Coach to fight alongside him. Coach looks up at Brooklyn and can't believe who is making such a strong offer to his own coach right now. Some time passes and Brooklyn is standing near the coach's body, which is lying on the floor, and he is standing on top where the gloves are. This is all being watched by guys who have also been training. They are shocked that Brooklyn was able to beat even a coach without training. Brooklyn licks his lips, saying that only weaklings would rely on their techniques, mentioning that only strength matters. In a moment, suddenly not recalled to his consciousness the way he was playing coin, and when he stopped hitting the notebook, he decided to hit with both hands. With 2 hands, he didn't just hit the coins, he destroyed the whole desk and the book and everything else that was around it. Returning to reality, he abruptly gets to his feet and turns to Michael, talking about how the next one will still be him. His face is all bloody. He looks at Michael with a smile and talks about how he has just started and will now continue his fight. Richard shockingly remarks that he can't believe Brooklyn is conscious after so many blows. The guys in suits are discussing the fact that they should probably stop the fight, further things could get really ugly. However, Micah looks at Brooklyn and says it's disgusting and asks him to wipe the blood off his face now. Wiping the blood with his jersey, Brooklyn talks about how he realized that Michael had been analyzing his attacks all along, and that's why he was able to win. Moment Brooklyn throws his jersey down and talks about how sometimes the mind is limited by the body, so now the victory may be his. Ronald is watching all of this and really hopes that Brooklyn would rather lose and not be able to resist Michael. At this point, the 2 guys in blue suits look right at Michael, and Brooklyn says that the real battle is just beginning. One of them starts talking about how the brain often limits the physical abilities of the body. He says that's how the movie describes supermen who lose such abilities and gain the exchange of greater physical strength. The guy in the blue suit begins to explain that if Brooklyn loses both control of his emotions and his head, his power will become even greater. In the meantime, the situation comes to this, as Brooklyn begins to lose reality or look at Michael like a beast. And in the moment it does, Brooklyn takes off at breakneck speed and heads straight for Michael with another attack. However, Michael strikes first, realizing that Brooklyn is likely at the peak of his powers and abilities right now. After Michael's blow, Brooklyn starts to suffer even more pain, and he tries not to scream, but it is hard to hold back such pain. Michael turns to him and talks about how he's already notified him that he's finished warming up, and now he's going to hit even harder. Brooklyn is lying on the floor in blood. Michael stands on the bottom and says that he is not interested as an opponent because the fight is over for Michael. Richard and the blonde guy are watching all this, and they can't believe what's happening because they didn't expect this kind of power from Brooklyn either. Meanwhile, the guy in the blue suit ponders what Brooklyn will do next after such embarrassment and such blows from Michael. Moment Michaela addresses the rest of the guys, saying that he once heard about not collecting money for the defense of classmates. Michael turns and, looking at them, asks, what are they really raising this money for? The leader of one of the gangs looks at Michael rather worriedly, and Michael asks them, are they still high schoolers, right? Michael publicly announces that there will be no more dues at the school, and whoever is going to hold them seems to be in Brooklyn's shoes. He is interrupted by the first leader of the Path Group. He explains that money is just a form of protection for ordinary people who have no power. However, Micah only turns to him and tells him that he came up and said that to him directly in return for losing his head. The bald guy stands up and talks about how he can do it, and he's not afraid to cross over because those are his ideals. The second leader of the Path Group yells at Michael, saying that he has no right to make such powerful statements without even being in a leadership position. The leader of the Sacred Group sits in shock. He talks about how modern schoolboys have no manners at all. Then he turns to Mike and says that he is only a new student and is already going to change the rules of the whole system, which is absurd. The young man with glasses talks about how you can't change the system that easily, and he doesn't like explaining that to regular kids like Michael. The young man in glasses starts to smile, suggesting that maybe he should explain it to the t-shirt in a tongue-in-cheek way, since he's so confident. Moment Charlie, the leader of the sacred group, orders his men to explain to Michael how everything is going. Deliver Michael the holy truth, and right after that, several people get up and start heading towards Michael with attacks. Richard stands up abruptly and starts yelling about how this is a very cowardly action on the part of the leader of the sacred group. Richard talks about helping Mike, however, this is the moment Michael and himself begins to act immediately. Backlash on Michael, immediately several people from the group priest in just a couple punches and says he doesn't need any help. They claim that they can generally handle ordinary people like these themselves, because they are unremarkable. Some guys start moving towards him right away and realize he's going to be a good opponent and worth surrounding him. In the moment, Michaela notices that one of his new opponents is going behind his back and preparing to launch a strong attack. In one fell swoop, Michael flips off the first and immediately prepares to receive the second talk about being annoyed by such small bugs. Right after something and happens using only a palm strike, Michael easily knocks out one of them, showing his strength. Michael looks straight up, throws back not a few more guys, and talks about how he's finished his warm-up and can fight very well. Immediately afterward, several guys fly at Michael ready to attack him, and he scatters them to the sides. He grabs one of them by the neck and starts to squeeze, and the other one swings his arms aside so he's out of the way. Right after Michael strangles one of them a bit, he throws him into the wall, showing everyone his skills and abilities. The leader of the group of Holy Shocks watching it all, he finds it hard to believe that Michaela gets rid of everyone so easily. The second leader of the Path group is also in shock. He can't believe that Michael is single-handedly massacring a whole bunch of strong guys. Meanwhile, things are going on like this. Time after time, Michaela flips off all the new guys in the group of the Sacred Ones, scattering them across the floor like toys. One of those who attacked Michael decides to use a weapon and grabs a nearby chair to attack Michael with it. Richard and the blonde guy notice this attack from behind and yell to Michael that a chair attack is coming at him from behind. Michael turns away and notices this. He immediately grabs the guy who wants to attack him with his hand and squeezes his face. Michael then sharply pushes him aside. The push alone was enough to send the young man flying to the floor at a tremendous speed. Richard and the blonde guy are in wild shock. They haven't even had time to fully explain the situation before Michael is rid of him in an instant. However, in a moment, something abruptly catches Michael's attention. He turns his head away from these guys and looks away. This turns out to be Brooklyn, who is back on his feet, showing that he is capable of fighting and defeating Michael. One local gang leader notices what Brooklyn is doing and realizes that he can't go out to fight in that condition. He yells at him, asking what he decided to do, and decides to attack him from the back to prevent Brooklyn from being crippled. However, he doesn't even have time to strike, because Brooklyn strikes much faster and hits him in the face with great force. The young man falls to the floor almost unconscious and just lies there. He is very surprised at how hard Brooklyn's punch was at this point. The leader of the group of the Sacred draws attention to this. He is very much concerned about what is happening now. He cannot stop thinking about it. The blue suit guys are also in shock. They can't believe that Brooklyn knocked a guy who was considered stronger than him out with a punch. With a wild, bloody face, Brooklyn stands up and, turning to Michael, starts talking about how this isn't the end at all. The second leader of the Path group starts yelling at Brooklyn, asking him what he's doing here since you can't attack and assault now. The first leader of the Path group is the same bald guy, also in shock, because now the monster in front of him is not the Brooklyn he used to know. Michael's turn to smile says something that usually doesn't grab anyone for long about Brooklyn surprises him once again with his immersion. In the moment, Michael's cover looks directly at Brooklyn and talks about how he's probably going to stop being as gentle as he was. Guy watches all this also with great amazement. He doesn't understand what is going on with Brooklyn and what Michael means. Michael turns to Brooklyn and talks about how he won't be able to hold back anytime soon, and this may be Brooklyn's last time. Michael momentarily abruptly changes his stance and tells Brooklyn that he's about to show what he's capable of at his best. The blue-suited guys immediately notice the change. They are eerily surprised that Michael has changed his strut in the moment. Richard also looks at Michael with shock, and it's hard for him to accept that it was just a warm-up, but he doesn't know what kind of fight awaits them. However, Brooklyn in turn just holds his head up and talks about how he doesn't understand what Michael is saying at all, and he doesn't care at all. Turns to Michael looking at him and talks about how his body is straight as a feather right now, and he's going to act strong. Immediately afterward, Brooklyn starts running straight at Michael, yelling to him that as long as he is able to fight, he will fight to the last man. Michael all turned to stand in his new stance and just calmly stare directly at Brooklyn, waiting for action on his part. In the moment, Brooklyn is approaching Michael, but from below it looks as if some kind of gun is visible preparing to fire. There is a small sound of a gunshot, and the aura of impact hits Brooklyn right in the head, with his chin knocking him upwards with tremendous force. Michael all line up standing in his trademark stance in one place, just watching it all after delivering such a blow. Brooklyn, meanwhile, falls to the ground covered in blood, his body completely knocked down, but Samu doesn't regain consciousness and just lies there. At this point, Spillout with shock is observed by their fight and says that apparently this is the moment he felt the difference between their ability. The leader of the group of Sacred Silks watches what is happening and asks, very surprised about what just happened. A very smart guy is also watching all this with his eyes squeezed shut and also can't understand what happened in an instant with such wild speed. On this fight also looks, and Ronald, who cannot understand whether to be happy because he does not realize until the end or lost Brooklyn. Together they all look at Michael watching as in just one punch or shot he disposed of his opponent. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some garage where many people are standing around discussing and considering something. One of them turns to the other asking if they are done. He replies that soon they will totally figure it out and understand everything. The guy who answers this is holding photos on which you can see the director of the foundation together with some man. Then he throws those pictures away, saying that he doesn't need them at all anymore. It's all become obvious to him. Immediately afterwards, he picks up a picture of Michael saying that it came out a very fine piece of work. Also talks about not working hard and thanking someone for it by stuffing pictures of Michael in his jacket and going somewhere. The big guy, along with the blonde guy, watch in shock as Michael defeats his strong opponent in one fell swoop. The two guys in the blue suit also take notice of this. All they look at Michael and can't realize if the fight is finally over. Michael looks back at Brooklyn's body lying on the ground and starts to walk off somewhere to the side. Right after that, he turns away and tells everyone that this is probably the end of it for Brooklyn in this fight. Immediately afterward, all attention turns to one of Brooklyn's friends, who is shocked that his friend has been defeated for the first time. Michael turns to him, looks him in the eye, and talks about getting rid of his friend as quickly as possible. So he does. Right after that, Brooklyn's friend goes to him and starts holding his friend down, lifting him up with his shoulders. At this point, one of the guys in the grey suit starts to have badly shaking legs and shaking hands, which is quite unusual. This guy turns out to be the first leader of the Path Group. The second leader turns his attention to him and asks what's wrong. The first leader of the Path Group starts telling the second leader that Michael has the aura of that very person in him. Hearing this, the second leader also became sharply worried and asked if the first leader was referring to that particular guy. The events of the story takes us back in time, showing the memories of the first band leader when he met some huge guy. Then this very giant guy addressed the leader of the track team, declaring that the second graders would now be on him. That same day, a second leader of the Path Group was standing nearby. He asked the first one why here, looking up, they were looking directly at the one he was talking to. As it turned out, he was looking up because his subscriber was very strong. It felt as if he had 3 heads and several arms. In reality, it was just an ordinary man, and all the first leader of the group saw was his eerie aura that consumed everything. Thinking back on it all in reality now, the first leader of the Path Group is sitting back and just wildly marveling at what went on before. However, the document in the second, the leader of the group slaps him in the face to make him come back to consciousness and realize that he is now in reality. All in port, the first leader turns to the second leader and asks, what is someone doing here explaining that all around goes on? The second leader talks about going up against the newcomer, or all the other chapters will come out, but the first leader interrupts him. Looking at the aura that comes from Michael, the first leader says that it is useless to go up against him because he is mega strong. Glancing at Michael himself, he talks about how he won't even let him touch him, and his powerful aura will protect him to the end. The second leader asks the first one what kind of nonsense he is talking about, and whether he needs to take pills to forget all this. Michael, meanwhile, revisits everyone talking about how things are finally over with Brooklyn, and asks who will be the next to come out against him. Meanwhile, the events of our story shift to Fiona, who is trying to stop a cab on the road to get to Michael's place as soon as possible. She sits down to the cab driver and asks him to hurry up. He all the line, pay attention to the fact that one is only alone and without an umbrella in this weather. She looks at her in the mirror and talks about how her clothes are all wet, but she just asks him to get her to the right place quickly. With a rather angry aura, Fiona turns to the cab driver talking about the fact that he was hitting the gas and silently driving forward already. Starts and she looked out the window worried about Michael and what is happening now on the battlefield where he is. Meanwhile, together where Michael is, everything is still like this. Several guys are lying unconscious on the floor from just a few of Michael's punches. The first leader of the group of Sacred, looking at everything, realizes that they should do something about it and it can't go on like this. Michael says goodbye to everyone, talking about how they're just being quiet. Maybe he should start choosing who to fight against himself. In the moment, Michael is holding everyone's gaze and pointing his finger, trying to choose who he should attack. However, at the moment, his phone rings sharply. It turns out to be the project manager. He decides to pick up the phone. She starts yelling at Michael and he immediately asks what the problem is and why she's yelling at him. She asks with quite a bit of surprise what he is doing now and where he is now. She needs to know this urgently. Michael are on site and talk about how he is now working hard on the project and asks what happened. At this point, the supervisor says that Michael is now listening clearly to her instructions, begins to dictate them. The blonde guy and the bulky guy are paying attention, and they don't realize who Michael is talking to at such an important moment for everyone. The supervisor finishes naming the terms, asks Michael if he understood or not, and tells him that she will call him back later. Michael, meanwhile, just stands still and silently listens to what he's being told, and later the call is cut off. The supervisor at this point is in the control room thinking to herself about how Michael could have gotten into one of the main offices. Glancing at the monitors, she reflects in the fact that Michael is just supposed to be the bait, and instead he's doing incomprehensible things. Michael abruptly starts walking forward, puts his hands in his pocket, and talks about how everyone here today is very lucky. In the moment, Michael informs everyone that it's time for him to leave and starts walking away from everyone. Michael picks up his jacket and informs everyone that he's leaving, although he wishes he could punch them all in the face today, but he leaves it at that. At one point, he looks at everyone and talks about doing some sort of pardon for them, with a big shock to hear this from a bald guy. In the moment, Michael addresses all his classmates and the two allies are told it's time for them to go. They are happy to hear it. In addition to Michael's allies and classmates, this is all being cheered on by Ronald, who shouts that he's going with Michael. Immediately afterward, the second graders amongst themselves start chatting about the whole situation, discussing what they should do with Michael now. The main guy in the blue suit says that even though Michael is amazingly strong, they have people with honed techniques. However, in the moment, Michael, who is leaving, abruptly stops and addresses everyone about the fundraiser. With pathos turning around, he talks about how he will kill anyone who holds this gathering and breaks the new rule he has put in place. This is heard by the second leader of the Path group and the leader of the Sacred group, all of whom are eerily surprised at what Michael is saying. Michael starts to open the door to get out, however, is met by Fiona, who bumps bodies with him at the entrance. Michael immediately looks at her, and with great phenomenon, not realizing what she is doing here at this hour. Blushing and in wet clothes, she turns to T-shirt, asking how he is feeling and why he stayed normal. Michael, hourly his neck, asks her what is wrong. Did she really want him to get hurt? He asks her. In the moment, Fiona starts to look across the hall and behind Michael's back, talk about how she was sure the place was full of people from second grade. However, starting to look more carefully behind him, Michael notices that many of them are indeed here, however, lying on the ground. With a surprised face, she asks Michael what's going on here and why they're all just lying around unconscious. Fiona turns to Michael and asks if he did it all, but he replies that if he's not the reason she's here, he'll go. However, she in turn only stands still and cannot realize the fact that Michael is so strong that he has defeated many of the second graders. Michael turns to her and gives her his jacket, asking her to put it on. But even though it has fallen to the ground, she'd better put it on. Fiona looks at the jacket in shock and doesn't realize that Michael is suggesting that she wear something that someone has already worn for her, but she doesn't really like it. Michael just puts his jacket on her, at which point she feels immense ecstasy at what he is doing. Instead of what is happening in reality, she begins to imagine Michael putting her wedding dress on her. Also imagines Michael inviting her to celebrate their honeymoon together and naming different options. She snaps back to reality and notices a large guy addressing her, asking if she'll be going out because everyone is leaving. In a moment, she comes back to reality and notices that everyone is really leaving, starting to run after them. This is all brought to the attention of the leader of the group of the Sacred. He is surprised that Fiona is in some sort of relationship with Michael. A very smart guy gets hooked up with the leader of a group of sacred inns, talking about how they can use his relationship with her to their advantage. Meanwhile, Fiona is hurting after Michael calls his name. She asks him to stop and wait for her too. Ronald walks behind Michael and turns to congratulate Michael on the win. Michael asks if Ronaldo is uncomfortable with this news. He talks about how he's the most excited and remember the way Brooklyn fell unconscious after the fight with Michael. He's excited at the thought. In walks George along with the big guy between them. They discuss the fact that Ronald must have bet big money on Michael winning. Meanwhile, the events of the story shows us one of Brooklyn's friends who has been lying on the floor in the hall all this time. It turns out that even though he was hurt, he is fully conscious, and all this time he was just pretending to think about what he should do. However, after the events of the story take us to Michael, along with someone he is discussing everything that happened today. The big guy, along with Richard, talk about how he's gotten very busy, and they doubt that he's just hanging out with his friends. The events of the story take us to some garage, and we drive next to it a rather expensive class car. Some group of guys are standing on the sides, and a bigger guy walks among them discussing the fact that they have one hostage who is silent. A fat guy with a gold chain walks up to a man lying on the ground and starts looking down at him. Large guy with black hair walks up to the guy with chains from behind and talks about having a moment with him. The young man resembles Michael very much and informs him that he has a personal thing for this man, not work-related. In the moment, the main guy Chains notices that this man who was talking to him just now started coming out of the garage, which is pretty unusual. Meanwhile, the events of the story shift to Michael, who is walking down the street talking about some unknown number to someone on the phone. At a point, he walks into some building and talks on the phone about how this place is pretty obvious and he's checked it out before. He's walking down the stairs and talking about how no matter how he can't find him information here, all while telling someone on the phone. Go into some warehouse, he talks about checking everything out once more, and as expected, everything here is very well put together. Michael notices several men right in front of him and talks on the phone about calling him back a little later. Right after Michael notices another group of men walking around another corner of the building who don't look very friendly. Michael looks at them all with a rather fierce look, realizing that there might be a fight now. One of them turns to Michael, calling him a jerk and asking him how long he's going to stare at one more point. Young wants to grab Michael with his hand, and at the same time says that Michael has had enough of looking down on everyone. He starts to threaten Michael, but at that moment, Michael grabs his head and abruptly throws him forward with a big kick. Immediately after that, he bangs his head against the wall until it bleeds, smashing his forehead with a single blow from Michael. Well, it's all being watched by the people who came in with this man, all very surprised by what our hero Michael just did. Michael looks at them and talks about how he's only looked in for 1 second, and they've already raised such a riot around them. At the moment, they all start getting really angry and talking about how Michael just doesn't dare do that. But in a moment among these men comes out another who looks a lot like Michael. He asks everyone who is here to shut up. He talks about not going to Michael's if they want to live longer, which surprises them all, but he goes straight to Michael's. Putting his hand on the shoulder of one and his men and talking about the real danger, he's not joking at all now and recommends they keep their distance. At the moment, Young moves closer to Michael and begins to tell him that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The young man begins to look at Michael with a rather kind look and asks him how he's been chewing all this time. Michael also looks at him calmly and asks if he's the Donald they've always talked about. After a while, they go up to the roof and where Donald starts smoking a cigarette and talking to Michael about how he didn't expect to see him here. Michael turns to Donald and asks him if he was the one who sent the text message to his phone. Michael says that he arrived at the place quite quickly, but it was already a mess when he arrived. Donald reveals that the people he beat into the office were digging up their organization, and when he rifled through the papers, it happened to find there about Michael. He offers Michael cigarettes and talks about the fact that these people suspected Michael to work for the organization, however now he can take it easy. In the moment, Donald turns to Michael, asking why he is wearing a Phoenix school uniform. Michael replies that he goes to school. Donald talks about how is it really true with a rather sad look. Michael admits that it really is. In the moment, a young man named Donald chickens a cigarette and tells Michael that he won't ask any more questions. Inhaling melons reminds Michael that the woman Michael is apparently doing business with is not someone to be trusted. Michael turns to him and asks who he thinks he is saying such obvious things. Michael starts to stand up and talk about how he just wants to live a peaceful life without any worries or troubles. Michael begins to explain to Donald the fact that he just wants to peacefully graduate high school and go to college to live his life like a normal person. Michael turns away and turns to Donald, saying that he was glad to see him, but hopes that this meeting was the last. Before Michael walks, Donald approaches him to ask if he's doing as well as he needs to in school. Donald begins to reminisce about his quiet school days and how he plays English word games with the other kids. Michael abruptly turns to Donald with a wildly angry aura and asks him not to reappear in front of him, which scares Donald. Michaela walks away, saying that the main issues in life now are how to win a high school game and not what they used to be. Down thinks about the fact that how Donald knew about the director, because he could already know about him, but about the director there was secret information. The events of the story go forward. Michael is walking down the street, thinking about what he should have repeated the words repeat in English. Outside, he is met by Richard and a blonde guy and a bulky guy. They suggest that T-shirt go get distracted after everything. In the moment, Richard holds out some kind of pen to Mike and talks about how it's his gift to him. Michael is a little surprised and excited, saying he will use it to study and thanks Richard. However, Richard begins to say that this is not just a pen but a weapon, because it can be stuck in someone's head, which surprises Michael. The blonde-haired guy calls everyone upstairs, talking about how it's already time to play fastball. They all start walking towards him. Michael ponders over all the refusal appears his classmate, who asks to go already upstairs and play together in the game. The events of the story move to the second floor of this building. Richard, along with his bat, stands to strike. Michael remembers that Richard uses the bat not only in the game, but for fights, so it would be interesting to see how he wields it. Richard is starting to act up in the game, but the guys aren't surprised at all, not saying he's playing pretty badly. However, says that he wants to try a new bat, so that's what he's going to try now. In the moment, Richard, with a very defiant and joyful look, looks forward, swinging the bat backwards for punches. Richard takes a hard hit and sends the ball straight ahead somewhere in the air with the force. Michael talks about Richard being able to hit the ball unexpectedly well and asks why that was the case. Richard talks about how his newly acquired skills have helped him a lot and asks Michael if he wants to hear more about them. Michael says he doesn't really want to, but Richard interrupts him, saying he's going to tell him about one important feature anyway. Richard starts doing a very stoned look and talking about how he's the one needed to win this game. He looks at him in disbelief and asks why the look, but asks Michael to just try it out for himself. Richard begins to explain to Michael that with special strabismus, the focus of vision shifts to the side. So you can see two things at once, and it works very well playing with the ball because it helps a lot. This way, the eyes of the player who hits the ball can spot multiple targets at once for themselves, increasing accuracy. Michael talks about how this way he easily grabs any target and immediately hits it with the bat at high speed. Michael falls on Richard and talks about how if he's going to be in a fight, he better just call Michael out, it'll be better for all of humanity. Meanwhile, the bulky man talks about how he's next and prepares to deliver his game-changing blow now. The task of the bully to repel the ball, and he does it in a very unusual way with the help of his stomach clamping the ball in his stomach. However, another ball flies into him and hits him in the hand, but he doesn't manage to catch it with his stomach. The blonde guy asks the big guy what he's doing, and he tells him that today he's decided to test his stamina. Thug remembers the very day Michael hit him and talks about how he's the man who was able to survive Michael's punch. However, he also recalls the fact that Brooklyn was held up in the fight by Michael far more than he was, and it hurt him morally. Michael appears next to him and says that he can easily help the big guy in this situation and starts to take the bat. Michael talks about how it's now his turn to kick balls, and it surprises everyone quite a bit. However, Michael's classmate is most surprised by the rest of the class. She heard someone else's conversation and started listening to it. It was random girls in the audience amongst themselves, and they were discussing how handsome and athletic Michael is. In a moment, ignore Michael's classmate from a rather wry look, start discussing her. In the moment, Michael's classmate also notices some three guys walking to the side and discussing amongst themselves, something very unhappy. Michael's classmate Richard and the others start to look at them and ask what is wrong with them right now. At one point, one of these guys turns to Michael and the others, asking what school they're from and calling them juveniles. However, in a moment, one of these guys starts looking at Richard and abruptly stops talking without saying anything else. Imagine being told right at the genetic level by his inner cell that he should save himself. Starts shaking and trembling with fear, and the guys next to him don't understand what's going on and why he's having such a weird reaction. Richard turns to them and asks if they want to tell him anything and mentions if they've met before. One of these guys starts to respond rudely to Richard, but the one in charge stops him, saying they better get out of here. Well, that doesn't stop the guy's green t-shirt. He starts yelling anyway and talking about Richard staring at his girlfriend. However, this friend of his is blocking his path, saying that this is clearly not worth doing, and it is best to stop. His friend reminds him of his dream, to raise his children with his girlfriend. But if he's messing with Richard now, it's not going to happen. All three of these guys between them start to figure things out. Richard and the blonde guy are just watching from the sidelines. However, the guy's girl with blonde hair runs up to him and talks about Michael staring at her and points right at him. Michael notices this and looks up sharply and asks them what the matter is. After which he starts looking at them with a horribly intimidating stare, and this main guy gets scared again. Immediately afterward, this main guy starts leading his entire company out the door, saying that it's time for them to leave. The blonde-haired guy notices that these guys look a lot like the ones at the neighboring school that Michael beat up. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some guy he's very actively running away from someone. A few more guys completely in cast suits run after him, yelling for him to stop urgently right now. This guy turns out to be Brooklyn. He's running down an alleyway right away from a whole bunch of people somewhere. In a moment, he notices with his gaze that there is a dead end ahead of him, and there is nowhere to run forward. Brooklyn turns away and starts yelling about why they're chasing him and what do they want with him this late. In response, they just look at him and say that he is just wasting his energy and will not achieve anything. Brooklyn starts yelling about how he promised he would pay the money back, and he will, however, he just needs a little time. One of the guys starts to run straight towards him, but the other stops him abruptly, saying you shouldn't do that. But the man disobeyed and ran straight at Brooklyn. Then Brooklyn knocked him to the ground with one punch. The other guys are very surprised by this, because they were told that Brooklyn is a normal schoolboy, and he easily fell one of them. Among these guys is Donald, who tells everyone that he's going to deal with him himself right now. Brooklyn yells at him, asking who he is. However, Donald replies that the significance of that doesn't matter at all now. Donald gets into the rack and turns to Brooklyn, saying that if he decides to fight back, it doesn't matter. Brooklyn begins to look at Donald with a huge silk, and by all appearances he recognizes him, or rather more accurately his rack. Some time passes and Brooklyn sits on the ground, leaning on the trash and putting his head down. Looking down on Brooklyn and talking about how if he doesn't have the money, he'll have to pay for it all with his body. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to school, right to Ronald, who is dramatically paying attention to something at school. He walks into his classroom and sees that Brooklyn is not at his desk, which is very unusual for his class, as it pleases him. On this day, Ronald is very happy because his whole school day usually goes by without any problems. However, in the moment, he and his friend are approached by his friend Brooklyn, who starts asking them all to empty their pockets and pull out money. And in the moment, Ronald is very angry because his peaceful day has been interrupted again. He starts looking at his friend Brooklyn with a rather angry face. At one point, Ronald starts threatening this guy about complaining to Michael, and the guy immediately gets really worried. Right after Ronald remembers that Michael once asked him to find out about all the bullies that plagued his class. Now he's decided to give his classmates a little interrogation, learning more and more about the local bullies. Ronald even held small gatherings between classmates where they discussed the bullies and what would have to be done about them. At one point, one of Ronaldo's classmates mispronounced Michael's name which made him angry at him. In a moment of summarizing the papers together, Ronald talks about them finishing up, although it's a shame that 2 classes didn't show up for the meeting. Ronald goes to his house, and on the way he thinks that he should hold many more meetings and gatherings to find out about all the bullies. Bed, and even at this moment, contemplates the fact that he has a big job to do tomorrow in catching the bullies. In the moment, with a smile on her face, begins to fall asleep because she realizes that tomorrow he won't have to fear the bullies at school. The moment Ronald Crack wakes up, he dreamed about Brooklyn and how they thought it was a scary dream for him. Time moves forward, taking us back to school, where the most ordinary lesson among children is going on. However, one of the guys breaks the rules. He starts throwing his eraser right at the person sitting across from him. The young man turns away and asks him to stop doing it in return because it's not ethical or wrong. The guy who threw the eraser is called this guy stupid, and they talk about him learning even during recess, which is really weird. It's "Pay attention, Jessica," she's saying that Young is acting like a child is completely wrong. In response, Young asks Jessica to just keep looking into her books so replies that she can't concentrate, and over the noise. Jessica starts yelling back at him that if he's bored, he can leave the classroom and have fun in the hallway. Jessica's friend is very surprised. Jessica further continues to criticize this guy, but in response he just stands up and gets angry but can't answer her practically. This guy is approached by one of the smartest guys in school who was at the fight and asks for a moment. The young man starts beating the one who threw the eraser and says that he is disturbing everyone with his yelling and that it is not necessary to do so. Starts kicking him and saying that if he is stupid he can continue to live his stupid life, but others should not interfere. Immediately afterward, Charlie spits directly at the man and talks about how he shouldn't pretend to be a bully anymore. The glasses start to leave with him, and on the way he talks about how he lived a peaceful life at school and didn't dare do anything like that. He approached this guy about leaving class early today and his face looks really disgusted. Then the young man with glasses calls someone and talks to a certain meeting of the three of us. See, there is something to discuss. The events of the story shows us some guys amongst themselves and they are discussing Michael's recent fight that they were banned from training camp. Among the people discussing this is Jake, along with another guy. He talks about how he couldn't have imagined this situation before. Among them is also the smartest guy. He says that although Michael is strong, he crossed the line when he banned them from the training camp. Jake supports this opinion and says that they need the money as urgently as possible and that they should sort it all out. The silver-haired guy turns to Jake and asks him what he's going to do in a situation like this. However, Charlie corrects his glasses and says that there is no cause for concern and he has already solved the whole situation. Clap your hands and say that everything will be settled with the new guy before training camp even starts, so everything will be brought as usual. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us Michael along with Ronaldo. They discuss 8th and 9th graders as well as their behavior. One of Ronaldo's classmates talks about how it's like he's memorized Michael's name. Ronald agrees, saying it's important to him. They keep discussing things among themselves. Ronald says that after Michael showed up, the students even believed that the school could do some good. In the moment, Ronaldo's site is approached by Fiona, who asks him to leave now because she has urgent business. At this moment, Fiona also notices Ronaldo's classmate, who is standing with him and Michael here. Fiona approaches Michael and gives him his jacket, saying that she washed it because it was stained with her makeup. Michael's classmate enters the conversation and says that how could Fiona's makeup be on Michael's jacket if you weren't wearing it? Fiona begins to remember the time at home when she sniffed Michael's jacket for an eerily long time. Fiona shockingly replies that she did nothing of the sort and marvels at the savvy of Michael's classmate. In a moment with Fiona, Michael's classmate starts discussing martial arts classes. In the moment, Michael is approached by Richard, who talks about the fundraiser being a 3rd year, and Michael should be 5 careful. Listening to Richard's words in his head, Micah realizes that this is even better because he has a lot to do before he can live a normal life. Michael recalls the project manager and his head promises to do what they want in the best way possible. The events of the story take us forward to the day of the money dispute, when some guy looking at his phone is already choosing where he's going to spend it. Using filters on his phone, he broadcasts because one of his dreams is to become a popular idol. In the moment appear 2 girls and his classmates who also record a video because they also want to become popular for everyone. At the point the same silver-haired guy named Willie walks into the classroom, he starts telling everyone that they are content to be noisy. Classmates immediately begin to run up to him and ask to make a video with him, but he refuses such ideas. And in the moment one of his deputies runs up to him, Willie immediately asks him if he's finished collecting the money. Very surprised by this question, he asks Willie bewilderedly, "Are they really collecting money?" This question surprises Willie a lot, and he asks this guy to look in the mirror and realize what nonsense he just said. Willie starts looking at this guy and threateningly says that the new guys are worthless to them and they shouldn't listen to him. Next, Willie asks him if he thinks he can lose, and he hopes so. The other guy starts playing along with him, talking about how he doesn't think he's their leader. It really freaks out the deputy. At one point gets a Coca-Cola and starts pouring it right over his deputy's head so he can understand what the ban was saying. A young man stands all doused in naked vial, tells him that he doesn't like sugarless cola because it's not real. Classmates in the class only look at this and take pictures on their phones talking about the very poor guy behind the class. Willie turns around, starts to leave, and talks about having the deputy clean up after himself and make the pickup on time. Exit the class villa come a message asking for a deposit, much to his surprise. He starts swearing at the sender of the message and talking about how he's been wanting a lot lately. Jack sits somewhere in the classroom and reflects on the fact that although many people are afraid of Michael, none of them have ever tried to beat him. Jake realizes that Michael is actually a big threat and should not be underestimated, making it very dangerous to have a training camp. In the moment Jake is approached by his classmate, she shows the jacket in the picture and talks about how it would really suit him. Jake about her being totally right and asks what brand is it and is it too expensive? Channel that phenomenon tells him that he soon sees a delusion does not make a difference. In such a case he says that everything is right. Jack sends him the article of this product, and his thoughts reflect on the fact that it is still worth collecting. At one point, the smartest guy in his class comes up to some guy and talks about how they heard about another training camp. The young man talks about being a class substitute, and if need be, he can hold a training camp himself, thus helping out. The smartest guy corrects his glasses and talks about how he doesn't need to because it's his responsibility and he'll handle it, and thanks for the offer. This smartest guy with glasses over his eyes abruptly announces that their class will not be holding a fundraiser this time. The events of our story carry over a crone, and some guy Ronaldo tells that from this day forward, this guy will start a new phase of his life. Meanwhile, events in the story also show Willie standing in the schoolyard talking to someone on the phone. He talks on the phone about how it's us humans who shouldn't get involved, and generally he's completely self-sufficient. He is approached by the very smart Charlie, who asks who he is so actively talking to. Willie looks at the newest guy and asks him what he needs from him right now. Trace asks why this guy needs information about who he's talking to, but he in turn apologizes, saying he got hung up on the question. At one point, everyone asks this guy how the fundraiser is going. Someone replies that it's going well, just like everyone else. Next, Willie asks if he's solved the problem with Michael, and Charlie simply replies that his plan is already working, so nothing needs to be done. Meanwhile, the events of the story pass to Ronald, who informs Michael that the head of the 8th grade class has been collecting money. Hearing this, Michael is greatly surprised and asks about the fact that he did not stop after his request. He answers, and Michael gets up and starts walking, saying that this matter will have to be dealt with very seriously. The events of the story take us to the 8th grade, where there is just a blonde-haired boy who really wants to become an idol. He stands near his deputy and discusses something with him, while his deputy is thinking that he would like to hit him very hard. Followed by Start sucking up to him and giving him lots of compliments, talk about how unusual and unique it is. In return, he turns to his husband and says that although he is ugly, he understands the meaning of beauty. However, this guy is still disturbed by the words of his classmate, who called him not so pretty keep making videos. However, the Zam decides to suck up to him again, saying that these girls are just jealous of him, so they make such jokes. They are meanwhile discussing amongst themselves in bewilderment that the head of their class actually finds themselves attractive, and it's very strange. Meanwhile, he's still looking at himself on his phone and can't figure out which feature of his face is more attractive. The moment his lock says they're all disgusting, but after a second realize he accidentally didn't hold back and said what he thinks. However, the head of the class was not embarrassed at all. He only added that it was about him and not about him, which surprised the deputy. However, at the moment in the class began to enter the new Michael on that first turn drew the attention of classmates. He walked into the classroom, called the name of the head, asked who he was and where he was now with a very sharp expression on his face. The head of the class asks why Michael is here, and the deputy head is very excited to see Michael right here. The classmates start talking about how the head of the class isn't here right now and ask what Michael wanted and if there's anything they can help him with. Michael talks about how he doesn't need anything else. If the chapter isn't here now, then he'll come back later. She's an 8th grade classmate who stops Michael and starts talking about how he's very handsome and probably hears that a lot. They ask him if he wants to be a celebrity and asks him TikTok, however he talks about how he doesn't have it. Moment one of them asks Michael to help record her video talk about how she needs a high angle and Michael is so very tall. The head of the class starts talking about how Michael is pissing him off already, but the deputy heads are very happy to see it all. However, Micah removes his hand in a moment and says that he's busy right now and apologizes profusely, but he has to go. At this point, Married begins to worry, because after all, he expected Michael to linger in their class and for a little while longer. In a moment Michaela abruptly turns to, something his attention left forward and does not take his eyes off of it. This turns out to be the castle. He starts shouting well out of class about someone being a huge freak and pointing his fingers at the blonde guy. A classmate, in seeing it all, comes to a huge shock. They can't believe what's happening now. This all blonde-haired guy just starts screaming loudly and laughing. With that said, he can't hold back his outburst of laughter. The deputy head of the class observes this, and his laughter says that is not how you will continue to raise your self-esteem at the expense of others. The moment the class stops laughing, he puts his hands on the desk and, pushing up from it, begins to climb up. He's very angry and talks about how even if he's joking, it's a very strong discussion to continue this kind of thing. However, the deputy head of the class at this moment feels complete ecstasy, and only that he has expressed everything that he has boiled up and feels good mood from it. But the next moment it is interrupted because the blonde-haired guy strikes him right in the face with tremendous force for all those words. Immediately after that, the deputy head falls down, and the blonde-haired guy starts to finish him off from above with sharp kicks all over his body. Now the deputy head is not so happy. He realizes that for him, it could mean the end, and something must be done about it. Meanwhile, Michael just stands there and watches it all along with his classmates and from 8th grade. At this point, the deputy head begins to believe that Michael is just a common liar, because he does not even try to help him in this situation. One of the classmates asks if the fight should be stopped, but the other one says no, because it's just starting, and starts filming. Michael notices what's going on and realizes that she's recording video in real time, making the broadcast, so it's dangerous to interfere. Realizes that just standing like that is not an option, and he needs to stop the violence first. Michael starts walking right towards them. The girl realizes that most likely now Michael will intervene to stop the fight. At one point, Michael grabs the blonde guy by the shoulder and tells him to stop doing that. Michael adds that he certainly overdid it, however hitting him is not a reason, but the hair guy asks how I even dealt with the t-shirt before. Meanwhile, the blonde boy's classmates discuss the fact that he looks like a dried squid against Michael. They watch what happens, and all their taunts are heard by the very bright guy who dislikes the fact that the new guy is considered better than him. At one point, the blonde guy breaks free from Michael's grasp and starts asking who he thinks he is and what is he even doing. The blonde-haired guy grabs Michael by his jacket and asks him how many subscribers he has and why is he acting like this. This is noticed by classmates who believe that the blonde guy has just crossed the boundary of allowed. Michael says, with a smile that he doesn't want to discuss, he'd rather discuss the angry nature of the blonde guy. Michael turns to him and tells him that if he can't contain his anger about being around girls, it embarrasses him a lot. However, in response to all of this, Michael immediately grabs hold and with one of his hands squeezes two of his hands at once, holding them together. Michael quietly tells him about giving him a chance to explain himself and asks him to sit silently at his desk and prepare for class. Trailing off, Michael says even more quietly that he has to do it if he doesn't want to be dishonored by the whole class. Meanwhile, the classmates are still filming this and discussing the fact that now the blonde-haired guy can't do anything these hands are holding. They look straight in the eyes and discuss the fact that it's just awesome because Michael's power easily overpowered him in an instant. Momentarily, he decides that if he can't use his hands, there are still options and is going to spit right in Michael's face. Michael Stables easily notices this because it's not the first time he's been in this situation and grabs him by the head with tremendous force. However, as he pushed his head away, the whole spit flew right into a classmate who dropped her phone on the floor because of it. Michael notices this immediately and realizes that the path of action is now open and sharply kokooms this guy in the face. The blow alone was enough for the unconscious man to fall to the floor and just lay on the ground as if he were a corpse. The guy who had been hurt by the blonde stands in shock and can't believe that with such a light stroke, Michael has put him on the floor. Classmates among themselves discussing something they didn't even get to see the shot, much less film it like they wanted to. At that moment, Willie enters the classroom and immediately asks everyone what's going on here right before class. Michael turns to him and asks if he in the truth is the head of the class who wasn't at school last week. In response, it's a guy asking Michael if he just got played by a blonde guy in their class. Michael, with a little funny face, talks about how, well, let's say he did it, and well, so what now? Willie's classmates immediately started coming up to him and talking about how the blonde-haired boy had himself to blame for what had happened. Willie talks about how he generally doesn't care about that guy, but is interested in the question of what Michael is doing here. Michael talks about how he has a thing for Willie and suggests he come out and chat over this one-on-one class. At this point, Willie starts to think that the smartest guy could have lied to him because he promised to deal with Michael and Michael is here. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Ronald being approached by some guy and greeting him. It turns out that the smart guy recognizes him immediately and asks him what brought him to him at such a time. This smart guy talks about how he's heard that Michael's followers are gathering here and he'd like to join them. Ronald answers him that he is the head of the 9th grade and he doesn't know what they could be interested in such a person. However, the young man only smirked in response and asked about the features he was talking about because he was usually a student like the others. With a huge one on his face, Ronald starts talking about how he meant to mean something completely different and not what he said. The events of our story moves to Mike and Willie Michael ask him to return the money to everyone from whom he took it in return for forgiveness. Michael talks about how he doesn't want to beat up Wheeler at all, so he's letting things be resolved peacefully this time. Willie starts talking about how he is very upset with the way Mike is looking at this whole situation at school. Immediately afterward, looking directly into Michael's eyes, Willie says that even if he wanted to, he couldn't pay Michael back. This is heard by the blonde-haired guy and his deputy, who are very surprised that their head has already managed to spend all the money. Willie starts talking about how everything is right, and right now he doesn't have the money to pay it back even if he wanted to. Willie asks Michael to just leave. Michael says, "Oh well, today he will," and smiles. Michael starts to walk away and talks about how Willie only has until tomorrow, so he better think about this all very carefully. Michael also talks about how it would be hard for him to stand up as a celebrity if he had a disfigured face from being punched. Michael walks around and Willie's classmates turn to him saying they've been waiting for them to fight. However, Willie ignores their words, only turning towards Michael, starting to sneer at his words. In the moment, the Veli turns sharply on the spot, or starts to make a kick right at tremendous speed. Michael, of course, in the moment notices this, and abruptly turns around on the spot, using a one-legged set-down hold. William continues to strike, but Micah manages to make a special block to get the punch away before it goes through. In the moment, Willie turns to Michaela and asks him why he's somehow so sure he's losing. Michael talks about how it's called a gut feeling and it's not failing him at all right now in the slightest. The blonde-haired guy talks about how this could be a very interesting fight because the head of Willie won't allow his face to be touched at all. Meanwhile, Willie's classmates are happy. They feel bad that such handsome guys are fighting, however not happy that they will have new content for TikTok. Meanwhile, Willie gets off his seat and starts attacking Michael, who of course easily dodges his blows. Yes, in the moment they decided to attack strongly with the foot. It already turns out to be much faster and stronger blow, however Michael also dodges it. Analyzing his attacks, Michael immediately sees that he acts accurately and quite fast, but unfortunately aimlessly. Michael begins to move around him, asking him to go behind his back as he throws punches. However, while Michael is ducking out, he also notices that classmate Willie is filming everything on camera, and it's pretty terrible news for him. As a consequence, in addition to dodging rather fast attacks, he also has to make sure that he doesn't fall directly into the cameras. Willie's classmate notices that there's no way I can grab a shot of Michael and starts moving around the hallway too. However, her attempts are futile because each time she only manages to get her back down with Michael's punch. Meanwhile, quite surprised at how easily Michael turns around but continues to launch attack after attack. The blonde-haired guy starts yelling Willie's name, thus pitching him, and asks his deputy to do the same. Michael notices this and it really pisses him off, so he moves in and grabs the blonde guy by the head. What he throws it forward, and one classmate, Willie, is all the while filming on her phone all the things that turn out. The moment the blonde guy flew forward with his feet, he hit her, knocking her down and the phone flying down. The blonde-haired guy in such a fast breakthrough, even I realized that now he was facing his classmate, not Michael, because of what almost hit him. Willie is offended that Michael isn't focused on her with him, and he decides to attack from behind with a question rather than Michael having time to look around. Michael abruptly moves again and grabs right over his body and starts talking about not touching his face. Immediately, Michael gets behind him and lands a huge punch right to Willie's back that really hurts him. This blow proves to be too much. The Great gritted his teeth, holding back more so as not to scream all over the hallway from how bad he feels. Michael at this moment decides to act further and hits Willie from the other side directly in the stomach, throwing him aside again. Decides to strike again and hits Willie with the same force at the same point already entered, can't just hold back. Willie falls to all fours, barely standing, even on 2 arms and legs, and Michael just stands on top of him and looks at everything. This is also watched by Willie's classmate and a blonde guy who didn't expect this outcome at all in just a couple of strokes. Michael turns to Willie and says that he should return the money by tomorrow, and there are no other outcomes. I turn to Willie, who is already on the edge. Michael repeats that the money tomorrow will not be there tomorrow. He will hit Willie in the face. This all began to observe, and the rest of the classmates, who are wildly shocked by the power that Michael is now showing. The same guy who hurt the blonde looks at Michael, think about how beautiful he is. The events of the story take us to the 5th grade to Jake, who is communicating with his classmate. He's wearing a new jacket that she showed him, and he decided to buy it with the dues money. It is a classmate and says that her eyes did not deceive her, and when everyone else sees and his new jacket, they will be wildly excited. Jake begins to fix his hair and continues to chat with his classmate about various mundane topics. In the moment, and in classmates talking about school chats about Michael battling the 8th grade head and winning. In the moment also says that it is reported that he is off to 5th grade. A classmate begins to suspect that he is going after Jake. Jake starts to get wildly angry. He can't find his place and immediately realizes that the smartest guy here has tricked him too. Meanwhile, this very smart guy sits with Ronald discussing what Michael's fans and their club are all about. Talks about how he and Michael are on good terms, but the guy with the glasses still has a few questions about it. In the moment, the bad guy talks about wanting to lead Michael's fan group, much to Ronald's surprise. Charlie asks him if he can't take a direct hint, but he doesn't understand. At this point, Ronaldo realizes that this guy better not be messed with and talks about being the chairman of their club from now on. The youngster claps Ronaldo on the shoulder and talks about how such official titles are not needed, will do anything to support the club. Meshka talks about how he just wants Michael to get rid of all the bullies because he too is against bullying thriving. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Jake, who tells us that he'll probably have to leave school early today. Jack's classmate asks if they'll see each other later, but they realize in their minds that the colors are thickening a lot. Jack starts to walk out of the classroom, however, opening the door, he immediately notices Michael looking at him. Michael starts to look directly into Jake's frightened eyes and talks about how the lessons aren't over yet after all. Immediately afterward, with a very cold stare, he asks Jack where on earth he's going in that case. Jake turns back sharply, looking at his classmate. He senses in her the traitor who gave everything away. Trace turns away, looking directly at Michael and suggests he talk outside instead of in this classroom. Leaving the class, Jake tells Michael that it would be better if there were no other people around. Michael agrees with him. Looking at Michael, Jake thinks that he better destroy Michael today and here because he is very dangerous. Looking around at various items, Jake thinks about whether it would be fair that he used a small weapon in a fight against such an opponent. However, if you think about it soberly, Jack realizes very well that Michael is too great an opponent for him. In the moment, Jake turns to Michael, asks him if he really called because of the fundraiser he assumes. In the moment, Jake starts squeezing his hand and talking about how he hasn't had time to think things through yet in a way that he really wanted to. However, at one point Jake relaxes and tells Michael that he will do as he says if he says anything, of course. From that moment on, the events of the story move forward, taking us to a school night where Michael packs his bags to go home, thinking about everything. Pack up to go home. Michael thinks about the fact that with all these gatherings, it is very difficult for him to walk, not easy to identify among all the main culprit. Michael realizes that if he asks any of the guys if they're going to money, and you're told yes, he can strike and change that. However, if in the same situation, any of the guys answer that no, Michael will be hard to prove back, and that causes a difficulty. And of course, guys like that will just lie all the time and take all the money for themselves, and thus circumvent Michael's system. I understand that Michael wishes there was someone who could put all the guilty parties in front of him, and it would make things easier. Michael's classmates leave and ask him to close the door when he is about to leave the classroom completely, leaving not waving Michaela yet and talk about seeing them again soon, namely tomorrow already. However, at that moment, the very guy who really wants to become an idol, one of the class leaders, runs into the classroom door. However, it turns out to be no longer in Michael's class, but in the class of the very smart guy who is looking at the guy who ran into his class. The blonde-haired guy starts yelling at him, saying how dare he cheat them all so brazenly. He replies that everyone is listening to them now, and they'd better move the dialogue. Yes, he's not really interested in talking here. Young is surprised. At that moment appears EJ, who turns to the light-colored guy, talking about how is he really here already. The guy who ran into the smartest guy's class looks at Jake and doesn't understand why he came here the way he did. The smartest guy smiles sweetly at Jake and talks about how they're all very happy today for some reason. In the moment, he notices Young and Jake looking at him together and asks them if the losers have decided to team up with each other. The guy who wants to be an idol looks at the smartest guy and talks about how he's definitely not going to lose to him. Immediately after which he snaps out of his seat, raising his hand up. He prepares to strike at the smartest guy with great speed. No sooner does he do so than someone's foot abruptly goes to his head and hits him squarely in the face with great force. It turns out he's the smart one. Apparently he's not as weak as everyone says he is at school. Jake looks at all of this and is greatly surprised at what's going on. He finds it hard to believe that this nerd was able to attack one of the leaders. Immediately afterward, a sharp blow from his hand hits Jake's face unexpectedly and with tremendous speed. The smartest guy turns to him and talks about what he was going to offend, however, at "I'm here," or "which is what I'm doing," which is just talking. With a bloodied face, Jake looks at the smartest guy and starts insulting him for the act he just did. Right after that, Jake strikes, but the smartest guy easily dodges it, making it a wasted blow. Then the guy himself doesn't guide Jack's arm behind his back, which surprises him very much and deprives him of the opportunity to attack. And then immediately afterward, a knee strikes straight to the face at tremendous speed, hitting even harder than before. Jack's face falls backwards and the impact bleeds out of him, and it's like he loses touch with reality. His face flies outside the classroom where some girl is walking in front. The smartest guy sees this and grabs his face. The girl turns back abruptly, but by this time Jake's face is already in the classroom and the door is closed. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a gym where a few guys are just practicing a supervised battle. The guys in blue suits who are watching this are saying that they are very different weight classes, so it's worth stopping the fight. It's tough because these guys keep beating each other up on sheer moral strength, but one of them famously loses to a friend. The blue suit guys realize that this can't go on any longer and start running towards them to try and break them up. The main guy in the blue suit says that one of them was just adrenaline rushing into his head, which is not unusual. One of the guys talks about the fact that he goes to boxing, because of which he has very strongly developed shoulder muscles, which gave him an advantage for new attacks. Finish fighting and eating their way home amongst themselves, they discuss the fact that they will need to increase the number of fights tomorrow to get more results. Meanwhile, the events of the story brings us back to the smartest guy, a blonde-haired guy lying on the ground unconscious. Jake, meanwhile, tries with his hand to cover the flow of blood coming from his face after very hard blows right at him. The guy comes to him and over-the-top looking talks about how they need to understand and where their levels are and where they are not. The very unboyfriend talks about how his goal is to make Michael the strongest and most influential in the school, and he will continue to do so. Looking right into Jake's face, he says who he is, that people like that pissed off will never change anything, I mean Jack himself. Meanwhile, our hero Michael goes to his home, and behind him comes someone in an obscure gray suit, clearly chasing him. Michael, of course, notices this, and begins to think about who it might be this time, because they do not always dare to follow him. Michael begins to cross the road and look for the most appropriate building around the neighborhood to see who is following him there. After a while, Michael finds the right one and finds a very narrow and small wraparound behind it starting to go in there. Abruptly, jogs over to stand around the corner of this turn, and the man who's following him just walks behind him. The guy who is watching starts to look around the corner, however Michael goes up and jumps this small fence. Immediately after that, he is right behind his enemy in 1 second, which gives him a huge advantage in this situation. Michael is abruptly at his back, and I turn to him and ask him what brought him here and what he is doing. Turns out one of his classmates. He looks right into her frightened eyes, and she doesn't even know what to say to him. Michael relaxes and clarifies anal this and why she's been following him all this time, but she only looks at him apprehensively. She says that someone else was following Michael, and she decided to follow him again, but then he disappeared and she moved on. Michael listens and asks about the fact that even after this stranger disappeared, she decided to keep going after him. She starts talking about how she had no bad intentions and just wanted to say thanks for saving her once but was shy. Michael offers to give her his number so that in case of danger she will call him. She is very surprised, but of course agrees. Michael talks about it not being dark yet and asks if she can walk home by herself. She says of course she can. However, Micah still walks her out and then comes home and starts to change after a hard day. Changing clothes at home, Michael thinks about how many times he's been harassed lately and is surprised by the amount of attention. He realizes that one moment they could cross the line and use private investigators already, which would create a huge problem for him. Going to take a shower, Michael realizes that one day he didn't even notice his picture being taken, and this could all be a big problem in the future. Michael recalls a recent encounter with an old acquaintance and the fact that he knows the supervisor. Michael thinks about the fact that this is no coincidence. Meanwhile, the next day is upon us, and the events in the story move right into the school. The first thing we see is Ronald once again reflecting on the bullies and what's been going on at school lately. In the moment he goes to a certain class, however, opened the door very abruptly, is surprised at what he now sees in front of him. It turns out to be Michael and the smartest guy who have a nice chat with each other and talk about different topics. Michael informs Ronaldo that he and this guy have already discussed everything, but Ronaldo is obviously not happy about it, because he does not trust the smart guy. Meanwhile, Michael begins to remember walking his classmate home last night. They were discussing a lot amongst themselves, however, in a moment, he saw a strange white car that slowly drove by them. She was also noticed by this girl while they chatted about what had been going on all this time. She thanked Michael for sleeping in last time. However, he talked about how no thanks were needed since he wasn't having a hard time. She talks about the time someone said something rude to Michael and she asks if it hurt him. Michael says that of course not, and that Jessica's words didn't hurt him at all. Michael's classmate starts talking about not knowing everything until the end, however. After this situation, Jessica was very shocked. Michael's classmate talks about Michael's pain points. Michael talks about how that's all true, and they are very different for everyone. Michael's classmate talks about walking Jessica is very busy right now, however she is sure that afterwards she will come to Michael and apologize for everything. Michael's classmate asks him to forgive Jessica, but he says he has no intention of resenting her. However, Michael says that he has one question, which surprises his classmate very much. Michael asks about if the bullies in 9th grade or in this particular class are the most prestigious students at the moment. Michael's classmate begins to remember that she and other classmates tried to socialize with 9th graders, but it didn't always succeed. She talks about how there's this guy named Rocker, and he has quite a bit of influence among them. She explains about how rockers have a high influence in the classroom, and many listen to it. Michael thanks her for the information. Sitting in class the next day, Michael remembers all of this, thinking about where this rocker might be now and what is the best thing to do. Michael realizes that this rocker most likely already knows about the new fundraising rules and will do something about it himself. However, in a moment, Michael is distracted. It turns out to be the smartest guy he introduces as that rocker from 9th grade. Rocker walks in on Michael and asks him to come out for at least a word since there is something to discuss between them. And so the events of the story come flooding back, and Ronald realizes all the things that have happened. Michael thanks Ronald for helping out all the time, but from now on, the rocker will take over all these tasks. Ronald tries to point out to Michael that Rocker is a 9th grade chapter, and all chapters have always been bullies. Rocker intervenes and asks if he's a bully just because he's the head of the class, because that sounds very absurd to him. Ronaldo talks about how Michael is also the head of the class. It doesn't mean he's a bully. After all, this confuses Ronaldo a lot. Michael asks them to stop and talks about how he understands everything, and he also didn't immediately believe the rocker like Ronaldo seems to. Michael only recalls how the dialogue started, and he himself was highly intimidated by the rocker before having a normal conversation with him. When they first met at Michael's house, the first thing Michael did was ask him if he had raised money for, which he immediately replied that he had not. Michael was very surprised, and the young rocker kept talking about how Michael was a very awesome person, which surprised him a lot. Rocker began to thank Michael for eradicating the system of collecting money because he never liked it. He didn't want to take money for protection. Rocker began to talk about how he had been looking for a way to get rid of this system all his life, and only now, thanks to Michael, was the opportunity presented. And just like that, the young rocker asked Michael to let him help with all of these things. Now Michael says that he felt sincerity in the words of the rocker, so he decided to trust him. Tries to talk about what he meant in a different way. However, Michael chimes in saying he can trust the rocker as himself. Michael asks the rocker and Ronaldo to shake hands as a sign of reconciliation and close the issue for good. Next, the rocker starts talking about how, until they unofficially start their activities, it would be a good idea for them to get everyone together. The events of the story takes us further blonde guy and a thug discussing someone talk about how it's unclear where he came from. It's about the rocker who says he's happy to see everyone together now. The second blonde guy is talking about how they have a union here. If he's bringing in money, he's very happy to see everyone. However, Rocker flips and talks about how it's not really a union but a bully committee for their school. Looking at the big guy and at Richard, the smartest guy, talking about not going to catch absolutely all the bullies. Right after they catch them, they are going to beat them up as well, to bring them the truth and how bad their deeds are. Afterwards, the rocker starts to apologize, saying that he shouldn't have talked about it at the beginning of the meeting, because it's not quite ethical to start with such a thing. Richard, with a surprised face, asks him why he is the head of the 9th grade. Michael intervenes in the dialogue and says that it was his idea because he wants to eradicate the whole system. His points, the smartest guy says that his goals are close to Michael's, so he's going to help him in this endeavor. After which the smartest guy starts introducing himself and talking about his regalia and who he used to be. He explains that because he has held high positions in the school hierarchy, he knows how the entire fundraiser goes from start to finish. Put your hand up. He's talking about how it's not much about the target, but how effective they're all going to be together against this system. That once Michael orders it to start, he'll play the part of the gun that makes the shot, and they'll help him do it. A blonde-haired guy asks the rocker to stop and answer a question about his relationship with the road band from the second years. The smartest guy asks not to worry, and talks about how he just always had to act with them, however they are not friends at all. Michael intervenes in the dialogue, saying that they are already talking and need to speed things up since he doesn't have much time to discuss it. The smartest guy starts talking about how if Michael wants to eradicate the system quickly and immediately, then they only have one goal. And that target is the great Thomas, who is the head of the 3rd years and the most influential of all. However, Rocker follows up by saying that the 3rd years haven't shown up at the school in a long time, so they need to find those who directly report to them. Trailing off, Rocker explains that once they track them all down, they need to get rid of that direct link to the 3rd years. Followed by the very guy talking about how before setting a goal and destroying the money fence, you need to deal with all the little problems. He gives the example of a guy who leads a group of men in blue sweatshirts because he also holds fundraisers. Ronald says that he has not heard anything about him before, only knows that he spends all his time in the gym. Rocker begins to explain the fact that this man is a pretty big danger because he's just possessed by anger, which makes him a challenging opponent. Next, Robert starts to explain what he does. This guy, he explains that he does strength training for his men here. To me, the guy explains that this man is forcing already strong people to fight even stronger people to increase their skills. He also explains that this man is proficient in many sports, which helps him combine them all in his fights. Trailing off, Ronald intervenes in the dialogue and asks what this guy is helping them for. He explains that in this way he gathers information about different skills and then improves his own to become stronger and stronger. Watching some pretty intense and bloody fights, he records all the information, later sits and analyzes it. Followed by the smartest guy talking about how maybe this person isn't the first to find Michael, which surprises Michael himself. Rocker talks about how it's very obvious because this man has seen Michael's skills in battle and understands everything perfectly. He was one of the people in the audience last time who watched all of Michael's actions and analyzed them very well then, noting that he saw Michael's previously unknown techniques that he liked a lot during his fight with Brooklyn. Also, a feature of this guy is that he's pretty tough. He can often stop a fight right during a lot of activity, and right after that take the strongest opponent from it and start fighting right with him with different techniques. In this way, he makes many people fight to the best of their ability to find out their maximum potential. This man is a huge Brooklyn fan because he always came out with his opportunity in every new fight. As time marches on, our guys go home and discuss the fact that they don't particularly like this very smart guy. The blonde guy talks about how he doesn't like the fact that he's in charge, but Richard notes that he says the right things about this rocker. But then the blonde guy says that if Michael has made that decision, he doesn't want to argue. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some building that looks like an old cheap office somewhere in the distance. Next, we are transported inside the building by some Charlie from an abrasion on his face, greeting someone saying he's finally here. It turns out to be the smart guy Rocker, who talks about hearing that the young man with glasses went to meet Thomas. The guy with the adenoma on his face exhales sharply and talks about no Thomas, they didn't cross paths unfortunately. Rocker starts telling the kid that he knew it, and Thomas hasn't been interested in their school's affairs for a long time. The young man with one on his face turns out to be the leader of the Band of the Sacred and asks the Rocker what they will do next, what their plan is. Rocker smiles and talks about how nothing has changed, and as soon as he gives the signal, you can start. In the moment, the events of the story transport us to some girl talking to someone on the phone and cooking rice. This girl turns out to be Fiona on the phone, berating someone for putting protein in rice, which is just crazy. Then the person she is talking to reminds her of the money on the table. She says she remembers it, and the dialogue ends. At the point Fiona starts counting the money, she doesn't realize where this man has been getting so much money lately. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the school gym where the guys in blue suits are getting ready to practice. Moment they start a fight with some students who are as always quite strong and active, which is obvious to them. In the moment, one of the opponents gets the upper hand over the other by climbing on top of him. He starts to pressurize him morally. The same guy who took over upstairs decides to throw a big fist punch downstairs to make the final attack. And supposedly chief among them is a bald guy in a blue suit sitting there writing it all down. The guy standing next to him suggests different ideas on how to better maximize the effectiveness of the fight for everyone. However, the very guy who records and analyzes everything says that it's a futile decision, and it's better not to do that. A young man named Jimmy talks about how this is pretty standard medieval-level dueling at this point. However, the guy standing next to him disagrees. He talks about how it's now much better than the most normal level of fighting. He turns to Jimmy to ask why he has become such a country, since he used to pay more attention to it all. At one point, Jimmy stands up and starts talking to the entire audience about everyone stopping where they are, after which he turns to the best fighters and asks them to approach him urgently right now. In the moment they all gather around him, he informs them that he wants to check something for an urgent and important research. Momentarily, he turns to one of the guys holding his shoulder and asks, "What did it feel like when he knocked him out?" It was more of a pain or a heavy moral feeling, or he still felt nothing at all. Afterward, Jimmy starts talking about how Young probably didn't feel anything because Jimmy found a better option for him. Moment all these couples start walking away, and the guy who was with Jimmy is standing in the back listening to them talk. He says goodbye to them and asks them what they're not used to from Jimmy. Moment. The young man walks up to that classmate who was asked today and talks about playing a key role in the event of something happening. One of the guys who is in this crowd pulls out his phone and starts texting the rocker and letting him know that he has information to Michael. The same guy who was with the mode asks everyone if they are ready and informs them that it should start soon. The guy who has been asked a lot today is very surprised. He stands in bewilderment and asks if they are confident in these actions. Everyone around them started talking about how they were also doing things out of their own free will, so they meant nothing personal. Right after that, a huge hard blow comes right at this guy's face with tremendous speed from those standing nearby. In the meantime, we are taken back to that small office where several other people and second years are sitting there and discussing the whole situation amongst themselves. However, in the moment, Rocker interrupts their dialogue with his great surprise after he reads a message on his phone. Rocker informs everyone that he urgently needs to move away. They are a little surprised, but do not try to stop him much. Rocker talks about how everything worked out well and very splendidly and informs them that he would like to see them next time. Rocker leaves the room pretty quickly, and walking down the hall he pulls out his phone and starts calling someone. The events of our story carry over to Michael, who is standing near Ronald, and picks up the phone. Now he has received a call from a rocker. Ronald is standing next to him. He understands everything and is angry because he wants to get back the place that the rocker recently took from him in Michael's eyes. Rocker, meanwhile, tells Michael about what was written to him in a letter on his phone. Michael informs him that he will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, a rocker on his phone via video watches the guy's blue suits and beats up one guy altogether. In the moment, Rocker tries to understand what is going on because he knows that Jimmy is not that heartless and uses his mind in life. Rocker assumes only one thing, however does not want to think about it because now the main task is to be useful for Michael. Meanwhile, Michael leaves and Ronald starts calling someone to tell them that Michael has gone somewhere with a very serious face. He tries to hide his bewilderment and lack of understanding, but he has a hard time doing so. Turns out he's in contact with Richard and tells him everything Richard says about contacting him. Immediately afterward, Richard turns to the light-colored guy and thunders on that he's been informed that Michael has gone to some kind of battle. The blonde guy talks about how it's very suspicious that the rocker told them all this directly, because why would he do that? Immediately after that, the blonde guy gets up and asks the bully to stop eating, and together with them to head to the scene. Blonde guy pay attention to the fact that the construction site where the fight is taking place is pretty close, and it's very advantageous. Meanwhile, our hero Michael heads to the place looking on his phone to see if he's sure he's not mistaking it for something else. Around the same place is the smartest guy who has no desire to go there alone and decides to wait for Michael. In a moment to me, the guy starts looking around the place and notices that across from the addition from which it is very convenient to look at the setting. The smartest guy looks over there and starts to suspect that there might be a rat in there who is leaking all the data and keeping tabs on everything. Meanwhile, at the construction site itself, there is a battle as expected, with guys in blue suits beating up one schoolboy. He can't fight back, and blow after blow, rather than over and over again, deal critical damage to him. One of the guys asks how much longer you have to beat him. The others reply that they don't think about it and just beat him. They discuss among themselves when the leader Jimmy will come, but as it turns out, someone is following them. It turns out to be Jimmy himself. While they are just discussing it, he is through kicking or watching everything that happens. A friend of Jimmy's friend approaches him and asks if he was able to find what he was looking for through his binoculars. Jimmy's friend informs him that he has done everything right and how long before the rocker should show up. Jimmy's friend says that he is waiting for him here any minute, but at the moment, something catches his attention. He looks down and notices Michael walking and talking on the phone with someone he reports the same to Jimmy. Michael reports that he's already in place, and the man he's talking to says he'll be there soon, but he's in trouble. Michael says that he may not come, then he is busy. However, he says that he will try to show up. The man Michael is talking to turns out to be a rocker, and he takes his turn climbing on some roof, saying that it's very beautiful here. However, he opens his eye and says it's not a big deal and tries to figure out where he is. He looked down and realizes it's pretty weak for an office, however, not that the offices here are too prestigious. Right off the bat, Rocker easily determines which side of Michael Jimmy and everyone else is looking at Michael from. Rocker is well aware that he sees everyone with this position, and also sees the very fight that was originally discussed. Meanwhile, right up to this spot, someone is climbing the stairs very quietly and quietly taking step after step higher. As he walks, these guys continue to beat up one man, hitting him on the back harder and harder. The man who comes up turns out to be Michael. He looks right at what is happening from the outside and starts heading over there. Michael walks up and speaks sharply about how he likes these types of locations too, then gets the attention of the entire crowd. Michael starts to straighten his tie and talks about how if they kill them here, no one will even know about it. They all stand together in shock and in great amazement and look at Michael, not understanding how he was able to get here. They continue to look at Michael and ponder where Jimmy and his partner are now. Michael asks them the same thing, but follows up by saying that he generally doesn't even expect an answer from them. Michael looks at them all and talks about how if he beats them here now, Jimmy will probably show up right away. Meanwhile, Jimmy's friend asks him what's going on and why he's doing such a dangerous test. Jim explains that from the crowd, he wants to select a select few who can pass the test now and resist with Michael's style. However, friend Jim talks about the fact that they are only 7th graders and are not asked to fight back against a strong man like Michael. Jimmy talks about how he generally doesn't care about them and is in fact not just a victim for Michael and nothing more. Jimmy talks about how if they watch Michael's actions closely now, they can understand him and his power. Immediately afterward, Jimmy turns to his friend and says that if he doesn't disprove it now, he won't be able to become stronger than Michael. Some guy shows up in the back talking about how he has a hard time believing that Jimmy sacrificed all those guys. Turns out to be a guy named Bruce who asks if he's late for the whole show now, for he was in a big hurry. Jimmy starts to reply that everything is fine and there's no reason for Bruce to worry about what's going on right now. Meanwhile, at the transfer, Michaela, who addresses the entire crowd, says that they can already attack and not hold back their forces. The strongest amongst these guys immediately gets into a standoff and talks about how Michael has really interfered with them and will pay for it. Meanwhile, Jimmy informs Bruce that Michael is a boxer just like him, and it's very interesting. Right off the bat, Jimmy starts asking what qualities a real strong fighter should possess. He answers that one of the main qualities of the first is physical strength and endurance, which is very decisive during the battle. Right after that comes the second important quality, namely the muscles of the physique and perseverance, which also play a big role. The third then factor is the movement technique's ease and fluidity, which will always help, along with physical strength. He says there's a second important element besides the 3 components he just listed, and this second important element is the skill with which the most important success is mined. He then explains that his skills allow him to fend off his opponent's blows better and make his own more resilient. Explains that different techniques can allow you to fight your opponent differently, even while standing on your feet or even lying on the ground. Sometimes a cold one can also help when you need to fight on, or when you need to make a decision to stop fighting. Showing his strong arm, he explains that all these elements together are interconnected, only they carry a greater force. He says that there is another very necessary factor, namely the information you have during the battle. He explains that one day when he was walking with boxers and found out that they were collecting data on their opponents long before the fight even started. They always write down all the information they receive in order to come up with the best method to neutralize their opponent. He talks about how at first they can just wave their fists around in order to understand their opponent's actions and how they attack and defend. He then turns to boxer Bruce and talks about how someone like him might not have those skills. That's what he explains all his actions with following Michael to get a better result in a possible future fight. However, Bruce is pissed off by all this. He turns to Jimmy and asks him to tell him directly. Something is on his mind instead of going around and around. In the moment, Jimmy turns to Bruce and says that Bruce will never be able to beat Michael because Michael is stronger, much to Bruce's surprise. However, the mode adds that this is not the main reason, and the main reason is that Bruce has no information at all about Michael's fighting style. But Michael has information about Bruce, because Richard, who fought him earlier, has already told Michael everything in his time. That's why, when recalling Michael's fights, Jimmy talks about how Michael has likely already strategized how to beat Bruce if anything happens. And Bruce lost to Mike once before, so he can lose now, because he doesn't have enough strength and knowledge. Bruce makes a smirk and says that there may be some truth to that, but he doesn't fully agree. He says that's why he's not going to study Michael first and then try to fight him. Jim continues to watch, and then suddenly, Jimmy standing next to him abruptly turns his attention to something looking down. Jimmy's friend looking at him wonders if there's any chance of winning at all. He thinks it's impossible to eat because he once beat Brooklyn. Looking ahead, however, friend Jim thinks about the fact that Michael is a whole other level and could be much more problematic to deal with. Meanwhile, the events of the story move Michael. He is at this time criticizing his opponent for his bad rack. Young asks his boys to stay a little farther away because he needs space. Michael says it's all useless to him. Turns to Michael and talks about how he's an outboxer, so it doesn't matter to him at all. He explodes from his seat and tries to attack Michael, but Michael easily dodges this rather primitive attack. The same cue launches another attack, but Michael also easily dodges it. Immediately after, the young man begins to launch another volley of attacks, but Michael easily dodges them. Michael begins to analyze his actions, realize that he is indeed a boxer, and his actions remind Michael of something. At this point, Michael takes one little stab forward to see what this guy's movements are like and how smooth she is. Right after that, Young starts ducking and Michael adds another one to catch him in a certain spot. A few Michael passes fairly easily and straight to his stomach, causing him to shift and hold back the pain. Michael doesn't stop there. He raises the degrees and attacks him directly in the face with force. The guy who was recently beaten up by a mob is watching, looking surprised at Michael's fight. Michael starts to take off his jacket and talks about how apparently this is the class that has a PE major at the school. Taking off his jacket, he looks at them and talks about how apparently they play different sports. However, Michael follows up by shrinking into his jacket and saying that overall it doesn't change anything because he's not that interested. Trailing off, Michael tosses his stuff aside and talks about how he's now going to end this whole thing much faster than previously thought. Immediately afterward, Michael snaps out of his seat and begins to charge straight at them, attacking each of them sharply. It's all the guys who decide they'd better all pile on him together, thus creating a huge thrust to the enemy. However, until they think about it, Michael continues at a tremendous speed, but flying at everyone and hitting them harder and harder. Punch after punch, Michael hits harder and harder, creating a very unpleasant environment for the fight that follows. With tremendous force, Michael takes out one by one the infestation right at them, demolishing one by one to the floor. Michael's blows are very strong, scattering 3 guys from the birch to the 4th in just a couple of swings, demolishing him with a single attack. Moment one of the guys, Michael just grabs his head and is about to hit it with a straight fist. However, she is paying attention to something. He sees ahead and instead of punching, just throws this guy at the other man by that and really whipping them both. Immediately afterwards, he swooped down on another one who was standing nearby and demolished him as well with just one punch to the face. Immediately after that huge hard hit, Michael notices with his side vision that another enemy is approaching. Michael attacks, and he abruptly punches him right in the face, thereby creating a tremendous amount of pressure for him. One of the guys still manages to attack Michael, but he easily dodges the attack in an instant. Michael continues to fight blow after blow. He crushes his enemies harder and harder, locking his advantage. After each of his blows, another new one gets stronger and stronger with Michael's great strength to finish each of them off. Michael still has plenty of opponents though. Another new guy runs at him with an attack. Only he wants to strike. Michael, of course, intercepts his arm and strikes out himself, which is pretty obvious to our hero. Michael then delivers another elbow strike to the guy's head, knocking him to the ground. With one following him, Michael scatters them by tossing them aside or throwing them right suddenly to a friend, just like bowling. One of them is the most active Michael, and it all decide to carry a kick right in the face on the huge force. This is all being watched by one of the strongest of them all, along with that guy who was mobbed earlier. The guy who was beaten by the mob stands in huge shock. He can't believe that Michael came in and dealt with all of his abusers. The strongest guy among them says that, as he calculated, Michael's style is perfectly honed by his actions. Looks back at his men lying behind him and starts talking about how, of course, that doesn't make Michael the strongest in the world. Michael turns to him and talks about how he has been waiting for this fight. However, all these guys around have turned out to be very weak. Meanwhile, Bruce, who is standing near Jimmy, is watching everyone, also watching in amazement as Michael overpowers everyone. Jimmy turns to Bruce and talks about watching carefully now, because there is one opponent left, and he knows who it is. Bruce talks about how he is, of course, from a different PE class. However, he has heard rumors about everything. Jimmy starts talking about how the guy who's out now is second to Jimmy in the class. Meanwhile, we're just shown this guy turning to Mike and talking about how he's tested his strength since he wants to. At the moment, Young takes off. Michael immediately draws attention to the fact that his style and speed are quite unusual. However, that doesn't stop Michael at all. He also comes off with an attack and hits right in the face of this guy, a guy with tremendous strength. This blow hits him pretty hard, because after a second of almost unconsciousness, he is treated towards some kind of wall. This is all seen by the very guy who was initially beaten by the crowd. He is very surprised to be standing and looking at everything that is happening. Literally, in one blow, Michael can be said to have gotten rid of this guy, and now he's lying bloody on the floor, not even regaining consciousness. Immediately after this blow, Michael turns to him, though he lies subconscious, but Michael says that he is just as weak as the others. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a blonde guy and a thug who are running to a construction site and can't decide at what speed to run. The blonde-haired guy yells at Richard and talks about how they can't just blindly trust Rocker and run to that place. In the moment, the blonde guy turns screaming and speaks in a way that they can just trap Michael, can't they? The big guy stops to point out the setting and says that apparently they are in place. In the moment, a blonde-haired guy in one of the windows of the construction site notices someone's silhouette and points right at him with a huge shock. Richard is in a serious mood, looking over there and talking about how they should go and check out who it is in there now. Meanwhile, Bruce starts telling Jimmy not to worry and to handle Michael on his own and starts to leave. With a disgruntled face, Jimmy looks directly at Bruce, and Jimmy's friend also looks at him as if saying goodbye to him through a look. Bruce is serious about going straight to Michael, thinking that this time he has information that will help in winning. With a very serious face, Bruce continues walking, thinking about the fact that although Michael has strong movements, Bruce has much better techniques. In the moment, Bruce exits the building and notices Richard and his boys in front of him, who turn to him. In the moment, Richard stops out of a very serious face, turns to Bruce, asking the man what he's doing here. Bruce turns to Richard and his boys in turn, asking if it's honey for the idiots here that they're so slimy. Meanwhile, Michael grabbed one of the last guys in a blue uniform and started asking where Jimmy was. The young man wants to say that he doesn't know, but when he hears the beginning of Michael's sentence, he immediately hits his head on the floor. In the Michael Naguib moment, and once again asks him a question about asking the question, and where is Jimmy? In the moment, Bruce turns to Richard and talks about how he and Michael have already become such strong friends in such a short time. Bruce continues to look at them and talk about how they are just errand boys, and he came here to destroy Michael. In the moment, Bruce turns to them and says that since things have worked out so well, they'll be there for him to warm up. Richard laughs. He looks at Bruce and talks about how he used to lose even to him, and now he's up to Michael. Richard starts reminding Bruce of his earlier fights, and it makes him very angry, and he doesn't want to remember his losses. In the moment, Richard turns sideways and talks about how his school and he's behind the school are very different from each other. Bruce starts talking about something he's heard before, since Richard always carries a gun around like the last fool he is. Bruce throws off his jacket and tells Richard that they can fight before he goes to beat up Michael. The green-faced blonde guy talks about Richard not having his weapons with him as he is about to fight. Richard picks up that very pen and talks about how they have a one-on-one fight and no one will interfere. Richard turns to the big guy and the blonde guy tells them to go ahead and he'll deal with Bruce in the meantime. Meanwhile, as it turns out, all this is also being watched by a rocker who is standing on top of the roof of the building and just silently watching. Meanwhile, Bruce swoops down on Richard at breakneck speed. He talks about how he has no desire to lose and starts attacking. Richard is immediately surprised to notice how much faster Bruce has become and prepares to attack and defend himself as well. Richard immediately tries to launch an attack, but apparently it doesn't hit and Bruce is quicker at it. This turns out to be true, right after which Bruce strikes right into Richard's torso with quite a tremendous amount of force. Right after that, Bruce decides to strike with his other hand directly at Richard's head, but this blow he already manages to counterattack. However, despite this, Bruce begins to make several attacks right into the block with which Richard is defending himself. But this time, Richard manages to get out of the duck shaft and he also begins to counterattack Bruce. But he doesn't succeed for long, because soon Bruce makes a rather strong attack right in the face of Richard's speech. Luckily, Richard manages to withstand it, and after it he begins to launch his attacks. It doesn't take long for Bruce to get right into Richard's body from the side, almost knocking him down. Immediately after that, Bruce starts hitting more attack by attack and talking about how Richard is just like a toy to him. Bruce laughs and looks at Richard, talk about how he can't hit him even when he tries his best. Richard is also well aware of this and puts up defense after defense, not knowing what he should do best in this situation. This is all being watched by the very guy who is surprised at Richard's stamina very much. The smartest guy notices that the pen that Richard is attacking in trajectory can't possibly hit Bruce's hand where he's aiming so hard. Analyze them, he realizes that Richard just lacks speed because he can't hit the pen during Bruce's attack. Meanwhile, Richard's mind defends itself against attacks that hurt more and more each time. Richard realizes that he needs to stop being afraid and decides to attack right into Bruce's legs, which he successfully does. Bruce gets pretty pissed off at Richard and looks right at him with a wild, ferocious stare with a clear desire to kill. In the moment, Bruce turns to Richard and talks about how he's an interesting opponent, but his punches are much weaker than Michael's. However, he next turns to Richard again and corrects himself by saying that he generally thinks his attacks do no damage at all. However, at one point, Bruce abruptly starts paying attention to his hands and asking what's wrong with them because he feels something. In the moment, Richard retracts his sleeves and shows dozens of watches suggest he is very time sensitive. Starts yelling at Richard, insulting him and heading straight for him with some pretty strong attacks. Here, Richard also decides to act drastically and jumps up for a leg kick right under Bruce. Bruce realizes that this is a successful moment for him. He puts his feet up in a pose and talks about how he's been ready for this kind of action for a long time. In the moment, Bruce snaps out of his seat and heads straight for Richard with a huge punch of his fist right in his face. This comes as a surprise to Richard, although he manages to dodge a little, but the attack still hits him. Immediately afterwards, Bruce sees that Richard is not doing well in resisting and decides to add a few more attacks. He in turn will get right in Richard's face, which becomes a big problem for him. Bruce decides to attack and insult Richard, saying that he is a rather weak opponent. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy and the thug came right to where Jimmy and his friend are. The thug is trying to find Michael and the blonde guy doesn't understand why there are only two opponents. Jimmy turns to them and talks about Michael being in the building next door and asks how they found the place. The blonde guy pretends to initially know where Michael is, but the bulky guy realizes he's lying and tries to nail him for it. They decide not to take Jimmy's word for it and just call Michael and ask where he is and tell him everything. Jimmy's friend notices this, however, and he immediately snaps out of his seat and starts running straight at the blonde guy and the thug next to him. In the moment, he is literally a couple seconds near the bulky man and grabs the man by the shoulder with his hand from behind. Immediately after that, jumps up leaning on him and with her feet directing an attack right in the blonde-haired guy's face. This turns out to be successful. The phone immediately flies out of his hands, and a huge leg kick lands right in the face of the blonde-haired guy. Right after that, Jimmy's friend lands and the blonde guy flies into the wall at breakneck speed. At this point, friend Jim starts attacking the thug too, but increasingly hard blows right into him with his foot. In the moment, Jimmy's friend turns to them and tells them that there's no reason to call Michael because their work is done today. The thug starts yelling insults at them and asking what they've decided to plot against Michael here. Jimmy's friend starts running at the bulky guy and asking him why all of a sudden he has to explain everything to someone here. In the moment, the thug decides to cast the first, but it is difficult to call it a successful attack because he can't hit Jimmy's friend. Right after that, Jimmy's friend takes a huge leg kick right in the face of the thug from underneath, which hits him very hard. Jimmy asks the thug what the hell he's talking about and continues to attack him harder and harder with his foot in his face. Jimmy turns to his friend and asks him to finish quickly because it's not long before trouble may come to them. However, the friend responds by telling his wife that there are no problems and he is totally fine with defeating them. Immediately afterward, he abruptly turns around and strikes directly at the thug's face with tremendous speed of force. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the clash between Richard and Bruce, which is still going on between them quite actively. In a moment already tired and weakened, Richard turns to Bruce saying that it is time for them to finish further. This cannot last. However, Brew only raises his fists out of a wild look, asks Richard who authorized the ending since he wants to offer. Immediately afterward, at breakneck speed, Bruce starts heading straight towards Richard for more attacks on him. Richard realizes this and uses his pen to turn the damage that can now get under him at high speed. However, Bruce is not at all intimidated by this. He prepares to attack again and looks straight at Richard, raising his fist upwards, showing his strength. However, right at that moment, Richard strikes right at Bruce's body with his foot hitting his body sideways near his ribs. Bruce's reply only laughs and says that Richard's kind are still not doing damage to him, and he prepares to attack himself with great power. However, at that moment, Bruce abruptly falls to the floor, grabbing the fence, and begins to gasp from the pain that abruptly gripped him in that area. It starts to flow right down Bruce's face. He can't realize what's happening to him since Richard's punch was never that strong ever to break. Richard starts talking about how this attack is different from the previous ones, because he didn't hit it the way White usually does. Bruce looks at Richard's legs, and then all the cues starts to explain talk about how instead of a normal attack, he took a jab right at Bruce. Trailing off, Richard goes ahead and talks about how overall it doesn't matter since he once again defeated Bruce in such a strong fight. Bruce starts to say that it's not over yet, but Richard interrupts him saying that he is still a long way from Michael in everything. However, at the point Richard turns around and wants to start hitting Bruce, he starts yelling requests not to. However, she doesn't obey him at all and starts kicking her legs straight at his body with great force, and this time it's already very painful even for Bruce. After a while, Richard sits down next to and leans on one of the containers and starts sitting in thought about something. Bruce was quite a strong opponent, and Richard is very tired. He can't even move normally now. Looking up, he ponders whether the bulky, blonde-haired guy is all right now and where Michael is now. However, in the moment, someone's force and detachment appears near Richard, asking what he is doing. It really surprises him. It turns out to be Michael. He asks Richard what's going on and is he okay or the one, and this gives Richard a huge shock. Richard starts making a tearful face and talking about something very bad happening here, especially for Michael. This is all being watched from above by Jimmy, who talks about how Richard has unexpectedly won, and that could affect a lot of things quite a bit. Immediately after which, Jimmy turns to his friend, say that they have learned quite a bit of information, and in general can leave already from here. In a moment of turning around, Jimmy notices that his friend is still continuing to fight the big guy in a duel. Jimmy's friend is puzzled by the time he hits him, but he can't understand why he doesn't fall down or get tired. Jimmy's friend continues to attack the Aztec at this point, trying to text Michael on the phone to tell him directly. Jimmy starts walking right towards them, asking if it's so hard to finish off a regular guy in such an easy fight. However, his turn continues to attack, say that there is clearly something wrong here, and I have not seen such hardy people for a long time. In the moment Jimmy stops, he turns his head and talks about how a good punch he is always a truly good punch. Immediately afterwards, Jimmy wraps his arms around the big guy from both sides, much to the big guy's surprise. Jimmy then decides to throw Duck right into a deflection, preparing all the ground to attack him. Immediately afterward, that's how Jimmy sets up the conditions so that the big guy lands right head first on the concrete. It's already had a big impact on the big guy because it came very painful on his head, and he didn't expect that at all. Jimmy's friend wipes his sweat and talks about how he's not a wimp at all, but this big guy's body is kind of tricky. Immediately afterward, Jimmy notices a blonde guy who had already regained consciousness at that moment and started texting someone on the phone. Jimmy's friend is surprised that he wakes up so quickly and starts running straight towards him at high speed. This greatly surprises the blonde-haired guy who obviously didn't expect to be attacked right away. However, in a moment, someone appears from behind and delivers a pretty strong attack right into the body of Jimmy's friend, throwing him back into the wall. Immediately afterward, he runs up and delivers another elbow strike right in Jim's friend's face, as if to make him bleed to death, just to be sure. The blonde-haired guy sits in bewilderment. He can't understand what's going on and why they've suddenly come running to help him. In the moment, the blonde guy looks forward and it turns out to be the rocker who talks about how he didn't call and asks why they came. The guy replies that they came to help Michael, who is in danger, and the rockers respond by telling him that's why he didn't call them. Rocker starts to leave and they talk about how they are pretty weak and can generally only hinder them immediately, after which the blonde-haired guy is shocked. Although not happy, the blonde guy asks the lessons where Jean goes Michael because they came just for him all here. In a moment, Michael appears from the next room, holding Richard's shoulder and telling him that he has already arrived here. Michael turns to the broker and asks if he's the one who called Richard and everyone else behind Michael's back. He answers that no, and Michael sees Jimmy ahead of him and turns to him asking what's going on here and what's it all for. In the moment, Jimmy points in the direction of where Michael's fight was and talks about setting it up to find out more information. Our guys are watching all this and they listen carefully to Jimmy's words and realize that in general, they were completely right. Jamie talks about how he needs more information that will play a role in the future, and now it's time for him to go already. However, in the moment, Michael turns to Jimmy and asks what makes him think Michael would let him leave so easily after everything he's done. Jimmy talks about Sin's business and this fight they should change where she's going right now because he's okay with that. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a room where people are passing money to each other and discussing something. A few guys, 2 of them in black suits, counting money and continuing to discuss some business among themselves. In the moment, Charlie walks into this room strongly resembling the second leader of the Path Group. One of the guys in the room asks for money to the guys in years. He reports that he has done everything, but he has not seen Thomas. He reports that he left all the money with Thomas's men, but he wanted to see him himself. But his men told him that it was impossible to see him now. In moment 2, the leader of the Path Group sits down and approaches this man asking if he knows where Thomas is, and then they can visit him themselves. It turns out to be the first leader of the Path Group. He talks about possibly knowing where Thomas is, but that doesn't change anything. The guys next to me count the money and discuss what to do with it, deciding that the best thing to do is to go to a restaurant and have a good meal. Between them, they are already imagining what kind of food they will order with very tasty meat steaks. However, the second leader of the Path Group interrupts their dialogue, informing them that now is not the best time to carelessly spend money. One of the guys turns to the second leader of the band, being asked, is it really because of new guy Michael that there is such a change? One of the guys looks at the 2 leaders of the Path Group and says that maybe they overestimate Michael since no one among them has fought yet. Trailing off, Young turns to the leader of the Path Group and asks if they think Michael might come to them here. The guy sitting next to him addresses him, saying that this is a very likely outcome that could very well be. At the moment, there is a knock on the door. One of the guys gets up and heads over there to open it. Everyone is discussing amongst themselves who it could be. As they open the door, they spot one of their strongest partners and they all greet him together. He is one of the members of the Sacred Group along with the second leader of the Path Group. They are discussing the future actions of their groups. The second leader of the Track Group talks about how Mike is probably not coming now because, as he was told, he might have a fight with Jimmy now. One of the guys says it's great, but the other leader of the Path Group says it's not clear yet because it all depends on the outcome of their battle. The guy with the earrings next to him indicates that he also doesn't have much confidence in Jimmy winning, however, and Michael is only a first year. Meanwhile, one of the leaders of the Sacred Group counts out the money, and the other turns to him saying they have different ideas. The second leader of the Path Group turns to the first and asks him his opinion about the fight between Michael and Jimmy that may take place. The first leader of the track team continues to do the workout and talk about how he's not sure either, but Jimmy's a pretty strong guy. The events of the story and back to Jimmy and Michael. Jimmy tells Mike the downside of the territory they are now in. However, at the moment someone's slipper flies into Jimmy, he of course intercepts it, however asks what are they doing now. It turns out to be Michael. Jimmy is talking about how it's pointless to just throw flip-flops in a situation like this. It's stupid. Jimmy starts talking about how it's hard to provoke an opponent this way, and right at that moment, another slipper flies into Jim. Michael smiles and talks about how Jimmy is very talkative, and Michael himself is already very eager to fight and only wants to fight at the moment. At the point this is all getting really pissed off Jimmy, he gets into a fighting stance and talks about how he's about to start attacking. The smart guy himself watches this and immediately sees that Jimmy's stance is more reminiscent of Western martial arts than boxing. Michael, meanwhile, suspects that the provocation worked by pushing back turns to him, saying that he hopes to see his full strength in this fight. Michael says he'll only do it after Jimmy, and he starts running at Michael, trying to grab his arm. Richard sees this and pores over the fact that Jimmy will try to hold Michael down from the start of the fight in order to reduce the space. Michael sees Jimmy throwing the first punch, and it's most likely just a distraction in this situation. Michael notices that Jimmy is very eager to try to grab him with his hands and is forever setting up behind him, or on either side of him. Michael then observes that another likely distraction is flying right at him and so decides to fight it off. Michael is very surprised because already a completely different attack is coming at him that he didn't expect to see. That is quite surprising. Michael had to retreat a few steps back, for in this way Jimmy had gained a small advantage in space. My boy himself notices that Jimmy is pretending like he wants to go for a takedown from the bottom while he's throwing punches from the top. Meanwhile, things continue at about the same pace with Jimmy trying to land punches from the top, but Michael easily dodges. Jimmy decides to throw punches from both sides in order to try and catch Michael at one point. Michael begins to notice that Jimmy has promised to attack with a takedown, but at the moment is only attacking with his legs and arms from above. Immediately after that, Jim starts doing lunges just like in boxing, although recently he was doing karate kicks. Richard is watching all this and immediately notices that Jimmy is quite tall, which makes it easier for him to make lunges from above. Richard also realized Jim's advantages in the weight class that add power to his attacks, while speed and vast experience allows for evasion. However, in a moment in the back, the voice of Jimmy's friend is heard saying that a man who is good at grappling can also be just as bad at punching. Richard is surprised that the young man has come to his senses so quickly, and he begins to talk about Jimmy again. Jimmy's friend starts bragging his friend talk about how he is very good at mixed arts and combines them perfectly. Followed by a friend, Jim begin to get up, say that the battle is first and foremost a battle only then already marched for everyone else. Trace, straightening his neck, suddenly says that Michael uses two typical punches and can't compare to Jimmy in that regard. In a moment, Jimmy's friend starts to leave this room and walk instead of fighting, and abruptly notice his friend Jimmy getting punched in the face by Michael. In complete shock and not perplexed, he finds it hard to believe that his friend who excelled in many martial arts got punched in the face. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Fiona, whose phone starts ringing sharply at one point. Not really paying much attention to him though, because she's busy listening to her head right now after she washed it. In a moment of looking at her phone, she notices a text message from her Oppo, who informs her that he won't be able to come anytime soon. Via this message, she yells that yay for freedom at last, and raises her arms dramatically, causing her towel to fall straight down. She stands naked and generally doesn't worry about it, and he won't come over. Then he doesn't have to worry, and there's no reason to worry because she's home alone. At the point she starts taking clothes and dressing, deciding on who she can invite to play online games. Going through her phone contacts, she thinks about calling her friends in middle school, but decides in a moment that it's not really an idea. However, in a moment of looking at her phone, she remembers Michael and wonders what is she doing here at this hour. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the fight. A life friend asks his friend, is he okay? Or the one after Michael's punch? Jimmy gets up to address Michael's tattoo, that he finally got to personally feel the force with which Michael was hitting. Jimmy turns to him again. They say that he is really strong, however that doesn't mean anything yet. Jimmy's friend wipes his face and talks about how it's all a little stressful for him because it looks pretty bad. Turning to Michael, Jimmy talks about how he's figured it out and will use a special technique now against Michael. Jimmy begins to tell about his methodology, but then the moment the smartest guy notices that the words are a lot of lies. Jimmy says later that as a young boy he was sent abroad where he gained a lot of pretty strong experiences. Richard and the blonde guy are surprised to hear this because they realize that Jimmy is a year older then. Gromola talks about how he does look older, and that's a huge difference for their physicality at this point. James hears all this and turns to them and asks if they are going to justify their loss. Looking at Michael, Jimmy says that this may be true, but Michael's physical development also exceeds their age. Between themselves, the guys start discussing the fact that Michael does look older, and the smartest guy is good at keeping track of it. Michael is a little surprised by this dialogue and talks about just eating a lot of porridge and playing sports since he was a kid. Michaela's momentum starts to go right on pushback and talk about her tasking his skills. Michael decides to get even closer to him, saying that when they were as close as possible, the one was drinking his strength, so Michael will cut back. Jimmy is rather surprised, but looks at Michael and asks the one in his head what he's up to right now. Michael talks about what it looks like because he just wants to make a more level playing field for both of them. Jimmy talks about how it won't help Michael's survival if he just shortens the distance. Jimmy throws his hands up and says that he envies Michael's optimism, but he clearly has no intention of giving up. In the moment, Jimmy looks directly at Michael and decides that Shi's skills that will help him fight it will be judo. Jimmy wants to use his skill, however, in the moment, Michael's fist flies sharply into his face with very tremendous force. He tries to grab Michael with his hands, but it turns out to be very weak because Michael has calculated such an action. At this point, Michael apparently starts to get sick of the fight and starts squeezing Jimmy's head harder and harder. Immediately afterward, Michael abruptly adds even more force and topples Jimmy off his feet, sending him to the ground. Jimmy flies down under the influence of Michael's hand and realizes that Michael will be the one who first knocked him to the floor. At this point, however, Jim decides that even now this is an opportunity for him and tries to wrap his arms around Michael from the other side. He squeezes with his legs and with his own hands makes a cross over his grip, thereby restraining Michael's arm along with himself. Michael realizes that it's going to be very dangerous now and immediately starts to remove his head and turns out to be right there, followed Jimmy's punch. At this point, Michael decides with his last free hand to throw a punch right in Jimmy's face and do it right away. It hurts so much underneath he's like unconscious in the moment and his face is very swollen. Immediately afterwards, Jimmy lands him on the floor, as his grip on the one-armed man loosens slightly. In the moment, Jimmy realizes that now about to attack with his knees, and it will be dangerous, and dramatically lifts his legs up in order to counterattack. He fails to attack, but manages to escape Michael's grasp and move a short distance away from him. In a moment of watching Michael, Jimmy realizes that he has very huge reactions and a pretty strong developed skill set for fighting and attacks. Jimmy decides that in order to win, he should check Michael's ground fighting skills and then decide what to do next. In the moment, Jimmy begins to put his hands up again and contemplates using his secret martial arts ways. Immediately afterward, Billy snaps out of his seat and starts running straight at Michael rather quickly and sharply. Our hero Michael, of course, notices this well-surprised look forward and realizes what is about to happen. In the moment, Jimmy starts to attack Michael and the turn immediately dodges that he doesn't get punched in the face. Druum immediately sees what's going on. He realizes that Jimmy is fully engaged in the fight and is about to show his strength. Immediately after the blow, Jim drops down and intercepts Michael's legs with his feet, clamping him on both sides. In the moment it is noticed, and Michael himself, he begins to realize what Jimmy has come up with and what they use against him. In the moment, Michaela decides to act, and immediately afterward he starts twisting his leg, which comes as a surprise to Jimmy. It turns out to be Michael's secret friend. He turns Jimmy's body around and immediately sends him kicking into the wall. Jimmy's friend is in a huge shock. He can't believe that his friend who weighs under 100 pounds was kicked so easily. Michael turns sharply to ask Jilly if he really wanted to get the win so easily. The blonde-haired guy is shocked and talks about how he didn't expect this turn. Richard is also looking at everything himself in shock. In me, the guy immediately realizes that even though Michael didn't manage to block the attack, he still managed to repel it. Jimmy starts to get to his feet and talks about how he's very surprised and didn't expect this level from Michael. With an angry look, Ginny glares at Michael and tells him that as expected, he instinctively fended off the attack. In the moment, Jimmy turns to Michaela and talks about how this is a serious fight and just showing off skills. Jimmy starts looking at Michael and talking about how he doesn't have the skills to outrun him after all. Michael talks about how none of that matters and abruptly slams right into Jimmy's body at tremendous speed. At this point, Jimmy gathers his strength and starts running straight at the Jersey jump and try to sidestep the attack. The moment Michael notices this, he realizes that most likely Jimmy will now want to use in a recapture. It's Michael who decides to dig him right into his side as he jumps in to set up a critical strike. Immediately afterwards, Michael begins to attack his opponent with new attacks hitting time after time. Jimmy tries to use his takedown again, but Michael fends him off this time with great speed. Immediately afterward, Michael and himself attacked Heem with a rather massive attack right in his face. The blonde guy can't understand what Jimmy is counting on and why she's attacking with her fists when she knows so many martial arts. The most me guy says it's to try to get Michael to the ground and then finish him off. Meanwhile, the fight continues as Jimmy tries again and again to get a takedown for Michael, but it doesn't work out. At one point, Michael decides to intercept his hands in order to stop his takedown attempts. Breaking out his arm to the other side, Michael puts Jimmy down, reflecting all of his attempts. Immediately afterward, Michael decides to land a few more critical blows to knock his opponent down. At this point, Jimmy finds a moment to grab Michael's leg to use his grip. Nothing seems to be working this time, though. Michael strikes and fends off the attempt rather quickly, after which Michael penetrates Jimmy's face and comes at him again, but Michael distracts him anew. He tries to break into Michael's body, but it goes very badly altogether watching the whole thing. The blonde-haired guy turns to Evening, asks as he thinks about what's going to happen next in this fight. Richard is concerned about it all. Meanwhile, Michael strikes again with another blow. This time, Jimmy is held by his shirt. Richard notices that even getting punched in the face, Jimmy doesn't abandon his attempts to grab Michael. At one point again, Jimmy's attack still manages to grab Michael by the neck from above pretty quickly. This time, Jamie even manages to get a hold of Michael's body from the two legs and arms he's holding onto him. He starts to press on Michael's body, who in return just stares at him cold-bloodedly without taking any action. The blonde-haired guy is looking right at this fight and doesn't realize what's happening right now at this moment. The guy is saying that if Michael doesn't have the skills to fend off such an attack now, it's safe to say he'll lose the fight. With a rather angry and aggressive face, Jimmy turns to Mike and asks him to familiarize himself with the ground now. The smartest guy talks about how no matter how strong Lion is, if he fights underwater, he can't win. In the moment, Michael and Jimmy start talking to each other because Michael doesn't believe Jimmy will win because of this method. Jimmy holds Michael back and talks about how he can apply hundreds of so-and-sos and his martial arts now. Meanwhile, the events of the story takes us to Fiona, who abruptly gets some kind of call on her phone practically at night. Is it Jake calling her and asking what she's doing this late? He talks about how they need to meet urgently and it won't be long before he's at her house. In the moment, Michael turns to Jimmy and talks about stopping talking and swings his arm up sharply. Right after Michael says this, he immediately starts punching straight into the mode's body with tremendous force. Jimmy is still trying to hold Michael's body, counting on the fact that this way he poses the power of Michael's attack. Counting on being able to get a hold of Michael and using his skills and time again, trying to do it over and over again. At this point, Michael gets tired of tolerating this attitude from Jimmy and swings for another attack with a fist to the face. At this point, Michael begins to attack Jimmy again and again with great force. Jimmy is very angry with Michael and says that he will destroy him. Jimmy realizes in his head that he's clearly building up over making Michael a normal opponent, and Michael clenches his fist. This is the moment Michael wants to strike, but Yaimi intercepts his wrist. Michael immediately notices it. Then he decides to hit Heem again, throwing a few more punches right at him from the other side and with the other hand. At the moment of pushing, begins to realize that something goes very wrong because his hand is apparently now intercepted by Michael. Michael's body from himself and legs from pushing him away, but it turns out obviously very bad form. Jimmy lacks strength. Michael Fifth is also angry. He can't understand why Jimmy is doing this if he's the one who got him into this fight and prepares to attack Jimmy. In the moment, Michael starts to look straight into Jimmy's bloody face and talk about how if he has a goal to win, then he should keep fighting. Immediately afterward, Michael strikes another very powerful one right in Jim's face directly unobstructed, which hurts a lot. Immediately after that, Michael starts hitting more and more of Jimmy's attack right in the face. All when Michael becomes, however, this does not happen time after time, he continues to attack harder and harder. Jimmer's blood is flying around and getting bigger and bigger, and Michael is like a monster that won't stop attacking. The blonde-haired guy asks Richard what's going on, then suggests that Michael has decided to suppress Jimmy with his own methods. The smartest guy intervenes in the dialogue and talks about how with his strength, Michael has now overwhelmed absolutely all of Jimmy's ability to fight. Trailing off, the smartest guy began to explain that with his strength, Michael had just crushed all of Jimmy's skill. The fight continued with the rocker explaining that despite all of Jimmy's skills and abilities, Michael simply used trivial brute force to win. Rocker talks about the fact that Michael has a very strong instinct, and it is thanks to him that he is able to achieve such strength. After which the rocker-on starts explaining Michael's cat and toy example to everyone, but not everyone gets it. Rocker starts talking about how this in all likelihood was a bad example, and it's better to explain it to him in a different way. And then he begins to translate the example of the cat and the very guided missile that follows the cat however nimble he was. Meanwhile, while the smartest guy Rocker explains it all with examples in reality, Michael goes on and beats up Jimmy. Michael continues to face his opponent and talk about how this is far from over and he can still fight for a very long time. At this point, Jimmy just looks at Michael with a horrified look. He is confused and depressed, not sure what to do. Jimmy begins to remember his past. All the kids at school always teased him and called him a monster and a monster. At this point, he was only 9 years old, but he was already very large. He did not understand why everyone insulted him so much. Then sit together, tried to pour him on the ground, kicked his legs, and harassed him in every way possible about absolutely everything. One of the guys with a pretty big lung plowed exactly the same ground then, and started yelling about how easy and simple it was. Immediately afterward, he began to manage Jimmy punching him in the face and calling him a monster once in a while. However, in a moment to the side, someone appeared. He saw this situation, and the report dropped the package on the ground. This man started yelling at the guys and calling them names, which they were quite surprised at the time. When they saw the one who was scolding them, they started running away in different directions and shouting not to be touched. It turns out some girl who was coming from the store she was able to protect at the time was 9-year-old Jimmy. This girl turned out to be Jimmy's sister, who stands with bread in her hands, began to scold the altitude, that here does not give back at all. Jimmy says this to say that he just doesn't feel like hitting them. However, Jimmy's sister blames him for it, saying that it's wrong. She started stroking Jimmy and asking if he was in any pain, feeling sorry for him every time. Jimmy began to explain to his little one why the kick was so weak and did nothing for Jimmy. However, he then told his version of why they were weak, explaining it with physical fitness, much to his sister's surprise. From that day on, Jimmy went to the same gym where his sister used to work out, never missing a single workout. Jimmy often liked to watch fights, and we always liked to understand what the advantage was and who had the advantage by analyzing everything around him. After that, he put all his knowledge into practice, and it turned out to be quite successful, which he was very happy about. Then the coach began to praise little Jimmy and asked his sisters if such a gift for martial arts was hereditary. Sometimes his sister would train Jimmy herself, telling him that he still had a long way to go to fully learn the martial arts. As time went on, Jimmy grew and moved on to stronger and stronger opponents, and his sister Lee led many of the training sessions. Jimmy began to fight people who had very different ways of attacking and more, thus developing his skills. In a moment he was doing even better, so he quenched his thirst for power when he reached quite high heights. Jimmy imagined he was building a huge wall of little bricks, and each of those bricks a new workout and a new goal. And already Jimmy feels that he is facing a huge wall and his skills that he has been building all this time. These bricks of his head, he feels his strength realize that these are his skills, and this is his huge and strong tower. However, it is now that this entire tower and his immense power is crumbling because he has started to lose, something that has not happened in a long time. This whole tower started to crumble from the top and increasingly reaching the bottom, turning what he had been doing for years into nothing. The bathhouse collapses not by itself. Your head, Jimmy shows himself to Michael, who is destroying his tower with each new blow. Shocked Jimmy, even in his head, is afraid to imagine such a situation because it hurts him to see the destruction of hundreds of his training. He asks Michael to stop, but he stops and destroys more and more, turning his merits into dust. Immediately after the tower, Michael destroys Jimmy's own stomping grounds as well, him in front of everyone just into the ground like a bug. Meanwhile, in reality, Jimmy's friend and yells out to him and asks his friend to treat her and trust his feelings. And at that moment, Jimmy gets something to do. He puts his hand up and grabs Michael, surprising him quite a bit. With a closed and very angry face, Jimmy tentatively looks at Michael and talks about how his skills won't lose to some Mike. However, Michael rises to the occasion once again and talks about how Jimmy will have to perfect it in order to beat someone someday. Immediately afterward, Michael delivers a lightning-fast punch right to Jimmy's head with very tremendous force, breaking everything around him. The friend is in wild shock. He could not have expected that out of the fight would be so deplorable, especially for his friend. From this situation, also watch the speech and the blonde guy. They are also in wild shock from how much Michael is fighting now. Not surprised only by the blonde-haired guy, he smiles a little and realizes that he fully expected this outcome from this battle. Some time passes and Jimmy is just lying on the floor, apparently even unconscious after Michael's punches. Eyes ajar, he begins to think about the fact that his tower turned out to be very flimsy and tries to come to his senses. To him runs up immediately his friend. He begins with great surprise to ask Push-Up how does it feel here. Talks about well, and it's all unimportant, not what information he got today after the fight with Michael. Jimmy's friend talks about how he finds it hard to believe that in this situation, his friend still cares about data collection and not his own health. Meanwhile, our guys all go home together and discuss how Jim is a weakling and a hero in words only. However, the smartest guy does not agree with this in his head. He realizes that the same is very strong, just his opponent Michael, who is even more powerful. The blonde-haired guy even jokes about what was worth betting on this fight. The entrance was very clear to everyone. In the moment, Richard with a smile turns to Michael, say that congratulates him because today she ended with the first years. Richard talks about the fact that from this point on, you can call Michael the leader among the first years for what he has defeated absolutely everyone. Moment, the smartest guy turns to Michael and talks about how leading the first years is just the first step on the journey. Smiling in fact, and talking about the fact that the next opponents are the Path Group and the Road Group, which are pretty strong. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to the chairman's office where some guy is walking around. A guard notices him and starts shining his flashlight, asking what he's doing here at this hour. This guy turns out to be George, and he says he's just lost, that's all. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to someone's private home near the cafe. Someone is sitting, and something is discussed. These people turn out to be classmates from the first years who are discussing what to do in the evening. In the moment, they chat about who they can meet, but in the moment, something really catches their attention. Turns out by Jake's appearance, they immediately take notice of him, not realizing what he's doing in the area. Jake goes somewhere thinking about whether or not Fiona is alone at the moment. Recalls his dialogue timeline Karam, who asked about his relationship with Fiona, then Jake said they were very close friends. That's when the smartest guy asked Jack to find out where Thomas had disappeared to and why he hadn't been around lately. In the same dialogue, the brokers asked Jake to tell him everything he knows about Fiona, her preferences. When Jake asked about why to know this, the rocker just asked him to keep quiet and not ask too many questions. The smartest guy turned to Jake again, telling him that if he followed them, he wouldn't feel bad. Looking ahead, he began to grieve that he, Jake, Fiona, Michael, and everyone else get their share of happiness if everything went well. In the present day, Jake just consists of and ponders this dialogue, pondering if this could be a danger to Fiona. In a moment, the same two girls from school announce themselves from behind and turn to Jake, asking what he's doing here. One of them turns to Jake and starts complimenting him and telling him that her friend really likes him. Talks about how all appearances they have him mixed up with someone else, trying to pretend that this is supposedly not the case, although in fact everything is correct. In the moment, Fiona announces from behind, saying that Jack had no warning that there would be others with him. Jack about accidentally bumping into them, and they only stare in surprise at Fiona ahead of them. One of these girls starts asking what their relationship is at this late hour together. Folding her hands in her pocket, this girl begins to talk about what she was once told about Fiona being the queen of the bees. Fiona began to address the girl, asking what she was muttering to herself, and asking her to take her hands out of her pockets. This girl turns to Fiona with great surprise and asks if she is really talking so rudely to her. The friend of the first girl starts to worry, because it's hard for her to imagine what could happen now, because the situation is quite tense. In the moment, Jake turns to Fiona and talks about not worrying. He called her in to talk, and those girls won't be with them. At one point, he puts his hand on Fiona's shoulder, and she immediately grabs the hand he put on her shoulder. Fiona abruptly pulls Jake's hand away from her and begins to clasp it, telling her to stop and not to do it. Jack starts talking about how he's in quite a bit of pain, and again asks Fiona to stop squeezing his hand and hacking it behind his back. Fiona turns to Jake rather arrogantly and asks him what the cake was going to do, and has he gone completely deaf already? In the moment, Fiona starts taking Jake out and talking about how if this was something that could be discussed in correspondence, she would just nail him. One of the girls is pretty pissed off. She can't realize how much Fiona is crazy in her head and arrogant. The second friend begins to ponder on what their relationship is like after all, and should they follow up on it? Meanwhile, Fiona and Jake get farther away, and Fiona starts asking what the topic is about what Jake called out. Michael says he's just worried because it's been a long time since he last saw Thomas. Fiona's talking about how she doesn't know, but what we have is that he won't be here for another month. She doesn't know where he is. Jack starts to talk about how a month is a long time if he's willing to do something to help, but at this point, Fiona interrupts him rather abruptly. A blushing Fiona turns to Jake and tells him that if anything, he dare not touch Michael or she will be angry. Then she turns to him again, saying that he will not, after all, interfere with a third of the affairs of the second years as he himself had once promised. In the moment, Jake turns to her and asks her if she really likes Michael since she said she didn't like him. She says she doesn't like him and starts hitting Jake, asking him what the hell he's talking about. In the moment, Jack addresses her, asking her not to worry, and tells her that not recently he learned something. Jack informs Fiona that Michael has become the leader among the first years. Hearing this, she blushes quite a bit. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to George, who says goodbye to the man who caught him in the chairman's office. George starts to leave, but on the way he calls someone abruptly as if he's about to tell them something very important. In the moment, some girl at the gym picks up the phone and talks about listening intently. This girl turns out to be the head of the foundation, who says she's ready to write down everything she's about to report here. Immediately afterward, she turns to the voice assistant and asks it to add the pace of the treadmill. Then on the phone, she says something to George. He at first argues, saying he has another job, however promises to do what he can. Immediately after that, sometime they talk once more. However, then they inform to call each other later. The events in the story take us to the next day at school, where everyone is already aware that Michael has become a leader among the first years. The students discuss among themselves that Michael is very bad at studying and can't think with his brain at all, but only with his muscles. Some guys are very excited because what happened on their blackboard in their classrooms, they write about congratulating Michael. They also choose the slogan with which we will welcome him, because we need to choose the best one. Michael, he asks to erase it from the board and not announce it to everyone because he doesn't think it's a big deal. Ronald starts to say that he congratulates Michael and will continue to support him, but Michael only asks where Rocker is. Ronald talks about how of course he doesn't know that, but promises to find it as soon as possible to help Mike. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to another school. Apparently it's the Boar School, the school Michael once fought with. Between themselves at school, they discuss the fact that Michael's power is very surprising, and it was expected that he would take over at some point. The guy Michael fought against says that after his punches, he forgot that day, and it's probably for the best for him. Meanwhile, a big guy runs into Michael's class. He calls him leader, and yells about how excited he is about what happened. Michael or Spa turns around and shows the big guy a sign for being quieter and not yelling so hard now. It turns out that Michael, at this time talking to his classmates, also discussed the fact that Richard broke up today to rest at home. Michael talks about how last night's student was largely his own problem, and let Richard and the guys rest better because they helped him a lot. In a moment in class, Fiona shows up asking the big guy to get out of the way, calling him a pig. In the moment, Fiona turns to Michael. She talks about being told everything, and she congratulates you on your position, however says it's ridiculous. Fiona talks about how it's just an entry-level position, but in her mind she realizes that she's very happy for him, but she needs to hide that joy. However, Michael doesn't pay any attention to this at all. He turns back to the person he was talking to and continues. In the moment, Fiona grabs Michael by the shirt and asks him if he listens to her at all and why he's ignoring her. He pulls the one by the shirt pretty hard so it opens up and one of the chicks comes off. She immediately starts talking about how she didn't do it on purpose and didn't mean to do it at all and blushes a lot about it. Michael, that he generally doesn't care, however he can't get caught up now. In his thoughts, Fiona is glad that her mother can't do it. Moment Fiona turns to Michaela and starts talking about how she doesn't have much free time since Michael must know she's the queen. She says goodbye to Michael and says he should have come to her first and greeted her as the leader of the first years actually. A rocker intervenes in the dialogue, saying that such a tradition did exist in the past when leaders changed frequently. Fiona turns to Michael and talks about how he's now a king among the first years after all, and she's actually the queen of the first years. The guys standing around start discussing the fact that if this is the way things are going, Michael should be in a relationship with Fiona. She's the one who starts hitting them and yelling about how they're just crazy for saying such nonsense. She and beats them, however, in her thoughts, realize that they say everything right, and blushes a lot when she hears it all. In the moment, she holds out her phone to Michael and asks him to give her his number, because it will make it easier to give him orders. She blushes again. She sees that Michael is taking his time and starts hoeing the phone near his face to get his attention. He's only talking about how fast she is. Fiona explains to Michael that she needs manpower in case something happens that Michael can't understand why him. Michael writes down his number to her immediately, after which she abruptly starts walking away, pushing everyone past her. Rocker tells Michael that they really should have been there to greet their older comrades, but Michael says that there is no time. In the moment itself, the very unboyfriend Rocker turns to Michaela and talks about trying to treat them with respect. Michaela is not playing with him, however, Michael doesn't really understand the phrase says he'll be back soon. People in the hallways in the second years are discussing amongst themselves that Michael recently passed through here, and it's unclear why he came here. They're walking down the hallway, and everyone around them is thinking that he's probably here to greet the leaders of the second years. Meanwhile, we're being moved to one of the classrooms on this hallway where someone is being bullied. One of the local leaders is standing nearby with someone. He is mocking one of the guys and talking about how he will soon know Nirvana. They almost kill him, but in the end they decide that they will let him live so that there will be no problems in case of anything. Momentarily, one of the guys stops Michael and talks about how he's from the first years and he doesn't belong here. Michael hits this guy with tremendous force so that he immediately loses consciousness and passes out pretty quickly. But it is brought to the attention of one of the leaders who was present at the very fight where Michael defeated Brooklyn. Then Michael, with great speed, punches this guy in the face and surprises everyone around him absolutely. Michael talks about how he knows that Juvenile is one of the main men in the road group, and Michael came to say hello to him. At one point, a guy turns to the crutch guys who are standing around and asks if they too, and groups of roadies. One of the guys starts yelling loudly at Michael, asking what kind of fool would greet other leaders like this. One skin a second after his words, Michael knocked him out with just one leg kick, delivering a pretty hard and stiff punch. The guys standing nearby were just in wild shock. Even the strongest and largest of them were frightened by the force with which Michael hit. One of these decided to attack Michael in return for beating up his friends and swung his fist sharply. The next second after that, Michael himself struck out at him with a rather tremendous force, hitting him squarely in the stomach. Michael stood beside him and talked about how all appearances on their team were all bald, weak guys he'd have a pretty easy time dealing with. At one point, one of the main ones in the ears stands up and asks Michael if he knows who he is. Michael looks at his phone, and his pictures reveal the third leader in which is involved in raising money and bullying others. Michael turns to them and talks about how they left the gym early that time because he reported that raising money at the school is no longer allowed. This third road leader is very angry. He runs right at Mike with an attack and swings something to inflict it. However, Michael strikes much earlier, right as this guy jumps Michael, hits him in the legs from below, knocking him down. Whereupon Michael grabs his head and smacks it right against the nearest wall with tremendous force, asking if he can't obey. This is all being looked at by this kid's classmates, and Michael asks them why they are cocky and so when so weak. Immediately let Michaela address them without using any cultural words, which amazes everyone around them. The guys around them can't figure out if they're supposed to be excited to see Michael or if this is all some kind of regular riot. The moment opens up, and some huge fat guy with an amulet around his neck walks into the classroom. Michael immediately turns away and looks straight at him with great surprise as if they've seen each other somewhere before. The young man also sees Michael. He looks at him rather angrily and abruptly pulls out a stationary knife with his hands. Immediately after which he starts running straight away with that knife talk about how he should have warned him that he was coming. He adds that he has sharpened the knife, and Michael at this point grabs a chair that is standing beside him. Immediately afterward, that chair strikes this guy right in the face, knocking the knife out of his hands and putting it in his hands with the chair. Michael turns to this guy and asks him if it makes any difference if his gun is sharper since he can't use it. The young man is already a little battered and starts to get up, and from that gets really mad at Michael for what he's doing. Michael removes it with tremendous force to his stomach, talking about how he was over that knife-cutting paper and just waffled. Immediately afterwards, he deprives Michael of one punch, and the young man flies out of the classroom and into the hallway, crashing his body into the wall. The guys around them began to cluster around Michael and the fat kid, realizing that a battle had already begun, even between the two of them. Meanwhile, Michael, right in front of their eyes, starts beating the guy beside him time after time with his foot, delivering increasingly hard blows. The guys around them gather and start looking right at it, not understanding what's happening now and why the fighting between them has started. Michael starts to look directly at his new enemies, saying that if they're from the road group, they can attack. The smartest guy starts to look at all of this and think about how the fact that they're older than him doesn't make them stronger. Walking down the hallway, the smartest guy realizes that these guys easily lose to Michael, which makes them vulnerable. The smartest guy looks on from the sidelines and thinks about how Michael is finally going to show everyone the power around him. In the moment Michael looks directly at his enemies, they start yelling at him and insulting him, saying they will destroy him. They threaten Michael with punches and tell him that he is still very young to fight them. Michael is momentarily taken aback. He shifts abruptly and begins to look directly in the direction of his enemies. Michael at one point grabs this guy's head and starts squeezing it and banging it against the wall, asking which one of them is still petty. Michael just flips his opponent off in the moment, and a new one comes at him from behind with attacks already underway. Michael easily dodges and immediately strikes his opponent with tremendous force, knocking him off his feet rather quickly. Scattering a few more guys, Michael just silently starts walking forward and looking around, walking into some classroom. Some guy tries to block Michael's path pretty hard, and then Michael punches him in the face and throws him out of the classroom. Then he starts beating up the other guys who are in the classroom, and there are huge noises and strong noises coming from there. Immediately after these actions of his, some guys started flying out of the classroom again with some pretty loud noises. Michael walks out of the classroom, looks at his phone and talks about how that was 2nd grade, and now it's worth moving on to 3rd grade. At one point in one of the classes, Michael's opponent starts abruptly grabbing a chair and starts threatening Michael with it. However, Michael abruptly stabs this guy right in the stomach with tremendous force, knocking him out of breath and preventing him from passing, causing him a lot of pain. In the moment, Michael strikes him in return with a few more punches right in the face with tremendous force and starts hitting him even harder. With great ease, Michael scatters everyone around him, fending them all off and their attacks. One of the guys picks up a gun. Michael notices this and in a second is right in his face with his attack, putting it right in the guy's face. This turns out to be very painful and hard for this guy. Almost unconsciously, he flies sideways from the impact. Another guy appears from the side and grabs a chair, starting to threaten Michael that he's going to kill him. But of course Michael sees it all at once. The young man sharply hits Michael with a chair from above, but the latter in turn easily dodges such an attack. Michael sharply attacks this guy right in the head and asks him where their head is now. Michael asks further about the head of the 3rd grade class with long hair, but someone appears behind him with an attack. However, Michael of course notices this and immediately dodges his attack, preventing him from hitting himself. Immediately afterward, Michael grabs his head and smashes it against the wall with tremendous force, telling him it's not him. Michael starts walking around the classroom and talking about how this is all really annoying him. But a moment ahead, notices something. It turns out to be some guy, apparently hiding from Michael, talking to himself about how crazy he is. In the moment, Young pulls out his phone and starts texting someone, letting them know that Michaela is in their class trying to beat everyone. Michael starts to turn to this guy with sweat running down his face and talk about what he's doing here and why is he hiding. He talks about how he's not doing anything much here, but Michael notices that he's on the phone to someone, saying something. Michael starts to revisit him and talk about how he's very interesting and doing the right thing. Michael hugs him and talks about letting all his friends know to come here and talk to Michael. In the moment the events of the story return to George, he is quietly talking on the phone to someone about being at school right now and having a hard time talking. It turns out that George is talking to the main head of the project. She starts asking him about Michael, but there is nothing to tell him. In the moment, a bulky guy and a blonde guy walk by and ask George if he's talking to his new girlfriend. About no, and the guys start to leave for class, talking about how it smells good and asking where Michael is now. Meanwhile, George starts answering the phone, saying that it's more likely 2nd years will take Michael longer than 1st years. Next, George begins to describe the leader of his classmates' behavior after Michael changed the system. Afterward, George starts to remember the 2nd one and talks about how all of them together now act as a common group. George talks about how they've all banded together and it's going to be pretty hard for Michael alone. We learn that the leader of one of the groups is already here. This leader starts looking at the class and the fact that the guys from his faction are lying on the ground, beaten most likely after Michael's arrival. One of the guys in this group is giving Michael a massage. Michael sees these guys and turns to them and asks if everyone is here. In moment 2, the leader of the Path group starts looking at Michael and asking if he's accidentally gone crazy with his power. Michael only looks at him cold-blooded and talks about how if he finds out he can come over and check it out. Michael starts to remember his dialogue from yesterday by the smartest guy who said that Michael needs a reputation when he goes up against second best. Michael talks about how he doesn't like that much, and the smart guy himself realizes that he understands it all perfectly well. However, scratching his neck, he reflects on the fact that this is very strange even for someone like Michael. Immediately afterward, Rocker begins to outline the situation to T-Shirt as he appears abruptly at the school and immediately says that he will become a leader, demonstrating the behavior of Michael, who starts dropping into other classes and showing everyone his power. Defeating one by one, Michael shouts that he is ready to win altogether and overpower even the strongest. He then starts to match his words, but attacks everyone screaming about being the strongest and beating them all up. In the end, creating almost a mountain of corpses at the height of which stands the plan of the only say that he is the strongest. The smartest guy compares this to the behavior of a lion, which is much bigger than the animal itself. The example of monkeys suggests that from their mass they appear to be very strong animals, but in fact they are stupid. Trailing back to reality, the guy tells Michael something that is odd even for him such in the situation. My boyfriend turns to the jersey, looks him in the eye, and talks about how he hasn't fully shown his true power. The smartest guy tries to take Michael out, seeing that Michael has no motive to prove his strength to everyone. The rocker begins to reflect, saying that childhood trauma, when so in Michael's life, may have influenced this. That's all. Michael abruptly walks over to him, grabbing his shoulder and starts squeezing it a little. Rocker gets really tense. Michael puts his hand on his shoulder and talks about how he's not going to communicate about this. The smartest guy addresses Michael, saying that such a reaction surprises him, adding that his opinion is not about Michael's goals. However, at the end, the smartest guy adds that Michael's desire to control all bullies coincides with the rocker's goals. Rocker asks Michael to take out his phone and open his notes, because he wants to write something down there for a minute. Rocker starts writing something down, saying that it feels like he's writing a suicide note. He hands the phone to Michael, saying he's written a list of people who should be Michael's targets tomorrow. Michael picks up his phone and starts checking all the names, trying to remember them, and realize who he has to meet tomorrow. He explains to Michael that tomorrow he will have to face a road bando who is very strong indeed. Michael comes back to reality and is asked to come over to them, and they stand in one place like they're frozen. One of the leaders is starting to go forward, talk about how defeating someone like Michael would be a big deal for the school. He gets near the desk teacher and talks about taking care of Michael's soul, which is very much lost. Says it shames Michael to bite an easy death, right after which his men start running at Michael pretty quickly. Grabs one of them and asks the others to come over for a second, and preferably quicker. Michael puts one of the guys in front of him and aims his head right at him. The guy doesn't realize what Michael is doing. The next instant, Michael strikes very hard right to his stomach, then knocked him out with literally one swing of his arm. The guys around him stand in shock, and the young man stares at the ground, trying to get some air. Another guy nearby starts yelling at Michael and talking about how he doesn't realize at all what he's doing right now. One of the guys starts yelling at Michael, saying that he was leaving here, but then he only gets a huge punch right in his face. Michael then easily throws him off in the park, and the man standing next to him is very much surprised to see Michael so strong. However, I managed to stand to watch as Michael ran to him and grabbed him, also starting to hold him in his arms. Immediately afterward, Michael began beating him up and literally took him out in a couple of blows, knocking him backwards. Michael began to scatter and the other guys, but it was blow after blow, and the people in the group were afraid to approach Mike. One of the guys decided to outsmart Michael and jumped on the desk to leap from it directly onto Michael's head and make a rather unexpected attack. Michael immediately notices what's happening, and with a sharp lift of his foot, he swipes right at this desk, thereby knocking it out of position. Immediately afterward, Michael starts throwing some pretty powerful punches right into his opponent's body, hitting him time after time. Then Michael et al. Grabs this classmate and throws him at another, then turns them literally into a bowling alley. Well, it's up to the track leader and his deputies, who are wildly surprised at what's going on in their classroom at a time like this. The leader of the group starts yelling at his men to spring into action and get him from the side of the emergency exit. One of these guys starts running for the emergency exit, but some guy flies right into the door he's trying to open. However, this does not embarrass the second leader at all. He shouts to his men to hurry up and become more active. No sooner do they run into the classroom than another guy flies through the door and knocks them out like bowling one-on-one. Who is standing at the door and holding it, turns to see Michael grabbing him by his clothes and pulling him towards him. Another guy decides to hit Michael with a chair, but Michael defends himself with his friend's body. The first guy is about to hit, but his friend yells for someone to stop and not do it because it will hurt him. However, no longer has time to stop the attack, and the chair flies right into this guy with great speed. Michael, meanwhile, continues to attack, but we're all kicking harder and harder at his closest opponents. After a couple of seconds after that, all of Michael's opponents are just lying on the ground. They don't know what to do and are just lying there unconscious. However, looking forward, Michael notices a new crowd of his opponents who are preparing to attack him because they simply hate him. Michael, of course, notices them and runs forward to intercept a punch from one of them, and over his shoulder launching a direct attack into the other. Immediately afterward, he hits one guy so hard that he uses him and his body to start another one. Michael notices again a new opponent looks at him, and without thinking carries an attack right into this guy's face. Immediately afterwards, he turns around and with a leg kick kills the two others who were standing against him earlier, knocking them out. Michael walks up to one of them and starts punching him as well when he looks on in shock at how his friends were defeated in a couple punches. Right after that, in a few more blows, Michael demolishes the guy who was watching everything using a few moves. All this is watched by the leader of the group of Path 2, who realizes that by such actions, Michael removes all avenues of retreat. He looks again directly at Michael, saying that the latter is just a wild beast who is blocking them from any exit. Michael, meanwhile, continues to act on his preconceived plan, and more enemies. After a couple more moves, Michael takes out the largest among them with only one punch to the head. Another guy tries to prey on Michael from the back, however, and Michael only gets a 2 count using only his hands. Meanwhile, the second leader of the Path group notices that a whole crowd of people have already formed in the hallway and are watching the whole thing. It's hard for the leader to realize and accept the fact that just that first-timer Michael has dealt with all of his men. In the moment, the second leader of the Path group begins to go forward and realize that the situation is very critical. He should act accordingly. He looks at Michael and the way he handles people, realizing that he needs to take the most drastic measures possible. Then he pulls his hand away, puts it in his back pocket, and starts pulling something out of it. He pulls out a knife and starts running straight at Michael. Ferry looks at him and decides to act just as repulsed as Michael does. Meanwhile, information about what is happening reaches Michael's classmates, who are in wild shock with such harsh news. George doesn't understand what's going on. He talks about how second graders are very powerful, and Michael is clearly not worth prying into people like that. George notices that Richard and his men have already run to the second floor to help Michael. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Fiona. She approaches the big guy asking why he's sitting here learning English. Fiona starts proofreading it, saying that those should have either helped Michael or stopped him. However, the big guy doesn't think about it. Immediately afterward, she starts pointing his head to the side and creating about him to show her the way now instead of where Michael is. The events of our story take us to one of the classrooms on the second floor, where a bunch of people are just lying on the floor unconscious. In the summer, we see the second leader of the Path group holding a small little iron knife. In the moment, he looks straight ahead, very worried, and ponders afterwards whether he is doing the right thing in this situation. But as he looks forward, he sees a huge silhouette made of muscle, even though a moment ago he was looking at Michael. He doesn't understand what's going on and starts wiping his eyes, taking off his glasses, thinking that he must have seen too much. However, coming to his senses, he notices Michael in front of him, who is looking directly at him with a rather his own look. He is very surprised by it. The second leader of the Path group gets abruptly startled and starts asking Michael who he is and what that side aura around him was. Michael swings in for a punch and says he doesn't understand what Young is saying, but he is pleased that he took off his glasses. Michael starts to throw a punch and talks about how he must have Young prepared well for the fight and took off his glasses to get in his eye. Literally, with one punch with a small swing, Michael sends this guy straight into the air with a single attack. It's all being watched by the people standing by the class, and they find it hard to believe that Michael is fighting one of the leaders among the group. Meanwhile, Michael is just standing on his feet and looking at all that is going on around, seeing a bunch of guys lying on the ground. Moment Richard runs in with the others, asking Michael if they are late for the whole show. Richard starts to look at Michael and asks him if he has single-handedly taken down everyone around him, and even the leader. Michael gets the phone and silently starts flipping through the list of names, realizing that all he has left is the main leader of the group. Michael talks about finding out where the first leader is hiding, but the second leader is unlikely to be able to say anything now after such blows. Meanwhile, the second leader of the Path group is going somewhere, and Michael is contemplating what would have been nice if he had come himself. Meanwhile, the smartest guy shows up next to Michael, talking about how happy he is to see everyone. He's been watching everything the whole time. Momentarily, Fiona appears nearby, and she shoves Richard sharply and tells them all to get out of the way. In the moment itself, the couple notices her sharply paying attention to her because she doesn't understand what she's doing here. She abruptly runs into the very classroom where Michael was fighting and starts asking about what's going on here and who did this. Meanwhile, Richard and his guys are discussing amongst themselves that the smartest guy has very abruptly shown up here. However, in a moment, they all turn away and notice standing nearby George, who brought along a teacher. The teacher starts to watch the class and yells at Michael, asking about what he did this time. The events of the story is transferred to the teacher's room. This teacher and criticizes Michael, talk about the fact that he even broke the furniture. Then the teacher went on to say that Michael was pissing him off, and he didn't want to buy new furniture for the classroom. George is watching all of this, and he doesn't understand some of it. Because why would Michael want to go so abruptly into his second year? Afterward, George stands and reflects on the fact that, after all, the classroom teacher is not aware of the project, and it's pretty stressful for him. Meanwhile, the director continues to berate Michael, saying that he can be a thug here if he wants to get away with it. Afterward, the teacher sits down disgruntled and talks about how he should have thought twice before accepting Michael into that school. At the moment the chairman enters the office, he turns to the teacher and asks the teacher to stop apologizing with his main job. The teacher immediately begins to bow, and the chairman turns to Michael and asks him how he is feeling and how Michael's studies are going. Michael replies, "All is well." The teacher looks at all this with great shock. I don't understand why the chairman is being so nice to Michael. Gets up out of shocked face, looking at everything, not realizing that does Michael really know the chairman and vice versa. In the moment, the chairperson turns to the teacher and talks about standing back together for a moment to talk. The chairman in his office puts the teacher as a golf tee and starts taking the club, saying that he should behave better. The ball rolls right into someone's head, and meanwhile the teacher ponders how the chairman is related to Michael because it's very strange. After going back to the office, the chairman again asks the teacher to drive much better. Michael, meanwhile, is standing there and doesn't understand absolutely nothing. What's going on is still a mystery to him. Michael looks at his chairman and can't tell if he understood his words correctly and drew the conclusions he needed to. Chairperson to MyCop, and said that this was the first time they had met since the presentation. The chairman looks directly at Michael and talks about how he'd like to chat with him about a lot of things. Time marches on, and some person walks into the second year's class, noticing that the second leader of the track group is lying on the ground unconscious. The first leader of the Path group, he is very angry and is looking at this all a huge rage. Some guy shows up and talks about how everyone in this class is Michael's case from the very first classes of that very freshman. A young man with long hair complains about the first leader, saying that a lot might not have happened if he had been around. The first leader turns to him and talks about coming back after contemplating the death penalty as performed by Thomas. A young man with long hair starts talking about how he feels as if there is a spy in their midst who is very much a storyteller. However, the first leader of the Path group only silently begins to walk forward, and hovering long hair asks him where he is going. The first leader of the Path group talks about wanting to be in his shoes in order to understand his train of thought. Meanwhile, the chairman turns to Michael, saying that the whole project in which he is associated is a huge idea ahead of the foundation. At one point, the chairman starts calling out and telling Michael Tom that this whole project looks very childish to him. However, he turns to Michael and talks about how he feels like this could make something really fun out of it. The chairman turns to Michael again and talks about how he has been very busy lately and sometimes forgets about the project. In the moment, the chairman turns to Michael, points at him, and talks about how a Czech like him can only realize that people like Michael are bullies. The chairman points at Michael again, looks him in the eye, and talks about destroying everyone. The chairman points to a plaque with the name of the school, stating that it belongs to him and says that he will solve all problems. Meanwhile, the events of the story moves us to Michael's classroom to find his classmates goofing around as always. The blonde-haired guy says he's going to go get something to eat and starts to leave the classroom. Richard tells him to hurry up and be in time for class. Open the door. The blonde-haired guy abruptly notices the fact that a huge man is standing across from him and looking straight into his eyes. These men turn out to be the first leader of the path grouping, that is the stupidest that Michael has broken through. The guy looks at him with great bewilderment, realizing that it feels like the power is coming from his body. The next moment, this bald guy, the first leader of the path group, sharply punches the blonde guy, knocking him back. This becomes quite a blow to the light-colored guy. He immediately starts spitting and passing out from a single blow. This is all noticed by the bulky guy and Richard, who starts running straight towards the light-colored guy. Then the first leader of the path group holds the head of the blonde-haired guy, being told that if they sow evil, they will only reap evil. Immediately after which, this huge guy rushes the light-colored guy, talk about how their actions earlier turned their stern. Richard turns to the bully and talks about the fact that he pulled out the iron because you can't win here directly. The thug takes a wrench and brass knuckles. Richard takes 2 iron clubs in his hands. However, the huge guy, the first leader of the path group, says that this all uninspires him he is looking for from Michael. In a rather upsetting moment, he turns to them and talks about how they're pathetic people. It's about time they met God. Cormila asks Richard if they even have a chance of winning. Richard says they do, but it's going to be tough. Richard quietly addresses the Kremlin and suggests that they should attack from both sides at once in order to be effective. Immediately afterwards, the bulky man and Richard jump out of their seats and start running straight at their opponent at a tremendous speed. Richard looks forward and realizes that this guy is a pretty signal body, and it's worth doing something about it before foolishly attacking. However, before Richard can even think about it, this huge guy whizzes right by him at a tremendous speed. Richard turns sharply to see what happened and sees that it was the bald guy who took the bulky guy in his arms and began to carry him forward in a forward motion and along with him. Immediately after that, the bald guy threw the bulky guy straight into the wall with tremendous force. This clearly made Richard extremely angry. Richard took his weapon, an iron bat, and began to bear right at the bald guy from the back and prepare to attack him. Richard then accurately strikes right into the guy's shoulder, but it doesn't look like he was too worried about his punch. Richard looks at this and also himself realizes that this guy absolutely doesn't care and has not had any damage done to him. This huge bald guy turns around. He calls Richard very strong and talks about how his body is indestructible. Richard starts to get worried. He smiles a little and says that of course he heard it, but of course he expected it to be this much. At one point, this huge guy takes his eyes off the bulky guy to see if the case has come to a head. At this point, Richard starts aiming at the bald guy right between his legs, asking if his body is so indestructible everywhere. However, in the moment, Young simply shifts his legs abruptly, thereby clamping Richard's bat right between his legs. Immediately afterward, this huge bald guy strikes right at Richard's head and throws him far aside with a single swing. Meanwhile, the bulky guy in the back comes to his senses. He picks up his brass knuckles and aims to hit the bald guy right in the head. Immediately, he stands up abruptly and starts bearing down on that one with a rather fast and strong attack. However, the bald guy notices her. In his hands, his bracelet, and talks about never forgetting the progress of the battle, so such a blow was predictable for him. Immediately after that, his hands and the hands of the thug collide in a battle. They both hit each other with the same attacks, but with different weapons. The bald guy knocks the weapon out of the hands of the thug. Say his hands, even the bracelet, becomes stronger. Sprinkle then delivers a punch right to Rattle's stomach, lifting him up with just one swing of his own. Gremmy is in a lot of pain. He screams in pain and drools out from behind his mouth. He is slowly passing out from so much pain. The bald guy knocks him over and gets right beside him, raising his arms up and preparing to finish the bulky guy off with a single attack. Immediately after which it does so by compressing a tremendous amount of force. It carries a punch right into the back of the thug from above. Richard starts to get up listening to some ramblings told by a bald guy concurrently beating up his friends. The bald guy starts walking forward straight. Richard is told that he will kill everyone who is in any way connected to Michael because he is disgusted by them. Richard looks at him and immediately realizes that the young man is simply not human, and it is impossible to defeat him in a fair fight. Looking at his silhouette, realizes that if even for a second answers from the fight, he will lose and forever this fight. Realizing all this, Richard closes his eyes and for a moment as if saying goodbye to life, deciding that he will not survive. However, in a moment, a classmate of Richard's, her others, appear nearby. She turns to them and asks what they are doing and what is going on. The bald guy turns to her and asks if she is also from Michael's group, but she doesn't know what he's talking about. Richard, seeing all this situation, starts shouting the name of his classmate and asks her to run away, but one only looks forward in huge shock. She doesn't have time to think about what's going on, and the body sharply as if it were tearing away at breakneck speed. This moment, the bald guy hits right where she was standing. However, due to the fact that she is missing, he, of course, does not hit. And she was saved by Michael, who grabbed her sharply and flies away from where the bald guy was striking so the blow wouldn't hit her. Michael wildly stares straight at his new adversary, the bald guy, and begins to greet him, saying he's finally here. Michael approaches a classmate to ask if she's okay, but she just asks Michael to hold her in his arms some more. Meanwhile, the bald guy starts going t-shirt, talking about how that one messed up his people, so he did just that too. Looking at Michael with a wild stare, he talks about holding back no longer at all. His only desire is to send Michael straight to hell. Meanwhile, rumors were already starting to spread around the school, and Ronald and a couple other people were already running to Michael's classroom. Michael starts to smile at the bald guy, talking about how they all got beat up and for a reason, so there's nothing wrong with that. A voice is heard coming from the classroom. Looking in, Michael sees Richard, who is telling Michael all about Ivan's rival. Michael turns to Richard, asking why he is lying down. He says that his legs are a little hurt, but Michael can trust him. Richard looks at Michael and says that the young man will be much stronger than anyone Michael has fought before. Michael, looking at him, also notices that his aura is completely different and is in a state of total immersion, which does show strength. The young man apologized to God that he was about to beat up every living thing he saw. Looking at Michael through a dark aura and talking about how he was going to punish him with the words of God and his power. Clenching his jaw very hard, he tenses and speaks in that Michael was ruthless to his men, so he will be the same today. However, Mike becomes a stand-in, as if who escapes, and talks about how he will now check what kind of dive he has. Then Michael abruptly jumps out of his seat and some kind of invisible gun, as if created from an aura, appears right in front of the bald guy's face. Right after that comes a shot of pretty tremendous force. Michael throws this guy aside in a single count. Richard is watching all this. Seeing all this, he just cannot believe that such a thing is possible in life. Michael's classmate says that if you were to get hit by such a blow, you could die at all, because it was very strong. Meanwhile, rumors of the battle, it's rumored to Fiona, and the big guy, she starts asking him who the battle is with this time. The big guy doesn't understand why she's worried. He talks about how Michael will obviously beat even this man. However, Fiona gets upset, but she says that she is not sure about it because the first leader is quite a complicated and strong person. Fiona talks about how the first leader once single-handedly tackled a whole gang of guys from another school. Looking back at his huge silhouette and aura, Fiona says that this man is really just a monster. Fiona decides that she needs to interfere somehow with their fight. A big guy sets her up, say, to get her to climb on top of him, and he'll drive her. And she jumps on him, and he starts running towards this class, say she's pretty heavy, but she tells him to shut up. Meanwhile, the bald guy starts to get up, causing everyone to be shocked that he was able to resist after such a sharp blow. The bald guy starts talking about how this is really the punch that Michael used against Brooklyn in that fight. Michael sets up his fist, and the bald guy starts talking about how this punch is good, but clearly not against him. The bald guy starts talking about how he was chosen by God himself, and he got the blessing of God's power, so he will definitely win. Everyone is watching Ronald, and he realizes that this confrontation is very epic because there are some really strong people clashing. However, all of Ronald's musings are interrupted by a sharp little fist punch right in his face. Turns out Fiona, she asks him to leave and talks about letting them go to Mike up front. Fiona walks over and immediately notices that Michael and this guy have already started his battle, and stopping them may be too late. Meanwhile, a blonde guy appears from behind, picking up brass knuckles and attacking the bald guy from behind. However, at that moment, it's like the bald guy is covered in an aura and starts yelling about how the blonde guy is a stupid person. Then the line stops abruptly, and the bald guy starts to talk about how he could kill him at any moment. but he's just a little creep. Whereupon he starts stomping his foot and talking about dealing with him right after their leader, Michaela, decides. Immediately afterward, the bald guy uses his approach technique and starts running straight at Michael with tremendous force. Michael notices that he is indeed quite fast, but still Michael manages to dodge such a primitive attack. This is seen by a classmate of mine, Michaela. She stands in wild shock from Nevers at what she is now seeing with her own eyes. Michael, meanwhile, decides to use his pistol technique again. He pulls his arm back and begins to energize for another strike. However, now he uses an improved version of what he calls a machine gun and starts hitting a lot of so-so right at the bald guy. The bald guy is holding back. He's in quite a bit of pain. He presses himself against the wall and realizes that this is so very strong even for him. Michael, meanwhile, looks at his head, but sees it only as a syringe for his next attack. Michael decides to use the sniper's power technique to knock him off his feet in an instant. This blow hits very hard to the point where the window they were fighting near shatters dramatically. And in the moment, the bald guy almost falls out of the window, but manages to hold himself back and not pass out after such a charge of energy from Michael. He shouts that it's his turn to attack and launches several attacks, but they don't reach Michael. Michael notices what's happening and immediately runs sharply beside him, making such an attack to knock him down again. Michael then begins to confuse him by whipping his attention and then launching attacks right into the body. The young man successfully dodges, but more of them go straight at him with tremendous force. Trailing off, Michael gathers the strongest attack among these and strikes it right again into the large bald guy's torso. Ronald tries to think of a new name for Michael's technique that he just saw, but he can't even figure out what it is. In the moment a guy appears, he puts his hand on Ronaldo's shoulder and says he has a good name for the techniques. However, watching their fight, the smartest guy talking about how he would compare Michael's techniques differently than Ronald does. Michael, meanwhile, continues to attack with another critical attack right into the body of his opponent, the bald guy. And then presses down on the attack force, throws that one up, and the smart guy himself calls this attack a huge jackhammer. Meanwhile, the bald guy, and even more pissed off, he can't realize he's missing attacks from the way Michael is. While he is thinking about it, Michael launches another attack, although the bald guy manages to come back a little, but it still hits him in the head. Immediately after that, the bald guy loses his coordination, and Michael decides to deliver another hard punch right to his stomach with great power. This attack comes very hard. Michael carries him aside with just an aura of his energy and knocks his body right into the wall. The smartest guy ponders the fact that this attack could be the end, and meanwhile the bald guy can't even stand on his feet. He falls to his knees, and Michael starts asking where his god help is that he talked about in the beginning. Barely lifting his head and clenching his teeth, the first leader of the Path Group talks about Michael not daring to insult their god. The bald guy uses one technique from the group called Buddha's Palm, which he also uses to avoid hitting Michael. Michael says that he is tired of watching this and abruptly grabs his opponent's hand and starts squeezing his hand harder and harder. Michael talks about how he's going to beat him further so he can ask his god for a little more strength to hold out. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some office where someone is discussing the fact that he doesn't want to go to school because it's boring. Turns out two guys, one of whom is the leader of the Sacred Group, rather than asking if they contacted the Path Group. One of the guys says that the shining moon has already risen and he would like to see it in person, but there is no such opportunity. Charlie, who tells him that it's no big deal and asks him to play as many people as possible. He asks to bring some kind of weapon from the person he says this to, sits on his phone and asks him not to worry so much. Meanwhile, the events of our story carry over to Michael's fight against the first leader of the Path Group, and the latter's turn to be very angry. He continues to fight Michael Ronald along with the smartest guy watching the fight and continues to analyze it. Fiona also watches the fight. Oh, she is shocked to see the first leader of the Path Group can't even move. Michael continues to beat him up, and the man motivates himself by saying that he has a big dream and he can fall here. He has yet to recall his past when he was still younger and was introduced as the third son. You talk to him about the fact that he should live life to the fullest and not deny himself anything, because if you have the opportunity, it is worth doing. Previously, all his life, he had gotten everything he wanted, the most expensive things, and for him, it was a regular routine. One day he began to notice that his hair was very actively starting to fall out, and it wasn't the first time the cleaning lady had complained about it. His hair was falling out even when he was dry, and it was very strange and frustrating for him. Seems like every day coming into the bathroom in the morning, brushing my hair, I noticed that there was more and more hair left in my hands. In the moment, he went to his father and decided to approach him with his problem of telling him that his hair was falling out. However, as he looked at his father, he noticed that he had a huge bald spot on his head and immediately realized what was wrong. Realized this thought on beginning to realize that he could promote completely. It hurt him a lot. He began to realize that despite the vast wealth he had and the many things he had, it would not solve his health problems should anything happen. In the evenings he would kick his chair and could not fathom the thought that very soon he might not have any hair, and he was hurt by the mere fact of it. He looked at the other men who were doing well and realized that he was like the white crow among them who stood out. Listened to different advice from many people on how to restore my hair, and one day ran to my father. However, once in the room, he noticed that a lot of people started taking his father's property, thereby taking his money. In that moment, he young felt a sense of having lost everything in the moment that he had lived for before. He needed at least some support to stand on his feet, and this support for him became religion and belief in God. It was at that moment that he came to believe in Buddhism and began to draw strength from it, realizing that he would be much better off in life that way. As time went on, his strength and faith in Buddhism also grew and became more and more each day. But by now he didn't care completely. He was calm and had gone completely bald. However, the thought that he was no longer rich and had no money still pissed him off and made him angry. He realized that now he had almost nothing, but still things he wanted to give up. Time went on. He and one day one form entered the school, becoming quite a strong man in it. At that point, he conquered his class and became involved in fundraisers and donations. Every time he did this, he realized that if he did more and got stronger and stronger, he would raise more money. And when he's taken enough money, he can restore his hair, and then he'll come to complete peace of mind. Now, however, all his dreams, wishes, and hopes are simply shattered on the shelf in an instant. It's Michael who comes in and starts changing the rules of the game, depriving this guy of a source of income. Now he is very angry with Michael because he just can't believe that the newcomer will ruin all his hopes. He starts to motivate himself by the fact that it's just a little bit more, he will raise the right amount of money, and he can beat Michael now. In a moment of motivated thought, he leaps forward right at Michael, trying to grab him and hold him in place. But Michael's not a bad guy. He just throws this guy aside and lets him know that he's not going to break Michael that easily. Immediately afterward, Michael turns to him and asks if he still has the strength to fight and fight back. The bald guy starts to get up. He turns to Michael and talks about how he is stronger now than ever before. Michael asks him to be, and judicious, he asks him to return the money and never collect it again, and in return offers forgiveness. However, the bald guy responds by saying that this is complete nonsense, and he really needs the money now. The bully, who by now has regained consciousness, begins to talk about the fact that the young man is now going to speak his nonsense again. Meanwhile, and dragging like the last invalid but quite confidently, the second leader of the group begins to approach the place of events. The second leader of the Path group begins to look at the first and talk about the fact that in all likelihood that one may now realistically be at the peak. He looks at him and says that he has now reached the level of nirvana in his knowledge and is a great threat. Immediately after that, Sprinkle starts using one of his techniques, striking very quickly in all possible ways. Michael, of course, notices this and begins to dodge, which he does quite successfully and very quickly. Michael starts to watch his attacks and catch that they are quite sure that this is a true dive, however it is quite strong. The second leader of the Path group start talking about the fact that this technique is invincible, and no matter how strong Michael is against it, cannot resist. The second leader of the Path group yells that Michael is finished, and Fiona looks at it all and doesn't understand why he's so sure of it. Bewildered looks at everything, and ponders the fact that everyone around him was just going crazy at these battles and battles. Fiona herself looks at the fight and talks about how Michael's pinning just mindlessly Masha with his hands, and there's no technique involved. The fact that Michael's opponent is very fast, however, she also sees that Michael is much faster and surpasses his speed. Michael's opponent, a bald guy, keeps chipping away at him and yelling that Michael is just a stupid high school kid who doesn't understand anything yet. Michael bows to the attack, and his opponents continue to shout various religious phrases, forcing Michael to surrender. He becomes more furious and screams about how Michael just disrupted their lives and ruined what they were building. Keep attacking the bald guy, talking about how through donation, both have succeeded in many of their endeavors. and then follows with a pretty face talking about fulfilling a major dream and finally putting in his hair like he's wanted for a long time. The video is all the second leader of the Path group is greatly surprised because he begins to his head something to remember. He recalls how the first leader of the group taught everyone to cut off their hair, saying that a true spiritual person does not need it. Michael fends off his attacks and says that everyone has already learned his true desire and realized what his whole group's point really is. Michael turns to him and says that his greed has made him bald and that he is very angry and bombastic. Imagining the techniques of his god, he starts attacking Michael and yelling about how he doesn't know anything yet to say so. About the moment he uses the Golden Buddha Fist, one of his signature techniques that he invented himself. Michael wipes his hands with it and talks about how it's just a shell, and in reality an attack, and he himself is worthless. He talks about the complete emptiness in the middle of that belief and destroys this guy's attack with one punch. The bald guy doesn't give up. He yells about how he has 999 more of those hands and can beat Michael when he's only destroyed one. However, Michael intercepts his hand and talks about how humans originally only have 2 hands and nothing more. Holding this guy's arm back, Michael strikes right at his face with tremendous speed, demolishing everything he sees in his path. This attack comes in very hard. Michael put enough power into it and in one fell swoop threw this guy aside. The bald guy talks about how there's no way it can end like this, and Michael continues to hold his hand. At the moment, the bald guy seems to fall into her consciousness. She turns around and stares forward with great shock. In front of him is the wild and powerful aura of a man who is completely made of muscles and just looks like an invincible monster. In wild shock, no divine explanation can tell what he has just seen with his own eyes. He continues to believe that he still has the blessing of the Buddha, and it is the blessing that allows him to defeat Michael. Realizing that in reality religion was covering up all his mercantile dreams and there is no blessing. Right at that moment, Michael uses a very strong attack and hits his fist right on top of his opponent's head and bald spot. In an instant, Michael just makes him lie on the floor like a complete wuss right in front of everyone. This is seen by the second leader of the Path group. He shouts his name and asks, "What is it really going to end up like here in this hallway?" Gramila, Ronald and Richard also see this. They come to a wild shock and can't believe what Michael hit him so easily. Meanwhile, the bald guy is just lying on the ground with his head steaming from the impact and apparently unconscious. Meanwhile, one of the guys pulls out his phone and starts texting the other, informing him that the Path grouping no longer exists. This chat turns out to be the smartest guy he talks to about how even second years turned out to be a pretty big nothing for Michael. Some man with long hair takes this message and with a disgruntled face realizes that it is quite possibly true. Third years are now out, which means there's no one left in the school who's stronger than Michael. At this point, the smartest guy decides he should use Fiona to summon Thomas to school. Meanwhile, Fiona stands in wild shock. She finds it hard to believe that Michael managed to defeat even the group. She is shocked by his strength. The girls around, as well as Fiona herself, are very happy for Michael, and the fact that he has succeeded, this makes her unhappy. She takes a swing at one of them and talks about how it's time for them to get the hell out of here before she gets pissed off at their relationship. Fiona looks at Michael and talks about how I get really annoyed that Michael makes her nervous, and for every fight he has. Meanwhile, the smartest guy goes to that man with the long hair for a private meeting. The guy talks about being a spy for quite some time and doing things the right way. A young man with long hair asks the rocker how they can get in touch with Thomas, but the rocker tells him it's pretty easy. The smartest guy talks about how Fiona likes Michael, and everyone already knows that, but the guy with the long hair is surprised. Next, the smartest guy starts reminding him about the incident that involved Thomas, after which the other schools became afraid of them. Sam, the smart guy, starts talking about it, saying that there used to be 2 of the most reputable schools in the whole neighborhood. The young man began to talk about how one day an organization that worked at another school abruptly disappeared. Started talking about how 5 people under Thomas's leadership had created this, thus making their school the strongest. The guy himself is talking about becoming a walking legend who is feared even at other schools. Rocker began to tell that it did not happen easily, and because one of the members of the organization of another school fell in love with Fiona. The guy with the hair asks the rocker, then he decided to get Thomas's attention using Fiona with Michael's help. Samu, not the guy, talks about how the bouquet scene would be very cute, however it will turn out to be quite boring according to his plan. The smartest guy talks about how the best hook in this situation would be for Michael to get home to Fiona. The guy with the hair talks about how it will work, however interrupts him saying that no, it won't happen that easily. The personal plan would be for Michael to go into her room, not just show up at her house. Meanwhile, the events of the story move forward and the school has begun to shift power after Michael's beaten-down second years took over. The guys in Michael's class coming to the cafeteria began to notice that there were no longer lines there for them. All around past them talk about how they are the strongest and most powerful and can go ahead of everyone else. The events of our story also tell us that this incident with Michael has spread beyond the school. Meanwhile, the other schools began to discuss among themselves what was going on and how newcomer Michael was able to defeat several years at once. Meanwhile, the events of the story return to Richard. He asks the bully why he's in class if he was going to go to the store. The thug, along with the blonde-haired guy, happily recounting what happened in the dining room I row about how they are all overlooked and respected everywhere. However, at one point Michaela rolls over and stares very fiercely at the thug, causing him to start going under the stick. Michael grabs everything and asks why the man is so excited and happy about all this news. The bulky man starts apologizing to Michael. The guy turns to Michael and then says that there are several other groups among the second years, but they have not been seen for a long time. Gromila gets into the conversation and talks about how they're probably just scared of Michael's power, and that's why they're afraid to come to school. Michael talks about how with all the events he doesn't even have time left to study, so it's a good thing they didn't disappear themselves. Michael is approached by Richard and asked if Michael's goal is to defeat Thomas by any chance. The blonde-haired guy talks about how no one but Fiona can know where she is absent. He has been for a long time. The blonde guy offers to threaten Fiona to find out where something is. The bulky guy says it won't work. At this point, the smartest guy around shows up. He sweetly turns to Michael and asks, what are they chatting about at this hour? Rocker turns to Michael and sweetly says that he doesn't see the problem because he can just turn to Fiona and find out. The blonde-haired guy talks about how it's not easy to approach this most proclaimed queen of the school. The blonde guy asks if she is close to any of her classmates, but they immediately get angry saying they don't want to know her. The blonde-haired guy starts clapping his hands and creating about the wonderful idea that just popped into his head. Starts offering to have a bacon barbecue on the roof of the school. This news makes our boys very happy. Richard says that it does sound like a lot of fun, and he would like to do some training at the same time. Michael starts fixing his glasses and talking about how it's going to put quite a strain on their employment, and he'd rather not, but he's interrupted. The guys immediately began discussing a plan of what they would buy at the store and what they liked best. It all reminds Michael of the money when he worked days on end at the store time after time. Then almost every day he drank alcohol, saying that it was the only thing he had right now and something that made him very happy and motivated. Thinking back on all this and the recent proposal, Michael is already finding it difficult to restrain himself from such a great idea. At the very the guy talks about how since they are students, alcohol is forbidden, but still it doesn't stop them much in their way of celebrating. Michael talks about then hoping everyone will come, but now he should get something to eat since he's pretty tired. Michael's classmate talks about how she will also go with them, even though she always has practice, but this time she's cancelling it. After that, the blonde guy suggests to call Fiona as well, and this idea surprises the bulky guy very much. Charlie talks about not worrying about it and he'll call her as soon as he can. Time marches forward, taking us to this party where all the guys are already sitting at a table on the rooftop in a nice place. They discuss why George didn't come, as it turns out he has things to do after school and can't come now. Michael is a little upset to see how the party turns out to be alcohol-free since they are students. Classmates, meanwhile, pester Michael endlessly with various questions and compete with each other for him. She is a classmate, always asking Sokolov, her boyfriend, why he called so many girls here because it looks pretty weird. Competing to help Michael even in a moment where you just have to eat meat and nothing more. Richard explains to his boys that at times like this, they shouldn't relax, because this whole dinner could be just a training session. Richard, using his staring technique, teaches everyone to roast meat with 2 hands, saying that it will be much better and more efficient that way. However, Richard's classmate punches him right in the eye, talk about him watching meat normally, and not like some jerk. Meanwhile, Michael is still surrounded by various female classmates who pester him with talk of meat and other unnecessary nonsense. Michael, in the meantime, in one of the bags, notices a bottle. He immediately realizes that it looks like a liquor bottle. His attention is once again interrupted by his classmates nearby, They are forever asking him to taste the meat and won't let him focus on anything. Another classmate starts talking about how she has much tastier meat. Michael gets really annoyed and the others get upset. The smartest guy talks about how they still have plenty of meat with them so they can eat much more slowly. The blonde asks him what about Fiona and if he was really able to call her out. The smartest guy turns to the light, say that it should be coming quite soon and there is no need to worry. Right after his phrase, Fiona herself also appears. She immediately asks about why they still keep calling her. However, she concludes for herself that they most likely can't hold any event without the queen, so they call her. The blonde-haired guy is very surprised. He asks how they managed to get Fiona here. In his thoughts, the rocker realizes that he originally knew about some of his classmates liking Michael. So he went to Fiona's house and told her that she could be there to congratulate Michael on his new positions. She of course broke down for a long time, saying that they should not congratulate him, but the desire to come was still higher. Seeing that Fiona was reluctant to agree, the rocker started talking about his classmate coming there too. This surprised Fiona. At that moment, he told her about this classmate just liking Michael, so she agreed to come like that. Rocker pressed the subject, saying that he was interested to see how they would communicate. Coming here now, Fiona realizes that in many ways she has come to thwart this and looks directly at Michael. She immediately notices that Michael is busy on both sides at once. The guys around him are sitting pretty close to him. This does not please her. The guy himself suggests that Fiona sit right out in front of him opposite Michael. There's all the cues so far, which with everyone just saying hello. A rocker classmate begins to get to know Fiona. Fiona immediately realizes that this girl is a humble type. She is immediately pissed off that this girl is good at studying because she wants to be the best at everything here. Michael's seated classmate addresses Fiona, saying something she has heard her say many times before. Michael's classmate points to the book in Fiona's hands. Fiona sweetly introduces it as the English textbook she took with her. One of the people approaches Fiona, asking about whether she is actively learning English. She replies that rightly so. Asks about the drinks, and the smartest guy talks about how he's right on top of it and will have it ready soon. After which he pours glasses and talks about the fact that everyone has gathered. Then it would be nice and start the celebration. The smartest guy looks at the glasses and realizes that in one of them he's mixed something, although it's quite childish, but he's having fun with it. All together in the moment, they chug and talk about congratulating Michael on his new position and being very happy for him. Micah takes a drink and looks rather sadly at the glass, realizing what he had higher expectations for this drink. The guys talk about how they felt the same way and ask the smartest guy if he stirred them well. However, Michael's classmate notices that something is wrong with Fiona and looks at her in surprise. At this point, very red as her lips, she sits covering her face and just keeps quiet as if she is already very drunk. The smartest guy asks her if anything is wrong. However, all she says in response is that she's pretty hot. What he abruptly gives it right to his face and yells about what she just said about being very hot. She talks about getting even hotter and starts to take off her sweatshirt, leaving her in just a tank top and t-shirt. The guys around her look at her in surprise. They can't believe that it could be us that badly hot to go to such drastic measures. In the moment, Fiona starts to turn to Michael, talk about how he's a huge no good. She looks at him rather sweetly with red cheeks and asks him to come over to her and sit closer beside her. Michael realizes that he'd better not get involved because then there could be really big problems. Meanwhile, the smartest guy takes a little picture of something on his phone and talks about how everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, we are shown duty as someone is on the phone with someone talking about waiting for a signal. Some guys in the room, apparently from a faction of the Saints, are talking about being very happy to see a signal for action. Michael's classmate stands up abruptly. She turns to Fiona and talks about how she shouldn't be so openly flirting with Michael here. She admonishes Fiona for her clothes, but so in response only says that she is indeed very hot. Fiona turns to Michael and asks him to pour her a drink, but he pretends not to notice her. The guy turns to her and talks about doing it, but she chases him away, telling him to let Michael do it. Fiona pulls out a book and talks about how if Michael likes smart, she's also very good at English. Michael's classmate talks about knowing martial arts techniques. Fiona says she knows them too. Immediately afterward, Fiona pretends like she's been studying them really well the whole time and like she's getting into a stance. Michael's classmate turns to Fiona, saying that she can't take it anymore and today is the end of Fiona. Everyone is discussing amongst themselves that they are in for a very unexpected twist to this party by all appearances. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us back to the school. or rather the chairman's office. In this office is Jessica. She turns to herself and talks about how nothing new is happening. Looking at her phone, she notices something that the chairman has become much more active since yesterday, and it surprises her. In a moment, she heads to the door and starts to open it very quietly, trying to get out of the office. At the moment she walks out of the classroom, she is noticed by George. He looks right at her and is very surprised. Fixing his glasses, he doesn't raise why there was so much noise coming from his office when he was here. Looking after Jessica and thinking that he should probably tell others about it. However, decides to sort himself out the events on the story moves to some office already close to the evening. Michael's classmate screams about how she didn't do anything, and Fiona passed out on her own just now. The smartest guy's classmate talks about how apparently she was very drunk, because of this she fell asleep. The guy with the blonde hair starts asking about what was in the very drink that Rocker brought. Richard talks about not seeing him, and all the guys point out that he's missing from here. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us that the smartest guy starts closing the door by wrapping something around it. In the moment, Michael finds a bottle of liquor and talks about how he can finally now begin, and the true party can begin. Michael says goodbye to everyone and asks if they know where Fiona lives, because it would be worth sending her home. The smartest guy's classmate talks about getting into it and takes Fiona under the chin. The guys talk today about how she'll be fine and they'll take care of everything, but she says she can't leave them. The Rocker's classmate asks Fiona to hold on tight, but the cat is as if unconscious already. However, at one point, the door opens and a group of holy men emerge from there, arms in hand and a whole bunch of them. One of the guys with glasses point out that not everyone is weird and probably already drunk. At the speech moment, notices a Rocker classmate carrying Fiona somewhere and asks what she's doing. The second Charlie points out that it's Fiona and says that they didn't touch her. Meanwhile, all three of Michael's fellow classmates' boyfriends look on with great shock at all that is going on. Charlie turns to them and talks about how it's holy night and they're just having fun while they're at it. The guys notice that Michael is not drunk at all and is in a very normal state. Michael turns to them and talks about how he was just about to get drunk and doesn't understand why they came to ruin the evening. The guys immediately notice that they seem to have been duped into saying that Michael will be drunk. This pretty much displeases them. The young man immediately starts talking about the Rocker being involved and complicit in everything that happened. The young man with glasses asks the blonde guy to turn on his head because there is absolutely no point in fair shares. Hold the bats in your hands, and they say it doesn't matter if you're attacked by a mob or use a weapon. At one point, Richard stands up and starts talking about how it's all right to use a weapon is to show respect to your opponent. Richard pulls out his weapon and talks about the risk of being forged back in such a case. A young man with green hair asks Richard where he got such an expensive bat. Richard smiles and talks about how now he can and show her what she can do since they want it that way. Right after that, one of the people throws a piece of bacon right in the face of a guy with green hair. Starts getting angry and cracking on about Richard getting closer to him, and it's really pissing him off. Richard offers to fight and put his gun on the line, and the others are asked to help Michael. The blonde-haired guy talks about accepting the challenge and his men will take care of Michael then. The foremost among them, wearing glasses, says not to relax because Michael has defeated the path grouping. Michael puts the bottle back and Juvenile talks about how Michael is just a brute and taking him as a human isn't worth it. Michael turns to his classmates and talks about protecting everyone else, and he's going to take care of these guys now. Michael talks about how if the comparison is silly, they'll try to all focus together against him. The most important thing among them says that they were more careful and attacked him very hard. Michael talks about something they didn't realize, because getting together with guns is not the most important thing. Michael strikes out sharply, talking about the dependence on his opponents. His strength changes, this surprises everyone around him. The guys realize that there are more than 10 of them, and they are all expressed with guns. However, Micah is not at all worried, this scares them. Michael says that he is also well aware of all this, so he will act ruthlessly. Michael immediately sees their faces as nothing more than targets for himself that he intends to hit. Michael then swoops right on top of them and starts scattering them all with some pretty hard punches. Michael's strikes turn out to be very strong immediately. Several faces he demolishes using only a couple of attacks. Michael turns to them and says that if they continue to stand in such a crowd, he will deal with them pretty quickly. Altogether, they begin to attack Michael, but Michael once again throws them off and breaks their weapons, not two. They attack. Michael then delivers surrounding punches right to their face with tremendous force. Every one of them, and even with regular leg kicks, he blows their faces off and manages to get them off their feet again. The leader of these guys immediately remarks on the fact that things are not going well, and he's quite concerned about it. Meanwhile, the green-haired guy continues to fight Richard weapons without stopping his fight. Green Hair suggests that they are not a movie Richard needs to fight in a more serious way. Richard talks about how he generally agrees and has already figured out for himself what he wanted. The guy with green hair asks what the conversation is about, and did Richard really want to understand his movement? However, answers that no, just wanted to understand the original libido, and now he made sure to original. Immediately after which he talks about how it is now possible to check out I am the product myself, which greatly surprises his opponent. Right after that, the fight starts to go further, and Young is hitting Richard with some pretty hard punches. In the moment, Young sharply notes that Richard seems to have disappeared somewhere. It surprises him. Richard then appears from the other side and lands several critical blows right into this guy's body at once. And these strikes have to hit him very much want to scream on the field, but is restrained. However, instead of crying and screaming, he also decides to attack and begins to prepare for his attacks. At that moment, the green-haired guy inside notices that Richard has disappeared somewhere. However, in the next instant, Richarda flies over the top of him and hits him pretty hard. This again pretty much pisses off the guy with the green hair. He's angry and glares at Richard. In the moment, Richard talks about whether Young still hasn't noticed that she's his right lens stain that gets in the way of looking. In return, the guy with the green hair starts yelling at Richard and talking about being very sneaky and horrible here. She only picks up a weapon and says that he will continue to act and use his powers. Immediately afterward, Richard snaps out of his seat and unleashes a powerful attack right at him. The young man is holding back and can't bear the immense pain of Richard's blows much at all. Meanwhile, the band leader turns his attention to the rocker's classmate doing something to Fiona. The leader of the group runs right at them and starts yelling about them becoming his hostages. The rocker's classmate says that she would not say that the young man is such a scoundrel as he is doing now. At one point, she jumps up and strikes right between his legs herself, which comes across very hard. Immediately afterwards, she abruptly grabs him by his jacket, which comes as an even bigger shock to him. Immediately afterwards, she abruptly flips it and uses the hold to remove the back of the ground with great speed. Michael's classmate turns to him and tells him that he is very pathetic and that she doesn't understand him at all. She also notices something, that she herself is fighting a whole crowd and decides that she should have helped him. In a moment, she turns sharply, for she hears some sounds behind her at that moment. Turns out it's the leader of the sacred group running straight at Fiona, apparently preparing to attack. He's screaming that if he's going to die anyway, he should let them die instead of all of them dying together. The moment right between them is one of Michael's classmates who fends off the guy's attack. Whereupon she starts looking at him clearly and talking about how this is just outrageous. The young man looks at them so fiercely and talks about how this friendship disgusts him because it's too cute. Meanwhile, it turns out Richard beats the green guy and walks right up to him. He takes his weapon, a new bat, and talks about how they should get along well with her now. Richard talks about how Michael is apparently finishing up, and therefore they should speed up too. And in the moment, someone's shoe flies at Richard, and he notices that the girl it's flying at is standing behind his day. The video is Richard dramatically belting out this shoe with his new weapon, demonstrating his superior strength. Richard asks her if she's okay. She tells him that everything is fine, and that pleases him. Richard talks about how his new bat is just fine and very light. The girl next to him is glad she was saved. Meanwhile, Michael continues to have very active and very strong fights against everyone all at once. Fights one of the strongest and makes direct attacks to his body and dodges attacks with his weapon. Michael then delivers a mutually huge, powerful punch right to the face and goes for the next one. Michael throws them back and handles them quite easily without even exerting any effort. In the moment, Michaela is dealing with them all from behind, and another man runs at him swinging his bat. Michael, of course, notices this. He turns around sharply and counterattacks from stopping the takedown on himself. Michael grabbed one of them by the head and began to hold him down, telling him not to move. However, the next moment, Michael notices that some of the guys grabbed his classmate and, holding her down, began to threaten her with a knife. Turns out the band leader was yelling that if Michael moved, he'd just kill her. But it was all left to watch all the guys around them. They were even surprised at what is happening here now, because in all this did not expect it. The leader of the group began to treat as Michael's classmate, and makes her talk about something and asked her not to scream again, threatening her with a knife. However, a moment from behind someone appeared. He grabbed his hand, clasped his arm, and also started pinning his neck. It turned out to be the smartest guy who attacked from behind and was easily able to take the weapon from the leader of the group. With a smile on his face, the smartest guy started talking about how he doesn't like to mess with people like that as they always misbehave. Michael, meanwhile, realizes that his body is the wrong guy, and it's not the leader of the group at all, and the fight for what throws him aside. Michael turns to the smartest guy in the room and talks about how he explained the situation that is going on around him. The guy starts talking about how everything is fine. He only lied when you said he wasn't affiliated with the sacred group. The blonde-haired guy started shouting at him and insulting him, but he asked him to listen. The smartest guy talks about changing his plan and choosing Michael's side, after which betraying the group of the sacred. Michael talks about how this is all very problematic and he can't trust the rocker now so easily. Michael walks by the same guy and then says it won't happen again. He had to do it. Michael walks up to his classmate and starts helping her up, asking if she's okay. His classmate gets up and starts beating up the leader of the group Michael's way, is happy that everything turned out okay and ended normally. Michael turns to the smartest guy and talks about how if he cheats one more time, he'll be in the same place as their group of sacred ones. Richard turns to his classmate and talks about going to the hospital and leaving all the other problems to him. Richard wants to see what his new bat can do, and I'm the guy asking if anyone got hurt? The guy looks at Fiona and talks about how they had completely forgotten about her rather poor condition. The guy talks about how Michael is fine, so he's going to leave Fiona to Michael. He takes her in his arms and talks about how you can handle it, and then asks her where she lives. Michael's classmate abruptly starts talking about how this is not the way that she can handle Fiona on her own. In the moment, Richard's boyfriend starts getting into the dialogue and talking about how they generally can too, but it's an option the classmate doesn't like. The guy talks about how there is no time to deal with these issues, asking Michael to speed up. In fact, the guy and Michael are walking down the street, and the rocker asks him if the guy is tired, if he can help. In a moment on the street, Jake is in the back, and he turns to the smartest guy in the room and asks about Fiona really being drunk. At the the guy talks about how with Jake he will resolve the issue, and Michael should move on and figure it out. The smartest guy thanks Jake for revealing the information about Fiona's weakness and tells him that his role is over. Jeka talks about how he has no problem resolving the issue with Fiona and can take her home, but the smartest guy condemns it. Sends Jake home, talk about just going and getting some rest himself too and not getting in the way of everything. Jake doesn't really agree to that suggestion, then my boyfriend stabs him right in the stomach. The dignitary guy talks about how Jake, just that his leg was sharply sore, so he should have gone home himself. Looking after Michael, the rocker says that no matter how good of a friend Jack is to Fiona, the plan shouldn't get in the way. Jake talks about how Fiona has a habit of doing crazy things when she's drunk. Summer watches and realizes that Michael shouldn't be left with her because it could be very unsafe for everyone. Meanwhile, Fiona slowly begins to regain consciousness, but she does not yet understand where she is and what has happened. Michael carrying her and can't understand why, but he's happy about how handsome he is. In the moment, she starts to think that this is just a dream, and everything around her is a dream, because there is no way it can be in reality. I notice that he seems to stand out too much from the crowd when he walks with such a huge girl in his arms. In the moment, Michael notices a cab standing nearby and decides to use it to speed things up. Fiona sees this and starts talking about how she feels really bad. She'll definitely throw up if she rides in the car. In the moment, Michaela starts to look at her, asking about her waking up and coming to her senses after a while. Looking at her again, however, Michael notices that she is just lying behind closed eyes and not giving any sign. The cab driver, meanwhile, asks if Michael is getting in or not. Michael apologizes and talks about not being able to make it today. Fiona, meanwhile, lay there thinking about whether or not it was a dream or not. Didn't matter, she wanted it to continue. Michael, meanwhile, stops and begins to focus, saying that he has little time to get there fast. His eye turns very white and he talks about going into a flow state to get there faster. Immediately afterwards, Michael starts moving very fast at breakneck speed, as if he's just getting off the ground. The cab notices this, very much surprised that a person can move at such a tremendous speed. I start to think about Michael wanting to compete with him, and I start the car and drive forward. The cab driver abruptly starts driving forward and talking about how his oldest has been working for 20 years, and he would be able to outrun the average high school student. Immediately afterward, the events of the story take us to the hospital. Doctors report that a man crashed into a pole while driving a car. In the same hospital as George, he is very much surprised when he hears all this news in the hospital. The events of the story also takes us to another room in the hospital. There is some girl sitting near a guy. George notices that it is Jessica and realizes that she is in all likelihood sitting near her sick brother like a hospital. He realizes that the situation is quite interesting and decides to report everything to the chairman and stay out of it. In the moment, Jessica notices George and abruptly turns her attention to him, not realizing what he's doing here. George, also noticing what she saw him out of a rather surprised face, just stands silently watching, not knowing what to say back. Meanwhile, Michael makes it to Fiona's house. He talks about how he hasn't been in a flow state in a while and is tired. Immediately afterward, he finds the front door and starts walking straight to Fiona's house. However, it turns out some man is following them. He stands around the block and starts taking pictures of everything. Michael enters the house and apologizes, but talks about how it looks like no one is here and they are alone. Michael starts to turn to Fiona and talk about how they are home and are back and asking her to wake up. She tells him that she might throw up if she doesn't lie down now, so Michael decides to find somewhere to put her. Pretty soon now, he finds a bed in one of the rooms and puts Fiona right on that bed, saying that she is finally done. Leaving Michaela looks around, he finds it hard to believe that Fiona became so drunk because of just one drink. However, at the moment he wants to leave someone's hand from behind, abruptly grabs him by his shirt and starts pulling him down. It turns out to be Fiona herself. She throws Michael on the bed and climbs on top of him. Michael is very surprised. He abruptly turns to Fiona and asks her what he does in a situation like this. Fiona Recco starts telling Michael that she warned that the loser would perform martial arts. She is very sweaty, all red, looking down at him, and talks about how she warned him about the possibility of becoming her servant. Michael starts to look away and asks her what she means when they call him a servant. Filonov's response is only to look at Michael and then say afterward that he wants to show who's in charge. Fiona begins to remember the martial arts practice of using her knee to clamp down on the body. She does the same thing on Michael's body and talks about how it's pretty painful and you can't take it forever. She turns to Michael and talks about how the only way to get out of here is to just overpower her. Michael looks at her and begins to realize that he doesn't have much time, so it's worth it to just figure it out real quick. In the moment, Michael grabs her anew and begins to push her away, abruptly dropping her leg at high speed. Spotting this, she jumps up, Michael on top, pressing his body to the bed even harder from this. She starts telling Michael that it's not that simple. If she presses Michael with her knee, he won't be able to get out anyway. Michael starts looking at his hands and talking about how he underestimated her, and she really does have some pretty good physical abilities. Michael's mind begins to remember the bridge technique from martial arts with which you can flip your opponent over and get out from under his body. Michael recalls that this technique plays well in starring the arm muscles he has always trained. Starts to notice it, and she sees that Michael's muscles are much stronger than the average person, and that makes her stand out. Thus, Michael begins to knock her legs in his own, thereby breaking out of the hold she had organized. Momentarily, Michael begins to flip her backwards, using the same technique to get out of the hold. What Michael finds himself on top and she's on the bottom in just 1 second, Michael was able to outsmart her in techniques and get out and grapple. Michael looks down at her and asks her if he has now won what she is up to. However, she looks at Michael in surprise. She is still very flushed and very worried. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the hospital, where Jessica says she is very surprised to see George here. George starts talking about how he came to the hospital to visit his father who was here. After that, George goes forward and talks about the fact that in general he will go already and see them later already at school. Jessica watches Georgie's trail. She is very surprised that his father is in the hospital since she hadn't heard about it. Meanwhile, George starts calling somewhere to report that it looks like Jessica is stalking the chairman. He says it's the head of the foundation and reports that he thinks she's collecting data. The supervisor informed George that she was busy right now and would call him back later. In the meantime, the chairman asks if anything is wrong and says that the leader can leave now. Going somewhere, the chairman is talking to someone among themselves and they are just discussing the head of the fund. This man walks in on the chairman somewhere and talks about how he could see many places. However, this is a different world. What man stops and talks about there being construction work going on and no entry allowed. However, the chairman asks the man not to worry, saying that this is just preventive work and nothing more. One of the guards then transmits an earpiece message that the chairman and his guest are coming in. The chairman said that he would be a little unaccustomed because his guest had only been in business before. The chairman says that it will be a new experience for the guests, because Danya can't get in just by paying money. The chairman suggests that all pure manliness and suffering for the sake of victory are at play here. talking about how there are no rules here and just turn your head and see some man beating up another man right on the stairs. One of the guests asks what's going on. The guards behind him are already running to the scene. The man he sipped leaves and says they should still be grateful to him. A guest asks about the fact that this just happened. The chairman replies that this is routine and nothing wrong with it. In the moment, the guest looks ahead and asks the chairman what he was talking about is in front, right? The chairman says that it is correct they're in front. There is a waiting room for the players that is where they were going. In the moment, the guest chairman begins to look ahead, and it's as if he notices someone's horrible silhouette with huge eyes just outside that door. Right after that, he starts to see a huge lion there that looks at him and just stands still. Seeing all this, the guest of the chairman comes to a wild horror. He looks at it with shock. He cannot believe what he is now seeing with his own eyes. At one point, the chairman just jumps on the floor and starts asking what's going on in there and points his finger behind that door. The chairman extends his hand to the guest and asks about the okay or the one and what scared him so much. Some man walks right up to the chairman, draws the arm of his guest, and begins to help him stand up, standing in his school uniform. It turns out to be some student who bows to the chairman and says what he wants to see. It turns out to be quite a young boy. The chairman asks him how he's doing and his life. The chairman talks about how he has a lot more to meet with, so he leaves it all to this guy. Starts to leave, and this high school kid bows and tells them to make it work. The form boy starts to leave, and the guest starts to discuss him, because the guest is very surprised to see a schoolboy here. In the moment, a young male high school student walks into some room and turns to a very large man and calls out to him. The events of the story take us to another door. It starts to open, and a fat man sits in a chair next to it. Into the room walks the chairman as a fat man greets him and asks him why he was delayed. The chairman talks about how they haven't seen each other in quite a while, and the guy with the long hair is standing next to him, the same guy who saw Michael. The chairman turns to that man and asks where his player is. The man replies that he hasn't arrived yet. The fat man turns to Michael's friend and asks him if the chairman will be surprised to see him. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Michael and Fiona, who is still at her house and trying to get away from each other. In the moment, Michaela realizes that Fiona is much more good at everything than he thought. However, in the moment, Michael again breaks out of her grasp and flips over to the top position, thus defeating her. Immediately after that, he grabs her hands and starts to hold her down and doesn't let her get out of the way of how he's holding her hands. Quite surprised, she starts yelling at Michael and talking about how it's not fair to do that at all. Michael turns to her and asks why it's not fair since she also trapped him. In the moment, Michael asks her to hand him the blanket. She looks at him in surprise and doesn't understand what it's for. Immediately afterward, she hands him the blanket, and he responds by violently throwing the blanket right back at her. Immediately after which he gets up and starts wrapping her in that blanket, thus preventing her from breaking free. Michael starts fixing his hair and talking about how if he hadn't done that, this all could have gone on forever. Michael starts talking about how he's going to leave, and indeed he does leave, and she screams for him to untie her and set her free. Michael leaves the house and says afterward that of course it's very hot in the house, and he's just tired of this whole thing going on. Meanwhile, as it turns out, the man who took his pictures stayed in the same place and started taking pictures of Michael again. It turns out to be one of a group of Holy. He is very surprised by all that is going on and realizes he got the right footage. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the very fighter who are in the place where and under the chairman and preparing for battle. In the moment, a high school student nearby pulls out his phone and says that Thomas has new messages and starts reading them. In the moment, the schoolboy notices the pictures that were sent to him, showing Michael carrying Fiona home. He is wildly shocked. In the moment, the guy standing next to him with the huge muscles takes the phone away and talks about seeing what's on it himself. He starts looking at the pictures that were sent and immediately realizes what's what. The schoolboy next to him asks him not to worry, saying that they don't even know if it's true or not and who sent these pictures. However, the footsteps of this huge man flipping through the photos further sees Michael tiredly leaving the house where Fiona lives. A schoolboy standing nearby addresses this guy, saying that he will go and find out for himself. A huge guy reaches out to a high school student and tries to find out from him how fast it will happen and when he will get the information. Immediately after which he starts pressing his finger on the phone, due to which he breaks the screen of that phone just by the pressure of his finger. It turns out to be the same legendary Thomas. He turns to the schoolboy and says that he went and found out everything. Meanwhile, The events of the story bring us back home to Fiona, who is trying to break free from the blanket, which is successful. She starts to get up and yell Michael's name throughout the apartment to try to find him while he's still gone. In a moment, she gets angry realizing that he has already left, and she really didn't want that. She also notices that the bed has started to creak. In the moment, one of the men addresses Michael's friend, who is in the same location as Chairman Thomas, informing him that the fight is about to begin. Some man with a microphone starts talking about how he's about to announce the fighters that have gathered tonight. The first fighter turns out to be a guy named Ramil. He's bald and has a pretty heavily pumped up body. Michaela and the fat guy say it looks like we've got an opponent for tonight. Fat guy is looking at this fight coming up and talking about how Ramil has a very good temperament. They then start to announce the second player. The chairman's nail asks if it's his player, and at the moment the ring scene opens up and a lion, the most common lion animal, begins to walk across it. The lion begins to come closer and closer, with each step getting bigger and bigger, and looking at his opponent Ramil, the common man. In the moment, Ramil becomes very worried. He says that it is a complete nonsense, and there cannot be a real lion here. When Ramil regains consciousness, he notices that it was only a formidable aura, and that his true opponent is Thomas. The host turns to Thomas and asks him to stand in front of his opponent, they in front of himself. A schoolboy who is Thomas's assistant begins to notice the fact that the latter is having problems and begins to connect it with the news about Fiona. Schooler realizes it's hard to keep calm seeing photos like this, especially for a Czech like Thomas. Meanwhile, the ring announcer starts talking about how there are all in 10 rules, and now he's going to talk about them. At this point, Ramil snaps out of his seat and yells that he is not interested in such things and starts running straight at Thomas. Immediately afterward, the roll reaches the distance needed and begins to swing in order to attack Thomas. Passes quite successfully. Thomas does absolutely nothing, even tries to counterattack him. From the first blow, Ramil, with a little success, throws back, however, and almost falls down. Well, it all begins to pay attention, surprised at what is happening, and at this point tries to raise his head. But Ramil is preparing for a new attack. Then Ramil makes another attack from her home, could dodge, but still stands still. Turn's chairman says that by all appearances, his player is not feeling well for this fight. Michael's friend looks at all this and realizes that Thomas's opponent is really strong. However, Thomas won't just let himself get beaten up. Keep watching the fight. A friend of Michael's talks about how we don't have this fight assembled there at all and is just standing still. An overjoyed Ramil yells at Thomas and talks about how he's at least started blocking his punches as well. However, Thomas continues to only stand still. Ramila stops and turns to the referee, asking what is the word against the opponent. At one point, Ramil grabs Thomas by the hair and starts asking him if he's going to fight this fight at all. Ramil swings in and talks about the fact that Thomas has had bad rumors, however weak he is, some very weak. In a flash, Thomas jabs Ramil right in the body, throwing him back quite a distance. It only took one hit for Toma to grab Ramil, twisting and starting to vomit blood downward. The chairman begins to tell us that in Roman times, lions fought against humans in the Colosseum. Back then, tilting games put lives on the line because the only way out was either kill or die and nothing more. And now watching this fight, the chairman asks who will win, the battle man or lion. Meanwhile, Ramil is back on his feet and says that he was too relaxed today, and that's why he missed such a powerful attack. Immediately afterwards, Ramil gets off his seat and budgets straight at his opponent, shouting that he is now much more collected. However, Thomas proves to be much quicker. In an instant, he strikes right into the muscles of his opponent. Ramil's arm flies back in pain and he can barely contain his scream. Immediately afterward, Thomas decides to finish it and strikes Ramil right in the hulls with tremendous force. Ramil starts falling and pouring blood and crying, then grabs his head. Eagle starts asking Thomas to stop. However, the house doesn't stop with the next single punch he throws Ramil aside. The chairman starts talking about how man will never defeat a lion. Despite this fight, they just saw the lion hunting. Thomas begins to turn to Ramil and ask him about his words before the fight. Thomas turns to Ramil and tells him that he has a sweet and beautiful sister for whom he would do anything. In the moment, Thomas turns to his opponent and talks about how he wanted to go to his sister's house today, but because of Ramil, he ended up here. Immediately after, Thomas starts looking right at him and talking about how he promised to fight to the death here. The chairman says that although all radiators are good at holding balls, they can't resist seeing a lion. Beaton lambasts Ramil and starts yelling that he doesn't want to fight anymore and is willing to lose. starts yelling at the referee about stopping it. He's going to lose this fight and call it a day. Immediately afterwards, Thomas starts dragging Ramil's feet, saying that if he knocks him out, he will be given more money. With a rather bloodthirsty face, he talks about how big money he will be able to buy the most for his sister. The events of the story go forward takes us to an office where Richard and the guys see that Michael is apparently sitting and studying. However, they are greatly surprised to see a huge crowd standing and looking somewhere forward. In front stands Ronald, who tells everyone not to shout and to keep their voices down to greet the king. Richard doesn't understand which king we're talking about. Svetlana, the guy, assumes they're lined up to Mike. Michael turns away and tells everyone that he's had enough of putting up with them and asks them to leave without interfering with his studies. However, the guys amongst themselves are still trying to get a break from Michael to ask some questions of their own. The guy with the long hair starts preying on Michael and asking him to announce at least small fundraisers at the school. However, in the very next instant, someone's foot flies right into this guy's face, knocking him down dramatically. It turns out to be Fiona. She turns to him and talks about keeping Young out of Michael's business. Right after that, the guy who asked for the training camp starts getting up and asking her what she's doing and for what. The big guy starts getting angry at him, talking about how Fiona should be only his and no one else's. In the moment, Fiona walks over to Michael's desk, turns to him, and asks him to look at her. However, Michael ignores her. At a point, she grabs him by the shirt and asks if he's ignoring her. He replies that he just wants to learn. However, when their gazes touch, Fiona blushes dramatically and talks about how Michael is just insanely handsome. Then right in the middle of class, Fiona starts yelling at Michael, talk about how yesterday he was 2 on the field, yai, and their bed broke. It greatly surprises the entire class, including Ronald, who didn't expect to hear such a thing. Shocked to be there, and a big guy introduced can't even come close to expecting a phrase like that from Fiona. In the moment, Fiona turns away, starts talking about how since this happened because of Michael, he should be held accountable for it. Michael at this point is personally in wild shock. He doesn't understand why she is telling this without mentioning any details. Fiona goes on to talk about how this quilt was all dense and she washed it for a very long time. This is all heard by the guy Thomas sent, who tries to calm himself down and talk about how Fiona's all grown up. They both lean back on the desk, reminisce about his past childhood with her, and realize he should calm down. However, thinking back on all that he has heard, he is well aware that he cannot ignore what has happened. The moment he starts to leave, and Mike abruptly notices that after all the conversations, the young man started to go somewhere. She turns Michael's attention to herself and asks him where he's looking and why don't you pay attention to her phrases. Michael talks about how the young man is very strange and he has never seen him, but Filanov turns to ask Michael not to be the subject. At the moment, the smartest guy in the class appears. He walks through and heads straight for Michael, apologizing for the abrupt appearance. Michael's classmates talk about the rocker being out of class and what he's even doing here now. Not a guy starts talking about the fact that they have a lot to discuss. However, this is it, and do it without Fiona present. Some time goes by and the guy himself starts talking to me about how the same guy who came out, he's a 3rd year. Michael and all the other guys listen to this and start arguing about what he could have been doing and him in class and why he would do all this. The smart guy begins to explain what he is very clumsy, however he is on Thomas's errand. Looking at Michael, in the very me, the guy is talking about most likely A's not following him, which means they're going to start acting up soon. The guy fixes his glasses and talks about how Thomas himself and the guys closest to him will probably start the action. Richard covers his face and burns about whether it is about the 4 heavenly kings. This phrase greatly surprises everyone. In the moment, all together, the guys turn to Mike and talk about how, after all, there are only 4 of them to handle, so it'll be quick. However, the smartest guy intervenes, talk about how the school is the main one in the neighborhood, and it's worth keeping that in mind, and not underestimating the new enemies. Micah starts talking about how these people are on a whole other level, because in fact, the whole neighborhood hangs on them. In the moment, Michael turns to the smartest guy and tells him that he only has one question, and that is the start date of the midterms. This question surprises the guy himself quite a bit, and he turns to Michael and talks about how it's going to happen in 3 weeks. Michael talks about how he should prepare well for this time, because the first exam is very important. The smartest young man realizes that Michael is serious about his studies, so he offers to lend him his outline. Michael is very much surprised over the whole time, so much so that he has been offered such a huge help. In his thoughts and himself, the guy realizes that he has done everything to summon Thomas. However, really, he still doesn't know where here is. Meanwhile, the chubby guy is trying to contact some guys on the phone, apparently friends of Thomas. He ponders whether he should say everything directly, but he realizes that he is very busy at the moment. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some huge guy with glasses walking down the street. At one point, while passing by some alleyway, he notices some people pestering the younger man and trying to get money out of him. These guys are starting to pay attention to this man walking by with glasses. He shows himself and asks if they just said some pretty sad insults about him. A few guys call him to their back alley, talking about how he's very slow and walks like a snail. In the moment, they call him a nerd, however, when he approaches, and he gets a little uncomfortable. The guy he called out says that the neighborhood is all wimps, and there shouldn't be a problem with this guy. However, at one point, this huge guy is trying to look behind the other guy's back and see what is behind there. The guy I called asks where he's looking, and he's watching the others abuse the kid. In the moment, the guy he called starts slapping him and asking him if he doesn't understand anything. However, in a moment, this huge guy grabs the arms of whoever called him out and starts to just flush her out the other side with quite a bit of force. Immediately afterwards, he delivers one rather light but critical blow to his opponent, from which he almost dies on the spot. To all of this, everyone else is paying attention. They are quite surprised that this man has dealt with them in an instant. The whole crowd starts looking at him and asking if he's crazy for doing such strange things, turning to them and asking if they just happened to come here for a visit because we're obviously a long way from here from school. One of the guys appears from behind and tells them not to make a fuss because time is pretty short. Trace, however, says that they'll just nail him and get out of here and there won't be any problems. He takes off his backpack and everyone else starts running at a higher speed right at him. It makes it hard for him to see the entire breed, so he easily attacks them with quite a bit of accuracy. Making rather abrupt and sharp turns, he throws them apart with his body without even using strong physical attacks. One of the men decides to attack him with his fist, but the man in turn sees this and immediately grabs that fist. He strikes so hard that the opponent's face that was struck by the blow simply turns into a crumpled mess. The guy who offered to attack him starts talking to his girlfriend about going backwards while he himself looks on in surprise at everything. In the moment, he hides a knife behind him and tells his girlfriend that everything is fine, and if anything happens, he will easily solve the problem. This huge man turns to this guy and talks about how guns are only worth using if one is a master craftsman. He wants to continue his sentence, however, youngster interrupts him by running at him the height of his knife. However, the man easily intercepts his arm and breaks it out the other side, knocking the knife flying into the ground, then delivers 2 sharp blows to the body of this guy, getting such a charge of pain, the young man just falls down. He's lying on the ground with a knife, and this guy's girlfriend is just standing there looking at it all, not understanding what happened in an instant. She starts pulling out her phone as if to call or text someone to get some help, says the situation is as clear to her as possible, and she will report it to wherever it needs to go. She talks about how the young man will be in jail and starts to walk towards him. However, he abruptly swipes his hand around her without even hitting her. She gets a huge shock from everything happening and just falls over, and her phone falls out and flies sideways. Immediately afterward, this man bends down, takes her phone, and starts looking at what she has managed to do. He deletes a couple messages, and next thing I know, I turn my attention to someone in the back and addresses him saying for him to get out. It turns out he's the chubby boy who's Thomas's errand boy. The man knows him. He turns to him and asks him what the man is doing here. However, the man responds by asking what the man is doing here. Turns out this Charlie is one of the 3rd years at the school that Michael is at. The guy's name is Robert. Puffy pokes his finger at him and yells about how the school hasn't lost status to him yet, and he was supposed to respond to him in chat, but he asks for a shortened text. The chubby guy tells Robert that what will take care of one person who is now actively beating everyone at school. The chubby guy asks him to come and beat Michael, however he starts to walk away and talk about how he refuses and asks not to look for him. At one point, the chubby guy starts yelling at Robert and asking him how he can be so lewd about schoolwork. At one point, he turns to the smelling guy and talks about how if he doesn't want to feel the power in his fist, he better stop touching him. He starts running away and talking about how Robert has totally gone bad, and he won't forget this kind of behavior from him. Pulling out his phone, realizes that there are 3 other people left, however they are more exuberant than Robert, but there is no choice anymore. The events of the story takes us to some place someone receives a message on his phone, and in the background there is quite an active fight. One of the guys who is involved in the fight runs up to the phone and notices that it's a message to him and starts reading it. The young man picks up the phone and starts asking about what is going on and why he is getting such an abrupt call. The dialogue between the two follows. At the end, he only talks about how the chubby guy forgot about it and just gave his name and class. The young man with the red hair starts laughing and talking about how he's not sure how many punches he'll beat him in. The events of the story take us to the next day. The thug along with the blonde guy go to the canteen to eat. They walk up to the dining room and start talking about what food they want to try today. The guys around them are discussing how cool and flashy they look because everyone is passing them by. The girls who weren't in school are greatly surprised that the third years are skipping the first years because they don't know Michael's situation. One of the girls describes herself to her friend Michael and talks about how they are his friends, so they get passed everywhere despite the class. Introduce Michael, one of the girls starts swooning at how handsome and cute he is. The guys standing strong wonder what's going on in the dining room. This kind of leadership by Michael is no longer to their liking. Between them, they also discuss what Michael has to do with Fiona. A fat guy sits behind them and listens to everything. Going forward, these guys discuss something that doesn't act in any way and doesn't touch Michael's situation at all, and it surprises everyone. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael and the rest of the guys who among themselves are discussing the strongest foursome in the neighborhood. They go over their names and try to remember that they know them. Michael Moment is actively sitting down to study. In the moment, Michael turns to the smartest guy and asks what this information gives them. He says nothing much. Meanwhile, among themselves, the third years are discussing the fact that the former have become quite uninspiring and are not respected at all. One classmate of these guys talk about how they're just weak, so they can't do anything about it. At one point, they turn to some huge guy in their class and talk about how until there are 4 kings, then he is the strongest. They start complimenting him, and at that moment, a chubby guy runs into the classroom and starts yelling this huge guy's name. The chubby guy immediately starts yelling Michael's name and talking about asking for something to do with this guy. A third grader named Laura asks a chubby kid who this Michael guy is since everyone is talking about him. This moment, Laura turns to the huge guy and asks him to go wash his face, saying that he looks terrible today. Moment Booze guy runs up calories and asks her to give him a minute. She allows it and tells him to tell. He starts talking about everything, but notices that she doesn't pay attention to him and everything and keeps playing on her phone. At one point, she manages to complete a level, and she shouts loudly about it, greatly rejoicing that she has succeeded. She turns to the boy next to her and talks about how she doesn't want to call one of the 4 kings at all, because she can just turn to Thomas. He starts talking confidently about how busy everyone is there. However, she asks if the others can't be busy too. At one point, she brings up someone and starts talking about how she owes it to her to punish him severely for everything. She starts to go somewhere and ask where he is. However, the chubby guy says that this way it will not solve the issue at all. Meanwhile, Michael sits with someone in the dining room. They discuss together that one guy is very dangerous. Richard tells Michael that Young may be the manager of the legendary 4, so it's worth getting rid of him. Michael talks about all this nonsense of words to his appetite. However, some girl appears behind Michael. Michael abruptly turns around and turns his attention to her. She just stares into his eyes. She turns to Michael and asks if his name is Michael. He says, "Oh, that's right, if summer she calls him pretty cute." Laura introduces herself in front of Michael and talks about being from the third years, after which asks Michael to follow her. Attention our guys, they don't understand at all what's going on and what it's for lore. After that, they all just forget about her and start going back to their food and their conversations without paying attention to her phrasing and request. Michaela asks him what he's ignoring, but make her look like a joke in front of everyone. At the moment, Michaela abruptly stands up. He turns to her and talks about so ears to be listened to, after which offers to go outside. At this point, Laura loses touch with reality. She is shocked at how huge Michael is, especially against her background, and just stands staring at him. Outside, she starts berating Michael, talking about how she is from third years. If he continues to lead, it will be bad. However, Michael only looks at her with a calm gaze, and in her head, she realizes the fact that he is actually 20 years old. Starts to insult him, however, Micah just stands. She doesn't understand why they are responding and swings sharply to hit him. In the moment, right when she wants to hit, her hand just starts shaking because she's afraid of hitting Michael. Afterwards, she removes her hand and talks about how a little more, and Michael would have gotten a punch from her. Michael talks about how that look doesn't even count as a punch, and she looks at him with anger again. She continues to angrily yell at Michael about her head. He compares her to a small dog that just consists and barks. Turns away and talks about scaring Michael really badly, and he looks pretty pathetic, so she'll stop. She wants to leave, but Michael says that she didn't punish him at all and grabs his hand and says that they have more to talk about. She blushes at one point and asks Michael what else to talk about, adding that she doesn't like guys younger than her. In a moment of event, the story shows us a mom with a child. Her child draws attention to some person ahead of her. We're brought back to Michael, who's still talking, and he talks about how she's connected to the Four Kings. However, in a moment, some guy in a blue suit appears from behind and abruptly addresses Michael by name. It turns out to be Jimmy, and he gets right in front of Michael and says that he's realized all the mistakes he made last time. Right after that, a few more guys in blue push-up suits show up saying that he realized and came up with a new technique. Now the main thing, his technique is a huge crowd to handle against Michael. Right after that, abruptly, he jumps right into the hands of the guys who are standing behind him, and they abruptly grab him. Immediately afterward, they push him forward with tremendous force, thus accelerating him and sending him straight towards Michael. Right as he's running, Jimmy jumps and turns around with his feet forward so that he hits Michael with them at breakneck speed. Michael realizes that in this situation it is better to dodge. He abruptly grabs Laura standing next to him and pulls her aside. Meanwhile, Jimmy flies right by Michael, and Michael sharply raises his arm up and aims straight for his head, immediately followed by a sharp and rather hard blow that knocks Jimmy off his feet and into the ground head first. And abruptly moving Laura falls to the ground, gets her foot dirty pretty badly, and starts just lying on the ground. She starts crying and talking about being in a lot of pain, and continues to lie on the ground with her leg twisted. This is all noticed by the chubby guy who is hiding behind a tree at this point. It's unclear what he's watching for. Michael apologizes and asks her to try to get up, however. She tells him back that it wasn't his fault. She talks about how she was just really surprised, and in the moment she notices a chubby guy on the side running right at her at a tremendous speed. The guy immediately offers to go to the nurse's station and wash the wound. Laura just looks at him with her bewildered, not understanding what she's doing here. In the moment he is noticed also by Michael, he immediately notices that it is the same guy who was in the office for some reason. He grabs Laura and starts running away with her, saying that this is all very urgent, and he doesn't have time to talk to Michael. Meanwhile, Jimmy is lying on the ground. He talks about how his technique has failed again, and it makes him very sad. In the moment, Michaela turns to Jimmy and talks about how it's all his fault, and did he really want to die again? Jimmy pretends to pass out, however Michael says that he is aware of his lies and asks him to get to his feet. Michaela turns to all the people who came with Jimmy and talks about how they are so fit and upside down. At the point in the story's events takes us to one of the four legends. He looks at someone with a wild look and says he's going to eat them. There's a school teacher standing behind him, and he starts yelling right at this guy and talking about how he's actually here, and he's actually already a teacher. The teacher points right at him and talks about how he's been informed about some suspicious guy being here. However, in the moment the teacher just falls to the ground without any pain, he is right on the floor in a second. He stands up abruptly and can't understand where he is and why he's lying here, and just that he was talking to someone. In the moment Michaela is already going home because it's already evening, he doesn't think about what happened, and he never managed to catch this kid. When Michael was solving questions with guys in blue sweaters, he was approached by a rocker who again began to offer his notes on, to which Michael responded positively. Michael was about to leave, but Jimmy turned to him and said that he had something he needed to know that was rather urgent. Michael realizes that the last few days are very active, and he just wants to study for his exams. At a point while walking down the street, Michael notices a mirror that stands overhead and decides it would be a good idea to use it. Michael remarks that it would be good for him to go and get a haircut since he's in high school now, and he shouldn't be sloppy like he used to be. In a moment in the mirror, Michaela notices some guy with red hair who is very aggressively running right at Michaela. The young man tries to attack sharply, but Michael of course notices it and sharply dodges his attack. Michael Recco steps back and asks him who he is and what he's doing. With a rather sharp look, the red-haired guy looks at Michael and asks him what he thinks. In the moment, the young man snaps out of it again and says that the information about who Michael is won't do anything for Michael anymore. He starts attacking Michael again, but of course he easily dodges all his attacks and doesn't realize what's going on. Michael looks at how professional his attacks are and realizes that he is most likely one of the four legends. Michael realizes that because of his clothes and hard to understand who he is, for if he is a famous person, it is extremely unnecessary to attack him. However, Michael also notices that the young man is attacking him quite violently, and just standing there isn't an option either. So Michael decides to attack as well because he can't stand still any longer. At this point, the events of our story take us to the smartest guy. He is chatting with a classmate and talking about what a good job they did. Walk further down the street by me. The guy turns his attention to Jimmy standing next to him and his boys who are standing head down. The smartest guy turns to Jimmy and asks what's going on since classes are long over. Jim talks about how he hasn't been released home yet and has a case himself. The smart guy immediately realizes that it's all to do with Michael. Jimmy talks about Michael punishing him so that he would just stand in that spot while everyone else strengthens their muscles. Jimmy talks about how he would love to start doing push-ups now, but Michael has forbidden him to do so. My boyfriend turns to Jimmy and asks what he was talking to Michael about. He replies that they were discussing the four legendary guys about them. The guys who are standing with their heads down start talking about how they are apparently finished, because I am now this dialogue is going to drag on for a long time. In the moment, Jimmy starts telling the smartest guy about how these four legendary guys are known as the Golden Quartet. Jimmy starts talking about how they are all longtime friends, and the guys behind him start to stand up talking about how they can't stand like this anymore. Jim goes on and on about the recent rumors and their huge powers, and his boyfriend is starting to leave, saying it's time for them to go. Jimmy abruptly turns to the smartest guy and talks about the recent rumors claiming that these guys aren't strong but violent. Jimmy begins to tell the story as one of the regular days, not just practiced customization between each other as always. Some guy with red hair showed up and started walking straight ahead faster and faster. He began to ask them what they were doing here and why they started to play underground fights being on this construction site. The guys started asking Jimmy who it was. Jimmy looked on in bewilderment, guessing who it was. Jimmy told him that he was just practicing, and he laughed and said that they were still playing childish games. The young man with red hair began to turn to Jimmy and his men, asking them who was the strongest. Jenny immediately claimed him. However, his friend tried to stop him, asking why he was telling everything. His friend self-declared himself strong and asked this guy considering they are not in school. The guy with the red hair turned to Jimmy's friend and started talking about how he looked pretty good as an athlete. The red-haired man started walking toward him and Jimmy's friend started talking about how he wouldn't give in if anything happened. The guy with the red hair began to tense his body and talk about how he was about to show what they call underground fighting. However, this phrase did not frighten Jimmy's friend at all. He began to look directly at this guy with a ferocious look. The guy with red hair noticed this. He immediately turned to him and said something that made him look pretty aggressive. Then suddenly, Jimmy began to make sharp attacks right at this guy, but he turned away from each of them and just smiled. One of the attacks almost reaches the red-haired guy, but he easily dodges it. After that, the guy with red hair began to easily move his body in different directions, thus causing aggression in his opponent. In a moment, he began to smile, turning directly to him rather fiercely, looking him in the eye. Then friend Jim started insulting his beast to watch and swinging in for some serious punches. Meanwhile, Jimmy points out that his friend's Unique has very strange methods of turning from attacks. Jimmy's friend looks sharply still at the fact that his movements are very jerky and have almost no speed, as after all they help him dodge. After a second, he speeds up sharply and begins to realize that the young man is probably just messing around. Seeing this, Jimmy's friend aggressively shouts, does not try to attack him, however he just smiles and dodges every attack. And in the moment, Jimmy's friend has the complete feeling of being enveloped by some kind of snake from all sides at once. However, it turns out to be this guy's hands that tighten the muscles of Jimmy's friend and prevent him from attacking again with the same force. The young man with his fingers begins to push Jimmy's muscles inward into his body, causing great pain. Jimmy's friend can hardly contain his screams, but it's obviously hard for him to bear the pain. Jimmy and everyone else is paying attention. They just have a hard time believing what's happening now. The guy with the red hair starts laughing with Jimmy. He talks about dislocating his shoulder and keeps laughing, barely holding back the pain. The young man keeps laughing and talking about how he should change his seat to some dishwasher. And in the moment, Jamie himself notices that Young is creepily aggressive and should clearly be stopped. Immediately afterward, Jimmy holds out his palm from behind and yells that this fight needs to be stopped immediately. The red-haired guy casually turns around and explains to him the fact that there could be far more injuries next. The red-haired guy doesn't listen to Jimmy at all. He snaps out of his seat and talks about how this is all a lot of fun and starts running at his opponent. In a red hair moment, the guy snaps and starts running straight ahead again. Jimmy yells after him and tries to grab him to recover. In the red hair moment, the guy does stop abruptly, but it feels like he's turning around. And the next thing that happens is that Jimmy feels as if someone has snaked his neck like a snake. In the red hair moment, the guy ends up right behind this guy talking about how he finally caught him. In the moment, the guy squeezes his neck and starts to drive the guy to the point of losing air. The red-nosed guy starts licking his ear off the squeeze, talking about how they all look very tasty here. And in the moment, they all look straight at him with great shock and don't even know what to do such a situation since both their leader is captured. The guy laughs non-stop and talks about how they're all around just sick in the head and would be better off approaching him. About the fact that they should help their leader, however, by that time is finally starting to lose consciousness. Some time passes and Jimmy regains consciousness, and I notice that almost all of his men are lying unconscious on the ground beaten. Jimmy realizes that this is the only one of the 4 legends with whom he met, and the outcome of such a meeting was terribly deplorable. After which the push-up finishes telling his story, the smartest guy is told that that was the end of it. However, in a moment, the smartest guy turns to Jimmy and asks him for some reason decided to tell Michael everything. He starts to remember how Michael once came in and beat the whole class. However, that day Jimmy noticed that the pain of Michael's blows went away pretty quickly, which is why she thanked Michael for telling her. However, with an acerbic smile, the smartest guy says that in all likelihood, Jimmy just decided to support Michael. The smartest guy starts to ask further, however Jimmy interrupts him, saying that in general there is enough for that. Finishing Jimmy by saying that Michael will have a hard time against them, and then the events of the story take us to our hero Mike. So he bloodied and beat the red-haired guy and turned to him and started asking him about what he was trying to do on Michael. A handsome guy with a face full of blood looks at Michael and just stays silent. Michael talks about how this can't go on. Michael starts looking at him and further question him about who he is, and threaten to beat him up one more time. The young man begins to swim off the blood and turns away from Michael again, putting his arms out, ostensibly showing strength. Seeing all of this, Michael suggests that the young man may miss his last chance if he doesn't stop now. Meanwhile, someone gets messages on their phone with pictures of Michael being photographed behind him in an alley. The message turns out to come to a chubby boy. He talks about how very stupid it was to take and run Michael down right on the street. The chubby boy starts running forward and talks about how he should make it and stop it all. If he doesn't make it, the whole school will abruptly find out about it. In a moment, the smartest guy and Jimmy notice a chubby guy running right near them somewhere really fast. The smartest guy starts running after this boy because he is very curious why he always walks where they are. Jimmy doesn't realize what's going on initially. He tries to stop the rocker, however, follows running right behind him. Jimmy runs behind and talks about how it's very strange that with such a chubby body, Young is running so fast. Jimmy looks straight after him and can't realize where he's decided to run so fast. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy turns to Michael and asks who Michael is with a smile, because that should be his question. Watching Michael, the red-haired guy talks about his movement, cohesiveness, counterattack, and all of that doesn't remind him of a first year. The guy talks about how he is not ashamed of being hit by a first year, however Michael is not like the others at all. Michael tenses up when he hears such words because he didn't expect the young man to suspect him, although Michael realizes why. Michael remembers the other unusual kids at school and talks about how if there are even some of them, he's definitely not the problem. Red begins to ask Michael where he came from. Michael realizes in his mind that Young is not the problem after all. Michael decides it's worth it to deal with the situation with one punch because that would be the easiest solution to the situation. The young man looks forward at Michael and talks about how he has decided to attack him without using any defense at all because that's reckless. The red-haired man sits down in a special stand. He stretches his arms forward and talks about Michael getting his eyes ready. In a red hair moment, the guy jumps up sharply, however Michael's attack flies right by him. Michael's attack knocks the guy down, and he just rolls on the ground without any consciousness. Michael turns around and begins to look at him thoughtfully. At that moment, the chubby guy who runs up from behind appears and yells the red-haired man's name. Michael looks directly at the chubby boy and doesn't understand what he is doing here. This boy of his turn looks also at Michael himself. The chubby boy can't accept the fact that the redhead has lost, at which point Jimmy and the smartest kid in the back come running. In a moment, Jamie stops abruptly. He looks down and sees the red-haired man, one of the four legends. Meanwhile, the events of the story takes us to Laura, who is sitting in some club playing computer games on a machine. Sitting there, she remembers Michael, who they recently got very angry about, and since she realizes he's not worth her nerve, Laura decides she has jumped to conclusions about him based on her past experiences, and that's not always accurate. In the meantime, Laura continues to play games. She is also thinking about what might happen next at school because she is very interested in it. Meanwhile, the events of the story takes us to Michael, who finds out about beating one of the four clients. Michael starts to turn to him and talk about getting up quickly already and not pretending like he's unconscious right now. Michael bends toward him, and his arm feels like it's being devoured by a whole snake that grabs him and heads straight for his brain. Of course, this is just Michael's imagination. In reality, the red-haired man just grabbed Michael sharply and began to hold him down. Not rubbing himself in that situation, he just took that imaginary family that had picked him up and sharply tossed it aside. The Reds are starting to talk about how Michael has a pretty good defense and has done well in the surprise attack. Michael turns to him and tells him that he was able to wake up so quickly, but he is surprised by the question. Starts smiling and fixing his hair and talking about how this drug works really badly. Michael calmly watches him walk in. Appears a chubby guy who shouts the name of the light year and urges him to pay attention. The chubby guy starts yelling at the red-haired guy, talk about why he's been ignoring him all this time. The red-haired man turns to him and talks about that one, shutting his mouth because when he's on drugs he can do a lot of things. Hearing this phrase, chubby guy is very surprised because he did not know that the red-haired man uses illegal substances. The red-haired man starts grabbing his head and talking about how there's no way he can beat that very unusual guy without this Michael. Looking at Michael, he goes on to say that he is very unusual, especially for first years. The red-haired man continues to say this several more times. Michael is already starting to tense up, as he doesn't want to show his true identity. The chubby guy looks at the rocker, and Jimmy talking about how now his friend is going to get rid of Michael, and those will see it. The chubby guy invites talk about how the client foursome is very dangerous. Jimmy looks at him, and Rocker doesn't pay attention at all. The chubby guy starts poking and shouting at Michael himself that the end is coming soon. Michael talks about how apparently the red-haired man will fight more seriously now that the atmosphere has changed. Michael says afterward that it's as if he's in a state of flux, yet there's still a great deal of despair coming from him. In an instant, he's off the ground and running straight at Michael with a pretty strong attack. Michael, of course, notices her and dodges, but he decides he should check something out first. And he decides to check this guy's flow status by hitting him back with a punch that he also notices. This time, he manages to dodge the attack that Michael has prepared, which comes as a surprise. He's quite bloodthirsty and laughs and looks at Michael like he's putting himself above everyone else. Immediately afterward, he grabs Michael's punch and begins to squeeze his arm, thereby overtaking him in action. However, Mike proves not to be so easy. He begins to break free and realizes what technique his opponent is now using. So the very next instant, Michael throws a pretty serious punch and tosses this guy aside at high speed. That, in turn, are quite surprised, because previously he did not repel such techniques because they were at great speed. At this point, he begins to realize that Michael's reflexes and speed are far superior to his own. Jimmy asks the rocker why he tried to rip Michael's arm out. He replies that the young man was trying to get Michael's disability, not a win. At this point, the chubby guy starts laughing a little. He talks about how they're all big jerks and don't know anything. The chubby guy talks about how they're just all still young and asks them if they want to know what it's about. However, he declares that he won't tell, and this really pisses off the pushover who already wanted to know everything. The chubby guy realizes in his head that Michael's opponent exceeds his physical capabilities, which means victory is assured. Watching him, the chubby guy realizes that Michael's opponent knows about the state of the stream, but here are first years like Michael don't. In his head, the chubby guy presents illustrations of this state, which describes more as superconsciousness. At this point, a person applies all of their brain's capabilities, concentrates them together. However, this does not only apply to the brain, because at this point, the physical strength of the person reaches its limits, and the total accumulates about everything a person comes to the peak of his capabilities, which allows you to become much stronger. The chubby guy explains to himself that if you use the flow state during a battle, it's like time slows down. Now Michael's opponent is using this particular state to throw punches, but it's proving to be quite little for Michael. Michael notices that he is really very strong, but still easily dodges his attacks. Michael replaces the new attack more illustrated as a snake attack near his shoulders. In life, it turns out to be his opponent's hand, which he immediately intercepts and begins to squeeze in order to stop. At the moment Michael's opponent starts to get excited, he talks about finally catching the one and can do what he wants. However, square moment, Michael risks strikes with this hand he not only removes, but also breaks free of the hold that has him surrounded. However, this moment Michael's opponent also had his reception, and not bad, he was able to come back. Changing positions, he turns to Michael and talks about how sorry he is that he couldn't hit Michael now. Michael bows to him and talks about being very pushy here, and very annoying with his fighting style and methods. Keep referring to him, Michael talks about how his reflexes soon and fighting style has changed quite dramatically. Look him in the eye, Michael directly asked about being in a state of flux. Hearing this, the chubby guy is very much surprised because he can't understand how the first year knows about it. Michael talks about how it's been a long time since he's seen people enter it on purpose rather than using it casually. Looking at him all and head, Michael realizes that he looks pretty strong, however there is a very strange feeling. Michael's opponent turns to him and asks why he stopped talking in the middle of his words, if he has nothing to say. Cover your face, Michael talks about how things have gotten very complicated, and he'd like to find out directly. Removing his hair, Michael talks about how he now compared this guy's condition to the current state of the stream. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Laura, who is approached by some guys right in the computer club. They began to turn to Laura and insult her by telling her to keep her voice down and stop barking like a dog. This scared her quite a bit. She hadn't been in these situations before, so she doesn't know what the best course of action is. Meanwhile, the events of the story brings us back to the fight between Michael and his opponent. The guys next to him notice that the atmosphere has changed. Michael's opponent he has as his flow is different from the other child, he is only one exists. Michael picks up the creepy aura behind him, says something this guy doesn't need to know, and asks him to attack. Michael's opponent turns to him and talks about how he'd love to do it, and they'll finish the conversation later. Michael's opponent abruptly snaps out of his seat and heads straight towards him, immediately visible with an attack. Raise your fist up and smiling, he shouts about how he too likes to do more than talk with his tongue. However, before he can even finish speaking, Michael's punch lands right in his face, shattering everything to a bloody pulp. In an instant, Michaela throws him aside, thus denying him the full opportunity to attack and do anything. Guy manages to stay on his feet there. He rolls over and resumes his stance. Lifting his face, he looks at Michael in shock and can't understand what it just now was and how such an attack could have hurt him. Michael continues to warm up. Young reflects on the fact that he couldn't even see Michael's attack. The chubby guy is screaming about the redhead's nosebleed attack first years, and it's outrageous. Michael's opponent looks at the chubby guy and talks about how the guy really decided to die saying that. No sooner does he finish his sentence than he sees Michael's foot heading straight for him with a rather sharp and powerful attack. Summer lifted his gaze upwards and noticed Michael himself, who was already very close to me. I don't know how he ended up here. In the moment, Michael's opponent realizes that Michael needs to be taken down, however his attack is already closing in on his face. Michael then launches this attack. Although his opponent manages to dodge a bit, the attack is still very sharp. Michael's opponent can't realize what's going on and why Michael has become so fast in just a couple of moments. In the moment, Michael's opponent manages to grab the latter's leg during his new attack rather quickly and sharply. Michael's opponent starts laughing and talking about how he was finally able to catch Michael pretty sharp and fast. The blows must have been a trap because in the next instant Michael just threw the guy aside. There was shock. Hitting his back straight concrete into it was quite painful and not intolerable to contain such pain. This was looked at with great shock by Jimmy, along with the smartest guy who were amazed at what was going on. Michael, with slow and calm steps, began to walk straight ahead when he only lay on the ground. Michael's opponent tries to get up, but it turns out with difficulty because he realizes that something in this fight is clearly going wrong. Michael turns to him and asks what he's doing, following adding that he fights to get up, continuing the fight. In the moment, Michael's opponent does some reversals and decides to attack Michael from the side with a straight fist punch. Of course, Michael notices this attack and immediately thinks of what he's going to do with it, because it's pretty primitive. Immediately afterward, Michael unleashes a pretty massive and powerful attack right in this guy's face with quite a bit of force. Then in a moment they notice that right at his side another new attack is bearing down on him, which can hurt him. When Michael sees this, he decides to be proactive and overtakes his opponent and strikes him first in the face. This attack from Michael is very critical and devastating for his opponent, who is in wild shock. And the moment Michael's opponent solves it, while adding quite a bit of power to several of his attacks. In a moment of looking ahead, he notices that Michael is ahead of all his attacks and has already prepared his punch first. Immediately afterward, Michael delivers a pretty strong and massive punch right to this guy's head with tremendous force. The blow hit him very hard, the blood from his face did not stop flowing, and he himself flew a few meters away. Michael just stood still in the post-kick stance and just watched to see what action Young would take. Puffy was at this point in wild shock. He could not believe that Michael's opponent, his friend, was losing. Meanwhile, on the ground, Michaela is thinking that this fight is very strange because he was the first to strike. Michael's rather wild, ferocious stare, he can't realize why Michael is times faster than him. Michael's opponent realizes that it is possible to defeat even rock, paper, scissors by using the dive technique after noticing his opponent make an armbar. However, watched Michael but realizes that even being in a state of flux, he couldn't anticipate his strikes, and it's very wild. Meanwhile, between themselves, the smartest guy and Jimmy are discussing the fact that in all likelihood Michael will come out the winner of this fight. The chubby guy runs right up to the smartest one, grabs him, and starts asking him about what he even knows about battles and why he's drawing such conclusions. The chubby guy starts running back and talking about how grades aren't the most important thing in school, but the lessons mention that he didn't say anything about them. Afterward, the swelling guy looks at his friend and talks about how his weapon is banned in a completely different way and is only worth watching. Meanwhile, the opponent realizes that he can see his blows, but the moment he sees them, they are too close. Meanwhile, Michael looks back and forth between his hand and his opponent's and ponders the fact that he may have gotten it a little wrong. Immediately afterward, Michael's opponent starts running at him and talking about how so-and-so will let him win at rock, paper, scissors. Michael notices that his opponent is attacking him, so he raises his arm and prepares to attack as well. In the moment, both of their hands collide together during the battle. However, Michael's grip seems much stronger. But despite his strength, Michael's opponent straddles his arm muscles with his other hand, thereby sidestepping his punch. Michael this moment accelerates the power of his attack, thereby dealing quite a bit of damage to his opponent right in the face. That, and it hits Michael's opponent very hard and throws him off to the side at high speed. Michael contentedly stares wildly at him and yells for this guy to stop sticking it to him with each new attack and clutching his muscles. Meanwhile, Michael's opponent falls to the ground and begins to skin himself in pain. He is in a lot of pain and almost unable to contain the onslaught of pain. Jimmy and the smartest guy looks at it all with a rather surprised look because they can't figure out what's going on. The chubby guy is most surprised because he just saw his friend's tackle absolutely not work on Michael, which is a huge shame. However, in a moment, Michael turns back and abruptly notices that a huge snake seems to be approaching behind him. Technicountry. It turns out to be Michael's adversary who jumps on his back from behind when he loses a little vigilance. Michael's adversary says that he knows a lot, so he won't let him get out of here alive. Jimmy is the smartest guy, standing in huge shock during a close, did not expect such a drastic turn of events. The chubby guy starts talking about the fact that this young man, nicknamed Anaconda, and did it not only because of his appearance. In the moment, the chubby guy turns to Rocker and talks about how he should know about being human if he gets grabbed by an anaconda, right? The smartest guy remembers that the anaconda is the kind of animal that squeezes and squeezes even harder when there's a lot of resistance. A victim who is unable to get out of committing subsequently becomes mere food for her. Watching their fight, it is immediately apparent that Michael's opponent and flexibility is on a huge level, and that is what is comparable to an anaconda. Like Michaela won't be able to escape from his direct grip when he's already near his neck. However, the guy talks about how some do get out of such a grip and he's seen it somewhere before. It surprises the chubby guy. Rocker talks about how, if you look at the situation from the other side, the animal has every opportunity to bite the anaconda's neck. Points forward and tells the chubby guy that he was just looking closely at the slaughter. This is the point where Michael starts grabbing his opponent's muscles, and the smartest guy talks about how she has someone to protect her neck. Michael at this moment is being pulled harder and harder, causing his opponent just a huge pain that is difficult to tolerate. It's all being watched by a chubby guy he can't figure out what's going on, whose side is winning right now. The smartest guy looks at Michael and talks about how he feels like the anaconda's head has already been ripped off. Michael talks about how his opponent crossed the line when he attacked him with his back, because he could have just stayed on the floor. What Jimmy is saying is that Michael completely broke this guy's collarbone, then crossed the line after his actions. In the moment Michael starts walking towards the chubby guy, the guy asks what Michael is doing. Michael asks him if he is going to help a friend. The moment the events of the story take us to the computer club where Laura is, one of the guys, and they're badly kicked in the stomach. It was done by some huge guy named Oscar and with a huge back. Laura turned to him and asked him that did he compare her to a dog as self as these guys? Oscar starts talking about how it's not true and he was just comparing Laura's cuteness. Some time goes by and all those guys who said anything to Laura are standing in the construction site bent over. Laura sits and eats the candy and talks about how so-and-so will forgive them for the first time. But next time, no, she adds. Candy out of her mouth, she says that if they've got it all figured out, they can leave right now and fast. In a moment, she abruptly stops them, pointing to one of the computer machines and tells them to look at it. Shows her record, however, they don't understand what she's trying to say and just keep quiet in response. She doesn't say anything about it being huge, and they start to build up a look of Puta, greatly surprised by it, and bow. After which she waves her palm away and says that now everything is right, and now they can get out of here quickly. The guys leave, and on the way home they discuss amongst themselves that they just can't believe they haven't met one of the four legends. A young man pats Laura on the head and asks if he can buy her something tasty. In response, she only asks for her head to be released. In the moment, a man runs up to Oscar and talks about bringing a Coke. He thanks the man and tells him to get lost. Laura is greatly surprised. She talks about sitting down for strawberry milk, and they brought her regular milk. To a guy with mature hair says it's better. Laura talks about what he'll get for it. She asks him to set up and start swinging for a punch. As time marches on and they go home together, they talk about something. Laura talks about something that has been pissing her off a lot lately. Laura on the way home tells Oscar about seeing Michael and how he's been pissing off a lot of thirds lately. Listening to Laura's stories, Oscar immediately begins to remember what he saw in the Four Legends chat, and the puzzle in his head comes together. Immediately after that, Laura happily talks about how she punished him herself. This surprises the guy with white hair. He didn't expect her to see him. Laura talks about how yes, she saw Michael, however he is handsome, so she decided to take pity on him without touching him. Hearing those words, Oscar tensed up a lot, especially hearing the word handsome. After that, he grabbed Laura and started asking her how tall the young man was, if he was prettier than him, and what he looked like in general. Laura doesn't understand what's going on with the guy who has white hair. It's like he's crying. She asks herself to let go and says she has a phone call. He picks up the phone and immediately starts talking about how yes, everything is correct, until it's unclear who is calling her. However, in a moment, the expression on the family's face changes. She comes to shock and is very much surprised to interject that just what was said. Turns out she got a call from a chubby guy informing her that he was now in the hospital. Oscar noticed that Laura's face changed dramatically and she tensed up a lot. He asks her what's wrong. In the moment, Laura starts to say something, crying and blushing heavily with a rather sad face, looking at the guy's white hair. He in turn looks at Laura. He too is a little upset, however more on his mind. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Fiona, who is in some place watching someone. It turns out she is watching the very girl who was on the roof at the time and celebrating with them, and together they are in the hall. Fiona immediately notes that she almost never misses practice. Her arm is now in a cast. Strongly surprised to see this, and realizes that because of someone she doesn't even train, now she just sits around. Fiona realizes that it's probably because of that incident on the roof. Realize that, and it would be nice to apologize. That same classmate notices someone's long hair in the hallway and turns her attention sharply to it. Fiona starts to walk away. This classmate gets up from her seat and runs right behind her, realizing what is happening. In a moment, Fiona hears her name sharply and starts to turn away, noticing that something is approaching her. It turns out to be the same classmate. She abruptly grabs Fiona and presses her right into the nearest wall. Fiona starts yelling at her about what's going on and what she's doing. Their turn asks Fiona to answer a harsh question. It's a classmate who starts asking Fiona about what she did with Michael so much that their bed broke that day. Fiona starts to make a rather snide face and talk about how she understands everything herself, and it's useless to ask such a question. Michael's classmate blushes profusely and asks Fiona if she and Michael are dating and what their relationship is like. Fiona realizes what to do in this situation, echidically starts to blush, and afterwards talks about the fact that they were in the same bed. In the moment, Michael's classmate presses Fiona even harder and talks about how she didn't take this relationship so lightly. In the moment, Michael's classmate dramatically states that Thomas may one day fight Michael if this continues. And after Michael's classmate stumps Fiona by asking her who she would root for in that situation, meanwhile Oscar is already in the hospital, he asks the chubby guy about Michael. The chubby guy talks about how he warned about the seriousness of this case and that they all should have gotten involved. However, in the moment, the guy with white hair just picks up his phone and starts chatting with someone. Don't mind the chubby guy. The one in turn becomes very angry and says that this is just outrageous, such behavior is unacceptable. Oscar is on the phone saying that there is nothing serious and his caller can go on as normal. Hearing these words, the chubby guy shouts that things can't be left like this and this problem needs to be solved urgently. Oscar tenses up and talks about how Michael made Laura cry, so now he's going to kill him. And in the moment, the chubby guy does pick up the phone and talks about how he'd still like to talk. Oscar leaves and the blonde guy calls back and starts talking about something. He talks about how maybe they're finally all realizing the seriousness of this case after one of the four legends was so scarred. The guy they talk to turns out to be the big Charlie, who is asked to explain the whole situation. The chubby guy starts telling the situation at school. I start by saying that the first years are now the most powerful and most respected. The situation has deteriorated to the point where third years can't even go to the canteen normally, says the chubby guy. This whole situation is really stressing out the man in glasses who is on the phone with the chubby guy. Afterward, the chubby guy tells a couple more stories and ends by blaming it all on Michael. Charlie talks about how he's figured it out and that's enough for him to take action. Looking into his phone, the chubby guy realizes something that will be used to rally everyone else. Finishing the contract, he also realizes he had to exaggerate and text someone back on the phone. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the gym to Jimmy's group, who informs us that Michael won last night. Jimmy gives all the details and the grand finale where Jimmy broke his opponent's collarbone. Between themselves, the guys in Jimmy C's group are happy to talk about how people like them finally got what they deserved. Jimmy realizes that he used to be wanting to fight him himself, however now realizes how crazy of an idea that was. It is said that they should all observe it further and learn new experiences through it. In the moment, Jimmy informs the guys that a guy very good for them is coming. All the guys realize who they are talking about and immediately get excited. Jimmy talks about how this man will obviously want to come out to spar, then asks if they're sure they're that excited. In the moment, they start to rejoice once more and talk about how they each have 2 legs and arms, so in the event of something happening, losing something isn't so bad. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael and the guys in the day who are always discussing something. What pisses Michael off is that the smartest guy is going around telling everyone about who Michael beat yesterday. Guy talks about how apparently the 4 legends aren't as strong as the rumors they say they are, since Michael made it so easy. I have a guy laughing and talking about how they just didn't see the others. Michael's opponent is very strong. It's just that Michael was stronger. The bully began to pretend to be strong, saying that if they came, he would kill them all too. Michael continues to study, and the guys continue to talk about something, but it feels like they're being watched. In the moment, Michael, as if noticing something, sharply turns away and looks at the windows, but sees no one there. I have yesterday's fight. Michael accepts that his opponent was very strong, and such techniques are not found in ordinary fights. Looking out the windows, Michael begins to ponder how strong the rest of the legends everyone talks about are. Charlie, one of the 4 legends, comes to the school gate and reminisces about the school and how long he has been away. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lorne, who is worried about what just that nearly caught Michael's eye. Famously, she climbs out from under the window and continues to watch Michael's class and herself for the rest of the time. Laura is watched by Michael and can't realize the fact that yesterday he was able to defeat one of the 4 legends. She doesn't understand how he did it. Laura immediately realizes that he probably won very unfairly, but it's all just her suspicions. Michael and talk about how she'd really like to teach him a lesson and influence everything that's going on. However, she realizes that someone like her can't fight Michael. No more, she doesn't understand his goals and intentions. She also realizes that the situation could escalate dramatically, but now third years are almost out of school, and that makes her quite happy. And then he raises his head again to look after Michael, but I notice that he's not there, even though he was here a second ago. Trace returned abruptly to the fact that Michael was standing about in the doorway, looking straight at her. Michael strikes her with a look that makes her want to ask about what she's here for and why she's following him. Huge surprise begins to flow under her wand. She is just shocked to see Michael standing quietly watching her. In the moment, she doesn't think of anything better to do than to just pick up and start running away from all the problems that have now come upon her. However, Michael in a second is right beside her, grabbing her, lifting her up. Don't let her get away. Oni asks Michael if he has something to say to her. However, Michael talks about how he should be the one with questions for her. She looks at Mike in surprise and talks about how she's talking about nothing with him right now. Michael talks about how she can't do anything to him anyway, and if she has nothing to talk about right now, then she shouldn't be peeking at him. She blushes profusely and talks about how only younger people can talk like that, and she is older than him. In the moment, Michael just puts her on the ground and asks her what will happen now. However, she can't give him a definite answer and just keeps quiet. Meanwhile, another of the four legends, the same Oscar, approaches the school gates. In the moment, he fixes his hair and remembers that he did come here to straighten Michael out after all, and now it's worth doing. When he enters the school, he thinks it would be a good idea to meet Laura first, and then he heads off to find Michael. Michael says something to Laura. He mentions the four legends and repeats about how it will be worse if they don't come. She reads her phone and notices something that one of the guys decided to come to school, and it's creeping her out a lot right now. At one point, she glances right at Michael and asks him if he wants to meet one of them so badly. Michael by the hand and talks about following her, and now she's going to bring him in as one of them. The blonde guy who's been hiding around the corner is watching all this, and he's pretty surprised at what's going on. Along with him is the thug and Richard, who is also quite surprised, though Richard is more frightened. In the moment, Laura takes Michael into some sort of rooftop office and locks the key. Michael turns to her asking where they are, what's going on, and where the four legends are. She only looks at Michael in surprise. She turns confidently and talks about her calling them here, but Michael is surprised at this meeting place between them. She talks about how if they fight in the classroom they will get in the way, and this place will be much better for everyone. She laughs with Michael and looks him in the eye, asking if he has fought so little before and doesn't understand the very basics at all. Laura is sure the narrative is that she has fought quite often and knows all the similar tactics and moments in order to win. Michael abruptly approaches her and talks about how she's very suspicious, but she only asks why he's talking to her like that. Michael looks right at her and talks about how in all likelihood he knows what she brought him to this place for right now. She's not sure, looks at Michael worriedly and asks about what he's made up in his head already. Michael talks about how she locked him in here so that she could call them all here later, and they were here to beat him up. Michael hears only silence from Laura. He turns to her again and tells her that if he is right, it is even better for him. Michael reaches out to her and asks her to write to them, asking them to come quickly because he's pretty bored wasting his time here. In the moment, Laura pretends like she's pretty shocked and talks about how she's been exposed and Michael turned out to be not so stupid. However, in her thoughts, Laura is well aware that she has locked Michael in here to prevent him from meeting the legends. She looks at Michael and realizes that her main concern right now is to stretch out more time. However, the moment she creates that she is now one-on-one with him in the rooftop inventory warehouse, and you realize that the situation is very unusual. Michael looks around and talks about how he should have brought a book to study with him, because standing here is just a waste of time. In the moment, Laura turns to Mike after hearing his words and talks about how she can teach him a lot. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Oscar. He walks into some classroom and asks about Laura. However, instead of answering, everyone starts cheering and talking about how the one who will beat the first-year Michael has finally arrived. However, in response, Oscar only repeats his questions, and he never hears a coherent answer from these guys. Moment, a chubby guy shows up nearby, and he turns to Oscar, saying that Laura has gone to see Michael. In the moment, Oscar turns away and starts walking somewhere, talk about how this is all incomprehensible to him at all. However, she turns around at the moment he notices a man with glasses, another man from the four legends who also came to the school on a search. Classmates begin to get even more excited to see the sight of 2 clients of 4 believe their salvation at once. Oscar turns to him and asks why he's here, reminding him that he said he could handle himself. In response, however, Charlie only looks at the classroom and says that apparently Laura and Michael are not here. When he realizes this, he abruptly turns around and starts to walk away, much to Oscar's bewilderment. In the moment Oscar attacks him from behind, they join hands and he talks about taking care of everything himself. However, the moment Charlie looks at him, says that he refuses such an offer. Oscar turns to him and asks if he really wants to fight him over such a small thing. Charlie talks about not getting too hot, because now it's just a waste of time for both of them. Together with classmates looks at it all, they obviously did not expect exactly such an outcome from such a legendary meeting. The pair of white-haired men release their hands and start walking somewhere to the side, saying he will deal with Michael. However, Charlie A's moment, he talks about how he disagrees with this decision, which causes the white-haired guy to be incomprehensible. At one point, the guy looks right at the guy's white hair and talks about how has he really learned a new flow state. In the moment, Oscar talks about how their dispute could then be solved with rock, paper, scissors. Classmates immediately start discussing the fact that this is a rather boring way of solving a problem, especially for such strong people. The chubby guy immediately realizes what's up because this game is going to be in a state of flux for both of them. Meanwhile, one of the second years runs into Michael's class and asks where the location is. The blonde-haired guy answers something they don't know because he recently went somewhere else. The young man looking at the blonde-haired bulky man asks, why are they talking in that tone of voice? Do they really want to get hurt? The young man calls this kid Michael's usual six. The latter takes it as an insult and interjects. The big guy, in asking them all to calm down, suggests that the conflict can be resolved peacefully. At the moment, all together amongst themselves, they begin to communicate something, however someone abruptly approaches the class. Never mind that a few guys came up and immediately all together pay attention to them, surprised at their arrival. These are two third-year guys. They call Michael helpless and talk about how apparently only his sixers are left. They turn to them and say that they stood in this place and did not go anywhere, because very soon they will all be taught a lesson. One of the second years insults them all and asks about what nonsense everyone is talking about and what is going on in the classrooms. Right after that, they start pointing fingers at everyone else and talking about how they're going to be completely finished very soon. After that, a verbal conflict ensues between them and one of the guys is about to turn into a fight. The young man swings around sharply and shouts that he is about to teach them all a very important life lesson. However, the young man he attacked says that he is a complete fool and immediately finds himself sharply behind him. Immediately afterward, he turns around and delivers a tremendous kick with his foot right in his opponent's face. By doing so, the guy from the second years immediately tosses the other from the third years aside with one swing of his leg. The young man introduces himself as a white ghost and talks about how if anyone here thinks he's garbage, they can get infected with him. The blonde-haired guy and the bulky guy remember that the young man is also quite strong and immediately realize that it's best not to continue arguing with him. The white ghost approaches another guy from year 3 saying that if that guy is human, he can attack. What kind of guy walks into a classroom and talks about how the first years and the pro period are missing absolutely all manners? In the moment, the white ghost looks straight into his face and is greatly surprised at the sight of him in front of him now. This guy turns out to be the same Charlie who is one of the 4 legends. He is immediately approached by a second-year guy who talks about how he looks like the penultimate nerd in those glasses. The blonde-haired guy, meanwhile, looking at this man, begins to wonder if he's seen him somewhere before. In the moment, the blonde guy is abruptly startled. He looks directly at the man with the glasses and talks about remembering everything. However, after seconds, the blonde-haired guy had already noticed the second-year guy lying unconscious on the ground just a moment later. The thug and the blonde-haired guy knew immediately that this one of the 4 legends was the same Charlie. Meanwhile, a guy with white hair has stepped outside the school, and he can't find Michael, nor can he reach Laura. He looks around and talks about how it all looks very suspicious to him. Meanwhile, Charlie addresses Michael's classmates, talking about how at one time they dared not even step on the shadows of their elders. Then they add about how the attack was murder on the spot in the first place, and at this point the big guy is trying to leave the office. Using a regular ruler, Charlie unwinds it and throws it right at him, thus stopping his escape. He turns to him and tells him that he obviously shouldn't leave because I'm just starting my lesson now. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael and Laura, who are sitting in that room doing lessons. Laura makes quite a few remarks to Mike. Michael is not well versed in many of the subjects she teaches him. She explains to Michael that if he doesn't answer right away, it's like he's lost, and he needs to prepare again. She walks up to Michael and talks about putting his hair up and getting ready to get flicked for losing to her. Michael talks about how everything is basically right and he lost again, and immediately raises his hair. However, Laura is afraid she is very shy and asks Michael to close his eyes for the duration of her hit. Michael talks about doing it that way. However, she asks to make it quicker, closing her eyes. Laura realizes in her thoughts that she can't hit Michael because he's cute and handsome. Immediately afterwards, Laura takes a punch, and it's obviously very weak because she hits Michael pretty well. Michael turns to her and talks about how she's a third year and should know when quite a bit she says that's right. Michael tells her that if she doesn't respond, he'll be the one to do the flicking. She says she can handle it. Meanwhile, the white-haired finger is still trying to reach Laura walking around the school grounds. In the moment, he turns his attention sharply to the very small building the room Michael and Laura are in. He heads towards her, however, in the moment two girls appear nearby. They turn to him and talk about how they haven't seen him in a while. They ask him where he's been for so long and why he didn't warn them that he was coming very soon. He asks to wait, but in response he only hears a ton more questions about school and how he came here. At the point these questions get annoying, then he talks about how he didn't come here to meet them, so he asks them all to leave. They start pulling his hair and cheeks, talking about what they must have just heard. Meanwhile, Michael asks his question. The answer turns out to be wrong, so he asks Laura to frame his forehead. Laura starts to talk about how it's not fair at all. However, Michael makes a point of telling her to hurry up and do it already. Quite unhappy, but fixes her hair to frame her forehead and indicates that she agrees. In the moment, Michael makes a pretty intense facial expression with a huge stream of energy and stares directly at her forehead. She notices this and starts yelling then for him to stop asking him what the strange expression on his face just now was. The next moment, Michael convinces her that it's okay. She agrees and presents her forehead again. Michael hits her very lightly as if he just touched her and didn't mean to strike at all. Michael starts talking about how he's really bad at it, that's why it came out so bad. However, in response, Laura with flushed cheeks only looks at the t-shirt. She finds it hard to believe that he hit so easily. Michael pulls out his phone and starts looking at something on it. Hello, Laura realizes that the blow was very weak from all of Michael's force. Michael talks about how he has one more follow-up question. Laura only glances over and says that they agree to hear him out. At the point Laura starts to get really embarrassed, she shifts her hands and starts telling Michael something that will make an exception. Turning away a little, she says that she allows him to socialize with her informally, and this is a big exception. Michael only looks at her calmly and doesn't understand what it's for or why she's deflecting his question. Laura notices that there is quite a lot of ignoring from Michael on this action, so she starts to blush and asks him why he is ignoring it. Michael talks about how he's kind of used formalities before, and also noting that they've been here for quite some time. Michael starts looking directly into Laura's eyes and asks her how much longer they have to wait and when they will be here. In the moment, Laura turns to Michael and asks him what he wants to fight the four legends for. And afterwards also asks about the fact that can't this all be resolved in normal words. At one point, Michael hears a strange noise right near the door at the entrance to this building and pays attention to it, of course. Michael starts to look back and asks what's going on behind that room. Laura is pretty badly spooked. She gets behind Michael, and Michael asks her to stand behind him because it will be safer that way. The moment here is a sharp blow, as if she's about to be broken barehanded by a huge metal door. Laura is worried. Michael asks her to be quiet. She talks about how she suspects someone is doing this on purpose. The next instant afterward, the door abruptly flew open with a tremendous and violent bang. It turns out one of the four legends, Oscar, is the one who kicked in the door. The white guy turns to Michael and asks about why he is locked up here with Laura. Laura lunges forward. She starts yelling about what he's doing and asks what he barged in for. Oscar talks about how he has a hard time believing the excuses and asks Laura how she could do that to him. White Hair tells her that she might as well admit that she found a boyfriend. Michael is very surprised by the phrase. The real back of the classmates start discussing the fact that it's Michael after all, and rumor has it he's dating Fiona. Apparently he has 2 girlfriends. Oscar looks directly at Michael and talks about how it turns out he's the one, because Laura has always liked the strong ones. Finger White Hair suggests that, to be more precise, Laura liked always the strongest, so she waited for him to be like that. Comes into the conversation, says she doesn't think so, and asks the guy with the white hair to stop with the nonsense. Oscar turns to Michael and asks him about seducing Laura while he was away. Michael turns to Laura and talks about how he doesn't know who the guy is. However, he got it all wrong. Michael asks Laura to explain everything. Michael, looking at a blushing Laura, says that she should tell him that she doesn't like him and call it a day. Oscar also turns to Laura and talks about how she told him all the truth. Oscar turns to Michael and talks about how he has a proposition if Michael is a man he has already figured it out. Laura talks about not doing that, and fighting in such a situation is clearly not the best solution. The girls standing nearby are looking at all this and discussing the fact that something very big is coming up. In the moment, one of them turns to Ronaldo and asks him to bring popcorn because there's a show coming up. Ronald stops and starts looking around and immediately notices Michael and that the atmosphere is pretty heated. Ronald looks at the second guy with white hair and can't figure out who he is or why he's standing across from Michael. In the moment, Laura turns to Michael and asks him to ignore everything that's going on. Starts talking about letting them solve their own problems. Such matters do not concern him at all. Michael walks over to the guy with the white hair and says that if he has no more complaints, he should back off. Michael talks about going to the Four Legends, at which point he notices a punch coming at him. Michael, of course, dodges it, but it was very unexpected and very difficult in such a situation. White hair looks at my eyes, says that if he dodged it, he's pretty good. Immediately afterward, Oscar turns to Michael and talks about how he is one of the Four Legends after all. This pleases Michael. He smiles, stretches the top of his shirt, and talks about how great it is. Laura notices it all. She is just in a wild shock and cannot believe what is happening now because she did not want this. Ronald overhears the whole situation. He realizes that he should bring information about it to the school. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Fiona, who is sitting at her desk and thinking about something. She remembers the words Michael's classmate said to her and realizes that they annoy her a lot, but it's true. Fiona contemplates where things could lead. She realizes that Michael could lose to him. However, he could win. This moment, one of her classmates runs into the classroom yelling that Michael is now fighting one of the Four Legends. I realize that it's very sudden and she hasn't even had time to decide which side she's on yet, because this whole situation pisses her off. Fiona starts screaming, asking where they are now, and running straight ahead after her classmates. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to another of the Four Legends. A man with glasses. He asks where Michael is. Michael's classmates start responding about how they don't know where Michael is now, and it's not all their fault. Meanwhile, there are guys running all over the hallways, yelling about how Michael is now fighting one of the Four Legends. These screams are heard by the very same Charlie who is wondering what he just heard, and says that today, Michael's classmate is lucky because their ringleader is the priority. He says that he will deal with them later, but abruptly in front of his eye, he notices a pencil flying at him with great speed. He, of course, manages to grab it and crush it right in his hands, but is more surprised. Turns out this pencil was launched at him by Richard. Charlie turns to him and talks about how it's not safe. At this, all looking on is a bulky man along with a blonde guy who is heavily insulated by what Richard is doing. Richard turns to the guy with the glasses and talks about how Michael is fighting one of the Four Legends right now, but even he can't handle two. Richard began to say that they couldn't beat him, but they could hold him off while Michael dealt with the other one. The bully and the blonde guy are very surprised when Richard refers them also to the help, but of course they agree. Charlie hears all this, of course. He's quite surprised, but he clearly doesn't protest. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Oscar. He asks Michael if there will be rules to their duel. Oscar talks about how he's obviously stronger, so he gives Michael a choice. In the moment right between them is Laura, who talks about how fighting isn't necessary and she can work out her feelings on her own. The moment the guy with the first hair nicely asks Laura to step back, says that it's not safe to be here. Michael cold-bloodedly waves his hand and talks about being asked to step back and agrees that it's not safe here. Laura at one point is practically crying, violently embarrassed and talking about how that's no way to behave, right? Laura starts crying and runs away in tears, saying that this is all pissing her off and she's sick of it. Oscar turns to Michael and asks about how he can treat an older girl like that. He looks at Michael and talks about changing his mind because he dared himself to hurt Laura. Immediately afterward, he jumps up and prepares to strike at Michael with a leg kick right to the face. With a rather bloodthirsty grin, he tells Michael what will now be awaiting him, a rather quick and painful death. However, Michael turns out not to be so simple. He just easily dodges such an attack or turns his neck around. His opponent does a pie in the air before turning around and throwing another leg kick, but Michael puts up a block from that kick. Michael knows what this kick is after all. It's a Brazilian kick. It's quite fast and agile, however it does little damage. Everything in this fight is watched by the girls standing nearby. They clap and talk about how great it is. They look at the rather beautiful and aesthetically pleasing attacks of the guy with white hair and talk about how he's just beautiful. Michael at this point dodges every attack and his head realizes that IU attacks and quite ordinary. By this time, Fiona has already arrived on the roof. She turns to Ronaldo and asks about the fight going on between them. Ronald talks about not knowing him yet, but she hits him and tells him to watch out. She turns her attention to the guys standing nearby who are analyzing the situation and trying to figure out who will win in this fight. They reflect on the fact that So and Michael's opponent is quite fast, however weak, but also Michael such a situation does not do anything at all. Standing next to the girls, asking them to shut up, say that they cannot concentrate on watching the fight while they are forever talking about something. They look at the whole fight and say that although Michael is very strong, they think Oscar should win. At a point in the dialogue, Fiona enters. She addresses them and tells them that they should be quieter. She once again addresses them and talks about how if they don't know it's best not to talk, because fighting well isn't just about acting cool. One of the girls wants to start arguing with Fiona, however the other stops her saying that she is Thomas's sister. In the moment, Fiona pathetically fixes her hair and says that now they are about to find out the outcome of the entire fight. Meanwhile, the fight continues, and Michael's mind simply dodges the attack, thereby analyzing his opponent's action. Oscar, with a smile on his face, tells Michael that he's pretty good for first years, and dodges pretty well. In the moment, Michael dodges the punch and says in a way that he is grateful for such words. However, young man turns out to be more ordinary than Michael thought. Immediately afterward, Michael lands a huge punch right in this guy's face, immediately smashing him to a bloody pulp. At one point, Michael tosses this guy aside, along with all the blood flowing, the rest of us just looking on. The girls who were just a short time ago talking about Oscar wins just stand there in shock and can't understand what happened. The guy with white hair gets to his feet and is surprised to see blood on his face. He finds it hard to believe. Michael turns to him and talks about how if he wants to be a badass, he has to fight properly. Michael revisits him and talks about how losing when he stands out is very shameful. Oscar tells Michael that just because he's only hit once doesn't mean he's won. In a moment, the eyes of the guy with the white hair became many times whiter, and he agreed with Michael that the method was not important, but the result. In the moment, a guy with white hair grabs a rope, throws it at Michael, and talks about how using dirty tricks is good too. It's a huge net of rope flying right at Michael, and he takes good notice of it and sees it right away. Immediately after that, Michael's opponent comes at him with a leg kick. Michael, of course, dodges, but this attack was very sharp. Michael looks right at this guy's hand and notices that it's moving so much faster than before. Immediately afterward, Michael's opponent throws another new leg kick, and it surprises Michael as well. Looking directly into his eyes, Michael noticed that his gaze had changed and his movements had become much faster. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Laura, who is sitting on the steps just crying. Laura talks about how she's the reason they didn't fight. If it goes on like this, it'll be like last time. In her flashbacks, Laura begins to recall a picture of Oscar and beating up everyone on the street. That day, several guys attacked him and tried to beat him together, but no one succeeded. He was very cruel to them, beating them in just a couple of blows, and some he even poked their eyes in with his fingers. That day it was Laura who looked at it all. She was even surprised at what was going on, and Oscar himself didn't immediately realize she was here. Covered in blood, he smiled sweetly and asked her how long she had been watching him. She looked at him with great shock covering her mouth and couldn't realize that I had done all this just him alone. He talks about how there's no blood on his body at all and weak guys like these couldn't do him any damage at all. That day he had said that if scum like that kept pestering Laura, he would just get rid of them. Now sitting on the stairs, and she recalls his phrase and realizes that he could seriously kill Michael. At the moment Laura stands up, she realizes that she can't stand idly by in such a situation. She clearly needs to think of something. Laura says she has an obligation to stop him, or this could all end very horribly for everyone here. Meanwhile, the fight between Michael and this guy is in full swing. They are attacking each other and not stopping. Oscar continues to dominate the attack issue, but Michael dodges all the attacks and realizes he can easily defeat him. Michael notices that he is very angry and attacks rather lightly, but he remembers to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Michael's opponent is in a rather unpleasant situation, but still continues to attack Michael time after time. Michael all but dodges and continues to study his attacks and maneuvers in order to put the full picture together in his head. However, in the moment, Michael is fully aware of the fact that his opponent was betting to use other punches as well, which is very strange. In a moment of removing his hands, Michael sees his opponent using dirty tricks and trying to reach his eyes. Michael, of course, notices all of this, and since he's a pretty uneasy person, easily dodges it. However, before Michael can return, a new attack comes at him from the other side, but Michael defends himself against it as well. In the moment, Michaela notices that there are almost no people around, and his opponent started to grab the sports equipment that is in the room. Michael immediately draws conclusions based on this, and in parallel dodges all the new attacks that are flying at him. The enemy, in the meantime, continues to make active raids, distracting Michael with sports equipment he approaches closer. Watching it all, Michael realizes that all the coolness and pathos is gone. Now the enemy's goals are victory at any cost. This is all being watched by Fiona. She also notices it, realizing that Michael's opponent has started to fight in very dirty ways. The real Near girls turn to her saying that style is not important, it's winning that matters, but Fiona disagrees. The guys who were analyzing the fight also began to notice that Michael's greenhouse style had drastically changed in a negative way. Meanwhile, the battle was in full swing, but Micah still did not dare to make strong attacks, but only analyzed. In a moment, he managed to grab his opponent's arm and abruptly begin to hold it back, looking straight into his eyes. Michael began to second-guess something and then began to twist his opponent's arm the other way, creating a surge of pain. Michael looks straight into his eyes and talks about how by all appearances he is in the flow, and Michael is completely right. Michael's adversary turns to him and asks if he knows about the state of the stream. Michael's opponent also holds up his hand, saying that it's clear here, and he asks Michael for his opinion on the flow. Immediately afterward, he bites Michael's hand and screams about how it is precisely because it is, and he is in a state of flux right now. Michael begins trying to dialogue with them, but still notices the blows coming at him. Immediately afterward, Michael says that the young man is not right at all, and abruptly delivers a lightning attack right to his face. This attack causes Michael's opponent's blood to flow, and Michael in turn grabs him by the neck from behind. Michael says it's not a flow state at all, and asks are all the other legends the same as these. However, Michael's opponent responds by saying that he is being completely delusional, and begins to raise his arm for another strike. Momentarily, Michael's opponent gets to his feet and asks how Michael knows what the true flow state is. Before he can blink an eye, however, Michael's sharp blow throws him right back into the wall, creating a new stream of blood on his face. Michael rarely addresses it and talks about how the same question should have been posed, not him. Meanwhile, to the scene of the battle comes Laura, who shoves through. Everyone starts to watch. Then what happens? Pretty interesting picture of Michael's penetrator standing battered near a pool of blood, and Michael standing unharmed and just watching. Laura is wildly surprised by what she sees, for she didn't expect Oscar to get hurt so badly in this fight. She then turns her attention to Michael, who is looking at the crowd, and realizes that Michael's turn is just fine. He's starting to realize that if there's not a scratch on Michael, then all that blood belongs to his opponent. In the moment, Oscar turns to Laura and asks why she came back here, and reiterates that it's dangerous. She asks him about the blood, but he says that he just cut himself and that he sees nothing wrong with it. In the moment, Michael's opponent looks at him and talks about how none of that matters in the moment, and the main goal is just to win. Immediately afterward, Michael's opponent screams that Michael will never find the answer to his questions because now he's going to die, and abruptly takes off. Immediately afterward, a bloody battle is once again brewing between the two, and this time Michael's opponent is even a little stronger. Michael notices that he's started to open up too much, and for kicks decides to take advantage of that by hitting him with some serious punches. That turn decided to answer Michael, but it was difficult to do so because Michael dodged easily. In the moment, Michael landed a punch right to his face before moving to his back to take a better position. Oscar noticed this. He decided to passionately forge it again Jersey, and began to attacking him from behind himself. In a moment, Michael began to notice that his opponent was becoming more and more desperate, as if he was losing touch with reality. In the moment, Michael tells him to calm down and strikes him right in the face again, throwing him aside. This is all noticed by Laura. She is wildly surprised and looks right at Mile and how he wears a kick on Oscar. The same chubby boy appears in the moment, talking about how he hasn't seen Michael's opponent in such a state in a long time. Looking at him, the swollen boy talks about how he is in a good state of flux now. He was once called a big dog. The chubby guy started talking about how he's probably in a big frenzy right now and is entering just such a state. Immediately after which the swollen boy says that today Michael will be victimized by the big dog when he peaks. In the moment, Fiona turns to the chubby guy, and the guy is sharply surprised because he hasn't seen Phylon earlier today. She turns to him and points her finger at him to shut up and talks about how he really pisses her off with his remarks. This is him talking about getting too excited and decides to be careful with his remarks towards Michael. Moment Fiona starts pointing out trees to him, and one particular one. He counts them and asks about the fourth tree. Fiona turns to him and tells him everything is right, and then sends him to that tree, saying that he stood and spoke there. He doesn't really like it, however she follows up by giving him a kick and telling him to hurry up and go right there and not piss her off. Fiona stands pondering why the young man annoys her so much, with Ronald standing nearby watching it all. Standing nearby, Laura also turns her attention to Fiona, realizing that she is Thomas's sister and intimidating just by the mere sight of her. However, Laura looks further behind the fight, realizing that the far more important issue now is the state of Michael's opponent. Watching all of this, she realizes that she doesn't want to see how violent he looks right now at all anymore. Meanwhile, with blow after blow, Michael demolishes him and deals increasingly critical damage, leaving ever larger wounds. Michael realizes that his opponent is surprisingly holding on for quite a while, since he should have passed out from a couple of past blows. Michael looks at him and dodges and realizes that stalling further could be very dangerous. After a few more massive punches straight at his opponent, Michael managed to take him right to the ground. That turn began to try to get up again, but Michael motioned to him not to overdo it. In the moment, he starts to get up, talk about recognizing Michael's strength, but abruptly falls down, which causes Laura to be shocked. He realizes that his legs have pretty much given up by now, but knowing Laura is watching it all, he realizes he can't be embarrassed. Michaela turns to him and asks if he wants to propose, asking if he's tired after everything. At one point, he starts twisting on his hands and talking about how he doesn't care about anything else. If his legs fail, he will use his arms. Once again, he attacks Michael, however, in response, Michael once again throws him aside with a single punch. The girls who used to root for him ask what's going wrong because they realize he doesn't look like a man anymore. They compare his actions to a dog, also rabid, that once again lunges at Michael in an attempt to get a hold of him. Time after time, however, Michael has thrown him aside again and again with just one of his punches. In the moment after many attacks, he passes out for a while and begins to remember his past, a hike in the woods with his class. Then little he would turn to her and talk about not worrying about anything and he would be fine. However, he was always clumsy and just stumbled over ordinary rocks to Laura's bewilderment. The guys called him a wimp. One deck stopped and helped him every time, saying that the others wouldn't touch him. He, in turn, as usual, the child just sat there crying with a small wound. I realize he is helpless. However, she remained sober. She asked him to remove his hands and talked about how they needed to treat the wound. With great amazement, he looked at Laura and realized that she was his only hope that was helping. At that moment, he realized that he really liked Laura and began to put himself under her arm and rub his hair. But she told him that she didn't like him because she liked strong men who don't need to be taken care of. After saying those words, she caused her white hair to tear and realized that she had said too rude a thing. At one point, he grabbed her hand and asked if she would like him if he became many times stronger. Then she told him that he should start by getting stronger, and then she would see what would come of it. It was from that moment that everything started his life daily. He tried for the sake of getting stronger and stronger. Day after day, he spent in the gym swinging more and more, gaining his strength time after time. Every time he got stronger, he decided to tell Laura about it, because the moment he became no worse than the legendary trio. One day in the hall, he was approached by a girl who asked him to teach her to swarm as she looked very strong. Received only a rejection, saying that she had studied on her own, while doing so in a very rude and cold-blooded manner. However, he later turned around and told this one that he only liked one, and that Laura was the one he was here for. At a point, he noticed Laura in the gym and approached her, asking why she was playing on her phone. Are they practicing like they should? In response, she offered to play on her phone or talked about how she only came here at his request. In a moment, he began to turn to her and brag, saying he had set a new record for push-ups. However, she only talked about how it was very cool and later showed her achievements of online games. She also stated that this achievement is also very great, and every time she bragged about it as if it was the first time. In the moment, every time he felt bad, he remembered Laura in front of him, whom he had promised himself he would protect all the time. However, returning now to reality, he remembers her and realizes that he is losing everything he used to achieve. He realizes that he should not stop, get back on his feet, and says it is worth it to finish what he started. With a rather angry face, he began to run straight at Michael, preparing to attack him with great force. However, she sharply shouted and said his name and asked him to stop saying that this was the place to end. He yelled about standing strong and being the strongest. However, Michael answered him that he wasn't even a dog and swung his arm sharply. Michael said it was time to call it a day and then delivered a pretty sharp and hard punch right in the guy's face with a lot of force. At one point, covered in blood, he just collapsed to the ground unconscious, and Michael turned around and started walking away from him. It was a huge shock for Laura. She just couldn't believe that her friend was lying on the ground, battered and covered in blood. It was even more silk to those girls who liked him a lot, and also couldn't believe it was happening. Only Fiona, who was initially confident that Michael would beat them all, stood satisfied. Also in huge shock was the chubby guy who just couldn't contain his amazement at Michael's win. Michael says afterward that he wanted to learn more about the substances. However, to do so was not to be able to be a forward beast. Not a human. Fiona abruptly started fixing her hair and telling everyone that how she had planned for Michael to be there is more powerful than Eunosha. The girls began to discuss amongst themselves that Michael was much cooler than one of the four legends. They also began to discuss amongst themselves that Michael was now their favorite. However, Laura began to run to her friend. She began to rock him and talk about not daring to die with tears in her eyes. In the moment, Michael walked over and grabbed his body, asking Laura if he should take him to the nurse's station. Laura turned to Michael and asked why he was deciding to help them and what he was proposing to do it all for. Michael started talking about how he was the one who beat him up and also filled Laura in on the fact that her friend was going to be okay and started to walk away. In the moment, Fiona turns to Michael with a question, but he abruptly interrupts her and tells her that this is not the time for them to talk. Fiona looks directly at Michael and makes a point of saying that this is generally true and agrees with him. However, what she notices is that Laura has started to run right behind him getting involved, and she doesn't like it much anymore. Fiona pays attention to the fact that between the two of them, they don't seem to be getting to know each other. Meanwhile, Fiona notices the girls behind her sharply discussing her and Laura in the context of Michael. Fiona abruptly takes notice and starts bugging out, the way they chat about Laura possibly dating Michael. Also, watching them, Fiona laughs. They talk about how Michael just blew her off since he's too good for someone like her. Fiona decides to attack the nearby Ronald for standing idly by in such an important situation. In the moment, Fiona turns to Ronald and asks him what the whole evaluation and words of these girls mean. Ronald replies that he and that guy got into a fight because of what lore had between them, a phrase that shocks Fiona greatly. Fiona asks for more details about this moment. The chubby boy overhears it all standing behind a tree. However, more worrying is the thought that already the second of the four kings has lost. He just can't imagine it's possible. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a blonde-haired guy and the third of the four legends, a man with glasses. There is also a bulky guy there who takes up underhanded attempts to attack the guy in glasses, rather unsuccessfully. The guy with the glasses responds by simply grabbing the bulky guy and sending him wall in just one motion with his hand. Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy doesn't stay aside. He runs at the bulky guy right from behind and prepares to attack him. Once again, however, with one swipe of his hand, Charlie eliminates the blonde guy's ability to attack him, after which strikes another additional blow straight to the head of the weak guy, chopping him off. At this point, Richard also intervenes in the situation. Taking a wrench, he is going to attack the guy with glasses strictly on the side. However, this attempt proves to backfire. Charlie, wearing glasses, easily knocked Richard's pen out of his hand. The clash also connects, and the big guy picks up a chair and attacks the man with glasses from behind. However, with such a sudden attack, gets a fist right in his face in just one instant. At this time, Richard tries to attack him again, but this attack is unsuccessful against him. Charlie turns to Richard, saying that he is the only one left. All the others have already fallen without strength. Richard is pretty serious, though. He talks about how none of this matters and asks his opponent to start attacking. In the moment, Charlie turns to Richard and talks about realizing who he is. Looking directly at the surprised Richard, the man in glasses, and talks about how Richard is the brother of one of the weapons masters he knows. Glasses talking about how he needs to have fun sometimes. Richard asks him how he knows his brother. In the moment, Charlie talks about various rumors from how Richard's brother stole a very serious weapon. And then Charlie pulls out a pink pencil case and pulls something out of it, saying that he also got his hands on some weapons. Richard's opponent pulls out some kind of red thing. Richard is greatly surprised and asks him if he's serious. Charlie asks Richard if he's heard of the psycho with the red marker and afterward asks to attack him. Meanwhile, the events of the story carry over to his method item. Michael informs Laura of what he has done and is now leaving. Laura talks about how this whole situation is a huge misunderstanding and her usual friend is nothing like she is today. Laura starts to talk about the other 4 clients, but Michael interrupts her, saying that it's none of his business. Michael looks at the guy he hit and talks about how he's Laura's friend, and they're his, so everything else is not his concern anymore. Watching him, Michael thinks about it and realizes that he is also involved in this project for his own gain. Michael covers his face and talks about how this guy is probably not as bad as he looks and seems to Laura. Michael talks about wanting a lot of blood from him, but he didn't hit the bones, also adding that he will probably come to his senses soon. Michael turns around and says you can count that as anesthesia and asks Laura to take good care of him. Laura stops Michael and talks about how it's because of her that the fight happened and starts to blush profusely. In the moment, she walks away and talks about how Michael won this fight after all, and that's a huge deal. At one point, their dialogue is interrupted as George runs into the classroom and shouts Michael's name sharply. Michael talks about how it's been a while since they've seen each other. George interrupts Michael, talking about how none of that matters now. Looking directly at Laura, he informs her that another one of the 4 is now right in their classroom. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Richard, who fights him and loses pretty badly. Using his pen and his real hand, Richard tries to compete with him, but it doesn't work out well. Richard is much more experienced and strong. He easily lands punches right important points to Richard's body. Although Richard can sometimes dodge and sometimes even attack well, but all this does not bring significant value in this battle. At one point, the guys in glasses even manages to grab Richard's arm and deal some pretty major damage with great force, injuring him. However, Corey pays no attention to all this. He continues to toke, madly attacking time after time on everything about the enemy. Famously, they take a brief pause. Richard realizes he's running out of strength and his opponent is pretty crazy. Charlie turns to Richard, says that he expected a much better result from his brother, the Master of Arms. Turning to Richard, he talks about taking a look at himself there and making sure to buy a new shirt after everything that has happened. Richard realizes that if the marker had been a pen, all that was happening could have been his blood in this fight. However, turning to his opponent, he talks about how he would have died by now from the chest wound Richard inflicted on him. In a moment, Charlie is quite surprised. He realizes that Richard may not be lying and starts paying attention to his body. At this point, Richard takes advantage of the moment that has given out and sharply strike with the pen. The partner in glasses manages to dodge. Immediately afterward, Richard swoops straight at the enemy's separator with great speed, striking him. However, the guy in glasses is already very angry. With one movement of his hand, he throws Richard aside. In the moment, Charlie pulls out some other weapon and says that this will be the end of the training. Quite an instrument that so closely wades the rays of the sun and aims it directly at Richard. Looking straight into his eyes, he talks about how the punishment for all that has been going on is about to begin. Richard starts to get up and talk about how apparently he really is in great danger this time around. Richard gets to his feet and brings up that he's been practicing daily for the sake of bringing his brother. However, this is not at all enough to defeat his opponent now and in past times as well. Richard looks at his opponent and realizes that whoever is against him, he must not lie down at his hands. However, in the moment, Richard looks somewhere ahead and starts yelling about Michael stopping. In a moment, everyone in the class, including Richard's opponent, turns back sharply upon hearing Michael's name. Turns out it was a ruse. Taking his sharp pen, he jumped up sharply and began to bear right on his opponent with an attack. However, Richard's opponent, Charlie, immediately saw what was happening and began to beat back the attacks. In a moment, he was still able to intercept Richard's arms and bend one of them and prepare to strike the other. Immediately after Charlie fends off all of Richard's surprise attacks, he decides to grab Richard's face. Immediately after, he grabs him and throws him sharply aside, knocking the handle out of his hands and sending his body into the wall. In the moment, Charlie takes Richard's pen and talks about confiscating it and can't believe he's been double-crossed. At the moment, the man with the glasses begins to realize that the effects of the substances he has taken are beginning to wear off, which means you have to finish. The moment again starts off sideways and calling Michael's name, which again surprises the guy with the glasses. In the moment, Charlie turns to Richard and talks about how there's no way to cheat a third time, and there's clearly no Michael behind him. However, at that moment, someone's strong punch flew straight into the side of the body of a man wearing glasses with quite a bit of speed. Turns out a kick from someone's foot with tremendous speed sends the man in glasses straight into the wall like he did to Richard. As I expected, it turns out our hero Michael. He abruptly turns to this guy and asks if it's true that he's one of the 4 legends. And in the moment Richard intervenes, he shouts to Michael that everything is right, and it is him, warning him that he is using a gun. However, the glasses start wiping their chins, saying that this time it will be as different as possible. Charlie gets up and turns to Michael, asking if it's true that his name is Michael, and if that means he defeated one of them. Charlie realizes that someone like Michael couldn't just beat one of them. It's likely Michael used dirty tricks. Charlie gets up and, turning to Michael, asks if he uses the outside. Not hearing the answer, he says he will then do the same. The men in glasses start talking about how Michael will not be spared, but at that moment their attention is drawn to Laura, who walks into the classroom. She starts walking straight towards the guy with the glasses and gets between them, then turns to her saying it's dangerous. However, all she does in response is hit him and yell at him, saying that there is nothing more dangerous he will do. He starts hitting him and yelling at him with questions about what he came for and why he made all this mess at school. Laura yells at him and accuses him of putting his pen down and not trying to threaten her because she's not afraid at all. Michael turns to Laura and talks about how she's beaten this guy up enough and asks her to step aside. Starts running at Michael and trying to stop him talk about them not starting the fight, but Michael refuses that offer. Laura tries to forcibly stop Michael at the cathode, takes her out and talks about staying out of it. This all perplexes the guy with the glasses. He doesn't understand why Michael is being so nice to Laura. After all, he's supposed to be chasing her. Moment Charlie and looks right at the chubby guy and says in all likelihood he lied to him about everything. The chubbiest guy, the guy who was watching all of this, abruptly notices the unkind look of a man in glasses, realizing what's up. The men in glasses start correcting their glasses and talking about how these are just huge for him. He addresses everyone and talks about how maybe he got it wrong and they should figure it out. Charlie turns to Michael and talks about asking a question, but Michael interrupts and talks about wanting to be the first to do it. Michael turns to him, calls out the name of some substances and asks what they are. Charlie's point is that this explanation is not for anyone here. Hint, hint all around. Michael turns around and notices a whole crowd of schoolboys standing around watching their fight even outside the classroom. Michaela turns to him and talks about being right here, and they'd better go somewhere else to have a proper conversation. Charlie walks by Michael and talks about how they are supposed to meet on the roof of the prep school at 8 o'clock tonight. As he was leaving, the man in glasses turns to Michaela again and says that there was only one cake. He continues to walk away, however. Richard stops him and asks him what about the pen he took. However, in response, Charlie only begins to walk away, telling everyone, "See you soon." In the moment, already leaving the classroom, along the hallway abruptly, something notices on my body and I pay attention. He realizes that the substances have made him bleed, and hiding it obviously won't work walking around the school. As it turns out, George is watching the whole thing, especially Charlie walking down the hall. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a supervisor who tells us that the events of the project are moving very quickly. George is on the phone with her and tells her that it's all true and the fight itself will happen very soon. The leader talks about being able to verify all the information about the 4 legend kings using the club's information. George talks about how Michael is very strong, but as the project progresses, it feels like he's only getting stronger. He asks her on the phone if the supervisor saw Michael's last fight. She says she didn't. The supervisor replies that it doesn't matter much now, even that Michael has gotten when stronger. Watching the information in the computer, it says that Charlie is very strong with guns, but Michael is not. The supervisor keeps looking at the computer and talking about how there is no need to worry because there is another problem. Namely, one famous guy who is the pinnacle of everything that exists now. Even Michael is a long way from him. Immediately afterward, the supervisor orders George to think of something that might keep Michael on his trail. He stops talking, starts to think about what he can come up with in such a quick time. George starts thinking about how he can put all these plans into action, and remembers that Michael is very much obsessed with learning, and that's a good thing. Michael comes into a place and immediately talks about how he can't believe he came here to fight. He gets into the elevator going up, realizes he's in a pretty ridiculous situation. He realizes that to everyone around him he looks like a very unknown guest who can only bring trouble. Michael, meanwhile, is looking for his floor. A girl standing next to him is already telling her friend on the phone that Michael is very handsome. Go to the floor. Michael immediately noticed that there is a huge number of girls who are embarrassed at the sight of him. Michael realizes that he should follow to the roof and tries to find a way up there, but the girls nearby devour him with a look. One of them walks up to Michael and talks about how he's even better up close, or else the whole line is still looking for an entrance to the roof. Michael walks up to check in. The girl staunchly asks what she can do for him. However, no sooner does Michael speak to her than Charlie appears at his side and calls out to him. Michael's classmate turns out to be among the people there, which does not please the girls who are there. Seeing that she knows Michael, they start pestering her and asking her to help them with their acquaintance. However, Michael's classmate reacted expectedly badly and started running away, which called the other girls not much joy. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael's classmates who are sitting on a rooftop somewhere and watching him from the sidelines. The guy asks the bulky guy not to get out so much. Richard looks around in an attempt to find Michael. In the moment, they all see Michael, and across from him a man with glasses standing on a rooftop looking at each other. Laura, who has been watching everyone all this time and is now also present, also comes up on the roof. Michael asks why the meeting place was the elementary school. Charlie talks about her helping him. Charlie asks Michael, does he really think that as a member of the Four Legends he doesn't fit in here? Followed by him also turning to Michael and talking about how everything going on here is for Laura. This surprises Michael a little. In the moment, Charlie starts talking, but very clever language, and explaining to Michael on the subjects of the Force. Mike is quite stressed because he absolutely cannot understand about that speech and why all Four Legends are so smart. Michael starts fixing his hair and talking about how all these worries are better left behind because they're not very interesting. However, fixing his shirt, Charlie talks about how as a member of the Four Legends he can't lose. At one point he starts stretching out his shirt sleeve and talking about how because of his busy schedule he can't lose. Immediately afterward, he pulls out a pink pencil case from his sleeve, which he apparently intends to use in battle. Michael turns to him and talks about how ending the conversation brings great relief for him. Michael's opponent pulls out a steel pen and tells him that the case in this fight will be all luck. Charlie gets into a stance and talks about how his best weapon is a stationary, which surprises Michael. Michael talks about how in his whole life this is the first time he's ever seen someone who is going to fight in such childish ways. Laura takes notice because she didn't really want her friend to fight against Michael with a pen. Michael's friends, meanwhile, discuss, oh, that's not really fair. However, they still believe in Michael's strength. Richard intervenes in the dialogue and speaks sharply about how it's dangerous even for Michael in this situation. Richard explains that Young is one of the inheritors of the fighting style, which is why he is a danger with a gun. Starting to explain in more detail and talks about how their fighting style focuses on using different items. And when struggling in school, they always use stationary items because they are always on hand. Laura intervenes and says that she is not very interested, but asks Richard to explain something. Richard explains by example that if a very strong man is given an ordinary branch, he will defeat a weak man with a sword. Richard explains that when a branch is normally used by an entire master, then it automatically becomes a powerful weapon. So looking at all of this, Richard talks about how guns are not as important as who uses them. In this situation, Michael has one of the leaders in stationary fighting skills against him, and it's dangerous. Hearing Richard's explanation, Laura is greatly surprised she hadn't closely expected to be so dangerous. She starts hitting and asking why they just sit and watch if they know of such great danger. However, Richard only looks at Mike and talks about how they all collectively believe in him, so interfering in their fight is going to interfere. Michael turns to his opponent and asks him about the battle with a regular pen. In response, Michael's opponent just throws a homemade shuriken that goes straight to our hero's face. However, it actually turns out to be the simplest ruler, much to Michael's surprise. However, our hero is very professional, so he leans away from this attack with great ease. Seeing that an ordinary ruler was able to get stuck in the wooden table, and thus was launched with great force. Michael's opponent turns to him and asks him if he now thinks he's just playing around. Michael's opponent reaches out to him again and tells him that everything is happening just as he said it would, so he asks Michael to fight him to the best of his ability. Immediately afterwards, Michael's opponent strikes at him, and Michael realizes he's in pretty big danger now. He begins to dodge and then so-and-so attack and watch his opponent's actions carefully. At this time, Michaela continues to men in glasses and does not stop attacking at all. Time after time, however, Michael increasingly evades them and acts on his standard analysis tactics. Several minutes of combat pass, and the dynamic doesn't change at all. Michael still risking his health to continue dodging every attack of his opponent. The fight is watched by Richard, who is quite angry, because unlike him, Young uses his techniques well. In the moment, a chubby boy appears nearby to talk about Charlie's nickname, Gorilla. However, the moment all the guys around Sai are surprised at the sight of Laura disappearing in her place is this chubby guy. Richard asks his boys to take him away, saying that he is on the side of their enemy and has nothing to do here. However, at the end turns to him and asks if Michael's opponent was slept through by the gorillas, precisely because of his grip and attack. The chubby guy turning to Richard suggests that he's generally not surprised that Richard knows this. The chubby guy explains the fact that there really is true, because his grip is comparable to a gorilla's grip. Meanwhile, Michael's opponent continues to assiduously attack him time after time with increasingly fast attacks. Richard looks down on all of this and realizes that Michaela is in a pretty bad situation that's going to be hard to get out of. In this situation, both opponents analyze each other, and this gives them both a slight advantage in. Also explains that this fight can be called deadly, because every scratch can cost them their lives. Michael, meanwhile, apparently realizes it very well himself, because he is very cleverly dodging it and watching his opponent's actions. The chubby boy talks about how Michael could get very unlucky, and then the fight would be over pretty quickly. However, in the moment Michael first takes action, and with a single movement of his hand, knocks out one of the weapons used by his opponent. Michael says that he is tired of playing these games for a while, but does not want to continue. Meanwhile, Charlie can't believe this is the first time he's ever dropped his weapon and is getting hit because of something. Looking at Michael, he can't believe that one of his guns was lost because of this weakling's blow, because it's absurd. In the moment, Michael's opponent avoided the attack, telling himself that it was just plain luck. Michael's opponent carries another attack, but again Michael easily dodges it. Time after time, Michael repelled his attacks again, realizing that they were all largely useless and worthless. In an instant, with his fist strike, Michael once again knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. This came as a shock to him, as it definitely couldn't be put down to a normal failure now, yet he continued to attack. This moment was the first time he saw a punch coming right at him. It was Michael's huge fist. At this point, for the first time in the entire fight, Michael's opponent used his hands for defense rather than offense. Immediately after that, he began to back away sharply, gaining more distance with Michael, realizing what was about to happen. Charlie is very worried and can't believe that Michael manages to fend off all his attacks. Richard and the guys look at all of this and talk about Charlie being unarmed, and that's fine. However, the chubby boy says that his friend hasn't used the full arsenal yet, so it's very early to draw conclusions. The boy with glasses also talks about how he didn't want to use the full power of his bubblegum until now, because it's very dangerous. However, he now pulls out his pencil case and talks about the situation forcing either to act in this manner. The boy talks about how now he can start throwing his weapon with the speed of a gorilla, and then Michael will get nowhere. In the moment, this is apparently what happens, for Charlie picks up a pencil and uses an unusual grip. Michael notices this, and of course dodges the attack, but the difficulty has clearly increased, and he notices it well. As soon as he leans over from the pencil, he immediately notices sharply that a circlet is flying at him, and this is also very dangerous. Following the circlet, several more objects start flying at Michael. Being almost in a state of flux, Michael dodges them. Time after time, the weapon flies just past him, but he is well aware that it can't go on like this for much longer. However, his opponent apparently has a completely different point of view because he just stands still and continues to attack Michael from a long distance. This is all noticed by Richard. He is very worried about Michael. Talk about how his opponent can't even be approached now. However, Richard also realizes that no matter how dire the situation is right now, Michael is still very much in control. With his bare hands, Michael begins to bat away objects that fly at him and asks his opponent if he's kidding. Michael kicks back objects flying at him so hard and sharply that they fly to the top of our guy's roof. Richard explains that due to the sheer strength of this guy's grip, even an object like an eraser can do damage. However, in a trace, Richard also adds that it threatens ordinary people like them, but apparently definitely not Mike. Michael begins to turn to his opponent and talk about how he should stop playing games already. However, in response to Michael's request, Charlie disobeyed and once again threw a pen-shaped weapon at Michael. Michael, of course, intercepted that pen and squeezed it in his hand and told him about how if he wasn't going to stop, Mike would accept those rules. Immediately afterward, Michael became quite cold-blooded, looking directly at him and talking about taking off his glasses. However, in response, Michael's opponent approached him sharply and was about to strike with the handle again, but Michael ducked. Michael turns to him and talks about how he'd better take off his glasses, then delivers a lightning-fast punch right in his opponent's face. This one hits the man with the glasses very hard, hitting right in the area of his nose. Just one blow from Michael was enough to knock his opponent aside, denying him the opportunity to attack. The guy's glasses fell to the ground and broke, and he also fell, but was able to get up. Our guys are in shock. They are surprised that Michael's opponent was able to get up even after such a blow, because it was very strong. Michael's opponent turns to him and talks about how embarrassed he is to be in these situations. Turning to Michael, he talks about how he was going to deal with him, and pretty quickly and without any problems. In the moment, he turns to Michael and talks about how, unfortunately, the drug has already started to take effect, and it's inevitable. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some man he pulls up to the building in a car and says he has arrived. On the other line, Michael's friend on the phone is talking to him, asking him to park. He asks his friend Michael what he should do now, since he can't even see anything through the window, if he should just wait. However, Michael's friend asks him rather rudely what other questions he has about the situation. He replies abruptly that he will wait silently for further instructions and disconnects from the call sitting in the car. As soon as he drops the call, the man starts yelling at Michael's friend, talk about how he's just sick of being bossed around. Immediately after that, the agent begins to look closely at the windows of the neighboring house, but he sees nothing useful in them. The events of the story take us to the leader who is in her computer looking for information about the God Club. However, to find something she does not get at all, because every time she tries to view something accessed, it turns out to be classified. She begins to suspect that this God Club may operate nationwide, so it's worth checking out information related to other cities. Meanwhile, Michael's adversary comes back to him and talks about how he's already taken 2 whole pills today, which is really not good. Michael turns to him and asks about his use of banned substances, specifying whether they can do anything without them. These words surprise Michael's opponent, and he asks him that did he fight against other legends without knowing about the substances? Michael's opponent tells the man that apparently he knows how to go into flow mode and do it without any substances. Michael turns to his opponent, talks about not using any substances to enter the stream. However, Michael's opponent asks to interrupt the dialogue, saying that he himself promised to talk after the fight. When Michael's opponent says, and Moden says he will answer all questions if he wins, be warned it's about to get very serious. Michael points out that he is using a pen. Michael still considers it childish methods. However, Michael's adversary does not agree with him. He turns to him and tells him to fight as hard as he can if he wants to survive. Immediately after that, Michael's opponent gets off his seat and runs straight at him, telling him that he should dodge. In the moment Michael does just that, he begins to fend off the attacks that are coming at him and analyze the actions. Michael again notices that his opponents have indeed gotten faster, but he can still control them. Michaela fends off all the new attacks that are coming at him at no small speed. In the moment, he also notices that the speed of the pen strikes has also increased, and it's a bit dangerous. The chubby boy tells everyone that his friend has finally entered a state of flow, and now Michael is not relaxing. The chubby boy is still confused by the fact that Michael is pretty strong. He says that he's one of the strongest he's ever known. However, the chubby boy still also believes in his friend, is said to be the most reliable and resilient of all 4 years. Richard agrees swollen boy talk about how his classmates' skills are indeed impressive. Michael, meanwhile, observes the fact that it is indeed as if the opponent is in a state of flux, rather than the usual banned substances. Michael dodges each new attack, also noticing that his opponent's movements have changed more. Conducting a subtle analysis, Michael concludes that this opponent is very different from the past. However, for the moment, Michael is in control of the situation. He is fending off unnecessary attacks and keeping his opponent's strength in check. However, Michael notices that it's as if he's still not tired, and that's one of the signs of danger. Michael begins to realize that it looks like his words about the deadly pen weren't jokes at all, and he really thinks they were. At this point, Michael decides that the best thing for him to do now is to parry the attacks that are coming at him. Immediately after which Michael does exactly that, however the speed of his opponent surprises him again. Michael begins to fend off attacks that are aimed directly at him, defending himself from everything around him. Michael's opponent turns to him and tells him that he will not drop his weapon again in this dais. Immediately afterward, Michael's opponent attacks him again, saying that he can now clearly see his movement. A few more times he did this to Michael, but all these attempts failed, for Michael dodged. Michael's opponent's attack isn't going to stop there. I'm so going again, but it's so futile too. Richard says that he feels as if Michael's hold on him has become much stronger. The chubby boy talks about how Michael's current opponent is different from the others, as the substance affects him a little differently. The chubby guy explains that the same opponent, Michael's red-haired opponent, specialized in grabs and joint attacks. Michael's second opponent with white hair was increasing his aggressiveness with substances as well as agility. The chubby guy talks about substances improving the good skills you already have, but Charlie is an exception. The chubby boy says that although he said that he uses substances for studying, the fact of use still remains. Watching the fight, he also talks about how Michael's opponent has now begun to put his original plan into action. As he continues to watch the fight, he also adds that previously, Michael's opponent also analyzed it, but has now translated his knowledge into preparedness. That's why now one of the biggest dangers for Michael has now begun in this fight. However, our hero is still not so simple. He easily manages to parry the attacks that come at him. After our hero fends off an attack, he immediately strikes back directly into the body of his opponent. Michael's opponent is quite angry. He says that it's just impossible because his calculation was perfect. Michael's opponent turns to him and asks who he even is, since it's impossible that the first years fought so well. Michael's opponents start talking about how his movement is amazing and he fights better than the rest of the legends. Michael's adversary asks him if he takes some other substances or uses them in a special way. However, Michael again asks him not to bullshit about the substance, reiterating that he's not using anything here. Michael's opponent, wiping the blood from his face, suggests that Michael, in all likelihood, just doesn't want to tell him. In a moment of his all but fallen, what Michael said, Michael is sharply surprised by his phrasing and can't believe that it's impossible to use substances. Michael's opponent says he's lying to him because it's impossible to move so well without substances, and Michael goes at him. In response, Michael also starts heading straight for him, preparing to deliver his crushing blow. Then it does. Once again, Michael knocks the weapon out of his opponent's hands, knocking him aside. Michael swings around again and talks about how they will only ask questions of each other after they win. Immediately afterward, Michael lands a rather strong and brutal punch right in his opponent's face at tremendous speed. This whole situation greatly surprises our guys. They cannot believe that Michelson a couple of blows crushes such a big guy. Meanwhile, the event of the story takes us to a felony who comes home to her house and talks about being very tired today. As I start to change, she notices that Thomas isn't home again and she's already freaking out. As she walks around the house, she reflects on the fact that she will soon take all the first place in school because there is no competition at all. Changing clothes to reflect on the fact that Michael likes studying a lot, and it would be nice to call him to the library, but it's terribly boring. Remembering that moment that happened in high school doesn't realize that it pisses her off pretty hard. However, Fiona follows by looking at herself in the mirror and talking about how she's not the only girl in school after all, and not yet her rival. Fiona changes into her house clothes and talks about Ronaldo's nerdy words and not wanting to be believed at all. Fiona decides to guess about what happened and confront Michael, directly asking him how it was. Meanwhile, the fight between Michael and his opponent continues, with Michael's opponent managing to fend off some of his attacks. Michael's opponent starts talking about how he finally caught him, and now he can't get away from him after such a strong grip. Michael is a little surprised at what is happening. He looks at his hand, however, more gives the impression that he is perplexed. Immediately afterward, Michael swings his other arm and asks his opponent what the hell he's talking about. Michael's opponent begins to defend himself and realizes that he should catch both hands to gain full control. However, while he ponders this, Michael runs at him again with another new attack. Michael attacks with his leg and his opponent has little chance to defend against those attacks anymore. Michaela's Prinnick realizes that he is very strong here because he feels more of the attack, even when he puts a block on it. Michael's opponent begins to realize that there is absolutely no sense of defense, and to win he should only start to act. In an instant, he does manage to do something, and that is to grab Michael's hands in his grip. He rejoices at this and turns to Michael to talk about the fact that the grip he's clearly not going to relinquish to him. However, immediately after that, Michael's opponent began to feel a very strong pressure in his hands that seemed to bend him from the inside. Immediately afterward, Michael Booth's opponent's legs automatically began to jack up and go down. Obviously, it became the attack of our hero Michael, who forcefully began to press down on the grip of his opponent. Michael turns to him and asks him how long he's going to fall still, holding on to his useless grip. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a slope. She goes somewhere up the stairs, say that she is already terribly tired. She goes upstairs and talks about determining the winner in a different way now. Laura climbs to the roof and immediately sees a picture of Michael forcefully pinning her classmate on his back. Michael immediately notices that the door has opened and turns to look at Laura in surprise, but he does not release his grip. Also self-consciously looking at Laura with great surprise and perhaps even shame is her classmate, one of the 4 legends. Laura also looks at both of them, and she can't believe that Charlie is losing to Michael. She immediately starts reminiscing about her childhood when she used to spend time at school, playing different games together. She recalls the fact that as a child he was always very strong, and one touch of him could already be quite painful. Then they were always joined in their games by different guys who would later play together with Laura. However, Charlie was always afraid to play such games, for he didn't like to be hurt or hurt others. Looking at Laura now, all these memories came flooding back at him, memories that didn't feel so good to him. In the moment, Charlie turns to Michael and abruptly states that he lost this fight. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a supervisor who notices a strange black car and out the window. She immediately realizes all at once that you are most likely someone in the organization watching her, but doesn't understand for. Meanwhile, Charlie gets up and tells Michael that he doubted Laura's relationship and Michael's strength. Charlie tries to put his glasses back on. Michael apologizes to him and talks about buying him new ones too for breaking these. In the moment, Charlie turns to Michael and asks what his truth purpose in school is. However, Michael reminds him that the questions are posed by the winner, and Michael wants to know about the substance they're all talking about. Charlie turns to Michael and talks about telling him what he knows.